Welcome into MPW Digital's coverage of Mississippi State and Ole Miss. I hate this one screen. I always think that I have it fixed, and I don't, so screw it. Welcome into our coverage. We'll have a lot of pre-recorded stuff to you until 1 p.m. today, at which time Scoreboard business gets started. Ryan Brown will be with us. That's pre-recorded as well. Ryan's doing some Thanksgiving stuff today, in addition to it being a big day in the state of Alabama. It's the Iron Bowl. Alabama and Auburn get together in Tuscaloosa. Big game there. And, of course, the big game here in Oxford, 3 p.m. today. We'll be with you during the game with the MPW Digital Watch Party, Mississippi State and Ole Miss. 3 p.m. You can see the game on SEC Network. We'd love for you to watch it along with us. And then we'll have hand-raised guys presented by Rafters Music and Food. Right after the game, we'll take your calls. We'll talk about whatever it is that happens today. A full slate of games in the SEC. Arkansas's off. Tennessee's off. Everybody else is playing today. Kentucky's at Florida. That game at 11 a.m. Central. The Gators can move a step closer to an SEC East title and a berth in the SEC championship game. The Gators very much in the national championship hunt as of this morning. Let's see. Vanderbilt is at Missouri, a game that's going to get a lot of national attention today because Vanderbilt is going with the first female Power 5 football player, I guess. I think that's the way it is. Sarah Fuller, the Vanderbilt soccer player, is going to kick for the Commodores, or at least that is what we're being told. I'm hearing from Chris Lee, my colleague at Rivals.com, that she's expected to kick PATs and handle kickoffs. So we'll see how that goes. That's one of those stories that different people have different opinions on, and these days you're not really allowed to express those opinions. So we'll see what happens. Auburn is at Alabama, the top-ranked Tide, going into this game without Nick Saban. Nick Saban, I'm sitting here watching ESPN Game Day right now, and Nick Saban at home, he has COVID-19. He looks fine, but he won't be with his team today. That game at 2:30 on CBS. An Alabama win clinches the berth in the SEC championship game for the Crimson Tide on December the 19th. We'll talk about some dates getting changed in just a minute. Ole Miss and Mississippi State, as we mentioned, at 3 o'clock. We'll have coverage of that throughout the day. We'll talk a ton about that game over the course of the day. Ole Miss with a chance to get to 4-4. Mississippi State comes into the game at 2-5. So that's Ole Miss, as of this morning, a 9.5-point favorite over Mississippi State. The game in Oxford at 3. We'll talk about it throughout the day. The games that we'll have on tonight during hand raise, guys, LSU is at Texas A&M. It's a 6 o'clock game on ESPN. The Aggies about a 15-point favorite against LSU, I should say. LSU staring at a gauntlet of passing offensive, explosive teams, an LSU defense that has not been good, a secondary that's been picked apart. They are going to get tested over the next 4 weeks. And then, let's see, Georgia is at South Carolina. That's a 6:30 game Central Time on the SEC Network. South Carolina playing out the string. Georgia just kind of positioning themselves, I guess, for a run next year. A disappointing season for the Bulldogs. JT Daniels at quarterback. He'll get his second start against Luke Doty in South Carolina. Look for Doty to get his first start with the Gamecocks. So that's your SEC slate. The other big news, I guess, that came out yesterday. The Ole Miss LSU game, which was originally scheduled for a week from today, has been postponed. Alabama and LSU will play next Saturday in Baton Rouge. It's all part of it. We talked about this throughout the summer. We talked about it on Greatest Pod in the South a lot with Gabe and Jay. There were two goals this year for the SEC. One was to get to the starting line, and the other was to get to the finish line. They did the starting line. They were on pace to get to the finish line, ran into some COVID issues over the last few weeks. Quite honestly, LSU kind of copped out of a game. Texas A&M sort of copped out of a game. It looks like the commissioner and the SEC has sort of said, hey, listen, if you guys want to get the money, you've got to play these games. And so they're moving games around. Arkansas had a little bit of a COVID issue this week, I was told. But the big thing for them was allowing them to move that game. Arkansas, Missouri will play next week. That allowed Vanderbilt, Missouri to go ahead and get their game out of the way, get that game in the books. Look for Ole Miss to have an open date next weekend instead of playing LSU, and then look for Ole Miss to go to Texas A&M on December the 12th, and to finish the regular season December the 19th at LSU. So some other games are going to get moved around. I think Arkansas and Alabama will play on the 12th in Fayetteville. Tennessee and Texas A&M will play in Knoxville on December the 19th. LSU and Florida will play December the 12th. There's a lot there. But the scenario to get all of the games in is absolutely in play right now. So without further ado, earlier this week, we'll start with this. Earlier this week, so I'll give you an idea of kind of what the schedule is. We'll hear from Lane Kiffin from his Wednesday press conference. I had an interview with Ben Mintz about a week ago, Barstool Sports. His big bet with Brandon Walker takes place obviously today in New York. The winner gets to throw eggs at the loser. So we'll talk to Ben about that from a show that we did, I guess, about 9 days ago, and then we'll replay our SEC Football and Beyond yesterday with Chris Landry. I know a lot of you probably didn't see that on Black Friday. We'll play it again today, get you ready for the SEC slate. Then we'll have the Butcher versus the Spin Instructor. Campbell already off to a 2-game lead this week over Greg Jones of LB's Meat Market. And then we'll have the Soft Verbal Podcast, talk some Ole Miss football recruiting as we get you ready for Scoreboard Business, brought to you by The Rogue. Don't forget, you can go to therogue.com, enter promo code EGGBOWL, one word, EGGBOWL. Enter that code, you get 20% off the entire collegiate collection there. So if you're doing some shopping, getting ready for Christmas, that kind of thing, whether it's an Ole Miss fan, a Mississippi State fan, or others, you can go to therogue.com, enter promo code EGGBOWL at checkout. Here is Lane Kiffin from Wednesday. Be back in just a few minutes.
Brought a friend today. Oh, you can't see him. Speaking of that, the life-size one was a little bit creepy when Kyle took me over there and showed me that. It's not really life-size, though. It's actually about a foot shorter, I think. All right, so I think the players are really excited for this matchup. Records don't matter whenever you play these games. And, crazy game a year ago that I got to watch. And you can see the emotions of the players, so we got to be very careful not to make mistakes by letting our emotions get too high. So still a lot of work to do this week for the game, but hopefully, the chance of having a head start, will help us.
Starts off, Perry.
Lane, any change in your COVID numbers? They were good on Monday.
Knock on wood, we're still perfect. So, I guess it sounds like they still have a couple guys out from last week. So, hopefully, we continue to do a great job with that.
You have to fill up with gas to get that bobblehead?
No, I don't. I'm assuming that I didn't know this, but from what you said, I'm assuming that you can get one if you fill up with gas somewhere. So, no, I guess they actually gave me one for free. I got a deal on it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nick.
I've come a long ways in this world that you get a bobblehead of me if you fill up with gas. So I feel like I've made it. I feel like I've made it now, Parrish. Keep working. One day they'll make a bobblehead of you. You're on mute.
Lane, just big picture with preparing for games during COVID this season. How difficult is it to prepare for teams when you don't know which players are going to be available? Does that change your preparation at all or not?
Well, you don't know, so there's not really any way to prepare that someone's not going to be there. I guess Mike said, I think a couple of the outside backer DNs weren't playing that didn't play last week, so I guess he already said that. So I guess we know that, but otherwise you can't really predict who's going to not be there.
Other questions for Coach?
We'll go back to Parrish.
Hey, Lane, State's obviously got some scholarship number issues, and they have some opt-outs and things like that. You mentioned the emotions of this series. I mean, as a coach, can you use that to your advantage? I mean, is that something that can help you rally your players, get them to play hard? I mean, obviously, they played close at Georgia.
Yeah, I think you got to be careful, buying into the numbers, I think maybe Georgia, maybe thought it was going to be an easier game than it was just because they'd heard the numbers of guys out and how they had played lately. And you still only need so many to play, so even if your numbers are down, if you're not out significant players, sometimes it's not that big a deal. So, and maybe that's why he said the guys were out already, just to kind of lay low in the weeds and make us feel good. But you got to be careful with that. Always, whenever, you think you're supposed to win, a lot of times you play down.
Neal, go ahead.
Lane, you referenced this a few times, but having that, I guess, couple of years at USC when you guys were down scholarship numbers and there was all that kind of tumult with that, has that sort of helped you navigate this weird year this year, where it's first year in a program and you got all the pandemic stuff and stuff's kind of happening that doesn't typically happen in a normal season?
I just think a little bit maybe in how you practice and, with less numbers when guys were down and stuff and your practice format, but still nothing that you wish for, but I guess I've had a little practice at it.
And I guess you saw the news about Coach Saban this morning. You coached in some of those games as a coordinator. What will an Iron Bowl without Nick Saban on the sideline feel like and look like, in your opinion?
I just think it'd be really strange. I think, anytime the head coach is out, it's one thing. But, when the head coach runs the program like he does, in all facets and has been there so long, I think that will be strange, especially for the players, Now, it's not as big a blow as some places because he's not a play caller. If you lose a head coach that's a play caller, that's a gigantic blow. So he doesn't call the defense, but I think it'll be very strange for everyone watching, but especially for the guys playing.
Have you guys had to, I guess, game plan a scenario at the beginning of the year where something were to happen where you couldn't coach because of that, how you would kind of adjust?
Yeah, I brought up to the league because we were in that discussion, hey, could you still, do like the Hugh Freeze, get a separate press box or something, without the hospital bed and coach the game so that you could still communicate. And I never got an answer back from that. They said that's a good question, but I don't think we ever got an answer on that. So, like in his situation, I don't know if they're gonna let him do that. Actually, the first time he got it, I actually texted him that day saying, check into that so that you could still, you could still coach, because they never gave us an answer. So, I don't know what they're gonna do there.
Go back to Nick.
Going off of that, just based off of guys you've talked to in the program and in the state, can you get a vibe of how this rivalry compares to the Iron Bowl? Have you gotten that yet, or is that something you kind of have to experience your first time at it?
Not necessarily. We did, have what I call power hour, where last night we got on the phone with a lot of kids, because we're a little bit ahead of schedule with, having 2 weeks to prepare. And they certainly all knew the game was happening, that's for sure, and it sounded like a lot of them going to the game too, even though, we can't talk to them and stuff.
So that was Lane Kiffin from earlier in the week. Ole Miss, Mississippi State at 3 p.m. college game day, following Sarah Fuller around pretty much all day. She's taking the field there in Columbia, Missouri, about an hour and 45 minutes before that game gets started. She's going to kick for Vanderbilt, so it's going to be a huge story. Really interested to see just sort of how that's covered over the course of the day. It's from one of those journalism things that really interest me. I'm hopeful that this is not just a publicity stunt. I'm hopeful that she actually can kick at that level. Vanderbilt's had some COVID issues throughout the year. They've had some attrition issues throughout the year. So kind of a lot there. So we'll talk to Ben Mintz now. Ben with Barstool Sports, Ole Miss guy. Really has been through a fascinating 2020, and we just got through talking about he's back in New York today. He and Brandon Walker, who you guys know, big Mississippi State fan with Barstool, they've got their big bet today. We talked about that, his journey to New York, how it happened, and just a whole lot of stuff here with Ben Mintz of Barstool Sports. Hope you enjoy. Ben Mintz of Barstool, kind enough to join us. Does that still sound crazy to you when you hear of Barstool?
Yeah, this whole thing, I still don't really believe it, and I'm about a month in to working up here in New York. I mean, I was unemployed living in Oxford, Mississippi during the beginning of quarantine from late March to late June. So, yeah, this whole thing's surreal. I'm on my fourth city in 2020 during a worldwide pandemic. I feel like I've had a 5 to 7 year life journey just this year. It's just a crazy story, but just trying to hold on tight and enjoy the ride.
It's a great story. We're going to get into it in a minute. I didn't know that we had some ties. You took my dad for freshman English so my father, you and I are both North Louisiana guys. Mm-hmm. My father taught at Louisiana Tech forever. And then he was the dean of education at ULM. And when he retired from the Louisiana system, he took a job at Ole Miss. This was back in, was this like 2001? Yeah, it was 2001. He took a job at Ole Miss so that he could, do the double up. You could get your Louisiana retirement and work in Mississippi, and teachers don't make a ton of money and get a chance for a few years to make some money. And so you knew my dad long before you knew who the hell I was.
Yeah, I did. I got to be honest. Your dad was one of my favorite teachers I ever had, and he took an interest in me. I would hang out after class and talk to him for 15 or 20 minutes. A lot of it had to do with the North Louisiana thing because I grew up in Monroe. And I loved your dad. I'm glad to hear he's doing well. Look forward to reconnecting with him.
Yeah, so you're a St. Fred's boy.
I am a St. Frederick Warrior. I graduated in 2001, and we had a little bit of a Monroe lineage kind of start coming to Ole Miss, and Robert Lane and Alex Presley and Peyton Farr, who all were athletes for Ole Miss, kind of came behind me. But Monroe's kind of an extension of the Mississippi Delta, I would say, kind of a big hunting area. And so Monroe kind of naturally fit with Oxford, I thought, a little bit, even if it was in Louisiana. And so we had a little bit of a pipeline going, and I kind of was the start of that in fall of 2001. But I was a finance major, and I was an ATO at Ole Miss, and I got really into poker. I was actually a professional poker player from 2006 to 2014, and rose to great heights in poker. But once I started doing well in poker in college, I was making a lot of money, and I was a stupid 22, 23-year-old kid. And let's just say the academics kind of weren't as much of a priority once I was doing well with poker, with money. And so that I kind of never really finished my finance degree, and moved to New Orleans in fall of 2009. Got to go see the Saints win the Super Bowl. I'm a diehard Nola and Saints guy. And I lived there until 2014. At my peak in poker, I was top 200 in the world and online. And then the government actually shut it down in April of 2011. And I played live poker for a few years. I got 75th in the World Series of Poker main event in 2011, which was the peak. But what happened was I was traveling around the country and living in New Orleans, living above my means. And, New Orleans, it's like the House of the Rising Sun song. It's been the ruin of many a poor boy. God, I know I'm one. And I kind of got into a little bit of a life rut in 2013 and 14. And one of my best friends, who's the number 2 bartender at City Grocery in Oxford, Elliot Willard, tall guy with a ponytail. If you go in City Grocery upstairs, you got to know him. Anyway, he was back in school in Oxford because he messed up when he was young too. And so he gives me this phone call in May of 2014. He's like, Mintz, you've been saying you're going to come back and finish this school forever. I got us this house right across from James Food Center by the square on Jackson Avenue. He's like, I got an extra bedroom for you. You've been saying this forever. It's time to basically put up or shut up. And I was in a life rut at that time, and I needed to get out of NOLA. And I was like, he's right. I need to do this. And so I moved back to Oxford when I was 31 years old, right as Ole Miss, that was the year they made the College World Series when they won at ULL. And I had a year left in school, and I finished my finance degree, and I actually worked at Proud Larry's in the kitchen. I'm good friends with Scott Carradine. And, you know, it's a long, special fall from 75th in the World Series Maine to making salads and sweeping floors at Proud Larry's. And I got to tell you, that's the best thing that ever happened to me, because it reset my priorities and made me humble and grateful and, like, understand the value of money. And I reset at 31, 32 as a broke college kid. I finished my degree in May of 15. I graduated with a 2.0000 on the nose from the finance. And what happened after that was a guy that I think you might know, Monroe Ruston Sports Radio in North Louisiana, a guy named Sean Fox, who's been doing it for a long time, childhood friend of mine. I'm a pallbearer at a funeral in Monroe, and Sean was at the funeral. And after I'm just taking a drive with him, and he said, "What do you think about moving to Shreveport, Louisiana?" I said, "Well, what's in Shreveport?" I knew I needed to get out of Oxford. I was just playing poker after I finished school. He said, "Well, they were trying to hire me to take over the sports radio station, but I have a wife and a kid, and I'm committed to Monroe, but I'm going to recommend you for this job." And I said, "All right, let's do it." I had zero experience.
I was going to say you had no radio or journalism background at all.
Well, no. So he basically said, "Look, Ben has no experience, but he's got a funny personality. He knows a lot about sports. So it's, you know, it can either go really well or very, very poorly." So my first show was December 14th, 2015, and I was horrible. I was terrible for 9 months. I had to carry a 3-hour show. I knew 10 people in Shreveport.
So how did you wait? Hold up, stop. Because
you're good. There's plenty to this. I got nothing but time.
No, because this is fascinating. So you did a 3-hour radio show by yourself?
Yeah. So it started out. I literally moved to Shreveport. I knew 8 or 10 people. I had to build this thing. I had no experience. I also had to go out and sell it, and I didn't even know what the heck I was selling. I literally didn't even know I was selling air.
People who've never done radio have no idea what it is you just said. I did radio in Mobile, but I had Taylor Zarzer was my partner. And I mean, you know, he knew a lot of people. I knew a lot of people from being a sports writer. So I kind of learned radio from him. But I can remember Ben doing shows by myself for 3 hours thinking, I don't know that I'll ever get to 6 o'clock. We started at 3. I think we're never going to get to 6. The clock just did not move. And you booked guests, and I had a producer. I cannot imagine. That had to be. I don't know how you didn't get so intimidated by it that you didn't just run away.
Well, it was a really rough first year. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I probably made 15 or 20 grand my first year doing it. It was just getting by, but I knew it was something I loved. And that once we got to that first football season, which was fall of 16, I was the voice of Airline High School calling 5A play-by-play, and you know, that kind of got my name out in the community a little bit. I decided to kind of put my own spin on it, and I was the only fantasy football hour in the whole state of Louisiana. That really got us going with the fan interaction. People loved the fantasy hour texting in, and then I'm also, you know, have a gambling background, and so I did a lot of stuff with point spreads. And what I figured out doing sports radio, man, people can tell through the air what you're passionate about. When I'd have a beat right, when I'd have, somebody on for something that I wasn't interested in, you could feel it through the air. And so it really took off when I kind of made the show my own and talked about fantasy and gambling and, I don't know, live music and poker or whatever. But I think that I just tried to make it my own. And then what really made my career take off was my relationship with T-Bob Hebert, who's down at ESPN Baton Rouge. So I met him at a Mardi Gras party in 2013 in NOLA. He'd come on my show was Mixing It Up with Mets. He'd come on some. And I convinced him in the fall of 17, like, hey, let me be your gambling picks guy on Off the Bench, which is the #1 morning show in the state of Louisiana. It's ESPN Baton Rouge, NOLA, and Alexandria. It's him and Jordy Collada, 7 to 10 a.m. They do a fantastic job with Guarantee Media in Baton Rouge. I have a lot of respect for them. And the best thing that ever happened was when that segment started, I went on this huge heater and went like 14-2 my first 3 weeks. And so it got a cult following immediately. And so that segment still goes on to this day on Thursday mornings at 8 a.m. This is the 4th year of it. Well, fast forward to this year, mid-March, I'm still doing Shreveport-Bossier. I'm 4 years in. And right as COVID hit, my GM calls me and says, this has nothing to do with you. Your show's successful, but our station's not making money. The dreaded words in radio, station reformat change.
Oh, yeah.
You never want to hear that.
Yeah.
And so they flip it from a sports to a soft rock station. And I get let go right as it's the middle of Ole Miss baseball season. So it was right as Ole Miss was playing in Monroe at UOM, actually, which ended up being the last 2 games of the year. So I get let go, and I literally wasn't even phased when they let me go because I knew I'd built it to where it could get for 4 years. I was where I was in Shreveport. I'd made it a success. I had a great relationship with ESPN Baton Rouge. I was like, hopefully I can get a job down there, and that'll be the next step. Well, I get a phone call from Jordy Collada that I take in the parking lot of Ole Miss ULM, and he said, hey, we're going to hire you to be our number 3 and off the bench. And I'm like jumping up and down. I'm with all my friends. Ole Miss people were there. We grilled out in left field. Basically, we have a celebration party Tuesday night and Wednesday afternoon. Then the world shuts down completely Wednesday night when Rudy Gobert tested positive for COVID. So Guaranty Media puts a hiring freeze in. And so I'm sitting there in Louisiana, kind of like, well, what do I do now? And this is what I talked about with Oxford being my safe haven. I'm like, well, COVID's bad in Louisiana. I'm going back to Oxford to just low key it and get off the grid. And I just chilled in Oxford from late March to late June. Online poker blew up because everybody was at home because people couldn't go to casinos. I did pretty well with that. And then in late June, I got a call from – I thought I'd get ESPN Baton Rouge when football started because I knew they were interested. Turned out it was late June. I get a phone call from Jimmy Ott, and I accept the job to be his number 2. Which was 6 to 8 p.m. show. He was kind of focusing more on sports gambling, and so that was kind of a fit with that. And I moved down to Baton Rouge around the 4th of July. And it was going great down there. I was the only non-LSU grad radio host down there, so I thought that was an accomplishment in itself in that market. And they loved me in Baton Rouge, and I was 3 months in, and, I was hoping I'd be there 5 years. I mean, it was a great radio station and fit. And then what happened with this video was I was watching Ole Miss Kentucky, and I'm super high energy, fiery guy. I mean, that's not news to anybody that knows me. And when Ole Miss won, Ole Miss has had a terrible 4 years. Obviously, you've been covering it. The NCAA stuff's such a beat down. The fan base has, been looking for some positivity. I mean, literally, there hadn't been a fun win since 2016 A&M till Kentucky in 2020, or it felt that way at least. And my producer just like randomly flips on his camera when I'm going nuts he just decides this will be funny for our social media and, in the heat of the moment. I mean, literally it wasn't, he just decided I'll just put this out there for our radio. And then he tweets out, someone's excited about Lane Kiffin's first SEC win. And it's me going nuts on this video, yelling the hottie toddy and I don't know, doing whatever. And I don't think anything of it. Well, Sunday morning, I did a football Sunday morning show in Natchez, Mississippi with former LSU great quarterback Rohan Davey, who was the first SEC champion with Saban. And I'm on my way to Natchez, and my phone goes off like a nuclear bomb at 9 a.m. And I look down, and it's Dave Portnoy. SEC football just hits different, and it's me going nuts on this video on Twitter. Then I see Dave Portnoy is following me on Twitter, and I'm just like, man, what's going on here? Then I'm sitting down in Natchez at Magnolia Bluffs, getting ready to go on the air at 10 a.m. 9:45 a.m., I look down at my DMs, and it's Dave Portnoy. He says, is that you? Point the video. And I said, damn right it is what I responded. And he said, we're ready for you to come up and work for us at Barstool Sports. And I just jumped out of my chair in Natchez. And we set up a phone call the next day, and I had another Natchez show, and I'm standing out by the bluffs, Mississippi River. And he calls me. I said, hello. And the first words Dave says to me is, your voice sounds exactly how I hoped it would, with the southern drawl and the thick accent I have. And he said, I may not know everything in life, but I've been pretty good about finding talent, and you're my guy. And I just was like, wow.
That is the most incredible story I've ever heard. So Luke Logan's kicking the extra point at the end of overtime. Kentucky scores, and the kid misses the PAT. And Ole Miss scores, corral to Elijah Moore, if I remember correctly, and then Logan kicks the PAT to win it. You're going nuts on this made extra point. Did you know that the camera was on you, or were you just? I
didn't. No, I just started going nuts, just fired up. And Martin was by me, and he just in the heat of the moment was like, people think this is funny on our social media for radio. Yeah. And I mean, I'm not afraid. Look, one of my characteristics, I don't have a fear of failure. I'll put myself out there and look ridiculous, whatever. It's fine. And, but he just literally, I'm lucky that in the heat of the moment, he just decided to put this on. And then I got Martin, who was my producer. He came with me up here. Now he works for Barstool too. As a producer. So he's up here and he's my roommate. We're living in Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. It's nuts.
It's crazy. You know, man, you just said something. I always say this. I tell my kids this all the time. Like, this interview will now be must watch for my kids, because I tell my kids this all the time. One of my life failures is that until I was about 45, Ben, I was so scared of failure. I was terrified of it. And your attitude, man, is you're exactly right. If you have no fear of it, if it doesn't scare you, you can get places, because it doesn't. All you have to do is succeed once. So you get the call from Dave Portnoy, which I'm sure, I don't know how you were able to get through the radio show.
I think through radio, I actually learned just through dealing. I'm sure you deal with athletes all the time. Man, people are just people no matter how famous they are. And the second people treat me on a pedestal and they meet me, I kind of lose respect for them a little bit, you know? And so that's how I try to treat all other people the same. And so, you know, our relationship's pretty good, except for the fact he said he hates me on the rundown the other day. But
we'll get to that in a minute. So he says, come to New York. I mean, are you at that point, or what's going through?
So he tells me, he said, I'm giving you the option. You can stay south or you can come to New York. We'll pay you more if you come to New York. We'd prefer it, but we really just want the content. And so in my head for a little bit, I was like, oh, well, I could work for Barstool and maybe do some side stuff for ESPN Baton Rouge and, you know, blah, blah, blah for a day. And then I was like, wait a minute. It's like I've been waiting my whole life on an offer like this, and I've been grinding from nothing in Bossier City for 4.5 years. I dang sure I'm going to go up here and make the best of this. And also, I'm 37 and I don't have a family right now. And so because of that, I have freedom to be able to make a decision like that. And so I said, you know what, Dave, I'm coming. I'm excited about it. And I'd only spent one night in New York in my entire life in fall of 2011 before I moved up here. And I moved up here Halloween.
So a lot of people thought that Portnoy kind of did the bit a little bit, like with Brandon Walker. He's bringing you up to sort of counteract that, but it really wasn't that, as much as he liked your passion, right?
Well, I think that was the video got me noticed, to be honest. He saw that video and was like, who's this guy? But then the ESPN Baton Rouge thing, you know, helped a lot. And so Big Cat, who's a huge star up here, he's done a lot of stuff with Baton Rouge with Pardon My Take, with Coach O. And they made 3 phone calls, one to T-Bob Hebert, who I'm really close with, and Big Cat comes on off the bench already. Another went to Michael Bonnet, who's the LSU sports information director.
Yeah,
and another went to Derek Pomansky, who's O's right-hand man in administration. All 3 went to bat, huge for me. And I'm forever grateful to those guys. They said, they're like, you're getting the gym, you're making a good move, take care of Mintz. You know, this I think this is a great move. And so when especially when Derek Pomansky, who's close with Big Cat, went to bat for me, Big Cat DM'd me and said, hey, you're friends with Pomansky, you're friends with me. We can't wait to have you up here. And the transition, I got to say, too, I mentioned how good a job they do at ESPN Baton Rouge and Guarantee Media. I know it sounds crazy, but I hadn't been nervous once up here. Coming off the bench, and they have a $400,000 studio at Guarantee Media. I felt really prepared for this. And I know that's crazy because the whole world's watching, but, you know, I feel like I had the right, you know, upbringing, grinding Shreveport and grinding Baton Rouge to get here. And also just playing the World Series Poker Main Event a few times, that's a lot of pressure right there. And being able to succeed in that, I think it has helped here too, as far as dealing with the limelight.
So you say, hey, I'm going to go for it. And you go to New York. What has it been like at Barstool going from, I mean, because Ben, you've gone from this guy who, I mean, people knew who you were, but, you know, you're just sort of toiling a little bit in Louisiana, and all of a sudden you're on this major national platform with some people who, I mean, let's face it. I mean, the guys you're talking about, Portnoy and Big Cat and all of them, have turned Barstool into an absolute force, and you're right there with them on these shows and that kind of thing. What's it been like?
It's been surreal, and I've just really tried to bring a good attitude to work every day. And the no fear of failure thing, I bring that back up. You know, right now, I'm throwing every bit of content I got. You know, we're throwing a lot of crap at the wall, and most of it's working. Some of it doesn't, but if it doesn't work, whatever. You know, the big thing is just putting it out there and seeing what people respond to, and that's kind of where I am. The first few weeks in, I'm doing a morning video, and I do a wake up Mintzy morning video that's like me being fired up walking to work, and then I do an after dinner Mintz where I eat a mint and like make a gambling pick. I do that every night. I'm part of Pick Central on Sirius Channel 85, which is Barstool's Sirius channel. That's 11 to noon Eastern every day, and I'm really just immersing myself in the culture. I still do a lot of radio stuff in the South. Whether it's last night I was in the NBA draft show because I'm a Pelicans fan. I've done trivia. Well, I mean, literally whatever they ask me to do, I'm here to do with a good attitude. And I got to be honest, it couldn't be going better. And one of the concerns I had about this was, you kind of mentioned this, like, I'm a big Ole Miss guy, but I wasn't known in Mississippi media as much because I'd worked in Louisiana. And so the LSU fans knew me more than the Ole Miss fans, even though I was an Ole Miss guy. But I went the week before I moved to New York, I decided to come up for Auburn Ole Miss. And I'm good friends with Paris Buchanan, who's runs marketing for the athletic department. And, man, he rolled it out for me. I got to meet Lane Kiffin. I just tried to do a lot of stuff all around town, just build support. And, man, the Rebel fan base has been phenomenal. I can't say enough. I'm getting so much support from Ole Miss fans. And, a lot of the people were sick of Brandon Walker talking bad about our school, which you kind of alluded to. But I've been blown away, being the Louisiana guy that I was. I thought that Ole Miss fans would support me, but I didn't realize it would be like this. It's awesome. Very, very thankful.
Well, if you can make it in Monroe, man, you can make it in New York. I mean, I tell people.
Yeah, Bossier City too, for sure.
If you can make it in Monroe, you can make it anywhere. What is the relationship with Brandon Walker? What's that like? Do you have to, is that?
He's pretty nice guy behind the scenes, but we go at it on this Ole Miss State stuff. I mean, we're pretty hostile. We get along for the most part other than that. But what's funny right now is going on is he's trying to really butter up and be nice to me because he knows that if they play next week, it's going to get ugly. I don't even know if State's going to be able to field a football team with all these opt-outs and stuff. But we've got a bet on the Egg Bowl that whoever wins by the final score differential, the winner gets to chunk eggs outside at the loser. But if Ole Miss runs it up on him, I get to throw 20, 30 eggs at this guy. And we've got this funny bet on it, and he knows – I can tell he knows State's looking rough, and he's trying to be nice to me. But look, man, he's been coming at our fan base for a year and a half. I'm not having any of this. I'm going at him on this Egg Bowl stream, and he's getting no sympathy whatsoever from me because, I mean, when I was in Oxford for Ole Miss Auburn, I had 100 people approach me like, you better give this guy a lot of crap. So he's trying to get off easy, and it's not going to happen. I'm a pretty nice guy for the most part, but this is a spot where I'm going to hold my ground.
I now have another reason that I want the game to get played. I'm so worried that the game's not going to get played because, frankly, I mean, let's be real here. It's in my business interest for Ole Miss and Mississippi State to play, and especially where it looks like it's like this one. Like, look, I think Ole Miss is going to kick State's ass, and I mean, I really do. And
oh yeah,
there have been years that I thought State's going to kick Ole Miss's ass, and they did. And I think this is one where, if they play, I think it's a bloodletting. I mean, State's going to score some points just because Ole Miss's defense gives up points to everyone who plays, but I think Ole Miss is going to run it up if that game happens. And so you guys will watch together. It'll be a stream.
Oh, yeah. So I'm actually, for Thanksgiving, my family, my sister, who was actually the president of KD at Ole Miss, my sister Charlotte, they live in North Carolina, and I've got a new niece who's a couple months old I hadn't met yet. And so I'm going to do Thanksgiving in North Carolina, but I'm coming back on Friday to do the Egg Bowl stream on Saturday with Brandon Walker. We're going to stream it. We can't go to Philadelphia to the gambling house anymore because Philadelphia completely shut down with COVID. They're not even allowing different households to get together. And so we're going to watch it up here in New York in the office together if it happens. Certainly hope it does because I'm looking forward to it. And then if Ole Miss, I'm hearing Ole Miss, who knows what's going on with the scheduling in college football, but I've got it on my list. I'm trying to make Ole Miss and LSU in Baton Rouge. I'm hearing possibly December 19th. Yeah. If it is December 19th, the Chiefs, Pat Mahomes and Matt Honey Badger in the Superdome, December 20th. And so I'm trying to do the doubleheader and just stay south for Christmas. And so I'm trying to make Ole Miss LSU if it does happen.
How do you handle? You kind of addressed it a minute ago, but how do you handle becoming a star like you have? I mean, you've gone.
Well, I got to be honest. I've gone through a lot of struggles in life, and I kind of alluded to some of them. Like I was in a rut at the end of my Oxford tenure the first time when I was just kind of like hanging on, playing online poker, but like taking 3 hours. And I knew I needed to change, and that was when I moved to New Orleans. And I was in a rut before I came back to school in 2014. But, I think the fact that I came back to school and, like I said, the Proud Larry's thing, I've been on a pedestal in poker, nothing like this, and then been humbled. And now I'm in my mid-30s. Look, I'm just thankful for this opportunity. And like I said, 5 months ago, I was unemployed in Oxford, just hanging out during COVID. And so, I think I just really, I'm at a point in my life where I realize how special this is. And no matter if I have good days, bad days, I just come in and just super thankful. And also want to mention, I quit drinking about 7 months ago. And that has been, I can't say enough about what that's done for my outlook, just because alcohol can go a little dark. And, I kind of feel like I was only planning on quitting for 6 weeks, for a couple months to lose weight. And I got 6 weeks in and I was like, oh my gosh, I feel reborn. And, I think I used to drink 3 or 4 days a week, but, not doing that, I think that's had a big, big impact on my attitude and outlook. I think it's good.
Yeah, you obviously, I would never know. You come across as this incredibly optimistic person. I love I watch your morning walk every day. It's just a minute or so.
I appreciate that.
It kind of makes me feel good. I wake up looking for things to kind of get me going. I mean, I battle some of that same mental stuff that a lot of people battle. And in the middle of a COVID, that stuff can, in the middle of a pandemic, that stuff can get to you. I'll be honest. I watched your thing this morning about the Pelicans, and even though, my son's a huge NBA fan, we're going to have him on in a little while. We're going to get his thoughts on who won the NBA draft. But you're right. I mean, that stuff makes you feel good. Just, hey, here's this guy that's bounced out of bed. He's heading to work, and he's pumped up about the draft. And I loved it. I think it's great. I tell you where I think Barstool does a great job, and I think they figured it out. Took me a long time to kind of figure this out too about sports. So you have sports people that are big Ole Miss fans. They're big Ole Miss fans. I get it, and we cater to them, and they want to know what's going on with the team and that kind of thing. But what people really love about sports, the reason that some sports do well, is they love the betting on it, the point spreads, the over unders. Not all fans, because a lot of fans there are fans that want minutia. They want to know about the 2022 recruiting class, how it's shaping up and stuff like that. But it took me a while to realize that's not the majority. The majority of fans, they bust their butts Monday through Friday, and on Saturday they watch the games, and it's fun and it's social, and they might put a little something on the Rebels +7 or whatever. And so that's the kind of stuff where you guys are watching those games, and everything's about the betting lines and stuff. And the fact that you're getting the numbers that you're getting tells you that there's a lot of sports fans that are that way. It's about sports are supposed to be fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one thing you alluded to, too, is the positive energy thing. I think this is working better than it ever would in any time in history because of the COVID and politics. And I don't get involved in anything political whatsoever. People want to hear what I think about these games, not what I think about politics. But I think the world being so negative, there's never been a better time for the positive energy thing. I feel like, sometimes the annoyingly positive thing can rub people the wrong way, but not right now when everything's so negative. And so I think that's part of, really what's working with my brand is what you're talking about. And, like I said, I just embrace the gambling stuff. I've got all kinds of crazy old stories from being on the road, and, I've been betting on football probably for 20 years. And so I'm not sitting here saying I could beat it for a living. I'd be lying to you. I can't. I just know more than the common man, and I can kind of explain it well. And, it kind of relates to people.
The brand works if the brand's genuine. That's the thing. Your brand has to be genuine. If it is, it works. If it's not, if it's fake, it gets exposed. You know what I mean? And your brand.
No, I agree. This is how I am every day. I mean, I try to just, really be, like I said, be thankful for my blessings and opportunities, and realize that I have great friends and family that support me. And, I want to represent Louisiana and Mississippi, especially Mississippi and Ole Miss as well as I can. And I also want to add on this. I love Ole Miss and Oxford so much. And, I know Ole Miss's fan base took just a beating the last 3 or 4 years of the NCAA stuff. It was nothing but negativity. But we got a shot to really do something the next 3 to 5 years. Keith Carter has done a phenomenal job taking charge as AD. The way the Kiffin hire went down, I'm a huge Kermit Davis fan. Kermit, I covered Louisiana Tech when Middle Tennessee won Conference USA 6 years in a row and beat Michigan State, Izzo and the tourney, and beat Pitino's son in Minnesota. Man, we got a really good one for Ole Miss basketball. And then obviously I'm part of the left field city grocery tailgate and left center for baseball. I've been a big part of that for going back to 2014. Love Ole Miss baseball. And, when you look at Lane Kiffin and Kermit and Bianco and Keith Carter, I think this is about as good as Ole Miss has had as far as 3 coaches in the major sports. And, I think there's a chance we really could get something rolling. And I'm glad to see some positive energy out of Oxford, Ole Miss, and the fan base with everything that's happened the last few years.
Portnoy obviously really likes Kiffin. Loves him. Loves the interaction. Kiffin is a genius offensively, obviously. He's also a genius with branding. He understands brand better than most people, especially look, most football coaches, they really are good football coaches. They're not great with a lot of outside stuff. It's something that, for whatever reason, and I think most football coaches would agree with that, that's just not their thing. He's really good at branding and that kind of thing. You're up there. You're in New York. I mean, we're here, and I'm in Oxford. I'm insulated in the bubble a little bit. What is the Ole Miss brand right now with Kiffin up in a place like that?
Well, I'll tell you this. If Matt Luke was the head coach, I can guarantee you I wouldn't be working for Barstool Sports. Portnoy, Dave loves Lane. And I think that's just a massive part of why I got hired. I literally, I always jokingly say, I mean, Elijah Moore, he cracked my top 5 favorite Rebels ever, but I think he's going to end up being number 1. Because that incident in Starkville last year, that was a huge – I mean, look at all the dominoes that had to fall for me to get here.
I know.
But the Elijah Moore thing in Starkville, and then now he caught the touchdown against Kentucky, and the year he's having, I'm going to have to get a jersey or something.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ben, when you buy your Ole Miss jersey, you probably need to get the number 8 and put E not more on the back for sure.
But as far as the image of Ole Miss, though, the thing with Kiffin, Ole Miss, and I think Ole Miss has always had problems dealing with expectations when they're supposed to be good. The best Ole Miss is the wild, fun underdog. When we had nothing to lose, and, you saw that at the beginning of the freeze era, and we're seeing it now with Kiffin. I think Kiffin's perfect. The entertainment value's off the charts. Obviously, the defense is very, very rough, and it's going to take a few recruiting classes, but it's fun again. And, Ole Miss fans don't expect to go 10-2 and compete for championships. We go 8-4 and can win some rivalry games and compete and be fun. Great. And I think we've got an awesome situation for that coming the next few years.
You obviously know football. You were down in Louisiana. It's not done yet. It's still a while to go. But you've seen some of the buzz around Arch Manning, certainly the brand that family has, which is, elite, frankly, from a football branding standpoint. They're sort of the first family of football, and a lot of people are talking about just how good this kid is. And I hate to put this sort of pressure on him, but I guess when you're Peyton and Eli Manning's nephew, there's already pressure. Is it kind of a perfect storm sort of a deal for Ole Miss where Lane Kiffin could be in year 3 and Arch Manning comes in and you're this high-profile program at a time that you've built the brand, and presumably by then the pandemic is over, thank God, please God. I mean, that it could all sort of take off. That's sort of – I look at it like that and think, boy, we could just be on the cusp of something.
That's what I think too. And it was funny. I mentioned to Dave Portnoy about Arch the other day, and he didn't know anything about Arch yet. And he was like, "Oh, really?" I was like, "Oh, yeah." I was like, "This is a real thing." And the thing, I know there are a lot of rumors flying about do the Mannings like Kit Lane and all that. I know they like Monty Kiffin, his dad, because Monty was the orchestrator of the Tampa 2 that Peyton Manning won the Super Bowl with when Dungy was in Indy. And so I know there's a mutual respect of Archie and Monty Kiffin. I don't know anything about Lane's relationship with the Manning family or anything, but what I do know is Arch Manning, who's mobile. He's got a lot of Archie's blood in him. He can move a lot better than Peyton and Eli. The offense I'm seeing out of Ole Miss, I feel like Arch Manning could probably succeed. And then, Cooper obviously owns the Coop, the 4th floor thing at the Graduate Hotel, and has a lot of business interests in Oxford. And Cooper loved Ole Miss more than any of the Mannings, really.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I got to say, I have some hopes there. I definitely would, obviously like any Rebel fan would love to see it, but I think it's certainly possible.
Yeah, I think it's got the ability to be a really fun story. I mean, there's a lot that has to happen, and everyone else is going to recruit him and all of that stuff. And who knows how all that stuff shakes out, but it's interesting. What are your thoughts on the Pelicans yesterday?
Oh, look, talk about the luckiest ever. How did they hit that 6% ping pong ball to get Zion last year? Yeah. I'm up here in New York dealing with all these Knicks and Sixers fans who are going crazy about this draft. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, how did you look at the draft last night, Anthony Edwards goes number 1. For the Pelicans to get the 1 pick and it be the year Zion was out,
yeah,
luckiest thing ever. And, all of a sudden you look around, they got Alvin Gentry out, who's, good. He was atrocious. All of a sudden, though, with Zion and Brandon Ingram and Lonzo Ball and Jackson Hayes, this Pelicans thing's about to be really, really fun the next few years. And a big part of my branding ideas up here, I'm here to represent Ole Miss, but I did the 5 years in New Orleans. I love the Saints. I love the Pelicans. And New Orleans is going through so much with COVID right now because there's no Fortune 500 companies in NOLA. It's all tourism, hotels, restaurants, bars, music, and it's getting crushed completely by that mayor, LaToya the Destroyer is what she's being called in there. And so I want to use this Barstool platform to help the economy down there post-COVID. And I'm going to support music. We're going to take this Barstool thing to Jazz Fest, Mardi Gras. I've been supporting the Tipitina's live benefit because Tips is struggling to stay open. I'm a huge live fan. But I plan on using this thing to do everything I can to help New Orleans too. And so I'm going to support the Saints and Pelicans on the road. And I got really lucky that there were no Saints fans up here before I got it. I mean, I'll be honest, that was a huge break. That they didn't have anybody representing that area because I immediately I got down here. I'm like, I'm the New Orleans guy down here.
You upset Portnoy the other day. You
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
Have y'all smoothed that over? I mean, have you?
Dave. Look, he's something. So what happened was to share. The Masters was on, and then all these NFL games were on, and he was sweating this UCLA Cal game that was like at the beginning of halftime. I was like, college half. I mean, I was out of line for this, and I admit it, but college halves are 25 minutes long. I was like, hey, can we just flip this off during the half? And, of course, I'm an idiot, and I forget to flip it back. And 4 minutes into the second half, his bets start losing, and he was pretty salty about it the rest of the day. But, I don't know what to tell him, man. You don't bet overs in California games if you watch them play offense, I mean, I didn't tell him that to his face there, but – that's a little auspicious if you've seen them. This ain't the Jared Goff, Sonny Dykes here out there, man. They got Will, anyway. But I'm not quite at a point with it where I can tell him that, But, yeah, he kind of just was a little salty with me. And then, to be honest, I made a really, really ballsy move on Monday where I just know that, he's one of those alpha personalities. And so he's going to respect people that have heart. I walked in his office and I looked him dead in the eye. I was like, man, I'm not here to be good. I'm here to be great. If you want to mess with me, bring it on. I'm here for all of it. And look, I went in the Lions Den and I asked for it doing that, but I know he respects that kind of heart and attitude. And so right after that, he gets on the rundown in front of hundreds of thousands of people. It's like, I didn't realize this was possible, but I hate Ben Mintz. And, I just started laughing. You got to take it. I kind of try to live by the motto, take what you do seriously, but don't take yourself too seriously. Yeah. And so, a lot of the stuff up here is pretty funny. And so you got to take it with a grain of salt. And, they're sending a bunch of Ole Miss gear his way, so hopefully that'll smooth some things over. And one other thing, I won a free bet. Sunday, we had a drawing out of a hat, and two people, and I ended up being one of them. I won a free $3,300 bet. And we took the over in the Bucks-Panthers game, which was a shootout. I mean, we won it easily. And so it was hilarious because Dave had to pay me out the $3,300, and he walked by the radio studio, and he was just like, I can't believe I got to give you this money. And gave it to me yesterday. It was great. So fun.
That's awesome. What's your you got a hot pick or two for the weekend coming up?
I like Seattle a little bit tonight because I think they're in a bounce-back spot. They're it's down to 2.5 at home against Arizona. Seattle struggled the last 2 weeks, but, man, at Buffalo and at the Rams are good teams. I don't think those are as bad of losses as people are saying. And the weather report, mid-40s and raining, I don't think that favors Arizona coming out of that fast track. I don't know. We'll see. But I like Seattle to bounce back a little bit tonight. I'm pretty good at the over-under game. One thing that's a strategy I love is college football. I bet first half unders a lot because these games get out of hand in the second half because the teams don't have depth and clock stops on first down and the games last 4.5 hours. But you see a lot of games be lower scoring first half and then a lot they get crazy second half. But I'm looking at the under in LSU, Arkansas. Arkansas, it's 63.5, but the total's inflated because that 63-28 game last week. And LSU started a true freshman quarterback on the road. Arkansas's defense has played pretty good all year until they played Florida. And Arkansas doesn't have the most firepower either, so that's one of the ones I'm looking at this weekend.
Yeah, there's some rumblings about Franks not being available in that game too.
Even better for the under. LSU, it's LSU and Penn State are the two teams. I mean, they're just opting out. This year's just been rough on both of those schools. It's bad.
LSU obviously in the news this week, not in a good way. They're getting program getting handled. USA Today, LSU didn't respond to it all that well. You were down there. What do you I mean, I know you like a lot of those people, and I get
Oh,
it.
yeah, absolutely.
Right.
That's been it's an interesting dynamic that, like, I grew up going to LSU games in Death Valley. I'm diehard Ole Miss first, but, you know, if it doesn't affect Ole Miss, I'll support LSU being a Louisiana guy. And I don't know, some parts of our fan base may have an issue with that. But
Where do you think that program is, though? I mean, a year ago they were on top of the world, and right now they're kind of in free fall.
Man, it's in a big free fall right now, but the recruiting's still going well as long as he can close those guys. But the Bo Pelini hires an unmitigated disaster. I mean, they're going to have to move on from him at the end of the year. It feels like, you know, people are comparing it are there similarities between the Coach O Joe Burrow 2019 and the Gene Chizik Cam Newton 2010 a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
Where things just like the perfect storm hit, you know, kind of thing, and you had a once-in-a-lifetime quarterback situation. I mean, I know O and LSU are recruiting better than Chizik and Auburn were. And, you know, I'm not saying, you know, O's done a lot in his career, but I don't know that he is, you know, a national championship coach, you know, top 5 guy year in, year out. We'll see in the future, but I feel like there are some similarities to those 2 seasons possibly.
Last couple of things. Were you into the Louisiana Tech ULM stuff when you were a kid? Was that
Well, yeah, so I was. I grew up, I loved Tim Rattay. The Tim Rattay, Troy Edwards combo at Tech was just unbelievable because they were running them and Texas Tech were the first teams running the spread.
Yeah.
And so I grew up going to those games. And our radio station in Shreveport Bossier carried Louisiana Tech for 4 years. So I actually was pretty close to the program. You know, used to have Skip Holtz on the show. And, you know, I have a ton of respect for Tech's program. They've won bowl games, I believe, 6 years in a row. And, you know, they're one of the most consistent G5 programs year in, year out. And they also, I believe, lead the G5 and guys in the NFL. And so I've got a ton of respect for them. And I was really excited. I want to compliment Keith Carter. Ole Miss is playing at Louisiana Tech in a 2-game baseball series, and Ruston got destroyed by a tornado a year and a half ago. And now they're opening a brand new 2,500 seat ballpark. And I love to see Ole Miss helping support Ruston, North Louisiana, because they've been through a lot.
Yeah, that tornado was like a mile from my brother's house. Just went right through the campus. And you see the pictures, and you're like, oh, my God. It almost knocked out some of those high-rise dorms, and that could have been a lot worse than it actually was from a human loss standpoint. It could have been just catastrophic.
Yeah, that's St. Patty's Day weekend. I don't know exactly what my calendar looks like being in New York for that, but, I mean, I would like to get back and support that. As far as Ole Miss goes, I'm going to be around the South a lot. Well, you know, this COVID thing, obviously things are pretty shut down right now. You know, mentally, I'm prepared for this to be bad through late February, like kind of locked down up here. I'm hoping that, you know, obviously I'm not a doctor, but with the vaccine is hopefully things slowly start to improve in March is what I'm hoping for. But I'll definitely be back. I love Ole Miss baseball, being a part of left field, that tailgate. So I look forward to doing some Barstool videos from out there in left field. I think that'll be a lot of fun. But, you know, I'll be around Ole Miss and Louisiana, Mississippi a lot more than people know. And one other thing I want to highlight before we get out of here is Barstool is partnered up with Pennsylvania Penn Gaming, which owns 10 casinos in Louisiana and Mississippi. And Mississippi has a sports gambling now. Louisiana just passed it on November the 3rd. And so it's Margaritaville, Bossier, LaBerge, Baton Rouge, and Lake Charles, the Hollywood on the Gulf Coast and in Tunica, and Ameristar Vicksburg. And so I'm kind of wanting to do like a tour where I just do shows of all the sports books. And, you know, why not? So I'm going to be around Louisiana and Mississippi. And for me to build value in this company, that's going to be a big part of it, is that sports gambling thing. And so I'm going to get out and, you know, really try to travel. And I'm going to be around New Orleans and Mississippi a lot more than people know. And I want to reiterate the support I've gotten from Ole Miss fans is blowing me away. And I feel it in the best possible way.
Yeah, that's awesome. I see your videos, and there aren't many people on the streets of New York, and it all throws me off, you know, because every time I've been to New York, it's just wall-to-wall humanity. And I see your pictures, and there's nobody around, and I'm like, this is crazy, because I know I see some of the landmarks. You're down there in Manhattan, and it's just nuts.
Yeah, it's like I said, I don't know a ton about New York, to be honest. But what I will say is this: it's made rent cheap. I'm living in the Hell's Kitchen. My rent's cheaper in Hell's Kitchen than it was in Baton Rouge. It's a fire sale in Manhattan. And so that's lucky with me starting, because the way Barstool works, you kind of get a 1-year prove-it deal, but they give you the world with the platform. And then if you do well and build it, you know, you can really really go somewhere. And so I'm in my 1-year prove-it mode. I mean, I'm here to work and grind every day. And, you know, New York being shut down, I mean, like I said, I don't drink anymore anyway. So I'm here to work and build my brand and, that's what it is, and that's what I'm going to do the next year. And I look forward to hopefully getting back south some in March and April. And I don't know if you're going to be down for Ole Miss if Ole Miss LSU does happen, but I hope to see some folks down there.
I'll tell you what, if Ole Miss Louisiana Tech baseball happens and they let people in the stadium, I'm from Ruston, and so I'd love to go. And like you said, I'd love to see that park because I grew up going to baseball camps at the old park. You know what I mean? That was my dad's office at Louisiana Tech. When you walked out of it, it basically kind of went. All I had to do was like walk down the hill. So when I'd go to baseball camps at Tech, I would leave the camp and just walk to my dad's office so that he could take me home. And so when I saw those pictures of what I didn't go to Tech, but when I saw those pictures of what happened, it was just kind of heartbreaking. And you see that the stadium and the softball stadium and all the stuff that got destroyed. And we have a lot of friends there, and so it's cool to see it come back. And like you, I think it's a cool thing that Ole Miss is going to go play there and kind of help break in that stadium and get them back on their feet and all that. And so, yeah, it's a long story. Maybe we can. I'd love to. Look, I want to stay. Look, I've been a fan. I've followed you for a long time, and I love what y'all do with Rivals. And, I appreciate y'all having me on for sure. And I certainly hope this isn't the last time. It's great for me. I'm up here in New York, but I really am trying to stay on the pulse of everything that's going on at Ole Miss. I'm working with the university a lot. I'm trying to just do everything I can to positively represent it. And, a lot of the Barstool content, like I'm not going to go as hard with some stuff, some of the, I don't want to say negative stuff, but, they're not afraid to let the fur fly a little bit. And I back off some of that stuff and I know a lot of our fan base respects that. Well, Ben, I really appreciate the visit. Thanks so much. And I'm so happy for your success and glad to kind of start to get to know you. And it's a great story. It really is. It's a fantastic story about perseverance and a lot of things. And it's awesome. And I know a ton of people are happy for you. I've put out a tweet today that, hey, you're coming on. And I can't tell you the feedback I've gotten from it. So that makes me so happy too. Cause like I reiterated at the beginning, I thought this was going to go well, but just the fact that I was more out in Louisiana than Mississippi, I'm so glad to be getting that kind of support. And please follow me at Barstool Mintzy on Twitter and Instagram. I'm going super hard on both of those, and look forward to coming back on in the future. And we'll certainly link up and stay in touch. And please say hello to your dad for me. Please do. I will. Thanks, Ben. All right, thanks again. That was Ben Mintz. His time last week. We'll start getting into some more of the stuff that's a little more current here in just a minute. By the way, the weather in Oxford today for the Egg Bowl is just spectacular. It's 48 right now and sunny. There might be a cloud somewhere here and there, but it's a perfect day. The forecast calls for a high of 60 today, a low of 38 tonight. So if you're going to the game, probably ought to take a jacket. You're going to need it late in the game, but it ought to be a fantastic atmosphere. A lot of rain coming tomorrow, but it held off the day. And so the weather today for Ole Miss, Mississippi State, just terrific, which is great. On a year like this, we at least deserve some good weather for the big games. About an hour away from the opening kickoffs today, Vanderbilt and Missouri, Kentucky and Florida. We talked about those games and more with Chris Landry yesterday on SEC football and beyond. I know a lot of you were out probably doing Black Friday stuff or recovering from Thanksgiving festivities. You may have missed it. It's been up in podcast form, but here's the video from yesterday's SEC football and beyond with myself and Chris Landry. Welcome into another edition of SEC football and beyond. It is Friday, November the 27th. Hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Good to have you with us here on this Friday as we get ready for what appears to be a full weekend of SEC football. As of this moment, which is 9:01 a.m. on Friday, I've learned, Chris, we've joked about this. If there's nothing else I've learned in 2020, it's to always timestamp everything. As of this moment, all the games appear to be on. In fact, there appears to be some real progress towards rescheduling games, a little bit of some clarity coming out in regards to getting all of the games in. I talked to someone, I guess it was Wednesday, who said right now the league is cautiously optimistic that it's going to get in its full allotment of games by the end of the day on December the 19th. So with that said, Chris, happy Thanksgiving. Hope you're well.
Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, folks. And it is Black Friday. I don't know if you're like me. I I make sure that I don't need to get out of the house because I don't even want to be anywhere near the roads. I don't know if Black Friday is going to be the same this year. I don't know if many people are going to hit the malls or whatever it is that they do. I wouldn't know because I don't hit it when it's in a normal year. So wish you. Hey, I was thinking about it though, Neal. Quick, let me get this in. I just reminded. What a great opportunity though, Black Friday. What a great gift for the football fan in your life. You get the holiday special over at Rebel Grove.
It's true.
Great for the SEC fans, the Ole Miss fans. It's a great opportunity there. And if you check us out at LandryFootball.com, get the breakdowns of the college and program. It's a great gift idea. You don't need to leave the house, Neal. But no, it was we were talking before we went on the air. I was just a little down last night without, and I did watch because it came on a little earlier, the Utah State, New Mexico, but we did not have the NFL game. We didn't have Ravens and Steelers. By the way, it looks like the Ravens, I mean, I don't know if that game's going to go off on Saturday, not to digress. Lamar Jackson is now out. Dobbins and Ingram are out. They've got 8 or 9 guys out, all because a assistant strength coach did not report symptoms and it just spread. So anyway, not to get off on that, but we didn't have the game. I missed the Egg Bowl last night. I missed it. I think we just, but the good news is we got through it, and it is a pretty hefty day. We're leading into Iowa State, Texas, and Notre Dame, North Carolina, Oregon State. By the way, if you were busy yesterday, and I know you were, you may have missed it out there. Colorado USC canceled. So that's not good for the Pac-12, USC. Not that they were great threats, but to their season to lose a game, difficult. But as you mentioned, some good news in that if we can get, and I don't root for anybody, and I just involved in the game. You learn to kind of like people and know people, but I don't root for anybody. But I am rooting for getting some things settled this weekend in the SEC. And, getting to find out the next 2 weeks. And Neal, I don't know about you. I've never felt this way. I want this season to get over. And what I mean by that is I want to get through it. I'm tired of dealing with, I don't know who's going to play. I don't know when they're going to play. Sure. I don't know if they're going to play. I just want to get to the finish line in hopes that, by the summer, middle of next year, that we are past this to the point where we can have a normal football season. Well, in a normal life. I don't mean that that's important in the grand scheme of things.
I will tell you this. I have a couple of friends in medicine. One is in Colorado, one's in New York, and they've both told me the same thing here in the last several days because they know that I don't know if panicky is the right word. I get a little antsy about it, in large part because my middle child Caroline's going to college in August, and I would love for her to have a normal freshman year, because you hear horror stories all over the country about kids who are college freshmen this year who basically got jailed in their dorm room, can't go anywhere, can't leave. There's no in-person instruction. They don't get to meet anybody. You get fined if you go 4 doors down and you're in your dorm. You can't go to a different floor, all of that stuff. The stuff that you go to college and, you want to go meet, you want to meet people and socialize and meet people from different places. That's part of the point, right? And so, I'm hoping for that. Well, anyway, I was told by a couple of different people, there's a real confidence in the medical community that the first round of vaccines, which is going to go to first responders and people on the front lines medically, that those are coming mid-December. And wow. There's a belief that a large portion of the population, whatever that means, as late as April, are going to be getting vaccines, which at this point, no matter what you think, doesn't matter how you view it. The truth is, whether we like it or not, and we could have this conversation for hours, but we're not going to do it here. You're probably going to have to get vaccinated to do a lot of the things that we're used to doing, boarding an airplane, maybe even checking into a hotel. You're going to have proof of vaccination. I think it's going to be like we're Labrador retrievers, but that's coming. So anyway, but I think I do think that's happening. To answer your question about Black Friday, is it still on? My 19-year-old daughter was up this morning. I think
She's one of those wait.
Oh yeah, I think at 3:30 in the morning there was movement upstairs, and she was out and about at the stores. Some of the stores here opened at 5 or 6. I think opened at 6, but you needed to be in line by 5 to take advantage of the special.
Now, is she done this before? Okay, so I'm curious to see if she notices any drop off this year. I mean, when she comes back and says, is it the same as like last year, or is it less because of the, some people are just the pandemic or whatever?
They've texted their mom, letting her know about all the loot that they've gotten. So the texts were going off 6:20 in the morning with, I got this and this and this, and I was like, whoa. What?
It's 6 o'clock. You're trying to get over the tryptophan still kicking in from yesterday. And
last night, you're right, because I've covered Ole Miss all these years, and Ole Miss Mississippi State has become a Thanksgiving game. And it was odd yesterday. We did Thanksgiving early at my parents' house, and then we came back over here, and I'm so used to kind of mid-afternoon getting geared up to cover the game, and there was no game to cover. And then the NFL game that we were going to watch, that didn't happen. And so it was a weird, we have an outdoor fireplace. We built a fire outside, and we sat out there and watched Field of Dreams and part of The Natural, which was on MLB Network. And then we watched Beat Bobby Flay. And it was just kind of a weird Thanksgiving, because you're used to, like you said, you're used to when the tryptophan kicks in, you turn the football on, and that wasn't the case yesterday.
Yeah, and I want to get to the games and all that. I don't want to get off on a tangent, but I did mention this on a couple of my other shows this past week, and I don't know how you feel about it. I imagine most people agree with this. There's no downside, but it's one of the things I always go back to: the lack of leadership in college, lack of organization and leadership in college football. This is another one of the areas where you think they could get it right. Look, I kind of understand that everybody kind of stays in their lane in essence, like, college football said, all right, NFL, you've got Thanksgiving Day, but Friday is college football day. But it wasn't always that way. I grew up where, for a number of years that you couldn't have having Thanksgiving without Texas A&M is like not having turkey. It just does. Well, they don't even play anymore. And I remember one of the greatest games, or I thought it was one of the first great games I ever saw, was Oklahoma, Nebraska 35-31, Johnny Rodgers, Norman, Oklahoma. That was on Thanksgiving Day. And I always felt like, and I think yesterday and I know this year's a different year scheduling wise. I'm not saying this year, but in general, I think, and I've applauded Ole Miss and Mississippi State for making the Egg Bowl a thing. Now, it's like nationally, it's a thing. It's like people didn't know. I didn't know there was an Egg Bowl. People get to see it, and I know they've had some weird things that have happened, but what a great opportunity for college football to say, you know what, we'll have a game like we do on Fridays, Thanksgiving Friday. We'll spread it out, and we may put some games to give it center stage. It's usually rivalry weekend, so why not have, a couple of games that I'm in the Central Time Zone, 11 a.m. time slot, the 2:30 time slot, the 6 o'clock time slot. And for goodness sakes, I don't think people, the West Coast version of Ole Miss Mississippi State is a rivalry no one would ever think of. The hate, I'm telling you, is so bad. Arizona State, for example.
Yep.
Put that game on Thanksgiving late at night. I think that you could really, take advantage of, because no one is going to look at Arizona, not no one, but most people are not going to look at that.
Won't be a national game on a Saturday, but it would be.
No.
And I think in a normal year, you would have had that. But this year, obviously, this was about consistency with testing. They were committed to this at the very beginning that, hey, we are going to test and test and test, and we are going to test consistently and all of those things. And so I think That's the reason you don't have a Thursday game or a Friday game. Like, Fridays in the SEC the last few years, as much as it's not a big game because neither team's been all that good, but it's been Arkansas, Missouri. Or at one point it was Arkansas, LSU.
It was for years and years. And the game for a lot of times meant a lot. In fact, it meant the West for a few years. I know when Saban was there.
Yeah.
And then he complained that, hey, this game is going to be for the West. We need to have it on Saturday. We need that extra day of preparation, was Nick had always said. But no, I think it floats a little bit. But no, college football's given up Thanksgiving Day completely to the NFL. And I say you can have both, give folks an option so that, look, I mean, I watch it. I watched every snap of the Lions, but it was hard, between the tryptophan and overeating and watching the Lions. I see why a lot of people take naps on Thanksgiving. Anyway,
who won the Cowboys game? Did they lose?
Washington won it. And the thing about it is, I was going to say the Redskins. Washington, it was for 3 quarters a pretty decent game, and then the Cowboys imploded. Washington had a big 6, a quick score, and they just gashed them. It ended up being a complete colossal blowout for a quarter that was fairly competitive for 3 quarters in a game that you looked at and said, this obviously is important for the East, but Cowboys, more injuries on the offensive line, 2 significant ones. Cowboys are limping, and I right now, and it's a week-to-week proposition, the Giants and the Redskins are playing the better ball in that division now, and it's one of those. Look, one win is a win streak in that division.
Oh, there's no doubt. All right, we're going to talk about some games and stuff in a minute, but Woodshed King has a question here. He says, Chris, how do you think the extended regular season combined with early signing period affects the timing of coaching hires this season? Specifically, I'm curious about South Carolina and Southern Miss.
Well, look, it's not new, and I think the extended year just butts it up against, the regular season. If you think about it, since we've gone to the early signing period, it's been bowl preparation and recruiting at the same time. I mean, it's been like trying to finish up a class. So it's really not any different. It's just that the regular season is now, going right up into the early signing period. It's to me, I don't like it. Coaches seem to like it, and I know why they like it. They put recruiting mostly to bed before February. I think, again, for the college football calendar, and I know, but boy, the NFL guy always comes out. I just think the NFL does it right. The season's over, then you got a couple of weeks, then you got free agency and draft preparation. I think college could do a better job scheduling with, I'd like to see the season, then I'd like to see recruiting. Get this, I know this is not popular, move back a couple of weeks to end of February, early March, so that you've got recruiting season where it's from a calendar standpoint. Recruiting goes on all year round, but where you can feature recruiting a little bit more. Now it comes and it goes, and people don't know. They read about it a little bit. I cover at LandryFootball.com in detail, but it just intermingles, and it is difficult for coaching hires. And in essence, quite frankly, if you can't hold it together, the effect is maybe it allows you to keep a couple of people on the staff that maybe you wouldn't have, and you may be, decided in another year. It intermingles everything, and I think it's a kind of a cluster, quite frankly, when you've got to do coaching hires. But you can't sacrifice a coaching hire to get in the early recruit. You've got to get the hire right. So if you got to sacrifice the year, you better understand it on the back end, fans, that you may have an awful signing class, or really, really bad one that first year.
Well, that's what it does. And this year, like at South Carolina, let's just say they're hiring Shane Beamer. They're not probably getting him in until after in fact, they're not getting him in until after the early period has come and gone. So it's the only kids that are going to stay are the ones that were going to sign with South Carolina if Chris Landry were the coach, if Neal McCready were the coach. So you're going to lose those kids. It sets your program back a full year. It makes you have to really think hard about these changes. It's what's interesting, Chris, not to get too far down this path, although I don't care. We can get down this path if we want. people talk about what Tennessee's going to do. Well, Tennessee's probably going to play a game. Well, they're definitely going to play a game on the 12th. I think they're playing a game on the 19th. So if you're making a move at Tennessee, you're not making that move until after the early period's over. And if you make it, now you've got these kids that are committed to Tennessee that are starting to ask questions. Hey, coach, what happens if I sign with you on Wednesday and you get fired on Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
Can I get out of it? And that's what's coming. It's about to become a really weird month, weirder than usual. And December is always a weird month in college football, but it's about to get goofy if that happens. Because if I'm a kid and I'm committed to Tennessee, well, I don't really want to sign in this early period until I know that the coaches who've been recruiting me are still going to be there. And I don't know that I'm going to know that until the 21st-ish, which is too late because the period ends. It's like Wednesday through Sunday or whatever you have to sign, and then it's dead again.
Yeah, you can almost play it the other way, is that, no, our guy's coming back, and it doesn't mean that you're not going to make a change after signing day, even though you say that you are not and your guy is coming back. So in some ways, you can kind of go through it. In fact, that's done an awful lot with assistants. You'll keep guys on the staff through recruiting because they've got a hold on a number of players in recruiting, but yet you really want to make a change, or they may want to be leaving for a better opportunity, maybe become a coordinator in their position coach. So it has an effect, but that is something that's a really good topic that I know I get into every year, and maybe we can. The college football calendar is really messed up. And I don't want to make it like the NFL, but the college football calendar could be improved so much, but it is without proper leadership, this is what you get sometimes, to where I think the coaching hires and the coaching searches are disruptive to recruiting. I think they're disruptive to bowl games and who's going to coach in it, who's not. That's why I think moving things back and having it back. Say, I don't have any problem with an early signing day. You want to have an early signing day, guys, have it in July of the previous year. You know, I mean, kid wants to commit that early, have them commit in July, 1st of August. That would be really interesting. That would be a really good, get that out the way if you really want to get it out. You don't want to do it early signing in December as opposed to February. Just doesn't do it for me, but it is very popular among the coaches. And I know it ends the majority of their work to where now they can only focus on, look, we only got 2 scholarships left. We're going to focus on that because we've got the others already signed. I get that. From that standpoint, it's good. But from the sport of college football and its interest in the level, can you imagine? And again, I'm a believer that I think it would make the recruiting process. I think there should be a window when you can transfer. I think it's like college football recruiting. And, like the college draft is for the NFL, recruiting could be made that way. I think it could take college football to a different level from a popularity standpoint, 12 months a year. But I'm whistling Dixie in the graveyard. Nobody's listening.
Landry making his case for college football commissioner, college football president.
No. I got enough headaches.
That'd be a headache, boy, right there. That gig. Mm-mm. That gig would be
not me.
That would be a lot of work.
Not enough money.
There's games in the SEC this week. There's I guess 6, is that right? So Arkansas is not playing, Tennessee's not playing. Everybody else is playing. Arkansas had COVID issues. Their game, which was scheduled for Missouri, has gotten moved till December. Vanderbilt's going to move in and play Missouri today, which means Saturday, which means Vanderbilt and Tennessee won't play until December, as we mentioned. There was the path to do that. I'll get into this, Chris. I'll tell you what I was told. I think Auburn, Texas A&M next week is going to happen as scheduled. I think Alabama, LSU is going to happen next week, assuming Alabama wins the Iron Bowl Saturday against Auburn. I think Ole Miss and Texas A&M are going to play December the 12th.
Okay, 2 weeks, yeah. All right.
Which means Texas A&M, Tennessee will push back to the 19th. Means Tennessee Vanderbilt will play on the 12th. I think I've got this right. Yeah, I'm almost positive I do.
Sounds right to me, yeah.
Ole Miss LSU will play on the 19th.
19th.
Alabama Arkansas will play in Fayetteville on the 12th. That might have it.
Yeah, I think you got them all. Yeah, no, that would be good. Tennessee Vanderbilt, yeah, that you mentioned them. You mentioned them early. Yeah, no, it's
the other one, Mississippi State Auburn would play on the 12th.
Okay, good. Well, and yeah, this weekend, Neal mentioned it. We mentioned it a couple of times last week that this weekend is really big because it and again, I'm not if it's chaos and people win, that's great. I don't care who wins, but if Alabama, Florida win, it will certainly make things easier in the league office. I mean, I don't think they're rooting, but from a scheduling standpoint, and I do think they're like, well, we're going to get to the end, by the grace of God. I do think a Florida win over Kentucky and an Alabama win over Auburn, certainly by Tuesday when we reconvene, but certainly by before that, we'll have the schedules for the next 2 weeks. And then, let's just hold on. That's my concern is not that. It's that we can schedule it and let's make sure that the next 2 weeks go off because that's when we're not going to hear postpone anymore. I'm guessing we're going to hear just canceled.
Yeah. And
so
unless I'm guessing here. I mean, I guess there's no one stopping you from saying, okay, well, we'll play these games in January. I guess I don't know.
It doesn't sound like unless they change their mind, and maybe they're just saying it because we're not going to go down that path until we have to. Doesn't sound like the league has any interest in doing that, going beyond the conference championship game.
They don't. They want to get it all done by the 19th. And that's one of the reasons I think, Chris, that you see them basically people have asked what's happened. Why are these games getting played now where teams are shorthanded and such? And it's, well, we're running out of time.
Yep.
We built flexibility into the schedule. And, Ben Summerford says Florida LSU on the 12th. Yes, Florida LSU on the 12th. And then LSU, Ole Miss, and Baton Rouge on the 19th. That would be so. LSU would play Alabama on the 5th, Florida
on the 12th,
and Ole Miss
on the 19th.
That's that for that LSU secondary. Yes.
And A&M this weekend. So let's say A&M, Alabama, Florida, Ole Miss.
Yeah, if your pass defense is not good, you'll know it by the end of those 4 weeks. That's for sure.
By the way, real quick.
That isn't
real quick. I don't know if you are aware, but I just a personal note. Want to send out my condolences to lost a good friend on Tuesday night. For those of you that are from Baton Rouge or visited in Baton Rouge, many of you may have visited Rufino's restaurant.
Yeah.
Ruffin Rodrigue, good friend, was a player for us at LSU, passed away of a heart attack on Tuesday night. And anyway, just thinking of the LSU, been thinking about him all weekend and his family. It's tough time. We got a lot to be thankful for. To lose him far too young at 53 years old.
There was no sign of that coming, right? That was just sudden.
I certainly wasn't aware of it. I hadn't talked to him since maybe the summer or something. It's just really, really shocked. He played in the era when I was a young coach, and it was he at left guard, center Nacho Albergamo, who was an All-American, and the right guard was Eric Andelsek, who was obviously a great player. Tragically, died in it was actually weed eating in his front yard in Thibodeau, and an 18-wheeler.
I remember
road and hit him. Yeah. This was back in like 1992, long time ago. And he went to the same high school. He was 2 years older than Ruffin, went to the same high school, Thibodeau High School. So anyway, just made me think of that. It's been on my mind, but a big LSU guy, and obviously will be missed. And I think the guys that do the traveling with the ESPN crew, the game day, think they voted his restaurant the best one on the travels that they went, which is an awful lot. You know, they go to a lot of places. But anyway, so not to bring us down on that. Yes, but it's as we get into it's going to be quite an interesting few weeks. And as I said before, it's going to make December a lot more interesting. A lot more games that it'd be ending this weekend, and then we'd have the conference championship game, and now we got some other games, which it's certainly going to set the tone into the off season.
Yeah, for sure, it's going to get us right to Christmas, basically. I mean, so there's that. I like the later start and the later finish. I'm in the minority, I think. I think those early games are kind of. I think the camp and stuff is so hot that sometimes it's counterproductive. And those early games, sometimes you're playing it's broiling. When you play the 11 a.m. game on Labor Day weekend and it's 97 degrees that's rough to sit.
Unhealthy.
It's as opposed to this weekend, like here where it's going to be really nice. A cold front coming through here next week. You get some cold weather games. Anyway. All right, we'll get to the games in a second. I want to tell you first that we're brought to you by Jupiter Security Systems. They're based in Madison, Mississippi. They provide your business with a help desk, allowing you to get software at a much cheaper price than you would pay going directly to Microsoft or the different cybersecurity services. Jupiter Security Systems offers businesses the full Microsoft 365 suite, email, spam protection, and they monitor your workstations and servers. Jupiter doesn't see your data, by the way, but they'll know if malicious applications get installed on your computers. Jupiter can set up remote monitoring on a computer regardless of the location. So don't spend money on getting your employees new laptops to work remotely. Instead, let Jupiter monitor their home computers and protect your data wherever you choose to work. Jupiter Security Systems offers cybersecurity and monitoring. It's ADT for your computer systems and data. It's very affordable, flat price, no hidden add-ons. For more information, you can call Eric at 601-519-9583 or email info at jupitersecurity.net. We're also brought to you by Blue Sky. Blue Sky believes in being fast, fresh, and friendly. Through the thoughtful layout and cleanliness of their stores, Blue Sky hopes to provide customers with a fast and easy buying experience. From services to products, Blue Sky plans to keep things fresh, and they always provide the freshest flavors of their brand name products and the best services available. They even bring in some of the newest products on the market to their stores to provide an even better customer experience. A smile can say it all, and Blue Sky wants to show their customers that they care about them and their shopping experience. They'll always strive to improve their efforts to accomplish exactly that. So check out Blue Sky today at any one of their 48 store locations across the Southeast. All right, Chris, we got games.
And real quick, and let's get to the game. I apologize. And Jig's dad reminds me with everything that happened here locally. How about just the tragic situation with Marcus Paul?
I saw that. What happened?
Well, they've been real quiet. I think he had a stroke or a heart attack. I mean, and we had this happen when I was with the Oilers with an equipment manager. But, Marcus, just a great dude, was brought to the hospital on Tuesday. And all I'd heard, it was just, very serious. And then obviously they announced that he passed on Wednesday, and just way, way too young, just like Ruffin. But what the thing about it is with Marcus, really good shape. I mean, thin plate was where I remember him. He was a Syracuse guy, and Jig Diggs was a big Syracuse fan. Boy, I remember him. What a big time player he was. And had a really good career, was a very good strength coach. I mean, related well to guys. That rocks you, and that was, I'm sure, a big part of, I know it just disrupted and tore apart the Cowboys' preparations. To have that happen, just awful. But that was shocking to hear. And no, it wasn't COVID related or anything like that. And we're told it's just one of those things, but just really shocking there, because you just never know health wise. These guys we all take physicals, and very healthy, very slim, very in shape guy. But anyway, yeah, that was a tough week. So anyway, not to bring everybody down, we gotta move on, talk games. That's what we're here for, I know. But
no, I saw that news. It was shocking, because that's one of those guys that you just,
It's like, it was just lining up, and I see him making tackles at Syracuse, seemed like 2 years ago, and I know it wasn't. Just time flies, man. Just unbelievable.
All right, Vanderbilt is at Missouri. This is an 11 a.m. game. You can see it on the SEC network. The line's about 14 points or so. Vanderbilt, a 14-point underdog. Part of the story at Vanderbilt is they're going to make some history. I can tell you inside that program, this has created some controversy. This has created a lot of angst, a lot of unhappy people. They think this is a publicity stunt on the part of Vanderbilt. They're going to have a female place kicker. She's a soccer player. I'm told that with no rush at all, she's making about half of her PATs. Her kickoffs are going somewhere between the 20 and the 30. People are worried about her getting hurt. They just don't like this at all. And then other people are being told, hey, shut up. We're getting some positive attention here. Be quiet. So that's one of the storylines on this one. That's really the only storyline here. I think Missouri positioning itself to maybe even get into a bowl game this year. They haven't been in a while. I think Elijah Drinkwitz has done a good job this season. The only other story with Vanderbilt is what happens at the end of the season with Derek Mason. There seems to be a consensus that the end is probably near and that all parties involved are accepting that. That's what I'm hearing. We'll see. I've heard that before, and then Derek Mason survives. But that's the storylines going into this one, Chris, with Vanderbilt and Missouri getting together.
Yeah, it is on. I did hear that this would be the first, and people wondering why is Vanderbilt doing that? Well, their kickers are in COVID protocol, so they don't have any kickers left on the team. So they tried out the soccer player. Now they said she would be the first one in the Power 5 female kicker. So I'm guessing my memories. Remember Kaylee Nida from Colorado or Gary Barnett? I guess she never kicked in a game. I remember that whole hullabaloo there where she was on Gary Barnett's team and practice. But I'm guessing if this is true, if she ends up kicking, she would be the first. I guess she never got in a game. I can't remember quite. I just remember her being a part of that. But be that as it may, that I think you're right. It's a lot of publicity there, and you wonder what it's going to do to the game. I'll say this: Vanderbilt's played better, Neal. Mm-hmm. And that's a lot of points to be given them. I think this game's pretty close. And I know they were like 4-0 against the spread in their last 4 games as a road underdog. They're playing better defensively. They're getting some good play. And I got to tell you, I know in Knoxville, they're kind of happy that they didn't have to play that game last week, as down as Tennessee was. And, Vanderbilt playing better with confidence. That's really, really ugly. But anyway, it is so. We switch over on LandryFootball.com. We had the game preview. I don't think I've ever done this. Yeah, we got the Vanderbilt Arkansas game preview or whatever. I can't remember. It's like, so we canceled that real quick and we got that preview up there. But I think it's a closer game than people might expect.
I do too. I picked Missouri to win, but I picked Vanderbilt to cover.
Yeah. I kind of see it the same way.
Yeah, I hate to admit this out loud, but I watched some of Missouri, South Carolina last week.
I did too. Now that was not, okay, it just wasn't real impressive. I didn't think Missouri played as well. South Carolina was, everybody's left, including Will, but everybody's left. Put a bunch of players, hey, coach, hold on. You got some room in the back seat. We're out of here too.
All right, Kentucky and Florida. This is a noon Eastern game, 11 a.m. Central. You can see it on ESPN. I do have lines. I don't have lines in front of me. I think the line here is about 24 points. I'm going to pull up some lines while we're talking, but I think the line here is about 24. Obviously, it's a big game for the Gators as they continue to position themselves at an SEC title shot against Alabama, which would be a play-in game for the playoffs. You and I both agree Florida's not going to beat Alabama, but if they did, well, they'd be in the playoff. They'd be in a national semifinal on New Year's Day. So a lot to play for the Gators. The Wildcats got absolutely shellacked, whatever word you want to use. And boy, 63-3 against Alabama. It was ugly. So I don't know what the Wildcats have left in the tank this week against the Gators, but it's a game I think Florida wins fairly easily.
Yeah, and you think, okay, let's see at least how they try to play defensively against Alabama, and that didn't work. So going into this game, you're seeing a very explosive Florida offense. So what are the chances of Kentucky? Well, they're twofold. Got to really control the football on offense. Now, here's the difference, maybe potentially, if you're Kentucky. You got to be better in the red zone, and they could not get anything done against Bama's defense in the red zone. Florida's defense has been struggling. So can Kentucky control the football, be able to punch it in? That's going to be pivotal. And then I'm curious if there's a game within the game. I'm curious to see how patient Kyle Trask is against this too deep look that they're going to play. Because that's what Kentucky tries to do. My guess is it might be a little bit better than it was against Alabama. Not a lot. I'm laying, and I had 23. So 23, 24 is like
it's 5.5 right now.
Yeah, if forced to pick it, I would have to lay the points, but that's a lot of points. I mean, I think it's 21, 24-ish, but maybe, if I had to pick it, I would trust the Gators more. This doesn't look like a Kentucky team. They are not built to come from behind. So my concern is that what do they do? How do they play it when they're down 17? Because they will be. How do they play this game? Well, I think that's when it becomes a Katie bar the door, and that's when it, instead of being a 17-point win for Florida, it becomes a, perhaps 28, 30-point win.
All right, the Iron Bowl this week, there's a lot to talk about there. Nick Saban apparently will not be on the sidelines, will not be at Bryant-Denny. He'll be at home isolating with COVID. We certainly wish him a full recovery. All indications are that he just has mild symptoms and he will be fine, which seems to be the norm. Anyway, Nick Saban won't be there. Steve Sarkisian will be the head coach. Talked to people around Alabama. They said, hey, Saban, and you worked with Saban, Saban, he prepares for everything. So they have prepared for game day without Nick Saban. They did it back in the preseason. They had practices where they practiced without a coordinator here, a coordinator there, a coach here, a coach there. The coach would be there, but the coach was silent. The coach was not, he was observing only, no words. They apparently had some practices where Nick Saban, I can't even imagine this, where Nick Saban's presence was there, but his voice wasn't. They ran the program without him on a given day. So they'll be prepared for this. The line here, Chris, is in the 20s. I'm pulling up the current line. I'm getting down to those games.
It is, let's see here. I
got it. It's 24.5.
24.5 is what I have. Yeah, and it's, look, that's a lot of points. I still like their chances of getting it done. I don't know the status of how effective, I know he's not healthy, but Tank Bigsby, that's pivotal that they get the running game going. I think it's a problem that could escalate if they're not able to run the football. I think being pass first, this is going to be difficult for them to certainly match points. I just don't like this Auburn team being able to pull off the type of upset that they've done in the past. I don't think this defense can do that. I just think I just can't see this any other way. I've tried to look at it from just a viewing standpoint, hoping that, hey, this might be hopefully it could be a good game. I just can't quite get myself there. I don't know how that is going to be a really close game. I think Alabama rolls here.
I do too. I agree completely. I think Alabama rolls. I just don't think this is a good matchup at all for Auburn. Alabama's proven they can score against anyone. Their defense has gotten better. I know there's the emotion of these games, but these games are going to be weird. This game, and I've covered it a lot. I bet I've covered, 10, 11 Iron Bowls. And it's always packed, and it's always loud, and it's always emotional. And it won't.
Yeah, it's going to be weird.
Yeah.
All of them are, but you're right.
These games are the ones that really feel weird.
Yeah, this one's going to be really, really.
Like when you watch Vanderbilt, Missouri, and it's only half full, it's kind of quiet.
It's always half full at Vanderbilt anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but when when you watch the Iron Bowl or you watch the Egg Bowl and it's mostly empty stands, that's an odd deal. Obviously, a big opportunity for Alabama. They are in control of their own destiny, and they can clinch a spot in the SEC championship game with the win over Auburn. That game at 2:30, you can see it on CBS. 30 minutes later, a game kicks off here in Oxford. It's the Egg Bowl, Mississippi State at Ole Miss. The line on this one, Chris, is across the board. Ole Miss minus 9.5. This game kicks off, like I said, at 3 on the SEC network. Give me your breakdown of Mississippi State and Ole Miss.
You know, I've not been impressed at all with Mississippi State this year. Last week was a little better against Georgia. They played pretty well. Maybe has found a little something offensively that they can hang their hat on a little bit. But they're only, you look at the overall average offensive output. I mean, they almost, about 7 points more. They scored about 7 points more last week than what their average has been. So maybe they can, maybe they found something to be competitive and score some points here. We know Ole Miss's defense has not been good. It's very capable of being scored on. I think the thing you have to do is you have to play a lot of zone against this team. That's what Georgia did, and you'll give up yards. Don't worry about yards. You just got to play good red zone defense. You've got to tackle well and force some tight throws in the red zone, and that's the key to defending Mississippi State. This Mississippi State defense has more talent than people probably will know, but I just don't know that they're going to match up that well. This game, for this, and a lot of folks that have listened to us that are SEC fans knows that this game's big. This game's really important for coaches. That's the one thing about college, but you better be able to win these games. It just they start to, hey, you're 1-0, you're 0-1, whatever it is, you're 2-0, you're 1-1. These games start to. It's why Gus Malzahn still has a job at Auburn.
Yeah. Did you see Bruce Feldman's story yesterday?
No.
Last year's Egg Bowl is really good. It was a story in The Athletic. He went back and traced just how many people changed jobs, the butterfly effect, the ripple effect of last year's Egg Bowl. About 300 coaches changed jobs. And look, some of those would have changed anyway. But 300 jobs changed as a direct result, butterfly effect, based on what happened at the end of that game in Starkville last year.
That's was one of the unbelievable situations, because I firmly believe they deny it to the end, but I firmly believe that the Leach hire, which I did not think and do not think that's a good move. I'm just saying, not even a good move for Mississippi State. I think that was publicity, based, meaning we need to do something to match, because, I think there was a lot of pressure to say we've got to do something from a publicity standpoint to make this to counteract what's going on the other side of the state. And I think that, but this makes interesting, not that they're going to sit there and go at one another, but Lane and Mike, there's a lot of pride on their offensive acumen and who can have their better offensive output this week and beyond. I think Ole Miss should be able to score a lot of points in this game. I think they can get Mississippi State's defense misaligned. I think they can get them chasing. I think they can get them on misdirections. I think Ole Miss wins. I think they win big. I think they win, 13-17. I think it's in that range personally. But rivalry games are always difficult. Certainly wouldn't shock me if Mississippi State plays their best game of the year, which off last week, that would be saying something. I just think that you're going to get both teams' best for the reason that we mentioned. I just look at what is the strength in this game. Ole Miss's offense is pretty good. They can line up, play with just about anybody. Mississippi State's offense has not shown me any consistency. And while their defense is the strength of their team, I would not call it a strong defense. So there you have it. That's how I see it. And what say you, Neal?
I think Ole Miss wins. I'm a little reluctant with the line. On my pick, I picked Ole Miss to cover. And I think I agree with you. I think if you told me that one team won big, I would certainly bet on Ole Miss just because they've been able to score on everyone except Arkansas. I worry about Ole Miss's defense just kind of against anybody, though.
Yeah.
They have tackled okay. And, the teams that have punished them have been teams that run the football. If you can run it, boy, you can really punish Ole Miss. And just about everybody has. Well, State doesn't run it. State uses the passing game as a running game, and Ole Miss has tackled better in space lately. So I kind of think it's high scoring and that Ole Miss kind of gets away. And I think you're right if you made me bet. I don't really factor in the rivalry part of this and all that stuff because my experience, and I know what everybody says, you can throw out the record books and all of that stuff. And yes, you do get more upsets in rivalry games than you do regular games, but typically the best team wins. And I think this year Ole Miss is better than Mississippi State. I think it's a big spot for Lane Kiffin. He's got some momentum. They play A&M and LSU in the final two games. Those are going to be two difficult assignments, obviously. This is a spot for him to get a fourth win, to put himself in position to go 5-5 potentially, to get into a bowl, to have some momentum and all of that stuff. And, Mississippi State, if they're a pirate ship right now, it's one that's taking on some water. And if you're Lane Kiffin, you don't want to bail them out. You don't want to help them plug the hole. You'd like to put another hole in the bow. So I'm guessing that's where this is going. I'll tell you this real quick, a side note for people who don't follow it because they follow other teams. If Ole Miss wins, pay attention to how big of a deal they make this. I have a feeling that there's going to be a fairly ho-hum approach to it, which I think is smart. We've talked about this before, Chris, about perception. Whether it's reality or not, we'll find out in time. Lane Kiffin intends to win big at Ole Miss. Can he? I don't know. We'll see. But if you're going to win big at Ole Miss, beating Mississippi State can't be the penultimate moment of your season. It just can't. It's got to become, it's got to just become, hey, this is a game we play. It's a big game. It's a rivalry game. It means something, but this is a game that we win and you move on. It's got to kind of become sort of like Oklahoma State has for OU. Yeah, it's a big game and you play it and it has a nickname and all that stuff. But it can't mean so much. And boy, with Matt Luke, and I have the ultimate respect for Matt as a person. I think he's a really good coach. I just think the deck was stacked against him here. But he made this game the end all be all year. It meant something to him. And I think when you're at Ole Miss and you're recruiting regionally and you're trying to get to a place where you can recruit nationally, whether you can get there or not, I don't know. But when you're trying to get there, this game can't be the biggest deal in the world because that kid that comes over from Georgia, Mississippi State's not going to be the biggest game on his schedule.
Right. And Matt, that's the difference between Matt being a player at Ole Miss. That game means more to him, a Mississippi boy. Whereas Lane Kiffin and Mike Leach, I mean, they're told how important it is. But you're right. That game doesn't mean as much to them in terms of here's why it means a lot. Here's why winning that game means a lot. Because if you don't win it, you lose it.
Yeah,
exactly. And the loss is really bad. It's not a game you want to win. It's a game you don't want to lose. Because if you lose that, then it's like, you kidding me? You can't even beat fill in the blank. You can't beat the other team, because I think it's both sides that way. Now, I do think Dan Mullen is a guy from New Hampshire that made that a pretty big deal. I mean, he's an example of a guy that wasn't from that area.
He played Ole Miss like a fiddle, man. He did. He played Ole Miss like a fiddle, and every time he would set a trap, they fell into it. Every single time. He did it, and they bit. I mean, he would set this trap for Hugh Freeze, and Hugh Freeze would just leap into it. And it was like, man, you guys – and you're giving them what they want. They want that to be a really big game for you too, and Ole Miss has to get away from it. All right, we're kind of up against it a little. Speaking of two teams that do not like one another, Everybody talks about Alabama, Auburn. I covered Alabama, Auburn, as I said, I think 11 times. I never saw anything resembling a fight between Alabama and Auburn. It is the most respectful, mutual respect, mutual fear rivalry I've been around. Alabama knows, hey, Auburn's never going to be crappy. Auburn, deep down, even when they were winning 6 in a row, or like one day they're going to come back. I mean, it's just a matter of time. And those rivalries were pretty classy. Ole Miss, Mississippi State, not so much. Texas A&M, LSU, quite frankly, it's gotten a little chippy the last few years, and there's a lot of crossover with the two programs and all of that stuff, and they get together Saturday night at 6 on ESPN. LSU is I had it here in front of me. LSU is a 15-point underdog in College Station. What do you say?
What a change in of the past couple of years. 2 years ago, it was that 12 overtime or 13, or I think it was 12. What an unbelievable, 77. Everybody's – and then you had the situation where it's a little bit of a backdrop. LSU chased Jimbo Fisher a couple of times for the job. And they didn't, and then they ran after Tom Herman, and then they settled for Ed Orgeron. That's how it played out, folks. And, of course, Scott Woodard, athletic director at A&M, who was with Jimbo Fisher when Scott Woodard worked for Mark Emmert at LSU and Jimbo Fisher worked for Nick Saban, went out and courted. And Jimbo Fisher, basically the last half of his last year at Florida State, was already putting his staff together at A&M. He was already headed towards College Station. The famous throwing his Christmas tree out the day after Christmas was interesting, all that kind of stuff. So you have that sideline to it. But then you had that 12 overtime game, and it had the officials' calls. And A&M or LSU is quite a bit better, more talented, but they lost that game. And then you had the fight after the game. And then you had Damian Craig punching Steve Craigthorpe, who assistant at LSU, was a staff assistant, analyst.
Yeah.
Steve had a pacemaker and literally had to get a procedure to get the pay. And I got heart conditions. I don't have a pacemaker to get that thing that got real serious and it got real ugly. Last year, it was kind of the beat down because just LSU was so much better and they were rolling over everybody at this time. And Joe Burrow was killing people. Now it's A&M who's got the good season. They've got the beat down. The only variable in this game is I hadn't seen A&M play in a while. I don't know. But you know what, Neal? Most people have had laid off with rare exception. It hadn't affected them. It hadn't affected their sharpness. I just think A&M beats down LSU. I think they'll be able to make some big plays in the passing game. No one's given up more big plays than LSU in the secondary. I just think that A&M has got a whole lot to play for. I tell you, LSU, they don't seem to be in it. Some of their guys that are very talented, that are still there, that are draft eligible, they're kind of their goals are gone. They're kind of 1 foot out the door. There's off the field stuff. I just don't, even against Arkansas. I thought Arkansas maximized what they had better than LSU. Look, maybe this game stokes the fires with LSU. Maybe they play with a ton of fight. If they do, if they have a lot of talent and they can play with them. But I just get the feeling that A&M's going to win and going to win big. Folks, I don't know that other than Vanderbilt, Missouri, I don't see a game being fairly close. I think we're going to have a lot of blowouts. I think this is one of them.
I agree with you. I think A&M wins, and I think A&M wins big. And if I'm LSU, I'm a little concerned because if you look at what's coming, Alabama comes in and they're going to want to absolutely pop LSU. There will be no mercy. I've got that on pretty good authority.
Florida hates LSU too.
Florida hates LSU, and it's a bad matchup because the Gators can score at will, and Kyle Trask might be playing for the Heisman that day.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? And then you get Ole Miss on the 19th.
They love to if they can beat LSU, they would love to do it.
they'll still be engaged, I think. And I don't know that LSU will be. And so there's a real chance that the Tigers, now watch them go 3-1 down the stretch, but I think there's a chance that LSU goes 0-4 down the stretch. And the conversation in Baton Rouge going into next season is not going to be one that Ed Orgeron's going to like very much.
Well, and it's going to be about, what changes they need to make this offseason when they're in a down economic times and having to pay off coaches. But if this goes like I think it's going to go, I mean, this is going to be a very, very apathetic offseason in Baton Rouge, probably like it's going to be in Knoxville and a couple other places in the league.
All right, the last game, Georgia is at South Carolina, 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central. This game on the SEC Network. I'll find the latest betting line is
21.5 or something.
Yeah, Georgia laying 21.5 in Columbia. That's a lot of points. But, man, as we talked about a minute ago, we talked about checked out. The Gamecocks pretty checked out. They kind of had their Waterloo in Oxford against Ole Miss, and since then it's been, we'll see you. Everybody's out. People are moving on. J.C. Horn moved on. They fired Will Muschamp. There's a lot of talk about Shane Beamer there. Well, Shane Beamer won't be on the sidelines this Saturday. So I like Georgia here, Chris. I don't know that I like them 21.5 points like them, but I like Georgia, and I think JT Daniels is probably poised to have a pretty good night here.
This is a game when you see Georgia 21 points and say, wait a minute, Georgia sometimes doesn't even score 21. They usually kind of beat you 24-10. That's just that's their blowout. That's how they handle it. I think this will be different. I'm curious to see, and this is why I'd probably stay away from it. If you're looking at, wagering with your friends, this is entertainment only.
Of course.
But I'm curious to see what they do with JT Daniels, meaning, I think they may do a little bit more, may be more aggressive. I think they want to run the football a little more. So this might not be quite as high scoring, but I don't know that they will be able to help themselves against the South Carolina defense that completely has checked out. And I think there's some problems there. So I do think that this is going to be a decisive win by Georgia. And probably will be 21-24 points. I tend to think that it's going to be close to that. But this is the one in which Georgia doesn't normally try to light it out, and I could see them trying to get back to the run game. But I think they'll let JT Daniels sprout his route. So there's a much better chance of having it a 30-point win, let's say, than at any point during the season when we don't normally see that.
Gamecocks are going to go with Luke Doty at quarterback. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, big spot for him. I'm sure he probably his nerves are a little kicking a little bit right now going into this weekend. Big shot for him. It's when these transition programs, you don't know what you're going to get, and they are in full transition.
Yeah, and listen, last week defensively, Georgia played a lot of soft zone against Mississippi State. So I know they gave up some points too. That's the only stat that matters. But I think they're going to go back and be a little bit more aggressive, and I think they're going to bring pressure, and I think they'll play a lot more man, and I think their defense will perform better because they're going to play a different scheme, which you don't want to play that man scheme against Mississippi State, and they did.
All right, well, that does it for the SEC slate. There's some other games out there. We'll talk about all of those. We'll catch you up on NFL and all of those things on Tuesday. When we get back together, we'll review what I think Chris and I both expect to be a slate of lopsided games this weekend, and we'll get you ready for the games of December 5th. We'll find out who's playing who at some point late Saturday, early Sunday, into Monday, and by the time Tuesday rolls around, we'll have a schedule, and we'll know what we're talking about. Spartan, the last thing, Chris, he says, is Helinski, the quarterback at South Carolina, looking to
I think everyone that loses their job is always looking. I haven't heard anything definitive on that. I think that you're going to have a lot of that. And, of course, my experience is it's not all grass is not always green, but there's going to be a lot of that.
Yeah, it's going to be tons of guys that jump into portals.
Every year now until they get a better handle on coordinate how this is done. My biggest concern as we go out the door is that, and everybody says, players should be allowed to go anytime they want. Here's the problem. It's not good for the players because you've got more players transferring than there are scholarships available.
Yeah.
And so when you look at the transfer portal, look at the kids that leave thinking it's going to be better, and they can't find jobs. They can't find scholarships.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's what people don't know, that don't worry. People that on the outside just say, oh, yeah, on theory, it looks good that they can transfer. I think a kid always ought to be able to transfer if there's legitimate reasons. But I'm not starting, I'm leaving, and then I'm not starting, I'm departing. Well, they end up ruining their careers because they have no landing spot, not even at lower levels. I have 85 scholarships, and people say, they're going to transfer to Division II. There are no scholarships there.
Well, and here's the other thing, Chris, in a pandemic. In the aftermath of a pandemic, you're going to see a lot of the group of five and lower school. They're not going to use their full complement of
That's correct. They're not going to be able to afford to use their full complement.
Right.
They're not going to have the money to do it. The athletic department pays for those scholarships from the university, and they don't have it.
They're going to.
These are the things that people don't get, and the players don't get, and they get bad advice, or they get frustrated, and they regret it. 80% of the time when I had a kid as a coach transfer, they always said, Coach, I made a mistake. That's what I worry about. And I see it time and time again. Anyway.
Yeah, the Ball States, I don't know why I'm picking on Ball State here. The Ball States, the Central Michigans, the Utah States of the world. I'm telling you, it's going to be a couple of years before all of those programs are back to their full complement of scholarships. They're going to have to cut cost, and that's a painful place to do it. But when you have to cut the budget, you have to cut the budget. It's what people don't understand about budget cutting is it's real. It's not play money. The CFOs in these athletics programs and the ADs, when they sit down together, the conversations are probably not always very fun. But it's, hey, we don't have the money to do this, and where do we slash it? And this is coming.
And the optics of, we can cut swimming. Well, the optics of that's really bad, and so while sometimes that's a good business decision to cut a sport that doesn't make it Title IX and all that, there's a lot of things. This is not a true business in a sense, in that you just don't normally make the cut that you need to make, that from a pure business standpoint, you have to worry about it. So anyway, no, I think it's a great point. All right. Enjoy the games, folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of them.
Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy your holiday shopping as Black Friday is upon us. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the games. We'll be back with you on Tuesday for another edition of SEC Football and Beyond. For Chris Landry, I'm Neal McCready. Talk to you on Tuesday. Take care. So that was SEC Football and Beyond. 2 SEC games underway right now. You guys are probably watching along as well. Vanderbilt and Missouri. No score, 12:31 to go. In that one, Vanderbilt's first possession ended in a 4-and-out with a gamble at midfield. I mean, why not at this point if you're Derek Mason, right? And Florida and Kentucky, about 12:24 to go. Kentucky driving on its opening possession, facing a 2nd and 7 at what appears to be the Florida 35-yard line. So we'll be talking about those games when scoreboard business begins at 1 o'clock. About to get you to, speaking of games, people, we pick a lot of games here at MPW Digital. One of the shows that I enjoy doing the most, obviously, each week is The Butcher versus the Spin Instructor. It's brought to you by LB's Meat Market. Greg Jones, Campbell McCready, their big competition. They've already picked a couple of games this week, and they're picking the games that are on the TV right now. So here is that show. Be back with you in a little while with the Soft Verbal Podcast, and then Scoreboard Business follows that. So thanks for being with us here on Game Day. The Egg Bowl about 4 hours away. Welcome into another edition of The Butcher versus the Spin Instructor, presented by LB's Meat Market. I'm Neal McCready. I'm the arbiter of this incredible competition between Greg Jones, the butcher at LB's Meat Market, 2008 University Avenue in Oxford, and Campbell McCready, as you see up in the, at least in my screen, top left. Campbell, the Spin Instructor at Zen Fayetteville. We'll get into records and such in a minute. It's 2020 has been full of a lot of surprises, and this is way up there. Also joining us this week, Parker Shearon from Memphis. Both of Parker's parents are Ole Miss grads. Parker is a Chi-O at Arkansas with Campbell. They were roommates as freshmen. Parker's here today because Parker has never in her entire life, living in the South in the United States of America, had a hamburger, which is unbelievable. But we'll talk about that in a minute. The way this is going to work today is Parker's picking the games along with Greg and Campbell. If either Greg or Campbell defeat Parker this week, Parker will sometime during the Christmas/New Year's break come to Oxford. We will get the meat from LB's Meat Market. Greg will certainly be invited to the festivities, and Parker on camera will eat a hamburger the first time in her existence here on planet Earth. First of all, how's everybody doing?
Good.
Awesome.
Yeah, all right, Greg. So it's a food week. Obviously, it's Thanksgiving, so everybody's talking turkey. We're taping this on Wednesday, so you'll probably see this on Thanksgiving Day and into the weekend. So let's talk turkey first. Are you moving a lot of turkeys, or are people coming in and doing different things?
Yeah, I mean, we've sold a pretty good amount of free-range turkeys from Joyce Farms. It's an exclusive turkey. It's not like a butterball turkey, so it's actually a real turkey. So there's been some people out there that have got into those free-range turkeys. We've also, sold a lot of beef tenderloins. A lot of people going outside the box this Thanksgiving weekend and not doing turkey. Some people are doing some standing rib roasts, some beef tenderloins and stuff like that. So, not everybody's full-blown Thanksgiving, but, there's some people switching it up and doing beef tenderloins and standing rib roasts and stuff like that.
I saw a recipe the other day on Barefoot Contessa, and I admit that I watch a lot of Food Network, and she had taken I guess she'd gotten her butcher up in Martha's Vineyard or wherever the hell she lives she'd gotten a breast of turkey, had gotten it deboned and butterflied. You ever done any of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like a turkey just like a chicken when you cut the backbone out to where it lays flat and where you can put it on the grill. Very similar to that. But, I've deboned a turkey to make a turducken. So that's pretty – I know you down living in Louisiana knew a couple things about a turducken. So, did a turducken for a customer and I'm not going to sit here and say I was a professional about it, but it got done. So a couple YouTube videos that always helps whenever you're doing something, certain things like that. So, I lived and learned off of it and got it taken care of. But yeah, it's a process for sure.
It's a big football weekend. Obviously, the game Thanksgiving comes and goes. Black Friday rolls around. And people are out and about watching football, shopping, and all of that stuff. People get away from turkey starting on Friday. What all do you have going on there this weekend?
Well, we're going to be closed Thursday and Friday. It's just hard to compete against, after Thanksgiving, leftovers on the Friday and the Black Friday. So going to take a little mini vacation on Thursday and Friday. We'll be open back up on Saturday. Have full slate, lane trains, ribeyes, bone-in ribeyes, boneless ribeyes. Some porterhouses, some porterhouse pork chops, just exclusive grilling stuff that gets your mind off that turkey. So we'll be full ready to go this weekend, but we're just going to be closed Thursday and Friday.
All right, let's get into the football. Before we get to talking to Parker about how this happened where she's never had a burger, let's talk records. And Greg, it's just not pretty. Week after week, you're chasing wins and you're not finding them.
Chasing, not finding, for sure.
Greg went 4-6 for the week. He's now 35-35 for the season. Not losing money, not making money, hanging in there. Campbell, on the other hand, 7-3. That beats me. 7-3. She's now 44-26, 18 games over 500. She's got a 9-game lead over Greg going into the weekend. It's the equivalent I'm speechless too. It's when you go to the golf course and you've never played before and you pick up a driver and you hit one right down the middle and people say, how the hell that happened? And your answer is, I don't know. It's kind of like,
yeah, I mean, I even got my Coach Kit, my game day t-shirt on, my game day shirt on, the Tony Landshark.
Well,
I got rid of the glasses.
You had your green lucky shirt on.
Yeah, no, it wasn't so lucky. It was more like brown. It was more like brown. it turned real brown real quick. So hopefully the game day shirt will cut. But yeah, no, even the destination pick, Salt Lake over Southern California over USC isn't even working. So it's just I'm out of it. I can't beat her. She's just too good.
Yeah, there's a lesson that apparently that you just don't bet against Aunt Becky. It's just that simple, and who would have known that would have factored into a football pick? But
not me. So I need to start, getting the sitcoms, and I need to start figuring out this college tour thing. It's pretty unbeatable. It's unbeatable. It's unbeatable.
All right, Parker. I know both of your parents. They're both very nice, normal people. How did this happen where you went through life without ever having a hamburger? Because I know that your parents have both, because I've seen them both have a hamburger. So I'm going to guess that they've had more than one hamburger in their lives. So how did this happen?
Yes, they eat multiple hamburgers a week. They love hamburgers. And we go to a hamburger place at least once a week. That's literally 5 minutes down the road, but I've just never had one. I was a really, really abnormally picky eater when I was little, only chicken nuggets and French fries. We would go to Mexican restaurants and I would order just French fries. I never really ate meat. And so when I did stop eating, or when I did become less of a picky eater, I just never ate a burger. And now it's kind of at the point where it's kind of funny, and it's kind of my fun fact. I've never had a burger and I'm 20 years old. So yeah. And I don't know. It's just something about it. I've never done it.
Well, hopefully we add to the story this week where you say, I didn't have a burger until I was 20 and I didn't have it until I lost a bet on a podcast. So that will make an even better story. So
it'll add to the story. It'll add to my fun fact.
So Greg, I'm going to let you decide our format for who picks first, because last week Campbell went first all across the board and it didn't work for you. So I'm in this to help you.
I need all the help I can get, we're competing against Google and oddshark.com. This is getting out of hand. I thought that I'd have enough sports knowledge to where I could at least pick a winner. But just the spin instructor, she just spins right along, and I just can't compete. I'm back of the pack. I'm just waving up front to her.
All right, so we'll just kind of play this by ear. There's 2 games Friday that we're picking. Greg will be off for the day. He'll be watching these with rapt attention. Iowa State is going to Austin. That game, Iowa State, a 2-point underdog at Texas. That game at 11 a.m. You can watch it on ABC if you're not out doing your Black Friday shopping or whatnot. Campbell, we'll start with you. You won last week. We'll let you go first here. You got the Cyclones and the Longhorns there in Austin. What do you think?
All right. Well, I did my research again, and I know the Iowa State coach. His name is Matt Campbell. My name is Campbell. So for that reason, I'm going to Iowa State this week.
It's a great pick. So I'm speechless. I can't counter that. I really can't.
So what do you think, Greg? You're gonna stick with the Cyclones as well?
Well, first of all, that's a really good bet. Iowa State has been playing some really good football last couple of weeks, and it's just hard to go against her. But I have to. Maybe the eyes of Texas might shine upon me. I don't know, but we're going to hope that Texas, actually scores more points, more than 2.5 points, to where I win. So I need Texas to win. So I'm going to have to go against Campbell this time, and I'm going to hope that the eyes of Texas shine upon me.
All right, Parker, you're on the spot here. Campbell's taking Iowa State and the 2 points. Greg taking Texas and laying the 2. First of all, do you understand point spreads? How that works?
Yes. Yeah, my dad explained it to me.
Okay. All right. Campbell still has not quite figured it out and is still at 18.
But I kind of got it.
All right. So what do you got? What do you think? Iowa State and Texas?
I'm going to go Iowa State. One of my best friends from high school went to Iowa State, or goes to Iowa State. So, I'll support him this weekend. And why not cheer for the underdog? So we'll go for it.
You see, Greg, we've clearly approached this wrong throughout our lives.
Way wrong.
Just
Way wrong.
I have a friend that goes to this school, so all right, whatever. So along
What am I thinking?
yeah, I know. Along those lines, Campbell has a friend who goes to Notre Dame. Notre Dame, the second-ranked Irish, they're heading to Chapel Hill to face 25th ranked North Carolina. This game is a 4-point line. Notre Dame, a 4-point favorite. This game is at 2:30 on ABC, so it follows Iowa State, Texas on ABC. Greg, we'll let you lead off here.
Well, obviously Campbell's going to take Notre Dame because she's just had such good luck with her friend going to school there. And, I would like to take Notre Dame, but, I just feel like this is a little trap game for Notre Dame,
Me too.
And Vegas knows something. That line should be a little bit bigger, but it's, the line for the reason. So I'm going to go with the upset here. I'm going to go with North Carolina. Let's see if we can't turn the tides on her.
The Heels can score. I mean, we all make Phil Longo jokes and stuff, but the Tar Heels score points. This has a chance to be a shootout. Notre Dame's kind of due a little bit for something. They've tempted the gods a couple of times, which is what you do when you have touchdown Jesus in your end zone. Campbell, what do you think?
He predicted right. I'm going to go with Notre Dame. It has always worked for me, so I don't see why I would change this week. I picked because the guy I went to formal with my sophomore year goes to Notre Dame. So, that's my reasoning. Yet again, I'm going to Notre Dame.
Well, they're 3-0 for you this year, so I don't blame you for sticking with the hot hand, Parker. So we got a split yet again, which has become common here on the Butcher versus the Spin Instructor. What do you got?
So I think I'm gonna go North Carolina. I think I'm gonna go North Carolina this time. Again, I like to see the underdog win. You did say that Notre Dame is due for a loss, so why not this be the game?
It could happen. I kind of like Carolina here a little bit, getting the 4. That's not a bad play. All right, so we go to Saturday games now. We had a little bit of a shakeup in the SEC. Arkansas apparently could not play this week. They barely were able to play last week in their loss to LSU. They could not play this week, so Arkansas was supposed to play Missouri. That game isn't going to happen this week. It's going to happen down the road. So instead, Vanderbilt is going to play Missouri, which means that Vanderbilt and Tennessee will happen on December the 19th, I think, as well. So the league still has a path to get all of the games in. They've completely eliminated all margin for error. But as of right now, there's a way to do it. So hopefully they can do it. Kentucky and Florida is the game we'll start with. This game is at 11 o'clock our time on ESPN. The Wildcats are a 24-point underdog at Florida. Parker, what do you think?
Oh, I'm going Florida. The numbers, they say it.
All right, so Parker's laying 24 points, which is a lot of points. Florida did not cover the big line last week against Vanderbilt. Campbell, what do you think?
Well, this is one of the games I lost last week because I picked Florida, but I laid the points. So this week I'm going to pick Florida, but I'm going to take the points.
So you're going to take Kentucky to cover the line.
If that's what that means, then sure.
Okay. All right. So you're taking Kentucky to cover the 24-point line.
Learning. We're on week, what is this, 10?
It's like 10 or 11. Yeah.
I'm catching on.
Greg?
I'm going to go with Florida. Kentucky got thrashed last week against Alabama. I know Alabama is Alabama, but, maybe Kentucky's just not that good, and we can compare them to Vanderbilt bad. But Florida's good. Kyle Trask is on a roll, and, I know they slipped up against Vanderbilt last week, but, it was a tough road game in the SEC, so a lot of points. But hopefully Florida bounces back, and let's go 42-10 on this one. How about that?
Okay, so Greg takes the Gators, lays the 24. All right, Vanderbilt is at Missouri. This line, I keep finding the line all over the place, but the line that I sent to you guys was the first one that I saw. Vanderbilt, a 20-point underdog at Missouri. This game at 11 a.m. on the SEC Network. I think, Campbell, it's your turn to go first.
Well, I'm obviously going to go with Missouri. We always talk about how Vanderbilt sucks. Also, I was talking about majoring in journalism for like a year there in high school. And my dad told me if I was going to major in journalism, I had to go to Missouri. So that changed there. But I seem to pick based on my college choices. So we're going to go with Vanderbilt here, but I'm not going to lay the points.
Okay, wait. At one point you said Vanderbilt, and one point you said Missouri. So I just want to.
Sorry, Missouri.
All right, so you're going to take Missouri and lay the 20.
Yes.
Okay. Greg?
You know, we've talked about how bad Vanderbilt is. It's just I love betting on bad teams. It seems like so. Let's go with betting on a really bad team. So let's go Vanderbilt. Let's see if we can not embarrass ourselves and only lose by 2 touchdowns instead of 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, I think 20 is too big of a line here. It's not like Missouri is setting the world on fire. So, yeah, Parker, what do you think?
I was watching the game. Oh, am I still in there?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, okay. My screen just like totally shut out. Okay. I feel really, really bad for Vanderbilt, like really bad. So I'm gonna go for Vanderbilt this week, and they are only 3 hours down the road. So I'm gonna go for Vanderbilt just because I feel really bad for them.
Yeah,
I like betting with feelings. I mean, betting with feelings. I like that. That's a good angle.
We're legislating with feelings these days, so why not bet with them? I mean, masks make you feel safer, so betting on Vanderbilt makes you feel better. It's all about feeling.
Exactly.
All right, the biggest game of the day, the one that everyone will be talking about, Louisiana Lafayette, the Ragin' Cajuns. 26-point favorite at Mecca, Louisiana Monroe. The Warhawks, I think, still searching for win number 1. But by God, what's probably happening, just so everybody knows, ULM probably their football team is not as focused on football because we're probably trying to come up with the vaccine for all illnesses, not just COVID, for everything, where you get a vaccine and everyone lives forever. That's what we're working on, and that's why maybe the football team isn't precisely focused. This game is at 2 o'clock. You can see it on ESPN3. It's the big network. So let's see. Greg, I think it's your turn to go first here. So it's 26 points is the line.
Man, like you were saying, they're either working for a cure for everything, or hanging out with the ski team, the world renowned ski team,
national champions,
national champion ski team. I like Monroe here. I just like betting on terrible teams. I just I'll take all the points and hopefully not lose by all of them. So hopefully this is a big rivalry, and we'll wake up this week, and I'm not saying we'll get a win, but hopefully the Warhawks will pull through for us. And so I'm going to go with the UL Monroe Warhawks.
Campbell, 26 points for your favorite team, ULM.
Well, unfortunately, I just can't pick ULM this week. I know that, that's going to cause.
Unfortunately, I can't make your tuition payment, so, whatever.
Unfortunately, that is going to cause some family drama. I actually think I have a cousin going to ULM next year, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, finally, somebody in the family comes to their senses.
Yeah, so, that'll make the family happy, but I'm going to have to disappoint this week, and I'm going to go with the Cajuns and lay the points.
All right, Parker.
Another tiebreaker.
I know they are creating I don't even think this is planned, but they are creating a situation for you that is going to be difficult for you to thread this needle.
I know. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with the Cajuns too. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know a whole lot about Louisiana football, but I think I'm gonna go with the Cajuns.
All right. Well, fair enough. It's the biggest rivalry game in all of college sports, so you can pretend not to know a lot about it. That's fine. But everybody, when you move into Louisiana, you're told, hey, pick Cajuns or Warhawks right now, no choice. And once you make that decision, it's a decision for life. Speaking of rivalry games that some people talk about, the Iron Bowl this weekend in Tuscaloosa. Auburn is at Alabama. The Tigers, a 24-point underdog at Alabama this game, the CBS game at 2:30. Let's see. I think it's Parker. I think it's your turn to go first here. The Iron Bowl. I don't know. Are you a big Iron Bowl fan? Did you get involved? Did you pick a side in that when you were a kid?
It changed every year. I really never cared that much. I did really enjoy the game, whatever year that was, when the Auburn guy ran the over 100-yard touchdown. That
Big 6 game. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, I still think about that. So for that reason, I'm going with Auburn, just because, why not do it again? Why not?
Okay, so Parker takes Auburn and gets the 24 points. Campbell, what do you think?
I'm gonna go with Alabama here. Seems like they're gonna win. Also, I learned last night that when I was a first grader living in Spanish Fort, Alabama, it was Alabama Auburn Day, which we do that in Oxford. We have Mississippi State and Ole Miss Day, and I did something similar. But you made me wear an Alfonso Soriano jersey to school.
Yeah, she wore a Cubs jersey. I protested. I called and said, "Wait a minute, hold up," because this was a school that wore uniforms. So you wore the same little thing every day, and all of a sudden we're having Alabama Auburn Day. And I was covering Auburn as a beat writer, and I had a radio show. Now, I wasn't covering Auburn as a beat writer anymore. I was as a columnist. I really did not need that, who are you for, because that wasn't – I needed to be neutral. And I was like, no, I can't do that, because there will be teachers that see, oh, his daughter was wearing an Alabama shirt or an Auburn shirt or whatever. And it would have been easy to pick Alabama. Both of my parents have degrees from Alabama. I grew up an Alabama fan in Louisiana, actually, but I was like, nope. And so I sent her to school in an Alfonso Soriano Cubs jersey. And I think had she stayed in Alabama longer than that year, probably would have scarred her. But we escaped.
I didn't even know what happened, but
we escaped the confines of Alabama the next year, so it all worked out. All right, Greg. Go ahead.
At Oxford, we did a Ole Miss Mississippi State rivalry day every year. And my senior year, I wore an Arkansas T-shirt, and everyone made fun of me. But yes, I'm going to go with Alabama.
All right, so Greg, Parker's got Auburn in the 24. Campbell's got Alabama laying the 24. What do you think?
Man, this is a tough game to pick, because Alabama is really good, and the defense has come around real well and been shutting down opponents left and right. And, it's hard to bet against Nick Saban. And with that being said, I mean, I'll bet against them. I'll take Auburn. I got to get back in the saddle somehow, some way. So
this ain't the way.
We're gonna keep chasing. So let's chase with the Auburn Tigers this week.
Yeah, you're just digging your own grave right now. All right, closer to home, we got Mississippi State and Ole Miss. It's the Egg Bowl this year. It's in Oxford, 3 p.m. on the SEC Network. The line on this game's moved around, but we've got it at 10.5 points. Ole Miss, a 10.5-point favorite over Mississippi State. Greg, we'll start with you.
I got my Coach Kiffin game day shirt on. I'm ready for the game to be today. It could be tomorrow. It could be any day. So, I like the Rebs a lot here. I know that Mississippi State showed some character last week at Georgia, but again, they played a quarterback that hadn't played in a year, and Georgia's going to Georgia. So I like the Rebs to roll here. I think it's going to be a little payback from last year for sure.
Campbell?
This is our one green game of the week, it sounds like. So I'm going to pick Ole Miss. I'm a little worried about the points, but I've seemed to pick them the past few weeks. I don't really remember if it's worked out for me, but
yeah, Ole Miss has been pretty good to you the last few weeks from a pick standpoint. You've gotten them right most of the season. I'm with you. The points scare me a little bit from a betting standpoint. 10.5's a big number in a game that. Two things, it's a rivalry game, so sometimes those games get haywire, and then Ole Miss's defense gives up points.
Lots.
Now, their offense scores lots of points.
Lots.
So 10.5 becomes this number, but You both laid it on South Carolina, and as much as I thought for the entire game you were going to miss it, you both got it right. So, so Parker, they're both taking Ole Miss and laying the 10.5. I know inside your house people are going to be pretty vociferous and boisterous for the Rebels. So, what say you?
I'm gonna go with the Rebels too. I have confidence in them. I would usually pick against Ole Miss, but this week I don't like Mississippi State more than I don't like Ole Miss. So therefore, I'm gonna go with the Rebels, and it'll make my dad happy too. So that
it will, and you need him to pay your tuition. You know, I mean, he might have to pay Campbell's tuition, so who knows?
And he already is upset because Ole Miss lost to Arkansas. So this will be good for him.
All right, LSU is at Texas A&M, a battle of the two teams that screwed up the schedule by ducking games. LSU ducked Alabama. Texas A&M ducked Ole Miss, used COVID as their big excuse. Meanwhile, the teams around the league that have excuses to duck: Ole Miss, Arkansas, South Carolina, Mississippi State, Vanderbilt. They didn't duck. They played. So anyway, that's my editorial for the day. LSU, a 12.5-point underdog at Texas A&M. This game is a 6 p.m. game on ESPN. I think I have no idea who's up first. Is it Greg, Campbell? Campbell, you go ahead.
Okay, well, didn't LSU beat Arkansas?
Yes.
And weren't we supposed to win?
It was really close. It was another one that you missed that Greg got right. It was a really close game, very even. Arkansas kind of got screwed over by a couple of officials' calls, and then Arkansas was terrible on third down, and that was the reason they ultimately lost the game.
Okay, well, as you can see, I haven't really been paying attention. But for that reason, hopefully LSU has a loss this week. I'm going to go with Texas A&M. I also know LSU has paid little attention to the allegations with their football players.
Yep.
So, I'm going to go with Texas A&M.
Greg?
So are we calling this the Duck Bowl? The Ducking Bowl?
We could call it the Duck Bowl, and that makes sense. A lot of duck hunting in Louisiana, so you could call it the Duck Bowl. I think that's a fair game. I might use that. Thank you.
We actually have whole ducks at LB's this week, so that we could call this the LB's Duck Game.
All right, we'll call it that. This is the LB's Meat Market Duck Bowl, Texas A&M and LSU. There you go.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Texas A&M. Campbell obviously likes LSU for some strange reason, so I like Texas A&M for even better reason. So just like I said, going to keep chasing.
Now, for clarity's sake, she picked the Aggies and laid the point.
Oh, okay. Well, then give me LSU then.
Gosh.
I've never been I'm the biggest LSU fan this weekend for some strange reason. I've been to Baton Rouge once, twice, maybe. I actually went to an Ole Miss and a Mississippi State in Baton Rouge in the same year. So I guess that's a bucket list thing, which I probably don't need to be proud of. But let's go with LSU because we're just big LSU fans this weekend for some strange reason.
All right. So Parker, Greg's taking the Tigers. Campbell's taking the Aggies. What do you think?
You say where is this game this weekend?
College Station.
Okay, then I'm going the Aggies.
All right.
If it was in Baton Rouge, I was gonna go LSU, but I'm going the Aggies. Gonna go with them.
All right. So I got to sit down and do the math on this because this is going to be complicated calculus. All right. I had this one down as a tiebreaker. I guess it will still be the tiebreaker if we have a tie. This will be the deciding game. But we'll count for Greg, for you, and Campbell. This will just be another game. It won't be a tiebreaker, if that makes any sense. Oklahoma goes to West Virginia. This game's at 6:30. I can't find a TV listing, though. I'm positive this is going to be on television somewhere. Oklahoma at West Virginia. The Sooners, an 11-point favorite in Morgantown. Greg, you're up.
I like Booner Sooner here. Oklahoma's playing some good football, and they rolled through Oklahoma State last week. And
It did. Punished them.
I knew I had Oklahoma State in their nice jerseys and whatnot, but let's just go with the common sense pick, and let's just take Oklahoma State to Boomer Sooner and roll by 2 or 3 touchdowns on this one.
All right, Campbell, I'm assuming that this is going to be another Oklahoma pick for you since that's the college tour.
Yep, you're right.
What she's taken West Virginia before. You've taken West Virginia before.
She has taken West Virginia before.
Because we're picking the same thing this time. But yes, I halfway tore OU. But it seemed to work for me last week when Greg went with Oklahoma State. So I'm going to keep going. I'm picking OU.
The confidence she has picked up picking against you, Greg, from week 1 to week whatever this is.
It's hot. I mean, it's hot in here. Seriously.
Tangible, palatable. You can feel it. All right, Parker, what do you think? You got Oklahoma laying 11 at West Virginia.
I'm gonna go Oklahoma. I'm gonna go OU. Yeah.
All right, so this will not be a tiebreaker game. It'll just be just overall records. I'm tempted to find a tiebreaker game real quick. I'm going to do this on the fly.
Okay.
Because I think we need to find us a tiebreaker game. Let's see. Looking for a good one. Hard to find good games because some games have been like canceled and stuff. Here's one. Let me find a line on this.
What about Washington and BYU? Oh, never mind.
They're not playing. Speaking of Ducks. All right, here we go. We are going to pick. I'm finding it. Here we go. We're going to pick Maryland at Indiana. Indiana coming off their first loss of the season. This is an 11 a.m. game on Saturday. Maryland with Talia Tungavaloa, who's played really well. Maryland is getting 11.5 points at Indiana. This game is on, let's see, looking for TV, 11 a.m. It's on ESPN2. So, let's see. Campbell, we'll let you go first.
Okay. I've picked Indiana multiple times.
You have?
And I usually stick with what I pick with, and it works for me, as we've seen. So I'm going to.
They covered the line last week. They lost the game, but they covered the line. So you won that one.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go with Indiana again.
Okay.
The reason that I have, the connections with the girl that I was in Spanish 1 with. So there we go.
All right, Greg.
Well, Maryland has actually won 2 games as being double-digit underdogs, so that's a little fun fact for you. Tua Tagovailoa's brother, or I said that really bad probably. I like the way Maryland's playing, being double-digit underdogs and actually winning at Penn State and beating Minnesota was, I think, a good foundation and program builder. And I think Maryland's going in the right track. I'm not saying that Indiana's on the right track because they put up a really good game against Ohio State. They were down, I think, 21 points at one time and came back in the second half. So Indiana's a really good football team. I've seen some Indiana YouTube videos of the locker room and everything like that. And, they've got a good program developing in Indiana. And Tom Allen's done a really good job. And, maybe Maryland's going to pull through for me, and hopefully. But I like Indiana, but I think that's just too many points. I think it's going to be a field goal. Last-second field goal is going to determine this one.
2 coaches who are really good guys: Tom Allen, Mike Loxley. Two guys that are fun to cheer for. Two teams that are fun to watch. I'm with you. I mean, Indiana, they were on the way to getting blown out the other day, and they just came storming back. And damn, I mean, they had a shot. It was impressive. All right, Parker.
Yeah, that video where they posted where that man, I almost wanted to run through a wall after watching that video. It was he's good at it. He's good at his job.
Everybody talks about Hugh Freeze and stuff, and I'm like, why would you not want to try to hire Tom Allen? I'd hire Tom Allen before I'd hire Hugh Freeze right now at one of these jobs.
I definitely would too.
I don't know if you can get him. Indiana's his alma mater, and maybe there's a lot of sentimentality and all that, but Guy's done a hell of a job. All right, Parker, will be the tiebreaker because they didn't pick the same team. So Indiana and Maryland, it's 11.5-point line. The Hoosiers laying 11.5.
I think this will be a close game. I don't think it'll be I think it'll be a good game to watch. But I'm gonna go with Indiana. I'm gonna go.
So you're gonna
lay.
lay.
Don't really know why.
All right. So Parker's laying the 11.5. Hopefully that's going to come back to bite her. Hopefully she's already been bit by the time we get to that game. It won't matter. So that's those are the picks for the week. All right, Greg, let's talk burgers a little bit because I imagine Saturday you're going to sell some ground beef because people are going to want to do something completely different after 2 days of turkey. You got a lot of different kind of burger options there at LB's, right?
Yeah, well, whenever we have this little burger eating contest, we'll have a selection of a lot of different burgers. We've got just the regular Wagyu burger. Just what we do is just salt and pepper. It's ground Wagyu out of the round. It's a really 90-10. It's actually a real 90-10. It's not an average. So it's a real lean burger. And then also we have the smoky bacon burger, which is a double smoked bacon grounded up into the Wagyu out of the round. So it's basically like eating a bacon burger. And, a lot of people like bacon on their burger, but sometimes the bacon isn't crisp and sometimes it's flimsy. So we just go ahead and grind it up in there. So it's basically like a bacon burger. And then we've got the filet burger, which is just kind of a seasoned burger. It's just got some Tony Chachere's, some Sizemore, some paprika. So it's kind of a seasoned burger. So I don't know if we can dive into a veggie burger, but I'll see what I can muster up. Maybe,
Not for this bet. Nope. It's beef.
It's straight beef and pork, beef burgers. So,
damn right.
So yeah, we'll get her taken care of. She'll get plenty of burger action for sure.
Will you watch more football this weekend now, Parker, knowing that you're somewhat to a degree your fate rests in the hands of all these football players?
Yes, my burger fate rests in the hands of all these games. So yes, I will pay a little bit more attention this weekend.
All right. Well, listen, we hope everybody has a great Thanksgiving. Greg, if they want to get in touch with you on Saturday, how do they do it?
Yeah, just always call the store, 662-259-2999. Just call the store. If we're just going to be closed on Thursday, Friday, get a little mini vacation, a little reset button, refresh, and spend some time with family and just try to get away from the store. We're there working all the time, and it is what it is. But just going to take a break. But we'll be open Saturday at 10 o'clock, and then Sunday from 1 to 6. So we'll also have on Sunday we officially have the clipboard special. So maybe Lane will do something to where we can think of another special. But we've got the clipboard special on Sunday. We have a clipboard. If you want us to throw it in the air, we will. But it's a $8 lane train, so $2 off on lane train specials on Sunday. So come in and take advantage of that on Sundays for sure.
All right, can't beat that, Parker. All right, we'll cut that one off about a minute short so we can get to the soft verbal. That was the Butcher versus the Spin Instructors, brought to you by LB's Meat Market. They're open today. Not too late for you to get over there. If you're not going to the game, you can go get some goodies from LB's. Tell them you heard about it here on the podcast. He'll throw a little something extra in your bag. You'll appreciate that. Game's underway right now. Missouri leads Vanderbilt 7-0. It's 11:57 to go in the second quarter. It's been what you'd expect out of Vanderbilt and Missouri and Kentucky and Florida. I think it's 7-3 Gators second quarter. Zach Berry and I were here in the Clark Ford Studios on yesterday. So we taped a soft verbal podcast. It's out in podcast form. I accidentally threw away the normal file, so I had to go retrieve it. So when I flip to this, I've got to go search for the start point. Doesn't mean anything to you guys if you're just hanging out, but in the event that you see the Oxford Exxon podcast graphic up for a second, that's all it is. And when this is over, we'll come back. Chase Parham should be here. We'll have Scoreboard Business brought to you by The Road. Get you ready for Ole Miss and Mississippi State, about 3 hours and 15 minutes away or so. So here's the Soft Verbal Podcast brought to you by Dead Soxy. welcome into another edition of, you know what, I'm going to hit up Audition real quick. We're live on the stream. We'll start the actual show in a second. Almost made a mistake there, but you know me. I catch those errors, man. Live soft verbal. Hope everybody had a happy Thanksgiving. Neal McCready and Zach Berry here with you. We'll take your calls in a minute. We'll have all that up. You can ask all your recruiting questions for Mr. Berry here. Made the trip down from Memphis. And so we'll be with you for a while. All right, here we go. Live show. I'll tape this version of it. We'll put it up for podcast form. Almost screwed that up. That would have sucked. Here we go. Welcome into the Soft Verbal Podcast presented by Dead Soxy. I'm your host, Neal McCready. Today, Zach Berry of RebelGrove.com, of Red Cup Rebellion, live and in person. Believe it or not, this is the first time I think that we've ever met one another in person. We do like Zooms and stuff, and so you forget that, yeah, man, we've never even been in the same room together. But here we are. So thanks for coming down. Good to see you.
Defying the odds, if you will.
Yeah. That microphone it almost requires you to talk into it.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go.
That's better. All right, so we'll talk some recruiting here in a minute. Zach's had several stories. He's had chicks threads every day, so there's a lot to get to. Recruiting this time of year can get a little funky on a number of reasons because, number one, they're kids. Number two, the imminence of the decision begins to hit guys, and some guys enjoy recruiting. They enjoy all the attention, and then I think this is more common. Some guys build relationships with multiple coaches. It's not really about the schools. It's Coach Jones at School X is recruiting me, and I really like him. But Coach Smith at School Y is recruiting me, and I really like him too. And I think I've decided on School X. But, man, I really dread telling Coach Smith because I might like him a little bit more than I actually like Coach Jones. And I know when I hang up the phone, that's probably the end of that for a while. And so that's part of what happens here. And then there's just the imminence of, hey, you're going to make this decision, and when you make it, that's it. It's done. Yeah. And for some kids, they don't like that. Some kids want to get it over with. Some kids don't. And some kids, it's that you got to tell a coach, I'm out.
That's what I was going to say. It's hard for these kids to tell folks no. Because like you said, they build a relationship for 2-3 years. You get to know a coach. I mean, sometimes you get to know their family, you get to know their kids. And look, it's everybody likes attention. And this kind of attention is not just regular attention. It's, hey, you're awesome. We love you, man. We want you to be on this, be a part of this program. We want you to be on this team, blah, blah, blah. And so when these people have been talking you up for 2 or 3 years, and then, man, you got to narrow it down to 3, 2, and then you got to make a decision, it's hard. Okay. There we go. Yeah, it's just it's hard to say no. I mean, I've never been recruited by a Power 5 program, but there are other instances in life when you have to tell someone no or deliver bad news, and it's never easy.
No, it's not. It's first of all, you guys in the thread, let us know if that's better from an audio standpoint. I turned everything up a little bit. Sometimes doing multiple podcasts, like right now, I think I'm too hot, but I'm also talking into a microphone that I'm used to talking into, and you're not. So
yeah.
I guess we're okay. Yeah.
Okay.
You got the thumbs up.
Cool.
Okay. All right. So we can do this a lot of different ways. First, I want to tell you, I'm coming to you from, we're both in the Clark Ford studios. Clark Ford's in Amory, Mississippi. 662-257-1900 is that number. Call it. Ask for Corey Clark. Tell Corey what Ford product you're looking for. He'll send you a quote within 15 minutes in business hours. It's right to the bottom line. No hassle, no haggle. You get your quote, and the rest is completely up to you. You can shop that quote around. You can do what I've done, what I recommend that you do, and that's hop into a Clark Ford today. You'll love the product. You'll love the service after the sale. Corey wants to be your car guy. He wants to be your truck guy. He'll prove that to you when you make the call, 662-257-1900. And we are sponsored by Dead Soxy. Dead Soxy is back with its annual BOGO this week. So here's a chance to add to your collection. If you missed out on the score sale, use the code BLUE, BLUE, to redeem. You have to put both items in your cart before checkout. The deal applies to all items on the website except collaborations. Bundles are included. You can mix and match different bundles. There is a catch. There's only one BOGO per transaction. So if you put 6 bundles in your cart, you're only going to get one bundle for free. Each item or bundle that you want a BOGO on, do a separate transaction. Just use the code BLUE each time, BLUE. It's that simple. Use the code for an unlimited number of transactions. So head over to deadsoxy.com. Use the promo code BLUE, and as always, stay Soxy. And I'll take care of a little business here while we're having this part of the conversation, and that is to tell you that Dead Soxy is they're going to come back to us at some point in the fall of 2021, but we're going to be shopping for a sponsor here for this show. We've been doing the show for a while. Zach and I get together every week, whether it's in person this time or more often via Zoom, and all that. The numbers on this show are really good. I'll be happy to share that with anybody who is interested in sponsoring. We can put together a deal. We can make it a standalone. We can do a lot of different things. Get in touch with me. You know my email address, nealmccready@gmail.com. Holler at me. Hit me up on social media, whatever. If your business is interested in sponsoring the Soft Verbal Podcast, obviously it would be a great time to get into it. It's open starting January 1. You can jump in. We'll have recruiting going all the way through February, and then immediately launching into what I think is the single most important recruiting class for Lane Kiffin and his staff, and that's the one that they'll sign a year from now. Whether the pandemic, and I actually have some confidence today based on having some conversations with people that the pandemic, as it impacts recruiting, is going to be over with by the summer. Maybe not spring, but summer. I think you're going to see NCAA member institutions push back hard. Vaccine, no vaccine, whatever. I don't think there's a willingness, for lack of a better word, on the part of Power 5 programs to do this again.
Yeah,
that's pretty sourced.
It's virtually, pardon the pun, virtually impossible to not only recruit, but I mean these kids just, there's no way I would have been able to make a college decision without seeing campuses.
Well, you end up making a half-hearted college decision. I mean, it happened in my house. I mean, Caroline was going to go look at 4 or 5 schools. Mm-hmm. Came down to the 2 schools that she'd seen. That's it. It's hard to pick a school that you've. Mm-hmm. It's hard to say, hey, I'm going to go. I'm going to go to the University of Tennessee when I've never even been to Knoxville.
Yeah,
that's kind of tough to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's hard to say, hey, I'm going to go to LSU, but I've never been to Baton Rouge except to dance. I've never been on the campus. I've never met with the people. I've never done those things. And Zooms, and look, thank God for Zoom. We've used the hell out of Zoom doing what we do. But Zoom is not a personal thing. You cannot build a personal relationship on Zoom.
No.
Not like that. And so what's happened with kids is, and you see this in college football recruiting a lot. You see kids just going, all right, I'm going to go where I've been. I'm going to go where I'm comfortable. And then you throw in the prospect of the one-time no penalty transfer, which is coming, and kids go, you know what? I know I'm growing up in Georgia. I know about Georgia Tech. I've been there. I'm going to go there. And if it doesn't work out, hey, I can transfer.
Yeah.
And they don't, because no kids realize this. The transfer portal, as Chris Landry and I were just talking about a minute ago on SEC football and beyond, the transfer portal has more people in it than there are spots available.
Yeah.
I mean, the portal is full of dudes that wish they weren't in the portal.
Yeah, and you talked about seeing a place and seeing a campus and getting a vibe for the town, and I think that it can also go the other way where a kid, man, I don't really know about Ames, but then they go and they meet Matt Campbell, and they're like, you know what? No, like this is the right place. Like,
sure,
I'm going with it. I connected with the staff, and then they can make a decision on that. So, yeah, it's incredibly difficult. And then,
I'll give you an example. Okay. Deuce Vaughn, Chris Vaughn's son, last year, he had an offer from Arkansas, but There was a sense that the Arkansas staff was going to get let go. And then there was a feeling that the only reason they were really offering him at Arkansas was because of his dad. And there was some stuff like that. There were another couple other schools that were kicking the tires or whatever. And Kansas State looked at his film and liked him and said, why don't you come up?
Yeah.
And so he and his mom got in the car, and they made the 9-hour trip from Austin to Manhattan, Kansas, and spent the day hanging out in Manhattan. And they got to go talk to the coaching staff, got to be in the building, got to do all that stuff. And Chris was telling me that Deuce was on the phone with him the next day. Dad, I think this is my place.
Yeah.
And Marquette, Chris's wife, was like, I think this is it. And they went home, slept on it for a couple of days, and then boom, pulled the trigger, and that's what he did. And yet that doesn't happen. Even if a kid can come up to Oxford. Kids are going to come to Oxford this weekend for the Egg Bowl, but you can't talk to the coaches.
Yeah.
You can't go inside the building. You can't have that interaction. So when people call these visits, well, Zach, tell me about the visit. Well, it was the same kind of visit you had, man. He was in the stands.
Yeah.
You can drive around town, and you can go to Proud Larry's or whatever, and you can do all those things, but it's not normal. It's not there is not that physical interaction. There's none of that stuff, and so it's not anything like a typical visit. Everyone is so used to December official visits, January official visits. Those aren't happening. They're not happening at all. And so the recruiting cycle is different. It's different for the fans. It's different for the coaches. But the people who are really being punished, if we're just being honest, are the young people themselves. They're the ones that they're having to make these decisions and sign binding documents without the full array of information in front of them.
And those visits you're alluding to, the December, the January, I mean, that is the best example of controlled chaos in recruiting. I mean, as soon as you get, whether it's driving, whether it's flying, as soon as you arrive, there is an itinerary, and it is on the second, on the dot of what you're doing the entire time. And that is where, it's controlled. The whole thing is a controlled experience, and that's where kids can make decisions. Now it's just, well, I'm here, what am I going to do?
Not even just kids, parents.
Yeah.
Maybe a kid says, hey, I want to go to Ole Miss. I really like Ole Miss, but mom has some reservations.
Yeah.
That happens all the time. And you can fill in Alabama, Auburn, Georgia, whatever for Ole Miss, and it still applies. Well, a lot of those questions get answered one way or the other on the course of a weekend. And then there's examples where kids come in for a visit, and this is what's going to happen a lot too. Kids come in for a visit, and some members on the staff are like, this is a take, and other people on the staff have reservations, and that visit ends up being big.
Yeah.
There's interaction. There have been visits where kids came in and the decision was made, we don't want this guy. Yeah. This is a guy, I don't want to name names, but that happened last year. Yeah. This is a guy we just don't want in our program. Well, now you don't get to make those decisions that way. So you're like Lane Kiffin said the other day, and it's not just him. It's not just Lane Kiffin. It's not an excuse because he's not the only first-year coach out there.
Yeah.
But they are literally going to sign a class full of kids that in many cases they've never met.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it'll be total failure, but it won't work. All right, there's a question in here. Zach from Denver Reb, he says, it doesn't appear that the network is energized. Is that a false assumption?
Oh, absolutely. I talked to I know for a fact that things shifted after the Alabama game. I think the powers that be, if you will, were like, okay, this is legit. He can coach. Players are playing well. The offense is certainly working. Now the defense, Neal, we could do 7 shows about the defense and how bad it is and how it needs to be fixed. But I mean, you can tell the buy-in is there with the team. They're not a great defensive team. They don't tackle particularly well. They're slow in some spots. They're not great up front. But they look, and I know people might say, well, that's a cop-out. Like that, you're just saying that. Like, I think they play hard still.
Yeah.
There is no just woe is me, shoulders slumped.
No lack of effort.
No, they still play.
Lack of talent.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's indicative of what this staff has done. But yeah, I mean, I think the network has bought in. Sure, there were probably some people that didn't care for Kiffin because he's not a Mississippi guy. He's not from the South, and he doesn't want to go play golf all the time. Yeah, but I think the people that know football and want this program to get back to where it was in 14 and 15, they can see that there's a seismic shift that has happened, and they've got a real opportunity tomorrow, Neal, to really I had someone tell me that they really, and it's not because of the rivalry, it is they want to make a statement, and the word that was used was bury. They want to bury them to where it's get them out of the way, to where in state we can get who we want. We don't have to worry about anybody in Starkville. But yeah, it was a very emphatic. They're very focused and determined this week.
So take me through some of these in-state kids who are still options right now. Where do those battles stand?
So I posted earlier, McKeelan Pounders is going to be in town for the game. He actually tweeted out earlier today that he will be signing early, which I confirmed with him a couple weeks ago. But it was to be honest, Neal, if I'm a Mississippi State fan, it was kind of an ominous tweet. It was an announcement about your signing. I didn't say anything about signing with Mississippi State. Not saying he's going to flip or not saying that he's not going to State. I think State is in the lead right now. They've dug in deep on him, and for good reason. He's a very good player. He's probably the one that's the biggest long shot in my opinion. But yeah, he'll be signing early. Brandon Buckhalter, the wide receiver from Flowood, I think that he's still leaning Ole Miss's way. I think it's very obvious that the offense caters to his skill set, and he's that big body receiver that they like. I think that if they were able to sign him to go with Braylon Brown, I mean that is two big guys, two big 6'3". Braylon's a little bit more on the leaner side than Buckhalter, but Buckhalter, last time I spoke with him, he said he was at 210. That's a good size, 6'3", 210. You can play in the SEC. MJ Daniels, so Buckhalter was a former Ole Miss commit. MJ Daniels, former Ole Miss commit. He's still committed to State, and A&M and Ole Miss are pushing for him hard. His former teammate McKinley Jackson's in College Station. They've been in contact the whole time. Ole Miss is coming after him. Terrell Buckley's been working him hard. I think that one's gonna go back and forth until signing day.
There's some, I can't get into it. There's some confusion there that has to settle out, and it has to happen for him.
Yeah.
Just because things happened in the past don't mean that they'll happen to that magnitude in the present.
Right. That's kind of those things that kids have to figure out on their own. And if you, it's
going to be a reality one way or the other. And it's a matter of when you accept that reality.
Yeah.
Because I think sometimes you're waiting for something to happen just because it happened in the past. And that doesn't always mean that it's going to happen in the future. And in this case, it's not going to happen. So certainly not to the degree that it happened in the past.
Yeah. I still think, yeah.
Who says I couldn't have been a lawyer, huh?
Yeah, Luke Altmaier is obviously still out there.
Look, I'll take the heat off of you on Altmaier. Okay, I will. I'll take the heat off of you on Altmaier. If Luke Altmaier signs with Florida State and you guys beat us up, fair enough. All I can ever do is report or bring forward what I've heard from the people I've talked to.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know Luke Altmaier.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay, I don't know his family. I'm told that they are remarkably good people.
Mm-hmm.
I am told that they are completely on board with him going wherever he would like to go because, and I know this isn't the case always, but in this particular case, they really just want what's best for their son. They want him to go where he can be happy. They want him to go where he can develop.
Imagine that.
That's what they want. So the Mississippi State Ole Miss angle on this is a non-starter, and I'm told that by people who would absolutely know, close people who would know. Now that being said, all I can do is tell you that what I've heard pretty consistently since early October is that Luke Altmaier is going to sign with Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does that mean he's going to? I don't know. I don't do crystal balls because you get killed when you get one wrong. And I get killed enough. I don't need I don't need to.
Yeah.
I would have missed the crystal ball in my own house. Okay. So
technically, you can't even do one because he's committed to Florida State.
Yeah.
So there you
go. There's my out.
Yeah.
But if I were to do one right now, it would be Ole Miss. Would I bet my life on it? Of course not. Would I bet a lot of money on it? No, I would not. But that's what I think. I think it's Ole Miss. And I think he's waiting until signing day because, quite frankly, unless you just want the drama of a press conference and stuff,
there's no need to do anything.
And what are you going to do now? I mean, his father's in medicine. He's not going to have some big gathering of people to have some celebration in all likelihood. So you're going to do it, and you're going to have a Zoom call? I mean, give me a break. He's just going to sign papers.
Yeah. Fax it over. Yeah, I mean, it's very – I would say you said early October. I was about the same time when – this was after the Alabama game. And I'd reached out to him to ask him, hey, did you watch the Ole Miss Alabama game? If so, what'd you think?
Yeah.
He never got back to me, and he's pretty much been on lockdown for most of. I mean, he's focusing on his senior season. He's wanting to win a state championship. They unfortunately didn't get that done, but he was very quiet. But I started hearing, he loves the offense. He loves what Matt Corral's doing. I've had several people tell me he refers to Jeff Lebby as a big brother. That's where you get back to the relationship thing. He's built a relationship with Jeff Lebby. Then everything kind of came full circle, Neal, when he was in town at the game for South Carolina. You see Matt Corral throw for 500-plus yards. And I think that, that could have potentially solidified it.
Yeah, and I think beyond just that, I mean, you look at if Matt plays like this next season, he's going pro.
Yeah. So you step right in.
So you're in position to step in. It's obvious that if there's a quarterback behind him who's ready to go, we're not hearing about it.
Yeah.
I think at least one of the quarterbacks at Ole Miss is going to get in the transfer portal.
Mm-hmm.
And probably more than one.
I'd say probably at least two right now.
Yeah, are going to get in the portal and look for places to go. And in February, I've said this story a few times. I'll just repeat it quickly because most of you have heard it since then. In February, or maybe it was late January, before pandemic started, there was an official visit weekend, and I was doing the creepiest day of my life deal that I do on those Sundays where I'm hanging out outside of the hotel waiting to stalk 18-year-old boys, which is just awful. Regardless, I was having some conversations with people who would absolutely know, and it was the day that I think Colton Gauthier was in town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so I asked somebody who would know. I said, so is he your number one guy? And the answer was very frank. No, he's number two. So we like him. I think Ole Miss would have taken him.
Mm-hmm.
If Gauthier had picked Ole Miss instead of South Carolina, I don't think we'd be having this conversation right now.
Yeah, a really good player.
Yeah. But he didn't. He picked South Carolina, and they were other quarterbacks. There was the kid who I think ended up signing with Houston or committing to Houston or whatnot. There's been other quarterbacks.
Max Kopp.
Yeah, I can't keep up. Who've come through, and they didn't take him because they knew this was the guy they wanted. And I'm kind of using this to sort of transition to answer a question that's on the board. They knew that this staff its philosophy, whether it works or not, we'll find out down the road. Its philosophy is we're not going to take kids just to take kids. Mm-hmm. We're not going to take a kid. We're not going to take Plan C if we don't think Plan C can play.
Right.
Just to take Plan C.
Well,
and Plan A, back in January, the kid that they liked the most in this class was Luke Altmaier. Now, does that mean that Altmaier will be better than Gauthier? I don't know. We'll find out. But that's who they liked the most.
Yeah.
And so if they can get him, it sort of tells you. Because here's the question is, what's the number of recruits that Ole Miss is looking to sign? I know that they're going to be in the portal heavy. I don't think that they would be able to tell you with authority exactly the number because I think it depends on who wants to come. Exactly. They're not gonna spend a lot of time on Plan B. They'll utilize the portal to fill those gaps.
Yeah. Well, I said Max. It's Maddox Kopp. I don't.
Well, that's what threw me off.
I don't think he didn't say this to me. I talked to Maddox a couple times. the sense that I got from talking to him, and again, I'm not saying this is true, I got the sense that Ole Miss was honest with him. And they said, hey, look, we got a number one guy.
Yeah.
We like you a lot, but we got a number one guy. And I think that that kind of honesty in recruiting, I think it's good. I think that's how staff should be. But I think Maddox made a business decision and was just like, okay, I appreciate y'all being honest. I really like Houston. I really like Dana Holgerson. I really like you guys, but I'm going to go with them.
Because I am number one for them.
Right. And so I think that that's where Ole Miss and that kind of honesty and just telling, as you like to do, Neal, telling it like it is, I think that that's how they're going to operate, not just this year, but they're going to do that as long as they're in Oxford. Like, they're not – you can't give a concrete number because it's going to be who wants to come? Are they a take? Okay, if we like them in the system, if they fit, good. If not –
Well, I've said this for a while, Zach. When your goal is to be nationally competitive. Again, that's the word goal, because people will scoff at it like, well, but they're right now. I'm like, well, here's the thing. If your goal is to be a nationally competitive program, and that is what Lane Kiffin – it's the reason Lane Kiffin waited, frankly.
Yeah.
There was a period there where I think Lane Kiffin could have gotten the Arkansas job.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was 2 or 3 days there where I think if he'd pushed hard enough.
I think we have that pretty well sourced.
Yeah, he would have taken it. Yeah. He did. And he was absolutely – if Ole Miss decided – if Mike Norvell, for example, had said, you know what, I've thought about it, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd rather go to Ole Miss than Florida State. Mm-hmm. Or if the powers that be at Ole Miss had said, you know what, we're just not ready to do this Kiffin thing. Let's hire Elijah Drinkwitz. Let's hire Billy Napier. I don't know, fill in your gap.
Will Healy.
Whoever. There's no doubt in my mind, zero doubt, 100% positive that Lane Kiffin would have taken the Arkansas job. 100%. I know that to be accurate. So he took Ole Miss instead because he thought it had a higher ceiling. Well, it would be defeating your own purpose to walk in at a place where you think you have this super high ceiling, and you walk in and go, okay, so here's what we're going to do. If we don't get this kid, we're going to take this next kid down. And here's the thing, and people don't like this because it's the pandemic and people are pandemiced out. God knows I'm pandemiced out. But it prevented them from doing what it is they wanted to do, and so they've had to adjust what they've done in year one on the fly.
Yeah.
They have. And people say, well, it's not affecting Sam Pittman. I heard that just the other day, because Arkansas's got a top 20 class right now. Well, they're doing it differently. Now, does that mean that I'm saying Kiffin's way is going to work and Pittman's way isn't? No. We'll see. I've said this consistently. When everybody goes, well, you think Lane Kiffin's going to win big? I don't know. So you think he's going to fail? I don't know. We're going to see. It's too early to tell. But they have a plan, and they're sticking to that plan. And their plan is, if you can't get the impact guy, keep your powder dry, use that spot in the transfer portal, and try again.
Well, in next year, 2022, is because the pandemic, March was when things kind of started. April. But
March the 10th, they shut it down.
Okay. They found out pretty early that this class wasn't going to be the big push that they wanted. So they just went ahead, like you said, kept the powder dry, moved on. 2022 is the year. Hopefully, barring anything crazy, things will be relatively back to some semblance of normalcy. They're going to go hard on a lot of big national prospects, and they're going to focus on, give or take 3 or 4 or 5 dudes in state that they feel can be impact guys and play at a Power 5 level. But yeah, they're not going to. There is no all right, we got to get 27 guys in 2021. No,
no.
If you made me put a number out there, I'd say anywhere from 20 to 24.
Yeah, depends on who.
Based on my.
Depends on how they close.
Yeah, on my opinion on certain players that I think they will take, that they think are capable of playing at an SEC level. But yeah, like you said, it depends on who wants. Look, if MJ Daniels, Brandon Buckhalter, and McKeelan Pounders all say, you know what, we like this weird dude in Starkville, we're just going to stick with them, that drastically changes their class.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to scramble and try to replace them. They're just going to say, okay, scratch them off the list. We're moving on. So, Ty Cooper, we hadn't talked about him, another in-state guy. Ole Miss and State are going back and forth with him. It's going to be a battle. If they can't get him, they're not going to go scrounging turning papers over, looking through their list to find a guy the day
they're gonna
before.
wait.
Yeah, they're going to wait. The transfer portal, like you said, there's thousands of names. I don't know if it's thousands, but I mean, there's a ton of names.
It's a ton. But by the time it's all said and done, it will be thousands. I mean, I think the transfer portal is going to be so freaking crowded. I'm expecting a circus, and most coaches are.
Yeah.
And, and here's the thing about the transfer portal that's going to frustrate people is there's a real chance that you're not going to be able to execute those transfers until the summer.
Yeah, so that changes your whole.
I mean, so it's you're going to be
playing.
You're going to be bringing guys in, but they did that, with Yeboah this year. They brought him in, and he didn't get in until July.
Yeah,
basically got June.
Tavius Robinson,
yeah,
Dean Leonard.
Yeah, so there's a lot there. You'll see. You're going to see a lot in the transfer portal that and when guys go, well, how come you guys don't know those names? Because we don't know the names.
Yeah, I mean
we'll figure it out, but it's not going to happen right away. And I expect coaches at all programs, but especially places like Ole Miss, to play it really coy with the transfer portal. All right, we're going to open up the phones. They're open if you want to call in and ask a question of Zach. He's here, 662-259-0991. That's the Rafters Music and Food Hotline. You can call in and get your question in for Zach. I think I've got that open. My computer tells me that I do. Someone says, didn't Kiffin mention in the presser the other day that there's some talk that the one-time transfer may not happen as planned in 2021? No, I don't think that's what he was saying. I think he was saying that it won't happen as quickly. It won't happen where guys can transfer in January. It's going to pass in January, I think, but I don't think it's going to be active, frankly, until possibly August, where guys.
I can't imagine the NCAA dragging their feet about anything.
Yeah. So that thing could get weird.
Yeah.
But if it does, it does. I mean, you go through spring a little shorthanded.
Yeah.
That's what that means. And quite frankly, no one really knows what spring's going to look like.
No.
I mean, no. Are you going to be allowed to have 15 spring practices? And if the pandemic is still going on, if the vaccine's not out, I don't know. Here's the thing: no one knows.
That's what I was going to say.
And so you're going to have multiple plans. Mm-hmm. You're going to have a plan for a spring where it's as usual. You're going to have a plan for a spring where there are no practices. Mm-hmm. If you made me bet today, I'd bet no practices. Yeah. That's what I'd bet. I'd bet they'd say, hey, there's no point in it.
Yeah. And hell, I'd say Kiffin's probably one of those where it's like,
oh, he doesn't care.
We don't need.
No, I mean,
we don't need to.
Well, he was pro kind of mini camp anyway.
Like an OTA setup type deal?
Yeah. Frankly, I think what you saw in the fall might be the path they start to go down the road, where you have a longer fall camp, which is a little bit more structured, a slower build up.
I'm fine with that.
That's 6 weeks of fall camp.
I don't know about you. I personally liked the delayed start.
Yes.
I mean, please.
Well, like this week, like what are we going to get this season? I know it's weird, but I think what you're going to see is you're going to see Ole Miss play Mississippi State tomorrow, November the 28th. Mm-hmm. I think Ole Miss is going to have an open date on the 5th. And then I think they're going to go to Texas A&M on the 12th and LSU on the 19th.
So you do think they're going to go with that?
I do.
Okay.
And so if you get that, I'll be honest, I'd rather watch December football than early September football.
Dude, yeah.
Where it's 97 degrees on these playing fields, and that's rough. All right, we got a call. Let's see. I was beginning to wonder if it was working. Hey, who do we have?
Hello?
Hey, turn your device down. Who do we have?
This is I'm actually on the board. I'm firefighter Red.
Okay. Hey, firefighter.
I'm actually at the fire station today, so I'm having to come out. We just got done working out. I saw you were doing the live feed, and hold on, we literally just finished working out. I just was curious while you had him there. Who are 10 players that you think were most likely to sign that are not already committed? And again, I'm not holding anybody accountable. I'm not going to go, oh my God, you missed badly here. I'm just curious, just to hear who you think either one of y'all,
Zach,
who we might get.
Just 10?
Just 10 that you that aren't committed that you just feel like you have a good feeling about?
Okay. Well, we've already talked about Altmaier. I feel pretty good in saying they'll get him. I think Brandon Buckhalter's probably leaning Ole Miss right now. I like. Let's see. You can chime in if you want.
I'd probably put MJ Daniels in that group.
Yeah. Another former commit. I think they get him back. I
think they're going to sign the linebacker you wrote about the other day.
John Lewis.
Yeah, Lewis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people, without being too funny here, I think a lot of people are going to get their wish with they're going to sign some Mississippi guys, and I think that they've focused on some that they think can make an impact and can play SEC football. They're not going to, the whole Mississippi made thing, but they're going to sign some Mississippi guys. Honestly, here's a name that we haven't talked about a lot, but I talked to somebody last night. I posted on the board. I think Jalen Sheed could potentially be someone they get in the fold.
The tight end.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. In my opinion, the conversation I had could potentially get squeezed out just numbers-wise because LSU is recruiting at an incredibly high level. But he's a guy that I've heard is super intrigued of what Kenny Yeboah has done in this offense, and he certainly has the body to step in and play 6'3", 235, 240, really athletic. Plays both ways at Olive Branch. He's got to do a lot because they're not very good, so he's being asked to do a lot of stuff. I don't know, we're at 5 or 6 here.
The defensive lineman from New Jersey, there's a couple of them.
Oh, yeah, Talik Robbins. Really, I like Ole Miss's chances there.
Because I don't think he's a take at A&M right now.
Yeah, that's probably accurate. I think A&M just has their sights set on some bigger names, some other defensive linemen.
Jimbo Fisher's a little further along in the rebuild than Lane Kiffin is. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I have an A&M coworker who kind of said the same thing, that they've got some really highly rated players already committed, so he thinks we'll get them.
Mm-hmm. And Neal went out and took the heat off me earlier, and I'll take the heat off him. I think Ole Miss leads right now, and I think they're going to get Taiwan Malone.
I do too.
Wow, that's great.
The kid, we've said it as much, the kid is serious about baseball. And this isn't some gimmick. He's not just some, big dude that hits bombs and strikes out a bunch. No, he takes baseball very serious. He's a very serious baseball player. Played all summer with a travel team. Bianco and Carl Lafferty. Clement, they've done a fantastic job recruiting him. And look, we mentioned it, I guess, a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago. He had the opportunity to visit Ole Miss before everything shut down. So he's been to Oxford. He's seen everything at the IPF. He's seen everything at Swayze. So that's huge because, Tennessee's really coming after him. A&M is in there and Florida State. So I like Ole Miss's chances there. And then Chris Partridge, obviously, with the Northeast connection is paying off.
There any guys specifically you want to ask us about, Firefighter?
Let me see. Can you, the linebacker, Lewis, I don't know anything about him. How good is he? I saw somebody said he's the number 2 player in the state. Now, that's a pretty big rise. Like, how did he go unnoticed last year?
I mean, it's high school football in Mississippi. It's not he plays at Germantown. It's not a power by any means. They weren't winning a bunch of games, winning state championships, and I think
I haven't been back to Mississippi in a long time. Is Germantown I don't remember hearing that high school.
Yeah, it's
is that a new?
It's a product of all the growth in Madison.
Yeah, it's, I guess, what, Gluckstadt is where it's...
See, I didn't even know where it's in Madison. I knew Madison was like the hot spot in Mississippi to go back and live, but...
Well, it's Gluckstadt, Madison, that area. Madison Central was overcrowded, so they built the second school, and so it's...
And that's strong. Okay, that helps a lot with geography, because I wasn't absolutely sure where that school was located. Okay.
It's where, if you remember Nigel Knott, that's where he went to school.
I do. Whatever happened to him? I knew he left Alabama. Anybody ever take him?
He had I think some kind of medical condition that surfaced, and I I believe he might have retired from football.
I think so. I think he stayed at Alabama.
I think he's just in school.
Not playing football.
Yeah. John Lewis. I mean, he had a huge senior year. Double-digit tackles for loss, sacks, a lot of tackles, and I think just 9 games.
Okay, and are y'all surprised that, I mean, I do think that some of the tight ends we're in are good, but are y'all, I'm just kind of curious why we don't have more 4- and 5-star tight ends looking at the numbers.
Because they haven't because they haven't had a chance to come to Oxford. They can't interact with the coaches. That's what it is. I mean, people just don't want to hear that. Everybody wants to take the personal part of this. These are not. And I'm not. This is not me talking down to you or talking down to anybody, but these are not strictly football decisions. And the number of kids who now you'll see this in the transfer market, where a kid's gone through the recruiting process and he's been to college and he's seen the whole deal, and he's looking at where he wants to transfer. Now that's where you'll see a kid make a football specific decision. Hey, this school X puts position Y into the NFL. I'm going to go there. You'll see that, but you don't see it much with 16, 17, 18-year-old kids. These are bigger decisions than that, and there's still some idealism. They haven't been jaded yet. That comes when they get to campus, but they're just not. It's very difficult to commit to a program where you've never been in the building. That's really hard.
No, again, obviously, I was never recruited at high school. So, also, real quick on the offensive line, I know about Pounders. Who else are we kind of possibly going to sign on the offensive line?
And hey, thanks for the call, firefighter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I'm glad y'all are doing this. It's we're kind of believe it or not, you can be quarantined in the fire station. We have to. When we're not working out or going on calls, we have to stay in our bedrooms.
Oh, that
because they had to shut down the station because a firefighter came in that had it, spread it to the rest of the crew. Even though they didn't have it, they all got sent home, so we lost a whole bunch of people off the shift. And they're just like, okay, that's not happening again. From here on out, stay in your rooms unless you get calls or you're doing some kind of you have to wear your mask and all that in the station. It's weird.
Well, thanks for doing what you do. We really appreciate it.
Yep.
Talk to you.
Well, thank y'all for what you do. And anybody else that has a 9-to-5 job, it's rough. Anyway, so yeah, offensive line. What are y'all hearing?
So the big junior college, the big Australian guy, Jordan Moko. He's from out in Snow College out in Utah. He's a guy they're still looking at. I posted about.
I've seen his picture. He's a wrestler. He looks like an offensive lineman just in his picture. Good Lord.
Yeah, he looks like he'd be in the WWE or something. He's large.
Yes.
And I'm gonna butcher how to say his name, but Kimo Makanioli.
That's who Simmons wrote about today.
Yeah, from Niceville, Florida. He's committed to Florida State. He's still shopping around with a lot of SEC schools. Have been in contact with him. I know that Ole Miss is recruiting him hard. State's involved there as well. Randy Clements, I'd say he's done a nice job, not just with what he's done with this offensive line this year. Because I was telling somebody the other day, and Neal, I mean you guys talk about it every day, but people don't realize that Ole Miss running the football this year been really good.
Yeah, they have.
They lead the SEC in total offense. So.
Hey, firefighter, I'm going to let you go so we can take another call. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Guys.
Yeah, offensive line, again, and people might say, well, that's just a cop-out. You don't want to give out names. But they're just going to be picky. They're not going to take dudes. Like they got Micah Pettis right now, Cedric Nicely. They're guys that they think fit what they do.
Yeah.
And so they're going to be selective. They really like Pounders. And I think that he's certainly an SEC caliber guy.
Yeah, they're going to have to replace Royce Newman. They need depth up front.
They've gotten to play a lot of young guys this year, and I think that's good. They like that. Caleb Warren.
Yeah, just hadn't gotten to play a lot of them. They're thin there, but
you always got to get bodies every year front seven.
Yeah,
always.
I think you'll see them try to add transfer portal a spot or two there.
bridge to the next class with some instant impact guys.
Yeah, for sure. Because they've been good up front.
Yeah.
Not great, but good. And
yeah, I mean, might go down the road and knock on the proverbial door of Charles Cross.
Oh,
hey man,
it could happen.
I don't think you like pass blocking 60 times a game.
Oh, listen, nothing. I mean, Kermit Davis talked about this in basketball, but it applies to football too. A part of your job now is to constantly be evaluating other rosters. That wasn't something you used to do.
Yeah, no, I mean,
it is now. And if you're an offensive line coach, part of your gig is you're evaluating other offensive line groups.
Yeah.
You're looking for a poach.
Oh, absolutely.
Because everybody's going to be looking to poach you. And that's the other part. Somebody, I'm just going to tell you this is going to happen. I have no idea who, but I would bet money on it. Somebody that we're not thinking of today is going to transfer someplace. Who knows? I don't know who that will be, who it won't be.
Well, now somebody's going to call and ask.
I have no idea. I'm just telling you, I'd bet money on there will be some surprise transfers. There will be guys that you find out that so-and-so is transferring from X to Y. You're like, whoa, really?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because who knows? And I'll repeat this again. They're not football robots.
Yeah, I mean, they're people. People don't like being vulnerable. People don't like, a lot of people don't like talking about their feelings. I'd still say if a kid is happy, he's not going to transfer. They're going to make it all through the football season, go through the motions, be on the sideline. If they're playing, they'll play. And then when the season's over, they'll reveal, hey, man, I'm just not happy anymore. I got to go somewhere else.
Yeah. All right, phone lines open, 662-259-0991. Malone does not sign till February, right? So we get another month of that drama.
Yeah. He's going to play baseball up there at Bergen Catholic.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Hey, who do we have?
What's up, guys? It's Vibe and Reb.
Hey, Vibin, what's up, man?
Nothing much, just hanging out. Y'all doing all right?
Oh, yeah, just talking some Cruton. Just turned on the who's Texas playing? Texas-Iowa State game. We're just chilling.
Clones and horns.
We do have a couple football games tonight. Hey, I think Oregon's I think we got Pac-12 after dark tonight.
Yeah,
I think there's another game at 2. It did feel weird last night not having to stress over the Egg Bowl. I'm not going to lie. I like it on a Saturday, but, the past 3 years it's been on a Thursday night? It's been a minute.
You weren't stressed about New Mexico and Utah State?
You know what? I got so bored last night, I actually did put it on, and then I was like, what am I doing? I'm not betting this game. I love football, but I don't love football that much. And I did watch a little bit of Gonzaga basketball
gutting it out in 20-degree weather?
No, it looks miserable out there right now. I mean, 2 winless teams. I don't know if either players particularly want to be there at this point in the season, but, I mean, it looked pretty – I don't know who won. I'm guessing Utah State won. I think they were winning when I looked.
I once again failed the Neal McCready personal test. Every so often, I don't like the movie, but I have a little challenge with it. I'll be honest, I don't care. I'll admit it. Field of Dreams was on MLB Network, and there was nothing else on. So I'm like, I'll see if I can do it. And so I watched enough of it to get into it, to get to that point at the end where his dad comes back from the dead as a young man to throw baseball with him, to see if can I get through this without getting dusty. Nope, no chance.
No emotion whatsoever?
No, I mean, I got all teary-eyed again. I can't get through it with no emotion. It's the damnedest thing because I don't like the movie. It's a bad movie. I don't like the movie, but there's something about that at the end that gets me every single freaking time, and I'll sit there and just tear up every time. And it's become a little game with myself. All right, we're going to get through this one can't do it.
I guess as a dad, it's different.
I'm just my family wasn't huge baseball fans, but I mean, I saw the movie when I was a kid and I was a fan of it. Like, I thought it was an okay movie. It just never got me teary-eyed emotional because I just didn't play baseball growing up. I was kind of weird like that. I wasn't born in a big baseball family. It just doesn't resonate.
Never played catch with your dad, though?
Yeah, we did before. And I mean, when I think about how people look at it like that, okay, I can get that. But like, I mean, it wasn't like we weren't, at the ballpark every Saturday, while I was playing Little League and stuff like that. But I mean, I played football catch with my dad as much as I did baseball,
Yeah.
Yeah, but
to ease your
so
stress,
Zach
the Aggies
and Neal,
the
really, I
Aggies
kind of
won
wanted
last
to
night.
talk to y'all about recruiting, and I know this is probably too far in advance, but Neal, I think you've done a pretty good job of describing how Kiffin wants to brand Ole Miss sort of as a national entity. Like he's trying to make hashtag come to the SIP trend. Like he wants to be able to go to South Carolina, Georgia, New Jersey, all over the place to get kids. But I do think it's interesting, and I've talked to a couple, in-state coaches who are really, really high on the in-state 22 class for Mississippi. I had one coach tell me he's a high school coach, so he's probably biased, but he told me they think the state of Mississippi already has 3 SEC running backs in the 22 class, which I think is kind of crazy because sometimes in Mississippi you don't even get one. But I'm curious to see, do you think this staff is still going to do the national approach because, that's the brand they want to build? Or do you think, they'll make an exception for a loaded in-state class?
I think this is simple. I think if a kid can play, they're going to go after him. And if that kid's from Oxford, Mississippi or Oxford, Ohio, it's not going to matter to them. What they're not going to do is make the critical mistake that the previous staff made with that hashtag Mississippi made, which implied that they value in-state kids over out-of-state kids. When you know in this state, and you know how it works, every year, please tell me the last time that either Ole Miss or Mississippi State swept the state in recruiting. Hint, it doesn't happen. State's not going to let it happen. State's not going to let it happen. So no matter how much you've got it rolling at Ole Miss, you're not going to be able to get every kid you want in the state. Look at when Freeze had it rolling. I mean, he all but had Chris Jones, and then he didn't. He all but had Jeffrey Simmons, and then he didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, and I can tell you, Hugh Freeze didn't know that he didn't have Jeffrey Simmons until he didn't have him. That thing happened that fast. And so that's going to happen in this state. So you just have to approach kids from Mississippi like you would approach kids from anywhere else. Either you think the kid can play in a nationally competitive program or you don't. And if you do, and he's from Mississippi, well then all the better. But what you don't want to get into the trap of doing is taking this kid from Kosciuszko or wherever, I'm just making up names, Corinth, wherever, because he's a Mississippi kid, and you get him to campus, and you're kind of what you suspected proves to be true, which is he's not really an SEC player.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're going to be able, Vibe, and I'll tell you, they're going to be able to pick and choose if they want, because, just kind of running off some names here. You talked about running backs. I know that Branson Robinson has kind of burst onto the scene. He's at Germantown. He's John Lewis's teammate. He's got a ton of Power 5 offers: Michigan, Bama, Oregon, Georgia, and then defensively, the class in 2022 is pretty beefy up front. I mean, you've got somebody that haven't heard a lot about just because he's been pretty quiet, but Jaheim Otis down in Columbia, he's a monster.
Well, that's not nice.
I mean, did you see the video of him kicking off and then making the play?
Well, no, but
that was insane.
But to call him a monster is so mean. And then look, Vibin says he's insane. That's not politically correct. I mean, we have got to do better, y'all. It's 2020.
I will say this about Columbia too. I mean, this is just, most Mississippi classes aren't particularly loaded. They've got 5 to maybe 10 guys that can play high-level Division I Power 5 football. But, it does feel like every 3 or 4 years there's that one class that has 15 to 20 kids that can play in the SEC. And it's unfortunate because I think the last one was the 2019 class. And, that was the one where Luke and them, they went, okay, we're all in on Mississippi.
Yep.
And then they proceeded to strike out on, they got Jerry and Ely, they got Snoop Connor, they got a couple good in-state kids, but, they missed on the Kobe Dean. They missed on, Nathan Pickering, like all those, and it's one of those interesting things. It kind of sucks for State and Ole Miss because every 3 years when the state gets loaded, Alabama comes in, Georgia comes in, Auburn comes in, Florida State comes in. I'm really curious to see because it seems like Leach isn't really playing up the in-state thing. I mean, he's processing kids left and right that are from like state pipelines. I mean, one of the kids that got processed from Mississippi State, he's a West Point kid. You know how many kids they signed from West Point?
Yeah,
I think it's very interesting.
I think he's I think he's going to try. He's going to recruit to a system, and it's one of the reasons I don't think it's going to work. But that's what he's going to do. It's what he did at Texas Tech. It's what he did at Washington State. It's what he's already doing at Mississippi State. He's gonna recruit to a system, and if you don't fit that system, he's not going to recruit you. And that's one of the reasons they've processed so many guys is guys don't fit the system, and guys are unhappy, and he doesn't care.
Yeah,
he's using the word like purge, which is crazy to me. Like when he came out in that press conference, and I think it was the Kentucky game or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'll give credit to Lane, and you got to kind of beat around the bush when people ask him quote unquote football questions about why they're so bad on defense. He's not coming out and saying, "Well, we don't have the kids in the system, so we got purged a couple." He's just being like, we're just, nonchalantly kind of beats around the bush. With that being said, I'm sure he's going to process a bunch of kids, but. Well,
they're going to try to recruit above them, but yeah, it's not. Look, he didn't recruit those guys. It's not their fault that they got recruited. So he's not going to. It's why people keep asking the Luke Logan question sometimes. I'm like, God, he didn't recruit this kid. But what do you want him to do? I mean, you want him to persecute the kid right here on the press conference? I mean, he's not going to do that. So, but no, it's a good point. Look, Kiffin has a plan. It's like I've said so many times. We'll see if it works. I don't because it kind of got delayed a year. This is not going to be, even if this recruiting class finishes with them getting everybody they want, which probably won't happen because that really never happens to anybody. But even if it did, it's not going to be the class that they intended on bringing in when they first got here. But the pandemic changed that. So they had to kind of shift and audible and run a different play than what they had on the script, and they'll go back to the script moving forward.
Yeah, and this is the last thing. I really do, and I've talked to a couple of people about it, and they think exactly what you think. They had a plan to have a quote-unquote splash class that kind of put them onto the scene nationally. I think that's going to happen in 2022. It's just a matter of getting those. That's
kind of what I think too.
Those official visits.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's hard to get a kid to sign with you when he's never been on your campus. He's never been in your building. He's never met your staff in person. He's never been to your practices. Boy, that's a lot to ask. And that kid's got offers from, all over the place, including at places where he has visited. That's a hard pull. I mean, you might get one or two of those guys, but you're not going to sign a class full of 4- and 5-star kids that have never been to your campus and have never been in your building. That is an unrealistic ask. And when people do that, I'm always inclined to go, do you have kids? Do you I mean, it's just, would you send your kid? I mean, I've got a high school senior in my house. Would I send her? I know we're not talking about football, but would I send her to a school that we've never visited? No.
No.
Yeah.
Hell no. I mean, no. And if you did, so if you told me that there was a scenario where I did, it'd be like, okay, well, she got a full, complete ride from Stanford or Northwestern or an Ivy.
Mm-hmm.
And even then you'd be, so my point is the kid who's going to do that, where's he going to go? Well, the kid that gets the offer from Alabama, and he's never been to Alabama. Well, Alabama's a proven commodity right now. Ole Miss is not.
That was the word I was going to use. When you can't go somewhere, you go to the known commodity.
Yes. And Ole Miss is not established. I mean, it's been 7 fun games, but 7 games doesn't establish you as a commodity. It just doesn't. Hey, thanks, Vibe. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Speaking of known commodities, Texas has been strong right now.
It's still early. Still early. I got the Cyclones in this one.
I do too.
I like Matt Campbell. I think he's a good coach. And for whatever reason, I just don't like Texas. I don't really have a reason.
I don't either. I've never really liked them.
I think it's the arrogance.
I know several guys, close friends that live in Austin, and it's just a weird ignorance. Like they just are blind to
Their mediocrity.
Yeah, even though they're not good, they're just like, nah, we're Texas.
Yeah.
Sam Ehlinger is just pushing forward with his Heisman campaign.
Heisman.
Do you think they can hold on? Do you think Iowa State can hold on to Matt Campbell?
Yeah, so far they have. I mean, now look, let me know what happens when a Michigan comes calling.
That's what I was going to say.
But, yeah, I think it's becoming obvious that he's not going to leave for just the first deal. I am surprised that, like, South Carolina, schools like that don't kick the tires on a Matt Campbell.
Who do you think they're going to get?
Starting to sound more and more like Shane Beamer.
Really?
Yeah, and less like Billy Napier. I think it's one of those two.
Billy Napier doubling down on himself?
I don't know. I don't know whether that's the gamble. The people that know him, and I'm always cautious of this because you know me, I'm a capitalist from the word go. The people that know him will tell you that the money doesn't matter to him much.
Yeah.
And I always roll my eyes at that. Like,
yeah,
come on. But the horn's going to go up 10-0. Then they shoot that cannon like right at you. That has to scare the hell out of you when you're right there in the end zone and boom. The people that know him say, hey, he likes where he is.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to win there. Got time. In no rush. And maybe he's waiting to see what happens with Tennessee in a year.
Could be.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, Lafayette's just a wonderful place.
Well, I mean, he's making enough money to be comfortable.
Yeah.
Obviously, and he's winning.
When you're a football coach, you make that money, you can make any place comfortable.
Yeah. So, he's
I like Shane Beamer. The only thing that gives me pause is he's never been a head coach.
Yeah, that feels like a real jump.
He's
in this league right now.
He's coached at a lot of big-time programs, but he's never been a head coach.
I think he can put together a staff, and that's one of the things that I think they like about him. Oh, I X'd out of the wrong deal. I hate when I do that.
Yeah, he can absolutely do that. We talked about it. I think that's what Freeze would not be able to do.
Well, I've told people in Knoxville when they talk about Hugh Freeze, I'm like, look, man, Hugh Freeze is a really good coach. He's a big offensive coach, and what he does to turn programs around quickly, he's done it now at 3 places. Arkansas State, boom, they were very good early. Ole Miss was good early. Liberty was good early. Can he sustain it? Mm-hmm. And then at a place like Ole Miss or South Carolina or Tennessee where you better have a staff.
Yeah.
He can out-coach people at Liberty.
Yeah. Yeah. One of my co-hosts over at Red Cup, Ben, shout out to Ben Woodhouse, he made that point where he was like, man, he is a great instant turnaround, like against the odds type coach. Early on where it's like, hey man, all these people said that you weren't good enough, you couldn't get it done, we're going to prove them wrong. He can do that for 2 or 3 years. Then, things start to get tough and he kind of fizzles out. Neal, we might be looking at a full circle situation here where him and Jill on the honeymoon went to Neyland Stadium.
I know.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Yes, he does. He does. Very mysterious.
Yeah. I haven't heard anybody else about South Carolina other than Napier and Beamer, to be honest.
No, that's really – what's interesting with Tennessee is –
oh, and they are all in on Freeze right now.
The fans are.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Phil Fulmer is. When you make that move, when do you do it? Tennessee's going to play a football game on December the 19th. Signing period's going to be over.
Reluctantly, they're going to.
I mean, when you do it, you set a program back a full year.
Yeah. And
from the looks of it, they don't have the room to get set back a full year. It's a weird deal there.
It is.
I think they actually kind of caught a break today, not having to play Vanderbilt Saturday.
You think?
A little bit.
Vandy's not playing bad right now.
No, they're not good.
They haven't quit.
No, and the quarterback's decent.
Yeah, Seals is not bad.
He's okay, and they're trying for whatever reason. They're all trying.
I also really wanted to see that soccer player kick for him. Did you see that?
Yeah, I've talked to some people up there about that. They're not particularly happy. It's not a lot of people think it's a publicity stunt at a time when
you don't need that.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Fulmer will do a Barry Alvarez. I'll just, you know what?
Oh, I think he'd love to.
I'm doing it.
I think he'd love to do that. All right.
Iowa State better wake up.
662-259-0991. I'm giving Sipreb a minute because he says he's in the drive-through line. He's going to call in just a second. So
What drive-through?
I don't know to find out what he got. I bet drive-throughs are crazy today. All the shopping.
Oh, yeah. I got lucky this morning. The Starbucks in Germantown wasn't bad.
All right, see, I didn't see that. Whoever that was trying to call again. I didn't have it up. I'm sorry. That's what she said.
Yeah, the clones better get it going, man. They're making us look bad.
7:39 to go in the first. It's 10-0 Horns over the Cyclones. I'm interested in Notre Dame, North Carolina later today. That's got a chance to be a good game.
It'll be good to see old Phil.
Oh, yeah.
Down there with his wristbands.
He's actually done a pretty good job.
He has.
I mean, in all fairness.
Sam Howell's a really good quarterback.
It's almost like if you have a good quarterback, you have a chance, you know?
Heard that.
That seems to be the rumor.
All
right, here we go.
I think Notre Dame might be for real, too.
All right. Now, that time, whoever it was that was trying to call, they didn't even give me time to click the button. It was gone. It was like 1 second. I'm sitting here watching it. I've got the call box wide open.
Black Friday, man.
I know. People are crazy out there.
I don't know why people still do that. You can buy everything online now.
I did. Well, the girls were up early this morning. They went shopping. I did. I did a lot of. We've pretty much done Carson's all online. I got Carson a really cool thing today. He'll be jacked when he gets it. He doesn't listen to this podcast, but I'd be hesitant to say it where someone who does listen would tell him.
I saw the other day, I was in Target. They had a 50-inch TCL for $250.
Really?
Which is a steal. That's a great television. That's what we have out on the patio.
Yeah.
Has the Roku built in. That's $250 for a 50-inch. That's pretty dang good.
Yeah, you can apparently get great deals on electronics right now.
They got it set up pretty nice at Costco. That's the first thing you see when you get in there.
Oh, I'm sure. That's where the money is, man. All right, Sip, if you want to try one more time, I'm sitting here just got the mouse just waiting to pounce on it. He says my phone doesn't like his phone. So that might be the deal. You expect any news next week? Or are we now at the point where it's all going to wait until the 16th?
It'll be a mix, I think. At this point, you kind of have to think kids are like, well, I might as well just wait and get the fanfare. But I think if the game goes like I think it goes tomorrow, and I glanced at Neal's picks. I think we all picked
them to cover except Chase picked them to
she's hedging to get a game.
Yeah, Chase is doing his hedging.
Yeah. I think if the game goes Hey,
who do we have? Is this Sip?
Yeah, this is Sip. Finally.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if it's your phone. Probably mine. I'm kind of south of Mississippi, kind of where there's not a lot of good service. So, anyway, first off, I have a buddy of mine who's, and this isn't one of those things where people say you know someone who knows someone. He's pretty close to Hugh, and the other day he actually called Hugh, and Hugh kind of made it sound like he wasn't that into the South Carolina job and kind of hinted more at the Tennessee job, and that's from the horse's mouth. I heard it with my own ears.
I don't doubt that. Hugh's not into the South Carolina job because they're not into him.
Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of like I kind of hinted at him because they're really close.
I'm not into Kate Upton.
It'll give it away.
I'm not into Kate Upton right now. I'm really not.
I think it's also, I think a lot of it, as the kids would say, Neal, he doesn't want that smoke from Dabo. You don't want to take that medicine every single year. Cause that ain't
you're definitely taking a back seat in that gig. So
I can tell you this, and I'm pretty sourced on this one. They being South Carolina, they looked at Freeze. They've talked about Freeze. They just don't think the trouble's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of can't blame them with their chancellor or president or whatever being is tight, just a tight, well put together guy. I couldn't see him going that route anyway. So he's a West Point guy, I think. So.
Yeah, he's a West Point guy. They look at Hugh Freeze as way too high maintenance. I mean,
I can see it. Well, it's all about him, like y'all said. It's when you win, it's all because of him, and when you lose, well, it's everybody else's fault.
Well, to tie Kate Upton, name on Twitter. Yeah, to tie Kate Upton back into this, if it's Kate, you might deal with a little bit more maintenance. It might be worth it. You might say, but he's not Kate Upton.
Kate Upton's a little different than Hugh Freeze. That's, as my friend would say, I'm just trying to date him. I'm not trying to marry him. But anyway, another question: how many of the seniors are going to refuse to let go of? Yeah,
Jeffrey Simmons was the one that I was going to use as an example. When State found out that AJ wasn't coming, and everybody, Nigel not, they.
All right, we'll wrap it there. We've been going almost an hour and a half. And Zach's got stuff to do. He's got Black Friday shopping to get done. He's over here just looking for gift codes and going crazy.
Rebel Rags is probably going ham right now.
Probably so. All right, so thanks to everybody who called. Zach, thanks for making the trip down. It was fun. Yeah. Thanks to everybody in the chat room. We'll have score. We'll play this. I'll play this again tomorrow on the live stream for the pregame show at some point. So if you missed it, we'll see it again. I'll also put it up in podcast form as well. So for Zach Berry, I'm Neal McCready. That does it for this episode of the Soft Verbal Podcast presented by Dead Soxy. Don't forget, it's deadsoxy.com. They've got the BOGO. Enter promo code BLUE at checkout, BLUE. Until next time, take care. Welcome into Scoreboard Business, presented by The Rogue. It's 1:01 here on Egg Bowl Saturday, Mississippi State and Ole Miss. In a couple of hours, we'll be with you throughout the day. Thanks to everybody who was in the stream during all the programming earlier this morning. The stream's been going for about, right at a little over 4 hours now. So appreciate those of you who've been hanging out with us. We'll get you to the game at 3. We'll have the MPW Digital watch party. Ryan Brown will join us during this show. It's pre-recorded because Ryan was doing some Thanksgiving stuff, and of course it's Iron Bowl Saturday in Alabama, so he's got commitments there as well. So we taped earlier in the week with him, but you'll hear that as you usually do. You'll actually get to see Ryan talk this week. Did it by Zoom. It's brought to you by The Rogue, as you can see down in the bottom. Go to therogue.com, enter promo code EGGBOWL. One word, EGGBOWL, and you get 25% off the entire, I need to correct that, it's 25, not 20% off the entire collegiate collection there at The Rogue. Chase, how are you?
So it is not just the entire collegiate collection, not just Ole Miss. I mean, whatever you'd like in the collegiate collection, you can have, especially on this
Alabama,
Saturday.
LSU, whatever they have. I just fixed that there.
Did you?
Yep.
I'm lovely. It does not. I will say. I mean, we have advocated for this for a long time, but it does have a different feel today, not being the last game of the season. There is something about the state game not being right there. Well, frankly, all the rivalry games. You know what I mean? You got the Iron Bowl, and you still got games to go. You got this for whatever. I mean, it does have a different vibe today. And now, look, it's a COVID year. I'm just trying to get games in, so that's a lot of it as well. But for whatever reason, it doesn't. It feels a little less something as we get into the afternoon.
It for fans, I think it's always more intense than it is for media not named Steve Robertson.
And it's keeping the Thanksgiving week time slot where they still gathered with their family over the course of the week. And hey, what about the game? And I got this, and you got your family bet. So hey, next Thanksgiving, you got the state sweatshirt if Ole Miss wins or whatever and all that stuff. So I think changing the time slot from a calendar standpoint would have been a bigger deal than just having games remain.
Yeah, probably so. But, neither side's gone crazy with social media.
No.
Other than
State misspelled something. Ole Miss made fun of them, but they kind of walked into that one, so we'll forgive that one.
there was the hashtag never forget, where Steve Robertson continues to believe that Ole Miss intentionally broke Fitzgerald's leg.
They dove at the other leg. He does get that, right? A, it was a complete and utter football play, but B, it was not even at that leg, but sure. I love how you slow it down to complete slow motion and go, see, and it's like, okay, now play it at real speed. And he's just diving into the play.
Yeah. I mean, that just doesn't happen very often where someone intentionally does that. The players who play football, that's not the way they think. Because they wouldn't want it. No, they wouldn't want it done to them.
He was trying to make a tackle. I mean, yeah, come on. It's just stupid.
Sip Reb's worried that Ole Miss is coming in cocky. I don't think Ole Miss is cocky at all. I think what you're seeing is, okay, in fairness, this is the difference between a coaching staff that's not eat up with this rivalry and one that is. You've had two coaching staffs in a row, dating back to Hugh Freeze and including Matt Luke, that were completely locked in on this game. Mm-hmm. There was a tension. We used to talk about it. We'd see Matt show up the Monday of Egg Bowl week.
He would be different.
And he was this different dude than he was the Monday of LSU week or Arkansas week or Alabama week or whoever. And he was just so intense. And it showed. And Hugh was that way. Hugh wanted to beat Dan Mullen so bad he didn't know what to do. It was personal. And that you don't have that now. This isn't personal to Lane Kiffin. He'd rather win than lose because he'd rather win than lose at tic-tac-toe. He's competitive.
They're taking the field, and it's one more step in what he's trying to do.
Yeah. I mean, he gets it. To be.
He understands the fans' angst. He gets that. Okay.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he can't change what he does because it's a rivalry. That's what you get with Lane that you didn't get with Matt or Hugh is that, hey, here's the process, and if – so it's always kind of interesting about it. Sure, you can tell the guys because, I mean, Bruce Feldman's story he did from in the Athletic about the Egg Bowl last year and all the coaching changes that came from that. But I guess it was Brennan maybe it was somebody, maybe it was Charles Clark. I forget who said it in that story. But, hey, we reminded them all week long, your game, be the bigger person, stop the personal fouls, like that kind of stuff. Like that sort of thing, cool. But if you have to coach a different way that you think, hey, this is a big deal, well, then maybe you should be coaching that way in all 12 games because that's the better way to coach. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Kiffin, he's just picking out the best way he knows to coach his team each week and doing that. That's all it is.
If you've ever played football on any level, seriously, if you've ever even played high school football, you knew that if there was a week where your coach made it a bigger deal, you felt that and it impacted the way you played.
Yeah, you were nervous, tense. Like
I was fortunate. I played in a really, all jokes aside, successful program.
You did.
And every Monday was the same, with the exception of one Monday that I remember. It was the Monday we were number one in the state, and Ouachita beat the out of us.
Oh.
And he was so pissed that on that Monday he tried to kill us. And on that Friday, I don't remember who we played, but we beat the living hell out of them because we were ready to get back to normal. That's it. Every Tuesday practice was
What was
the
it like
same.
West Monroe was in town or St. Thomas More was in town or any of that
No,
stuff?
I mean, our big rival was Neville.
Oh,
and
that's right.
and Neville week was, if anything, it was less intense than the other weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Because he knew in school, and I realize this is high school and you're comparing it to college, but it is the same thing. He knew that in school all week there was stuff going on in the school that didn't go on in a normal week. We had beat Neville week. We didn't have beat West Monroe week. So there was stuff going on. There was a bonfire, and there was all the stuff. So he knew, hey.
So he's limiting distractions because they're coming elsewhere.
And if you're a college coach, you know that these kids away from the game, away from the complex, are getting phone calls and texts at a different level than they're getting on a normal week. You see former players tweeting and stuff like that. All these former players don't do tweets. Hey, man, it's Arkansas week. Let's go. It's so they know they see that. So you kind of have to be cool with it. It's one of the things I think Kiffin does really well. And Ben Brown talked about this because there was a writer from I think Vicksburg was trying to kind of get
Write that
a story out of Ben, and hey, is this a bigger game to you? And the answer was, this is the biggest game in the world.
Sure.
To me, has it been different this week in practice? Nope. It's been exactly the same.
Yeah, you're going to have more in-state guys. They're going to have a connection. Like C.J. Johnson, you couldn't have beat the personal out of him for this game. And you got that kind of stuff that's going to happen. But, it's just at a larger extent from your roster because it's an in-state school. I'm sure there were kids on this team and every school when they play A&M that are from Texas that go, okay, this week's my week. Like, we're into this for a reason. You know what I mean? Like, that plays a role in everything. It's somebody asking the thread. The rivalry wasn't important to Moorhead personally. Moorhead was trying to save a job. He knew it was in a weird spot, and they tried to ingrain the rivalry into him. From day one with State and Moorhead, they wouldn't let Moorhead be different. They tried to get him into a Mullen clone. They tried to take him around and make him go serve ice cream at this place and do this and develop into this character a little bit. And it just did not work in any way. And there at the end, he was pissed off, really about his own team and his own program more than the rivalry.
If he had a do-over at Mississippi State, day one, he would have told him, look, I'm going to be myself.
Yeah. Instead, he let him do the whole charade from day one.
And turned him into somebody that he's not.
Mm-hmm. They want him to be Mullen.
Well, I remember the night.
Yankee that becomes this Starkville local yokel.
I remember the night that there was the big fight and all the stuff. And remember
2 years ago.
2 years ago, and they were trying to get the players off the field and all that stuff. Mullen was frustrated. Not Mullen. Moorhead was frustrated. That's not what he wanted his program to be. That's not what he wanted, but he couldn't control it. It was too late. And that was one of the nights, and I remember saying this to you, this isn't going to work. It's too emotional. The best example of that is Alabama and Auburn play this game every year, and I've told this story back when I was covering Auburn and back when newspapers were a thing. Literally, I would cover the Auburn-Georgia game, and then I wouldn't go home because I had to write all week long. Right. Had to write and write and write. I would write just nonstop. I wrote till I had carpal tunnel. Did radio shows till I felt like every show was exactly the same. And then we would do these live shows on WNSP, 6-7 hours, leading into a game where what you wanted to say was there's nothing more to say. There's nothing more to say.
When did y'all start doing tabs for something like that?
Oh,
did y'all do Iron Bowl tabs?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry for people out there, the little special sections that are like 12, 16, 20 pages long, that's nothing but.
And for me, it was an additional 8 stories, an additional 3 or 4 info boxes.
They say all the little stuff. That's where it got its time.
And I had to write columns, and it was miserable. And on top of that, you had to do your daily stuff. So you just wrote, and you wrote, and you wrote.
Just lock yourself in a room for a couple days.
Well, Auburn did not practice on Monday. There was no media availability on Monday, and so on Sunday, I just loaded up tape recorders and notepads and everything, and I got up 6 a.m. on Monday and wrote till midnight. Just wrote.
God, you're just quote transition.
You're not putting any work into that. You're not creative.
It's machine gun journalism at that point. Just
because they want it by Tuesday morning.
Or can you at least share quotes and notes with other writers who are doing the same damn thing for other papers and stuff?
Oh, yeah. Well, we would break it up. By the end, when we all kind of knew each other, we all were in the same boat. I'd say, hey, I talked to Jason Campbell. You talked to Ronnie Brown. I'll send you the entire transcript. You send me that entire transcript, and now you're just copy-paste.
Yeah.
Transition, copy-paste.
Brown's really excited this week.
Just stuff like that. But it's I don't know. I think you can the rivalry. It's like you can overcoach these games. That's why I think today's game has a chance to be kind of fun. I think it's got a chance to be a much better played football game because I don't think either coach has overcoached the rivalry. The emotions are going to be there anyway. Those are natural things.
Yeah, it was Moorhead got into it because of what Michael Thompson said after the game in 18 at one of the state players. I don't remember the exact quote, but that's what that was about. It was Moorhead and Michael and
I remember all that.
Yeah.
I'm glad those days are over.
How that didn't become a bigger deal is...
Well, we would get asked about it.
Oh, I know.
And we would just kind of ignore it.
Yeah.
Because I just didn't want to go there.
Yeah, that's what that was. Moorhead was defending his kids.
So do you have a feel on game day of what this game's going to play out as?
Today?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. Ole Miss's defense has to be on the field half the time. State's defense is good. I don't know that they're as good as they get credit for being all the time. Now, they are up front, and that's what's interesting about it. Now, look, you can throw on them if you get time, and they're down a linebacker. Their secondary is
good.
Yeah, their D-line's good.
Not deep.
But good. No,
but
not
good.
Deep at all. They have 4 dudes, basically. Can Ole Miss do enough guard, center guard to run the football and then also to protect Corral up the middle and then wherever the hell Errol Thompson's coming from? I think that's the key here because, look, if Ole Miss can operate efficiently on offense and State just can't get to them, Ole Miss is just going to outscore them. Like, it's going to be hard to just keep pace at that point. But State gets in Corral's face, Thompson gets loose a couple times, and they beat you up guard, center, guard. Well, now you got a problem because that's what happened against South Carolina there for a little while. I mean, I know Ole Miss scored 59 points and ended up winning the game by 17, but when Carolina took that from, what was it, a 7-point disadvantage to a 10-point advantage, something like that, when they rolled off whatever they rolled off there and had that two-score lead, that's what they did. They really beat Ole Miss guard, center, guard. They got Ole Miss off schedule on first down, and they screwed up the entire rhythm. So can State emulate that at all? I mean, frankly, State's a little better up front, but South Carolina and State are pretty similar defensively, honestly. So can that happen is the question.
The one thing I'm watching for is if you go back through this season, with the exception of Vanderbilt, everybody's run on Ole Miss.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about the Arkansas game and all the turnovers. Well, Arkansas was able to kind of control some clock because they ran. Auburn stayed in that game and ultimately won because they ran. State doesn't run. It's not part of their deal. And so one of the big weaknesses for Ole Miss, and it's a weakness, kind of goes by the wayside.
No, because State's version of running is those little quick flare-outs.
And Ole Miss has tackled better lately. Yeah. Now, they got to tackle in the open field, and people ask, how does Otis Reese impact this? I don't know. I've never seen Otis Reese play. I mean, I know what Kiffin said. He's the best player in the program on defense. Okay. So he'll make them better. I think they get Jalen Jordan back today. That's going to help because he's a pretty good open field tackler.
Mm-hmm. He's done a good job.
Yeah, he's good in the open field. So that's what it comes down to. To me, there's a path for Ole Miss to win big.
Sure. Yes.
More than there is a path for Mississippi State to win big. Now, is there a path for Mississippi State to win the game? Of course.
100%.
If you've watched Ole Miss's defense, then yes. I mean, unless you're just kidding yourselves. Brent Davis, thanks for the super chat, my man. He says, is state media trying to flare up Kiffin to Texas because of the way in-state recruiting is trending? I don't know where the Kiffin to Texas stuff is coming from.
That doesn't have any feel to me at all.
I mean, number one, Texas has to fire Tom Herman.
And Texas is going to be in straight panic mode on their next hire, and Lane Kiffin doesn't make sense for a school in panic mode.
Well, and here's the other thing at Texas. And, hey, Jay, thanks a lot. Good luck to you as well today. You got a chance to have a pretty challenging show, and if you do, we've been there, done that. Drink up, bud. Here's the thing about Kiffin, right? Kiffin comes from the Saban school now. We ask about injuries, we don't get anything. We don't talk to coordinators. We don't talk to coaches. Lane Kiffin's not kissing booster ass. I don't know that that's an option today at Texas.
Oh, you think you got to have somebody that's
the one name at Texas that makes sense to me if he wants to do it and if he's healthy enough to do it, to win big, is Urban Meyer.
Sure. Yeah.
Years ago, when they had a real shot at Saban, their booster screwed it up.
Mm-hmm.
Saban would have won big at Texas.
Of course.
But he would have cut the boosters out. And look how frustrated the boosters are here. Let's be honest. The boosters here are kind of frustrated a little. It's working, so they're keeping their mouths shut. But they're not happy. They're not getting no one. The pandemic saved a little of this. But they weren't going to get to go to practice, and they were about to have their panties in a bunch. they're not getting their asses kissed the way that they're used to having their asses kissed. And I don't think that's going to change when the pandemic is over and everybody has their happy little vaccine and we get back to normal. I don't think that changes. Well, Texas, I don't know that that's tolerable unless you're such a big name that that's just the way it is. And there's only one name that comes to mind for that.
There's nothing else that sticks. I mean, because I don't know that. He's a hell of a coach. Luke Fickell take the Texas job?
I think he'd think about it.
I know it sounds crazy.
I think Luke Fickell would want to know what's going on with Michigan. He's a Big Ten guy. I think Luke Fickell would love to get the Notre Dame job, but I don't think Brian Kelly's going anywhere anytime soon. If you watched Notre Dame, North Carolina yesterday, the one thing that is obvious is that Notre Dame has an identity.
100%.
100%. They absolutely have an identity. They are who they are. He has figured out how to win there. He's one win away from being the second winningest coach in the history of the program. So I don't know that he's leaving. If you're Fickell, would you have to listen? If you're Matt Campbell at Iowa State, would you have to listen? Of course. And Matt Campbell was emotional yesterday in a way that felt like goodbye emotional.
He did a little bit, didn't it?
So I don't know. This stuff's happening behind the scenes. I just don't see it. I don't see Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss after 1 year. No. I really don't.
Well, not to Texas. Like you said, it just doesn't. Texas, though, look, they've got to decide, are we going to be – look, they got all the money in the world. They're by far still the preeminent university in the Big 12. Let's say that because Oklahoma's a preeminent football program right now. But they're at that Alabama make-or-break spot where do you get out of the way or do you not? And even if you're getting out of the way, it just doesn't feel like it's Lane. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't fit the get out of the way mold.
They've had no success since
Mac
Brown, Vince Young.
Yeah.
It was 20 years ago.
Well, they lost the title game with Colt McCoy. Alabama beat them in like 2009 or something with Colt. I think. Yeah, that's right.
Ben Mintz and Brandon Walker.
What are they doing?
No, they're doing
their stream, right?
Doing the thing where they watch the game together. Yeah. Yeah. Jeez.
Lane Kiffin wearing an A.J. Brown jersey off the bus today. We have our obligatory pick with Plumlee. 3 in a row. Come to the SIP. Beat State. Thanks for sending the jersey, Arthur Brown. Best thing in Starkville.
Oh. That's... He gets branding. I'll say that.
You can criticize Lane Kiffin for a lot of things. Marketing and PR is not one of them.
Here's the other thing. As crazy as this sounds,
yeah.
And I don't want to spend all day on this because I don't think there's any legs to it. If you're Kiffin, why would you put this amount of work into Ole Miss during this weird time to leave for Texas now, where you might have to start over again?
Well, you would have to start over.
What if the vaccines take? My point is, what if you don't get to do any recruit? It just be a weird spot.
Is that what it says? It says we run the SIP. I couldn't read it. The picture was kind of small on my computer.
I can't tell what it says.
Okay. Such a goofball.
He gets it.
Yeah. No. Look.
And he does this picture with John Rice every week because. I actually think he likes the kid.
Yeah.
He likes the human being. And if you're John Rice, why not?
Yeah.
None of this is John Rice's fault. It's just the better quarterback's the one that's playing.
Well, look, Texas played Ole Miss tomorrow. You wouldn't go, oh, my God, Texas is about to hammer them by any stretch of the imagination.
It would be a pretty even game.
Yeah.
Be a pretty even game.
Mm-hmm. A lot of points.
So,
whatever. No, he's not going to Texas. It's whatever.
I think if Texas makes a move, it's to go for a. Look, Kiffin's got to establish himself too. Kiffin's 3-4 right now.
Here's the problem with Texas and the boosters and what you're talking about. They're gonna go maybe successful. Maybe Urban would win, but otherwise, it feels like they're going older, not retread, but somebody past their prime. It feels like Texas errs on that issue, that side of things, and it doesn't go well again. Because they did the flashy new thing with Tom Herman. And it's like a breakup, you know what I mean? You go the other way and you do something different and you whatever. It feels like they screw up the other direction.
I'm not convinced they fire him.
I'm not either. Not yet.
The money's weird. So, I don't know.
Am I forgetting somebody, or has it just been Charlie Strong and him since Mac? They had another one too.
Seems like there's somebody else, right?
Did they have another one too? I don't remember.
It's 27-0 Missouri over Vanderbilt right now.
That's a cover.
And
Florida
has begun to – Florida up 31-10 late in the third.
Still not a cover there, though.
No.
Got a lot of work.
Not yet.
List of Texas Longhorns head football coaches. Yeah, that's it. Mike Brown, 98-13. Charlie Strong, 2014 to 2016. And Tom Herman, 2017 to now. Here's your stat, though.
So this is Herman's fourth year?
This is Herman's fourth year. Yeah, 17 to 19, 20. His record is 23-13, 16-8 in the Big 12. Charlie Strong got fired after going 16-21 overall, 12-15 in the Big 12. That will get you fired every day.
Missouri now up 34-0.
Okay. Mike Brown 158-48, and then 98-33 in the Big 12.
It's very Vanderbilt of Vanderbilt to have the national media just waiting to fawn over you.
And they can't score.
And they can't even get a position for her to kick an extra point.
It's right there. They just can't quite.
You know, the national media is just waiting to make them the headline today on rivalry day, and they can't score.
Why are they playing? Oh, it's a makeup game. I can say, why are they playing today?
By the way, that's the other story in case you've been living under a log. Ole Miss LSU not playing next weekend. I think it's the worst kept secret in the world. Ole Miss is going to play at Texas A&M on the 12th, at LSU on the 19th. I'll be honest, people ask us what we think. For us, this is great.
Because it just keeps extending.
It gives us content through
keeps
December because I think Ole Miss goes to a bowl as long as they don't lose out. And, and there's also, I hate to name names, so I won't. There was a person that said this is so SEC to punish Ole Miss. They're not punishing anybody. They're trying to get all of the games in.
71 games.
That's the goal, period. We talked about this in August and September. The two goals. Goal one was to get to the starting line. Mission accomplished. Goal two is to get to the finish line and get all the TV money. To do that, they had to start moving things around. And if you let Ole Miss play LSU on Saturday,
you couldn't make it all work.
You can't make it work because Alabama then would either have to play LSU or Arkansas and not both on the 12th. It's just not complicated. The job Fickle wants, Luke Fickle, talking in the stream, Fickle wants Notre Dame. That's the job he wants. That's his dream job. He would take it at a moment's notice. I just don't know that it's going to open up anytime soon. Brian Kelly looks really happy.
Well, like you said, too, figured out how to win there because Notre Dame has still got some academic things as far as they recruit well, but they cannot go out and just free reign recruit like a lot of SEC schools can. I mean, there is a certain requirement there with Notre Dame a little bit, and you've got to learn how to win there. I mean, Notre Dame's not the easiest job in the world. I mean, you've got a lot of tradition, you've got a lot of expectations, but you can be Ty Willingham in a hurry if you're not careful. So Kelly figuring out how things work is a pretty big deal there. And then at that point, it becomes one hell of a job. And, there's no reason to leave, and they like him right now. So that just doesn't feel like that's opening up anytime soon.
No. Ben Mangum says the hat says we run the SIP.
Yeah, I got a better picture of it here when he was getting off the bus.
So we're in for another week of T-shirt wars?
Yeah, I think that's a fair fair statement here. Hold on. Whatever. I mean, I do admire Lane for the standpoint of somebody just sends him a piece of clothing. Why not? Here, I'll wear it. Like, sounds good. Just whatever. Yeah, here, I just sent you a better one.
Yeah, I mean, the fun. No, I can't. What's so funny is sometimes people ask questions of Kiffin, and it becomes very obvious immediately he has no idea what they're talking about. He's able to do all of this while also sort of being in his own world. Like he has no idea about all the promotional things that are going on around him. None at all.
I mean, he's on Bomb Bomb that day, and he just said what he knew to be the truth. He goes, they like making T-shirts around here.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they sent me the shirts. I put it on.
Whatever.
Yeah. I mean.
He had no idea we're dealing with copyrights and trademarks and all this stuff. And, like, whatever. It was just like, yeah, all good. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was Lane who sent Portnoy the hoodie. The hoodie. I know how the hoodie got there.
Yeah.
Because I've seen the hoodie. Yeah. And look, kudos to that guy. I don't want to get into names, but if something's not trademarked and you just change it a little bit,
you can.
Is it stealing? I don't know. Is it legal? Yes.
It is legal. Yeah. Ethical, another story, but legal is.
The ethical court never really gets you. The judge is going to throw out, though, well, that's not fair.
As long as people are willing to buy it, I mean.
You know. AJ has retweeted it with "Still Is My City."
Okay.
Hashtag Beat State. He's a genius at marketing.
He said, I mean, he didn't coach AJ. He tries to do the Mari Cooper, the people that he actually, whatever, but they're not bad for your program. If you can throw the jersey on and go, hey, that's here. That's not a bad thing. I mean, he's, like you said, he's speaking to recruits right now. That's what that is today. He's talking to recruits. He's doing that. I mean, he mentioned that on Monday. He goes, hey, our goal every week is to have a lot of energy on the sidelines and make kids want to come here to play football when they see it on TV. Okay, cool.
Well, and the other thing he's doing, and they did this at Alabama. He learned this at Alabama. One of the advantages that Alabama has for all the jokes that people make about what may or may not happen on the recruiting trail, when people come there, it's Vanderbilt baseball does this too. When people, Kentucky basketball, when people come there for visits in the summer, there's lots of pro players who used to play there working out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Vanderbilt baseball has a bunch of guys that work out at the they have their own workout, their own locker room.
Yeah.
Kentucky basketball, the facilities are always open for those guys. So once, we get through with the plague, people are going to be able to do that. And he's obviously wanting to say, hey, I want you to come back here.
So it's different than when Pete kicked Gerald Poe out of the weight room?
Yes.
It's
just
different
just
than
a
that?
little.
Okay, we're doing something different.
So it's, you want when that high school receiver who you're recruiting, who's being recruited by everybody else, when he comes to your campus, I mean, if you just happen to have A.J. Brown and DK Metcalf and whoever else, Dawson Knox or whatever, running around in the building,
yeah, they're here.
I mean, Lane can't say, I coached them, I recruited them, I developed them.
Yeah.
He can about Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
But he can't say, but he can say, hey, you can come here and turn into that because they did.
Yeah.
And then he can be kind of funny and say, they didn't even have me as the coach.
Yeah, right.
You know.
They did it with those guys. I don't know.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I just think it's.
He gets to claim Derrick Henry right now, and that works out well for you.
Works out well with running backs. And we got a lot going on. I mean, they've got to go pull the defensive players, obviously. And so if you listened just then, we led into it with this, with the soft verbal. It's in podcast form. If you subscribe to the Beer Garden, it's there. Vandy trying to get in field goal range.
We're down to the 38 here.
Yeah.
Commodore's driving. Ken Seals doing work. I guess he's still the quarterback today.
Yeah. They've struggled.
Have they?
Yeah, just a little. I mean, I'm for her. I'm not against her. As a rule, I don't like publicity.
We're talking about Sarah Fuller, the kicker. No, I told you, I admire her because she's a college kid. She's an SEC athlete. She knows the potential internet backlash that could come with this. The way you got to put yourself out on a stage to be this person. So I give her a lot of credit. To take on something that you don't know the outcome and you know potentially comes with bad things. Because, look, that's life in general, is to take chances and do things and try to make the most of situations that you get presented to a little bit. And, I mean, I'm not saying, hey, SEC football in general, but just the sentiment of it. And, I've said this, I've gotten a little soft as my daughter's gotten older, but I think it's cool that, from a strictly big picture standpoint, you can go, hey, this happened, this whatever. Everything you can do from my daughter's not going to go be an SEC kicker. That's not my point. But just in general, the hey, you can kind of do things is a pretty cool sentiment. But yeah, I'm watching her kick, and I haven't seen an actual ball in the air, but the follow through is pretty short there. That I don't know. We'll see. Hell of a soccer goalie. Did the testing have anything to do with it? Because you have to have somebody inside your thing already getting all the tests and the protocols?
I don't know.
I don't either. I have no clue.
The way that Vanderbilt has marketed this makes me believe that this was a publicity stunt. That's what I think. And when you're watching it from afar, but if you were covering a program that was doing this as a publicity stunt, I know a couple people who've criticized it and the backlash they've gotten. It's not criticizing her, it's just criticizing it. Is she truly the best kicker available today? That's the question. Not that it matters, down 34-0 at this point.
Yeah, I think it's probably irrelevant at the moment.
Yeah. I'm not sure they're going to get in a position to kick.
They're not going to let her kick from the 32.
I don't. Based on what I'm told, there's no way she could even.
Oh, they went for it on 4th and 4.
She's only about 50% of her PATs with no rush. Well, that's what you worry about. Is this is different than being a goalkeeper kicking a soccer ball.
Oh, the Athletic talked about it.
Somebody rushes and comes into her and breaks her leg. All of a sudden, it's not a good story anymore.
Oh, of course, yeah. She still has an NCAA tournament to play with her own sport in the spring. Vanderbilt won the SEC tournament in soccer here recently.
Yeah.
They have. As of now, there is an NCAA tournament scheduled for next semester. What is the rest of our schedule today?
We've got Ryan Brown here in a minute, and then
games.
Games.
What
Let's
times?
see. Alabama Auburn at 2:30 on CBS.
All right.
Ole Miss Mississippi State, of course, at 3. LSU is at Texas A&M at 6. That game's on ESPN.
Okay.
Georgia and South Carolina follow Ole Miss Mississippi State on the SEC Network.
Okay.
Arkansas, Tennessee are off today. Florida and Kentucky are playing now, and Missouri and Vanderbilt are playing now.
Did you eat any dessert?
I did not.
You had no dessert?
I did not.
Did you have a full plate of
I did.
normal food?
I ate normal food, and then actually that night we
had a little more.
No, we ordered a pizza.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was Thanksgiving dinner.
That was kind of my thing today, even from the standpoint of like picking our food for this, and in general was I had 2 meals of it, and then that was like, all right, that's it. Like I might make a turkey sandwich or something at some point, but otherwise if I don't see any more dressing or sweet potato casserole for a while,
yeah.
I'm good.
You
can take it all and have at it.
It's my theory, and you know what it is.
Yeah, I know.
So scores in the SEC right now after 3. Florida's up over Kentucky 31-10. In the 4th, Missouri leads Vanderbilt 34-0. Top 25 games of note. Indiana leads Maryland 7-3 at the half. Oklahoma leads Texas Tech 21-17. That game early in the 3rd. Coastal Carolina and Texas State here in just a little bit. I mentioned Alabama and Auburn. Pitt plays Clemson at 2:30. Northwestern plays Michigan State at 2:30. We mentioned LSU and A&M, Georgia, Carolina. Ohio State, Illinois was canceled. So was Cincinnati Temple. Oklahoma, West Virginia was postponed. Why? They have a COVID deal?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Minnesota, Wisconsin canceled. Tulsa, Houston postponed. In the finals yesterday, Notre Dame beat North Carolina 31-17. Iowa State beat Texas A 23-20 Oregon State knocked off Oregon.
Which basically eliminates the Pac-12 from the conversation unless SC did something crazy.
41-38 in the fog there in Corvallis. And Iowa beat Nebraska yesterday in
Skating
Iowa
by
City.
the Cornhuskers a little bit there.
26-20.
Yeah, some news actually off that Illinois-Ohio State cancellation because Ohio State is in trouble of one more game being canceled and not being eligible for the Big Ten title game. If so, that would give a really, really clear path for Northwestern to potentially get into the playoff.
Well, I'm thinking out loud for a minute.
Yeah.
If only the Big Ten would have started when everybody else did,
They
wouldn't have this problem.
Yeah,
so
no.
I'm having a hard time. Let me see if I can conjure up some sympathy.
Hang on, so
nope.
So your point's proven and Northwestern benefits at the same time? Win-win. All right, great.
I mean,
all you need is Iowa to get their spot, and suddenly, hey, this is fine.
Screw it. I mean, if you virtue signaled your way into this, so I don't care.
The testing policies don't make sense compared to the other leagues. The schedule doesn't make sense compared to the other leagues. No, they're asking for Ohio State to not be eligible.
Yeah, and after watching Notre Dame a little bit, even if they lose to Clemson in a rematch, they deserve to be in.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
And so you got an SEC team, the two teams from the ACC, and then I don't care if you take another SEC team.
Yeah, take
Screw
whatever.
it.
Have at it.
I mean, those are the three leagues that played.
Would the committee try to put in Ohio State at like 6-0?
I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping the committee looks at it and kind of goes, hey, middle fingers, you idiots. You did this to yourselves, so here's the punishment. I'd rather see Cincinnati get a roll of the dice.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Put BYU in there and let them lose by 57 to Alabama. I don't care. What difference does it make in 2020? I mean, do you really give a damn? I don't want to see someone rewarded for not playing.
Ohio State's only 4-0. They've played 4 games.
Yeah.
So at the end of the weekend, Bama's going to have played 8, and Ohio State's going to have played 4.
Yeah. I'd rather see, let's say Texas A&M runs the table. I'd rather see Texas A&M at 9-1. Let them be the 4 and make Alabama the 2 seed so they don't play A&M right away, and then let it be what it is.
You have a real shot if Ohio State can't play for Northwestern just to run it.
Sure.
I mean, they have a legitimate chance here to run it.
Sure. And if that happens, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
They have the best strength of record in the country right now.
Yeah. God, Vanderbilt's just taking one on the chin or wherever else you'd like to say they're taking it.
Is that the backup now for Missouri throwing touchdown passes? Yeah.
Apparently so.
The other kid didn't get hurt, right? They're just up 34-0.
I think he's just letting the other kid get some snaps.
Okay.
They're not terrible.
They're fine.
Mizzou.
They're going to be 4-3 at the end of the day.
They're not terrible. I didn't say they were good before anybody jumps all over me, but they're not terrible.
They're all right. I still think he's not going to work long term, but it's fine.
ESPN said Brigham Young would be a 17-point dog if they played Alabama today.
Can I lay all of those? Can I just can I go get the mortgage and shovel it into the middle of the table?
I'd like to take my entire 401k. Here you go.
17?
Yeah.
Well, that was like yesterday. And I know a lot of people won't get this, but they had the match 3 with Mickelson and Steph Curry and Barkley and Peyton Manning yesterday. And Mickelson and Barkley won pretty handily because, you know what? They have the pro on their team. And they flashed up the handicaps, and they had Steph Curry at a +1 and Mickelson at +5. It's okay. Where can I bet that Mickelson only has to give 2 aside to Step Curry? Like, where can I find that bet? We'll do all of it.
Anywhere. Any course.
Yeah, it's like, Jesus.
Yeah, come on. All right, Florida lined up for a 45-year-old field goal attempt. Well, he knows the betting line, I guarantee you.
You think so?
Mullen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And nope.
He missed it. Doinked it off the left upright. So still
Is that
30.
the left upright or the right upright?
It'd
be is it the way we're facing?
I don't know.
It's the right
It's a
upright,
good question.
correct?
Well, he doinked it off an upright.
He did.
Indiana now up 17-3 over Maryland.
Kind of piddling with their food a little there against the Terrapins.
Yeah, Alabama would win by 117. I'm with Larry Joe.
Yeah, the BYU quarterback is good.
All right, I talked to Ryan Brown earlier in the week. I guess we talked on Wednesday afternoon. So, we did it by Zoom. The connection with audio and video is not perfect, so just hang in there. Everybody loves hearing from Ryan. appreciated him giving us some time on what is a very, very busy week for him as well there in the it's right upright. It's the one you're facing.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You're right.
Yeah.
So anyway, here's Ryan Brown, WJOX in Birmingham. Ryan Brown of WJOX, kind enough to spend some time with us. I've learned, Ryan, you and I have talked about this. This is going to air on a Saturday afternoon, but I've learned to tell people when we did this because there's God only knows what's going to happen between now and then in 2020. This is Wednesday afternoon. It's 3:04 Central Standard Time on November the 25th, 2020, the year of our Lord. So that's where we are. So if the thing falls apart on Friday and we're having this conversation, you're like, what in the hell? Just know the deal. First of all, happy Thanksgiving. Hope you're well. How are you?
I'm wonderful, Neal. You and the family doing okay? Everybody good?
Everybody's good. Everybody's good. Campbell's home and all that. So we're having a good time. So we're taping this on a Wednesday, like I said, and the news broke earlier today that this time Nick Saban does have COVID-19, coronavirus, whatever. He's not going to be, at least the last I heard, he's not going to be coaching at the Iron Bowl. Won't be there. What's from the news standpoint? What's that like when it breaks inside the state of Alabama on a Wednesday morning?
Shock, total and complete shock. Just because you thought, once you got past this with the Georgia game and he tested positive and, he was not showing any symptoms. So a lot of people doubted the test, and he had tested negative for so many tests before that. And then he tests after that and then coaches the game. You kind of thought that was behind you with Nick Saban. I guess you kind of had processed that and been like, okay, well, he's not going to face that again this year. And then boom, today, our show had just ended. We are 6 to 10 in the morning. And literally at 10:03, the email shows up from the University of Alabama making the announcement. I was like, you have got to be kidding me. For the Iron Bowl of all games, for the Iron Bowl, he's not going to coach. And by the way, I'm sure we'll get into this later on, and this may be known by the time this does air, but, there's chatter that Alabama's got LSU next week instead of Arkansas. So it could be the Iron Bowl and LSU. It could be, what are currently Alabama's two biggest rivals that he would not face. And there was a lot of shock in this one. I think for the Iron Bowl of all games, nobody thought something like this would happen. I don't know why we didn't think it would happen, but we thought it would.
And he has some symptoms, but the symptoms are mild. Yeah. Is that correct?
Very. Yeah, very. As of this taping, he said it's maybe a runny nose, no fever, no body aches, nothing that, traditionally goes along with it. Now, that said, I don't know how early in the process he is. I'm assuming this was his first positive test. I don't know that to be factual, but I'm assuming since Alabama announced it, perhaps his second, maybe they tested and retested and it's back-to-back positives. I don't know the whole protocol there. We haven't seen that yet. But as of right now, it's very, very mild symptoms, he says.
So the Iron Bowl, when people see this, the Iron Bowl is going to be played in about an hour and a half. No Nick Saban. He can't communicate during the game with the staff, is my understanding. He can communicate up until about an hour and a half before the game, and then that's it. He becomes the first fan, I guess. This is Steve Sarkisian's team on Saturday?
It is, as of right now, and that was the plan for the Georgia game. This is so bizarre that only Saban could have a plan for this, right? He's got a plan for everything, and they've literally done this. So, yeah, this and even now, with the Iron Bowl week, you're not going to practice on Thanksgiving or if you do, it's kind of a light practice. So, you've got a Wednesday practice and a Friday walkthrough. So really all your installation and everything like that is done. And again, you've already lived this once. They went Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and into Saturday of Georgia week with Sark as the head coach and Saban participating via Zoom or whatever he chose to do, FaceTime, whatever it was. And Sark ran the team. So they've actually drilled this one time. And I don't know how much that'll benefit Alabama, but it's certainly nothing new. The players and the coaches have actually drilled this once. And, the other thing is nobody's got more former head coaches on their staff than Alabama, and they're not even all on the field guys. You think, Charlie Strong and Butch Jones and Major Applewhite are all guys that are behind the scenes. Mike Stoops, I'll lose track of the Stoops brothers. Mike Stoops, all those guys have been head coaches. They're all analysts. They're not even on the field guys. And you've got some on the field guys that have been head coaches before. So there's a ton of head coaching experience actually on that staff. So it's a super experienced staff. So based on that, I just, I know it sounds stupid to say this. We were talking about the best coach that's ever done it, but I'm not really sure how big an impact it will be not having.
It's interesting. I asked Lane Kiffin about this on Wednesday. I said, first of all, how did you think it would impact it? And he said, it's going to be different because Nick Saban is so over his program. I mean, every single aspect of the Alabama program, Nick Saban is in on it. But then he said, it's a bigger deal for coaches who are calling plays, who are, involved in being the main play caller. And obviously Saban is not that. I mean, I'm sure he has input throughout the game, but he's not actually dialing up, hey, here's what we're doing on third down. This is what's coming. This is what we're doing. Those kinds of things. But Kiffin, I asked him, I said, have you guys talked about this? Do you have a plan in place? And I actually sort of expected sort of whatever, kind of an answer from Kiffin. And instead I got oh no, we were absolutely something we've talked about, something we planned for, something we have provisions for, something that. And when he said it, I kind of thought to myself, this is the Lane Kiffin that spent 3 years with Nick Saban.
Yep. Yeah, it rubs off, doesn't it? And that's something Alabama did because, now you had the extended fall camp this year, and they literally every school had, hey, we got to fill this time somehow. Let's do it. So one thing Alabama drilled on was, okay, let's remove this coach from the situation, right? Let's say he's not in practice today. I mean, he's there, but he's not doing his normal thing. How do we fill that void? And he even did it down to Sarkisian. All right, who's calling plays now? Here, you call these series here. Let's do this. Let's communicate this. Take Pete Golding away. I think even some of the practices Saban was away. So they drilled this back in, the extended fall camp, and then they, again, drilled it in practice. So I would imagine most staffs did this. These staffs, man, they prepare for everything. You're not an SEC level coach if you don't, or you're not for long if you don't. So yeah, I'm sure that's something Lane Kiffin, I'm sure it rubbed off on him, that type of mental preparation to be prepared for this. But I'll tell you, to me, the biggest moment of the Alabama season so far, I mean, there were a lot of big moments in that Ole Miss game, frankly. It's one of the closer games Alabama's played. But the biggest moment of the season was halftime of the Georgia game. Georgia had played better than Alabama in the first half, and Alabama's defense was lost a lot of the first half. And they made adjustments at halftime, a series of adjustments at halftime. And Stetson Bennett was ineffective in the second half, and Alabama's offense rolled. And you wonder, without the influence of Saban there on the defensive side, does Pete Golding make the same adjustments? Was it Saban that did it? Was it that staff as a whole that did it? Do you lean on an experienced guy like Charlie Strong and Mike Stoops? Who's making those adjustments at halftime if Auburn has some success in the first half?
We're going to get to the Egg Bowl in a minute. I do want to stay on the Iron Bowl for a second. Is there a scenario in your mind? I mean, Saban or no Saban? Look, Saban's not out there making tackles. He's not the guy that's making passes, catching balls, blocking people. I mean, I know I'm not minimizing his role. I mean, he's the best coach that's ever lived. But that being said, in the actual game, he's not playing. Is there a scenario where Auburn stays in this? I mean, Alabama is just boat racing everyone it plays lately.
I think the history of the Iron Bowl tells you to do, even when Alabama has been a huge favorite, generally early on when adrenaline is still part of the game and guys are playing above their heads, not having the crowd, I think, will affect this because a lot of times the players are, especially at home, are feeding off the energy of the crowd. So this is going to be a little bit of a different situation. But generally in an Iron Bowl, you see guys play above their heads a little bit for the first quarter. But generally in an Iron Bowl, they talk about throwing out the record books. Truth is, the better team normally wins this game. The favorite normally wins this game. You've had your upsets.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I covered 10 of them. There was one where Auburn went to Alabama. It was ice cold that day. God, it was cold. And if I remember right, Auburn was down to Carnell was out. Maybe Ronnie was out. It was Trey Smith, and he went for two.
Yeah. So you're thinking, all right, so you're confusing 2000 where Auburn clinched the West in the sleet storm. That was the 9-0 game. One of the most miserable games I've ever been to.
Because Alabama would not close the press box. That was their thing. They're not doing it. Man, this is brutal.
It was a terrible game. I mean, Auburn knew Alabama couldn't score, so Tuberville went super conservative, and they just kept kicking field goals. And they were like, they got 2 field goals, like 6 is going to win this game. That's all we need. It turns out 3 would have won it. So that was DeBose last year. So he gets fired. Dennis Franchione takes the Alabama job. They play at Auburn. And so I don't know how much the Ole Miss fans care, but I'll give you a little Iron Bowl history here. So they play at Auburn, and they're coming into the game, and Tyler Watts has been the Alabama quarterback, and Andrew Zhao. Tyler Watts had taken the job from Andrew Zhao. And Zhao's more of a downfield passer, and Watts is more of the zone read type. It was kind of Dennis Franchione's early offense was a little before its time, honestly, in the SEC. And Watts is hurt and he's not going to play. But Franchione does this dog and pony show in the pregame and runs Watts out there and he runs with the first teamers. And then they start Zal, and Auburn's defense is completely unprepared for this. And all of a sudden, rather than all the zone read close to the line of scrimmage stuff, Zal's just bombing it deep down the field. He has the game of his life, and Alabama pulls a huge upset over Auburn. And then the next year, Alabama is ineligible for the postseason, but they've got like a 2-loss team. They're like 9-2 coming in that game. And Carnell Williams and Ronnie Brown are both out, and they start Trey Smith and in Bryant-Denny Stadium and win the game. That was two of the biggest upsets in the history of that rivalry, and they were back-to-back years. But really, when you take those away, you don't get a ton of upsets in this rivalry.
Yeah, what I remember most about the Franchione year that you're talking about is Alabama had an NCAA hearing that day.
Yeah.
And a lot of the beat writers were at the hearing. And so we were all all of our plan had been, okay, so Auburn's going to win, and this is what we're going to write about, and this is what we're going to do. And as things going on, we're like, hey, that plan's no longer in place, bud. We're going to have to scrap that. And I remember it kind of being a scramble a little bit. Yeah, so I don't know. Just you're right. Nobody out there is caring unless you're just really inside baseball. So it's fitting though that this year the Iron Bowl is going to be super weird. The Egg Bowl's weird. I mean, I think when these coaches got hired, when Lane Kiffin got hired at Ole Miss, and then subsequently when Mike Leach got hired at Mississippi State, you look down the calendar. So obviously, before we knew about a virus, you look down the calendar and you said, "This is going to be fun." Be packed. You wouldn't be able to squeeze an extra person into Vaught-Hemingway. It's going to be really crowded and fun and all that stuff. Because I think it's scheduled to be Thanksgiving night, all those things, and the country was going to get a different Egg Bowl than what they've got in the last few years, where it's the Egg Bowl where everybody wants to kill each other. This was going to be the Egg Bowl that was a little less toxic. And we're not getting that at all. We're getting a weird Saturday afternoon, 3:00 game that a lot of people won't see because they'll be watching the Iron Bowl. And it hasn't been a lot of build up to it. Both coaches have done exactly what you thought they would do going into it. Lane's like, yeah, it's just another game. And we like to win it. We like to win these games, but it's another game. And Leach has talked about how much he likes Lane, and he's excited to be a part of it, but there's none of the vitriol outside of Steve Robertson going crazy, accusing Ole Miss of intentionally breaking Nick Fitzgerald's leg. That's really been the vitriol. Yeah. Just gone.
He's the ponytail guy? Is that the ponytail guy?
Ponytail guy.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's – so Steve is a former drug addict who has taken his addiction and turned it into this.
Right.
He's now addicted to this.
Yeah.
It's not a good look. Nobody in that play, you can go back and watch that play 1,000 times. Nobody was trying to break Nick Fitzgerald's leg.
Why has he brought it back for this game, though? Why this game? That's been
# never forget.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So from a state over, what is the thoughts been on the Egg Bowl this week? I know it's not the big topic of conversation there on Iron Bowl week, but if and when it does come up, how's it different?
Oh, well, I mean, this is a game people over here really enjoy. Now, I'll tell you what people are disappointed about, and I know people in Mississippi aren't, but you and I were talking before we went on. People over here love this game on Thanksgiving night because Birmingham, in the Alabama area, they like the NFL because it's football, and they watch the former Alabama players, the former Auburn players, play the games and, cheer for those teams. Like all of a sudden, several years ago, there were all these Panthers fans in Birmingham. You can't find a Panthers jersey now to save your life in Birmingham, right? But they were all Cam Newton fans. So that's what Birmingham is as a pro town, right? So that pro game is going to take, even though the ratings will be bigger nationally in Birmingham, the Egg Bowl will be it. So people are super disappointed that the Egg Bowl is not Thanksgiving night, especially now that we've lost the pro game. And I think our only game is like Nevada and San Jose, Nevada and Utah State or something like that.
You'll still get a 31 in Birmingham.
I know. All the degenerates are gambling on it. But back in the preseason, this was one of the most talked about games on our show because I think people pointed at this game like with these two new coaches because it was a popular question on our show. We would ask guests this, callers would chime in on who do you think is going to do better long-term, Lane Kiffin or Mike Leach? And I think there was some of the Alabama fans still appreciate Lane Kiffin, so I think there was some of that. Then you got people Leach had come on our show a number of times, and people really like Leach because he's so quirky and goofy. But boy, I'll tell you what, week one, it would have been 95% Leach. I mean, you had very few people that would have still said, oh, Kiffin this year. So it's funny to see how it flipped. And there are people, man, we even on Iron Bowl week, people have brought this up, how disappointed they are. This game is at 3:00 and is going head to head with a 2:30 Iron Bowl kick.
Yeah, it wasn't good planning on the part of the league. This would have been the one to either put Ole Miss at 6:30 or put Ole Miss at 11 as like the appetizer to the big game.
So I guess the thought behind it in the redo was, let's don't put a game on Thursday night just in case there are cancellations or we have to move or swap things around. Let's have as much as we can on a Saturday.
Yeah.
So I get it. I mean, I get why it's on a Saturday, but I just wish it weren't at 3:00.
It was for testing continuity, is what I was told.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, that makes total sense. I'm not arguing that logic, but I sure would like to be able to watch it more. I'll have it on, but I mean, the Egg Bowl is. I think it's what people think the Iron Bowl is, right? I mean, people think the Iron Bowl is this game full of fights and vitriol, and it really isn't. It's a hotly contested game among the fans and the players, but it's by and large played very, very clean. And the Egg Bowl just throws all of that out the window. And I know there are a lot of times the fan bases are like, God, I wish my team wasn't doing that.
Yeah.
But I will tell you from the outside looking in, it makes must-see TV.
I know. I always talk about my imaginary friend in Dubuque. And I'm always like, that guy on Thanksgiving night, he's like, all right, so, we dealt with the family all day. The turkey was kind of dry. The pie was good. Uncle Harry had a little too much bourbon. We talked some politics. It got a little nasty. And so here it is, 7:00. Flip that on. It's like, hey, Linda, who's playing? No telling what's going to happen.
But there really isn't. I mean, I've watched, a guy act like, maybe the best receiver in the SEC, one of them anyway, act like he was peeing on a fire hydrant and get a coach fired. I mean, get two coaches fired. What other rivalry gives you that, right? Yeah. So I love the Egg Bowl. It's one of my favorite games of the year. And I hate I won't be able to invest the emotional energy into it. I get to invest into it every year.
Yeah, Ben Brown, Ole Miss's junior center, said this week, he said, yeah, this game's big. I mean, so far in my career, I've seen a coach get hired because of this game, and I've had a coach get fired because of this game. And you're like, you're just a junior.
That's true. That was all this happened for you.
Yeah. Hey, don't tell me it's not big. So outside looking in, what's obviously both teams. Well, Ole Miss scores a lot of points. Mississippi State's good on defense. They looked pretty good on offense last week, but I don't know whether that was a misnomer. Ole Miss defensively can't stop anyone, and no one can stop them.
Yeah.
It's kind of who they are through 7 games. How do you sort of see this one playing out?
I like Ole Miss in this game. I get the feeling last week, I've said this on the show this week, I get the feel that was a Mike Leach special. I mean, when Mike Leach was at Texas Tech and Washington State, he would do that about once a year. He would go play a game where he was completely and totally outmatched, maybe even shorthanded, not as shorthanded as he was on Saturday night, but, a little shorthanded. And he goes in there and that system just clicks that night. And all of a sudden, all those passes are clicking, and doesn't matter who the quarterback is. It can be Will Rogers. It can be anybody. And all of a sudden, it just clicks, and everything works that night. And when that offense is working, it's a thing of beauty. And I think that's what you got in Athens. I think you got the Mike Leach special, and they came that close to pulling it off. In fact, I think if Stetson Bennett had started that game, they probably won it. If they had played the same way and Stetson Bennett starts, I think they beat them. The JT Daniels is the only thing that was the difference in that game. So I still think Ole Miss is the better team, and I just think you got a Mike Leach special the other night.
It does make you wonder why Kirby waited so long to go to JT Daniels, and perhaps it's just because he wasn't ready, he didn't know, whatever. But man, that was. You watch him and you're like, well, they could have won some games. I mean, that would have been a different deal in their 2 losses. I'm not saying they would have beaten Alabama, they would have beaten Florida, but they would have had a hell of a lot better shot.
Yeah, and on that front, Hudson Mason, the former Georgia quarterback, was on our show this week. Well, now you've got all these quarterbacks stacked up. I mean, this is the problem Kirby has dealt with, right? You got all these quarterbacks stacked up. DeJuan Mathis, who you thought was going to be the guy this year, and he hasn't been. Carson Beck, who hasn't played, and he was their hot recruit. And then they've got Vandegrift, I believe is his name.
Yeah.
Kid that has committed to them, and he'll be on campus. And, oh, by the way, JT Daniels has got some eligibility left. So now you got all these guys stacked up, and Stetson Bennett is still there too. you're going to have some guys transfer. I mean, the transfer portal, I think, in Athens will be very active on the quarterback front.
Lane Kiffin has said all year, and I think he's right. He says the transfer portal, just in general, is going to be an absolute circus. He's just prepare for it. I mean, he's not. You hear some coaches bemoan it, like, oh, it's whatever. He's like, hey, it's going to be. And he's like, we're going to have guys that hop in the portal that just want to see what's out there. And he's basically saying you can't hold it. You can't make it personal. You can't hold a grudge because it's going to happen. Guys are going to look around, especially guys who've never transferred before, because you're going to be able. What's interesting about that, just to jump around, is I don't think, based on the way the legislation is written, I don't think guys are going to be able to execute the transfer until much later in the summer.
That may be the case. Yeah. But I've got to think too, Neal. There's going to be the one-time transfer deal, but even if there weren't, the NCAA with all the. I mean, let's face it, these guys took a bullet for the NCAA in a lot of ways. They lined up, they played the game. I don't think they risked their life doing it with COVID-19. I think that's a bit of an overstatement. But still, in trying circumstances, they went out and played the game. So I think the NCAA would have had to been lenient on transfers. I mean, you almost owed it to the players to be lenient. But if you get a one-time transfer, it's going to be college football free agency. And now guys have played a full year. They've got some tape, and they haven't earned a year of eligibility either. It's going to be it's going to be a mess for a lot of teams. But I'm always one of the guys that if it benefits the player, I'm good with it. And I think that benefits the player. And people will get upset, oh, they made a commitment to us, they should see the commitment through. Well, if you were offered a new job making twice the money that you got right now, you'd take that new job too. So I hesitate to bang the players for that.
Yeah, I've had coaches talk about it's going to make roster management hard. I'm like, you're making $4 million. I mean,
figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. Because I'm with you. You and I are on the same page on the whole virus thing. They didn't risk their lives or whatnot, but they absolutely kind of took one for the team this year.
Yeah.
No doubt. Yeah, they played games in empty stadiums, not necessarily in the SEC, but you watch like Wisconsin.
Yeah.
For example, like some of those games, Michigan, I think Michigan players' families can't even come to the game. I mean, you get to put on the game uniform and run out into the empty big house or whatever and line up. And if the thought goes through your head, this is not what I signed up for, you're right. No,
it's not. No, it's not.
And
it's not.
And you're asked to play hard, and you're asked to play on television and be critiqued and all of those things. And the reality is that's not what you signed up for. And guys are going to look to leave, and the NCAA should absolutely be lenient. Even if it's just a one-time thing, they absolutely should.
Yeah, I mean, I think you owe it. You owe it to the players now, and it's going to create some uncomfortable situations. South Carolina is already feeling it. You had guys opt out. Just wait. If they don't like the hire, they'll be gone. And if Tennessee decides to move on from Pruitt, whatever happens there, you'll have guys that are bailing, and it is going to create roster management for teams that have too many players, and roster management for some of these teams who a bunch of guys just pull the chute. And now all of a sudden, I got to backfill some holes if I'm a brand new coach at Tennessee or South Carolina. It's going to create some issues. There's no doubt. But there again, as you say, you're working in a profession where you're being paid multi-million dollars, and you're going to have to figure it out. And that's why you're getting paid.
You're there in Birmingham. You're pretty connected. I know that. You know some people in the agent world like I do, and you talk to people, and I talk to people. I'm curious. Obviously, South Carolina's already made a move. Mike Bobo's just playing out the string up there in Columbia. They're going to make a hire, and I think it's Billy Napier or Shane Beamer. Might be somebody else, but I think it's one of those guys. I don't think it's Hugh Freeze. Meanwhile, in Tennessee, I did Tony Basilio's show. Tony's been doing radio in Knoxville since the Jefferson administration, so he knows people, and he is beating the drums for Hugh Freeze. And I mean, we did an hour on Hugh Freeze in Knoxville, and kind of pros and cons and all that stuff. And yet in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, is Tennessee really going to bite the bullet on Jeremy Pruitt this year, so soon after a big extension? What do you think?
Well, I think in a way, he called a break not playing Vanderbilt this week, though I think they probably win that game. I think if he backed up that performance at Auburn with a loss to Vandy, he's in deep trouble. And I say in a way he caught a break because if they don't get that game back in, that's his only remaining win. They have got Texas A&M and Florida left, I believe.
Yep.
That's 2 losses. I mean, I don't know if you've looked at the playoff standings. That's 2 losses coming for Tennessee, I'm afraid. So, I mean, that's going to be a 3-win season maybe for him, 3 or 4 win season, I guess. Well, 3 wins, right? So, you know, the thing that is saving him, if the athletic director were named John Smith, I think he'd be in deep trouble. The athletic director being named Phil Fulmer, it's absolutely saving Jeremy Pruitt, because I think Fulmer, of all the athletic directors in that situation, has enough capital to burn. I think Tennessee fans trust him. They trust his judgment. He's got enough goodwill that I think if Fulmer went out there and said, let's give the guy 1 more year, Pruitt will get another year. But, boy, you look awful silly for giving him that extension for absolutely no reason in the offseason. You won the last 5 games of the season. They do it all the time, that part of the schedule after Alabama that is so manageable for them, that includes the Missouris and South Carolinas and Vandy's and Kentucky's. And then you go beat Indiana in the bowl game, which in hindsight, by the way, that's probably a pretty good win, beating Indiana in the bowl game. Looks better today than it did even then. You know, I mean, who was coming to get Jeremy Pruitt? I've never understood that. I get the contract extension. Okay, you've gone 12-1 and taken us to our first ever Sugar Bowl or whatever. All right, I get that. I get the contract extension then. But, you know, you've gone 6-5 or 7-5, and you won your last 6 games.
And took him to the Gator Bowl. Yeah, it's like, come on.
Yeah, why that contract extension? I mean, it just makes – were there teams coming and trying to hire Jeremy Pruitt? No, nobody was trying to hire Jeremy Pruitt. You didn't give him that extension to keep him from taking the New York Giants job. He wasn't getting the Giants job. He didn't – no college was coming after it. So I never understand those extensions, and all it does is get you in a buyout situation like South Carolina is in right now, where Will Muschamp is getting $270,000 a month every month through the end of 2024. So, you know, I mean, that's what those extensions do for you. So you look awful foolish if you give him that extension in the offseason and then turn right around and fire him.
Does Philip Fulmer have it in him? I mean, I can't say that I know Philip Fulmer. I've been around him some, obviously. I've briefly conversed with him in a group or whatnot. I know Hugh Freeze pretty well. Those are 2 people who are not the same at all. Does Phil Fulmer hire Hugh Freeze even if he has to fire Jeremy Pruitt?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that if I'm hiring right now, we've seen a shift. When Nick Saban says this, you know you've seen a shift, that it's an offensive league right now. You're not winning with the style of play that Jeremy Pruitt came up playing or Will Muschamp came up playing. So if you're making a hire, if you're Ray Tanner or if you're Phil Fulmer and you make that hire, I do think you've got to look offense first. I mean, I think there's a reason that South Carolina, you know, stuck their toe in the Scott Satterfield waters, even though Satterfield's had a bad year at Louisville. I think his history shows you he's the type of offensive mind that you're going to need in the SEC at least over the next 5 years. You know, it's cyclical, I think. A little cycle back around at some point. But right now it's an offensive league. So I think you've got to start with the Hugh Freeze type. And that's where it's not necessarily just the Hugh Freeze personality or persona or whatever, but a guy like Phil Fulmer came up coaching like Jeremy Pruitt coaches. And I think that's where it's difficult on him as a former coach, where it wouldn't be the same for a Ross Bjork or a Greg Byrne at Alabama, you know, or guys like that, you know, they didn't come up playing the game. They've been involved in athletics, but they look at it strictly from a business perspective. And I'm looking at it from a business perspective. I'm saying, all right, what makes me competitive in this business? Well, Alabama's scoring 45 points a game. Auburn's scoring whatever game, you know, Ole Miss is scoring, 44 a game or whatever it is.
Florida, Ole Miss, A&M, everybody's scoring, yeah.
Yeah, those are the teams I got to keep up. I got to keep up with Alabama, Florida, Texas A&M. You know, Georgia's going to have to – they're going to have to come to the terms with this. I think Kirby's going to have to come to terms with this, that moving forward, if you want to compete, that's the type of football you got to play.
So I want to talk about the schedule a little bit, because it's been funny. I've noticed it this week, and I've even done it some. There's a tendency, because the Egg Bowl in the past – this is my 13th one to cover on this beat. You know, it's the end of the season. No matter what, the game's over. You get a little bit of a break. Maybe you get a bowl practice in a couple of weeks. Maybe the season stops. Maybe you fire a coach. Maybe whatever. Well, this week they're going to play. I mean, I think Ole Miss is going to play 2 more games over the next 3 weeks. I anticipate, and tell me if I'm wrong, assuming that Florida wins, and frankly, that's not even part of it, assuming Alabama beats Auburn, I anticipate sometime late Saturday, early Sunday, a pretty big shakeup announcement schedule-wise.
Yeah, I think you've got to. I mean, they want to get this Alabama LSU game in. I think it's important for CBS. For whatever reason, CBS, having seen LSU play, still wants to have that game on. And I don't know what they think they're going to get out of that game other than Alabama probably with even more of a mad on against them after what happened a couple weeks ago. So, and they're not, if they do it next Saturday, they're not going to get Saban on the sidelines either. They're going to get the
That makes it even more compelling.
I guess so. The much anticipated Steve Sarkisian versus Ed Orgeron matchup, the old USC matchup. So yeah, I mean, that's what CBS wants that game. So I think the SEC is going to do all they can to give CBS that game. So Alabama's still got to play Arkansas and LSU. So I fully anticipate it being, as of right now, and this could change or we could know by the time this airs, I think it'll be LSU on the 5th, Arkansas on the 12th. And then Alabama plays Florida in the SEC championship game. That's the way I think the rest of this will shake out for Alabama. And then Auburn, after the championship game, they've only got the one game against Mississippi State, so it's relatively clean for Auburn. They've only got the one remaining game, and then they'll go play in a bowl somewhere.
So I think the league's going to move Texas A&M Ole Miss to next week, move Auburn Texas A&M to the 19th. Because I think they're going to end up having a fairly full slate of games on the 19th, which is what they want. And frankly, from a rating standpoint, you might get, the country stops to watch the Las Vegas Bowl or whatever on December the 19th or 20th. I mean, the country's going to, we got Ole Miss LSU. I got Auburn Texas A&M. Yeah, I'm in. Sure. Click.
Yeah.
So I think people watch that leading up to a championship game. I think that's what's coming. Otherwise, I don't know how you make it all work. But there is a path to make it work. And as much as Sankey says he doesn't do this based on Twitter, you don't have to be on Twitter to figure out the same things that we're figuring out.
But I don't know about you. When they made the move they did this past week of postponing Tennessee-Vandy and putting in that Vandy-Missouri game, it showed me they're committed to getting all these games in.
Absolutely.
You didn't have to do that. In fact, Vandy, yeah, there's no doubt, Neal. I mean, Vandy-Tennessee is the more intriguing game than Vandy-Missouri. You took away a more intriguing game to play a less intriguing game just so you can make sure you get all 70 games or whatever it is, however many.
71 games total, including the championship. To get the full check, you got to play 71 games. And look, you already see basketball games falling by the wayside. Who knows what season's going to look like? Yeah, it is. And so, you have these – I've talked about this. My listeners are going to be like, oh, you've said this. I know, but it bears repeating, I think. You've got several baseball programs in the SEC. The one here, the one at Mississippi State, at LSU, at Arkansas, at Texas A&M, at South Carolina. I might be forgetting somebody. Those are programs that typically make a little money. At the very least, they break even. Vanderbilt, they break even. This year, they're not going to break even. This year, they're going to lose money. You got basketball programs that typically make $4 or $5 million. This year, they don't. They won't. They're going to lose money. Well, where's that money coming from? Football, which just bled money. So, yeah, you need the TV money. There's no reason, if you can do it, there's no reason to leave any of that money on the table and not put it in your pocket.
Well, and on top of that, and you know this too, CBS is going away. So what does it matter to CBS if they get 62 games? Do they come back and say, yeah, you didn't fill out your schedule. We wanted these games. And they've lost 2 games already, CBS have.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Greg Sankey in the conference office has to break their backs to get the CBS at least the games. And that's why they're intent on playing them, to get them the games that they want. Because if CBS is going to walk away, it'd be very easy for CBS to say, no, we have Bama LSU right after the Masters. We lost Texas A&M Ole Miss. That was an intriguing game because A&M was going to be ranked high and Lane Kiffin and high-powered offenses. We're not paying what we agreed to pay. And as of, at this moment, if you're Greg Sankey, you can't be taking checks for less than you agreed to because it's already going to be tight enough. And with CBS going away and not having to keep the SEC as a good negotiating partner, that's a tricky spot for Greg Sankey. So I think he's got to give them everything he agreed or everything the conference agreed to give them to avoid that. So, yeah, I think they're going to break their back to get in as many games as they can. And I don't blame them. You're right. That's what's keeping this whole thing afloat. If they had not played football this year, this house of cards would have collapsed.
Ooh.
Bad.
I just don't think people fully understand it. I really don't. I don't think people completely get it, just how bad it could have been.
Yeah. And wait and see, if you want to see it, I hope to God this doesn't happen, but wait and see if they don't get this NCAA tournament off in March. It is going to be utter disaster for the NCAA. if they can't pull this thing off, they will break their necks. I mean, that's the whole reason they're already talking about basically bubbling the entire state of Indiana so they can get this tournament in. They've got to have this tournament to stay afloat.
Yeah, play it at all these different high schools and stuff in Indiana, because they're basically admitting that you're not going to have fans, or not many fans, right. And so once you get there, you don't leave until you lose.
Yeah, it's a great plan, by the way. I applaud them for the plan. It's just, and I don't want us to have to go down this road again, but it's funny that this plan doesn't get killed by the same people that killed football for just playing normally, right? Nobody's killing this plan like, oh, I can't believe we're doing this to college students. Football, all they were trying to do is play in half full, quarter full, empty stadiums, right? Basketball, they're asking them to pick up during school, by the way. I mean, classes will be going, and move to Indiana, right? We're just going to move the whole operation to a state we don't even operate in.
So you're not surprised that some of our media friends are not necessarily picking this plan apart? They're not just cutting to it?
I'll give her a chance, but the darkest day of Christine Brennan's life was when football started. Yeah. So, basketball, as we're talking, basketball has tipped today. So I hope Christine's okay. I hope she's doing well. I
think that her sources at the NCAA are telling her she needs to be okay.
Oh, okay. All right, good. Well, I'm glad she's better. I really do. I worried about her well-being when football kicked off, because it was the darkest day of her life. She couldn't watch. Couldn't bear to watch.
The story that got me, and still to this day, it keeps me up at night. It shakes me to my core. Is the story that I'm sure Dennis Dodd is working on part 2 of this story, where we talk to the one random doctor in Illinois who says, "Oh, lots of players will die if we do this." And so far, I mean, Godspeed to Trevor Lawrence, but it looks like everyone else is going to make it, and I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that retraction, and I don't think it's on its way. All right, speaking of Trevor Lawrence and all that last thing, the first playoff thingy came out. Who's going to be the 4th team? In this scenario, let's say Alabama wins the SEC and they're in. I guess the Clemson Notre Dame winner is absolutely in.
Yep.
I guess it's
time. If Notre Dame is the loser, I think Notre Dame could still be in too, because if it's a good game.
The one interesting is the Big Ten's no longer a certainty because they can't get these games in. Like Wisconsin's already out; they have 2 losses. I guess the Northwestern Ohio State winner. I mean, if Northwestern beats Ohio State,
they got to be in.
I'm banging that drum. And then I don't know that the Pac-12, or we're not going to see enough Pac-12 to do it, are we? I mean,
I don't think so. They're losing games left and right. Oregon has not looked great, in the games they have played, nor has USC. USC has skated death a couple times. The interesting one to me that is hanging out there, the 2 interesting ones, Texas A&M.
That's the one.
Whose claim to fame is we beat Florida. But we also got our doors blown off by Alabama. We lost that game by 28. So judge us on Florida, don't judge us on Alabama, right? So they're an interesting discussion. And I think Cincinnati is an interesting discussion in that, let's say Notre Dame, here's an interesting scenario for you. If Notre Dame beats Clemson, that's 2 losses for Clemson. They're out of it.
They're out.
Alabama beats Florida, they're in. I leave Notre Dame in. I'll go ahead and give Ohio State the win they're in. That 4th spot in that scenario becomes interesting. You'll have potentially undefeated Cincinnati, and then 1 loss to Texas A&M. And the prospect you look at is, okay, well, do we put Texas A&M as the 4 seed and make them play Alabama again? Alabama's already beaten them once. Do we want that rematch here? Is that fair to Alabama? Is that what we want? Is it the best thing for the tournament and all that? But you can't really justify putting them in above Ohio State or Notre Dame.
You could, in that scenario, you could put Notre Dame 1 and Alabama 2 just to do that.
Yep, you could. But here's the other thing, too, is this Cincinnati team. This is such a fascinating year because I'm a respecter. I don't know about you. I respect the American. I think they play really good football in the American. Central Florida and Memphis, they've been really good. And, Houston had a good run there. And I think Cincinnati's an excellent program. But for this to be the best shot for them to get in the playoffs this year, I don't know if you looked at the rest of the rankings. That conference only had 1 more team ranked. And it was Tulsa at 25 who has to play 2 games against Cincinnati. They get them in the final regular season game, and then all likelihood they turn right around and play them in the conference championship game. If Cincinnati wins both those games, Tulsa's out. Cincinnati, could be right on the verge of this playoff with no other team in their conference ranked, which is a weird thing to me for the committee to say is, Cincinnati, we respect your conference. We think you're good enough to be in the college football playoff. Okay, well, where are all those other teams Cincinnati beat? Well, they're out of our rankings, but we really like Cincinnati. I mean, this is a weird year for them, and I respect that conference. But last year, that conference had 4 teams ranked in the final playoff rankings. They got nobody other than Cincinnati in that scenario I just painted. So that's a weird year to back Cincinnati. But if you look at the teams behind them, Neal, who are you going to push up there? I mean, there's really nobody behind them that you can push up there and say, okay, that team belongs more.
In that scenario, I think A&M gets it. Just
probably so.
Just the SEC thing. The only loss would have been in Tuscaloosa. It would have been early in the year. They beat Florida. In this scenario, they would have beaten Auburn. They would have beaten Ole Miss. They would have beaten LSU. But they didn't play Georgia.
Nope.
The league, I do this deal every week where I rank the league, and you get like 1 through 4. It's pretty easy. Pretty easy to put Auburn in at 5. And then after that, you're like, whoa.
Big mess.
Yeah, it's like this homogenous glob of teams.
Yep.
That 1 week you're like, okay, well, I think Ole Miss is here, but they can't stop anybody. And then you're like, okay, well, maybe it's Arkansas, and then you're like, no, it's not them. And then you think maybe it's LSU, and then you're like, no, it's not them. And so it's this, like for a while, it's like maybe it's Kentucky, and then you're like, nope, it's not Kentucky.
So definitely not Kentucky.
It's not Kentucky, and so it's weird. So I don't know when the committee looks at the league and they're saying that they're looking with the eye test. Well, the truth is the league doesn't look all that good. So it's.
No. Well, and I'll tell you another team, too, that I think got jobbed a little bit. I know your Louisiana Monroe ears don't want to hear this, but Louisiana, Lafayette. I mean, if I know, I'm sorry, Neal, to say this, but look at the facts of it. They beat Iowa State on their home floor, or home turf, whatever. Was it basketball, Ryan? It was football. Home turf, who you've got 15th with 2 losses.
Yeah.
Their 1 loss is Coastal, who you've got 20th or whatever Coastal is. And then you've got them unranked. I'm like, how do you figure that when you say, Iowa State with 2 losses, they're 15th? Well, they beat the number 15 team. Their only loss is an undefeated team you got ranked. I thought it was weird that Louisiana didn't get in over some of the teams you got in there.
It's Louisiana Lafayette, by the way. It's not.
My apologies.
It's okay.
That's what I always called them. Ooh la la. That's what I always called them.
That's what they need to be called.
Yeah, I think that's a great name.
All right, Ryan, thanks so much for doing this, for accommodating us. I know you had Thanksgiving plans, so thanks for giving us 45 minutes of your time here today, and have a great weekend. We look forward to talking to you soon.
Neal, I always enjoy it, man. You guys take care. Have a great Egg Bowl.
That's Ryan Brown. Thanks to him, as always. So we got 34 minutes or so until scheduled kickoff. I assume they'll kick off on time because Vanderbilt's been over for about 7 hours now.
Ryan, I mean, I'm really kind of upset. He let me down a little bit. Thanksgiving plans on a Saturday while football is going on. That's very against Ryan Brown's nature with his 4 TVs and his 14 hours of coverage. I mean, look, I know family's important, but who exactly is he seeing today? What are we doing?
I don't know.
I need a little more explanation of what his day is, why he could not be live and be present with us as always for these minutes.
I don't know. Iron Bowl getting ready to start in Tuscaloosa.
12 minutes and 22 and counting.
Yeah, so they're not starting on time, but that game never does start on time.
No, look, they're in normal uniforms. No crazy colors or anything in the Iron Bowl today.
No.
Alabama didn't pull out the gold or the silver or anything for their game today.
Auburn wearing what they always wear on the road.
White.
It's those two. They don't play those games, man. Not even a little bit. The fans do.
People get shot. People get run over. There's all sorts of stuff.
The two programs do not get engaged in that. They They did for a while, and they damn near burned each other down. And since then, they've said
that can happen.
It can. Since then, they've said, no, let's just.
It's mutually assured destruction when you do that.
Yeah.
Both of you have nuclear weapons in your hand. You just start throwing them at one another. It's like, okay, what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, they look at each other and go, "You cheat." Well, you cheat too. It's a good point. So let's just
the speed limit's 55. You go 78, and I'll go 78.
Yeah.
Deal?
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
I don't know. What is State wearing today? Have you seen any pictures?
I haven't. No, I don't know.
No gold?
Pirate
Surely
outfits
they've wearing out some gold somewhere, huh?
You think so?
I don't. They always do.
I don't know. I haven't seen. Let me see. When I type in MSU football Twitter, Michigan State comes up. So hold on.
AC Video says no. They're in all white. Wearing their whites.
Yeah, they are. They're in literally all whites. White hats, white jerseys, white pants. Good look, actually. Good look.
It's fine.
It's fine. Got 2 maroon stripes with a smaller gray stripe. It appears on the pant. I think it's gray. Maybe it's white, but one or the other. They're fine. Yeah, it's all right. Good uniform game today. Ole Miss wearing navy on white for the Egg Bowl today. The white pants do make the navy uniforms pop more than the gray pants do. And don't hurl tomatoes at me, but that's the situation there.
I don't dislike the all white pant. I wouldn't mind a stripe on it.
Now the problem is you need multiple pants because they need a navy stripe and they need some with a powder stripe.
Need a powder stripe, big time.
So
well, you are an SEC program. You probably can
buy some more pants.
I mean, I'm just guessing.
Yeah, just saying. It is what it is. No tomatoes, but speaking of food, today's Oxford Eats brought to you by H2O Oxford Oriental Cafe. It has arrived. We got some steamed dumplings. We've got some beef steak with vegetables. We've got some soups and different things. We'll get to that probably during our watch party. Right at the beginning is typically what I've been eating because I'm not having to talk and I'm watching the game while I kind of eat with you guys. But H2O right there on University Avenue, 1304 University Avenue, and they got a couple different times throughout the day to eat. You can get lunch from 11 to 3, dinner 4 to 8:30, 6 days a week, and then on Sunday it's 12 to 3 and 4 to 8:30. Vietnamese, Chinese fairs, daily specials, and more there at that Market Cafe. And we're doing this in partnership with Visit Oxford, visitoxfordms.com. Go to the events page, see all the different things going on during the holiday season that you can experience in Oxford. That includes the Elf Scavenger Hunt that gets started just in a couple days. It's December 1st to December 30th. Various downtown square businesses. You can find all the elves. When you find the elves, pick up a card, visit Oxford, return that card once you've found them all, and you're entered into a prize drawing on the 30th. You don't have to be present to win, but the drawing is 3:30 p.m. on the 30th. Holiday Village returns to the Ford Center. That is December 3rd to December 17th. They've got gingerbread houses, ceramic winter village, working trains, North Pole mailbox, direct to Santa, as well as a special Lego gingerbread house built by the Ford Center staff this year. Christmas movies at the drive-in. That is the drive-in in the Cannon Motors parking lot. They're doing Christmas Vacation, the Santa Claus, Elf, Die Hard, and A Christmas Story, December 5th, December 11th, 12th, 18th, and 19th. And then Holly Joy Holiday also coming to the square. That's new this year, December 11th, December 13th. You've got ice skating, carriage rides, hot chocolate. Basically, they're doing like a square jam type ice skating rink right there in front of City Hall toward Nielsen's. You can sign up for that. Just go to Visit Oxford, visitoxfordms.com. You'll see where you can sign up for times. But they provide the skates and everything. Just use Sign Up Genius, and you can get on there. That's 4 to 8 on the 11th, 10 to 8 on the 12th, and then 1 to 5 on that Sunday on the 13th. So, again, hot chocolate. You got some different desserts and vendors and whatnot, as well as ice skating and carriage rides there downtown in Oxford.
This is the stuff that drives me crazy. This is the Iron Bowl. Gary Danielson and Nessler. They're seated apart, and they've got some sort of a partition between them.
Oh, I didn't notice that. That is.
The two of them probably ate dinner together last night. They almost certainly met in person this morning.
For a week, frankly, however long they've been in the same place.
But in the last 24 hours, they've been within 6 feet of one another, and this is silly.
That would be very distracting.
It's
the little plastic thing.
Yeah.
But is it only on the table?
It's on the table.
It's only on the table.
Yeah.
But they're both in front of the table.
So what's it serve?
Okay, I don't know.
It serves no purpose.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you can go to therogue.com. This show is brought to you every week, or every game week, I should say. It's brought to you by The Rogue. The Rogue is your destination for fine men's clothing. Their stylist hand-select pieces from top designers. From work to lifestyle to nightlife, there's the perfect something for everyone. The Rogue has all the best gifts from Peter Millar, Martin Dingman, Jack Victor, Duckhead, Halsey, True Grit, and more. Don't forget their collegiate collection, Ole Miss stuff, Mississippi State stuff. We always appreciate our top 10 market of the
brands in the Golden Triangle.
Golden Triangle market. So you guys can get your maroon and white from therogue.com. Just enter Egg Bowl at checkout in the promo code, and you'll get 25% off all collegiate collection stuff there at The Rogue. We're also brought to you by Heritage Properties. Heritage Properties, home to 3 communities in Oxford, Faulkner Flats, Cambridge Station, and Lexington Point. All 3 properties are multifamily housing. They all offer on-site management and maintenance. They're pet-friendly, and they offer short-term leases. Faulkner Flats, located on Old Taylor Road, offers 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartment homes, private patios or balconies, a premier 24/7 gym, tanning facility, resort-style pool, a car wash station, and much more. You don't want to miss out on their special rates. 3 bedrooms now leasing for the price of a 2-bedroom. Contact Liv at faulknerflats.com or phone 662-234-4558. Cambridge Station has renovated 2-bed, 2-bath apartment homes 5 minutes from campus with multiple amenities, including free cable and internet. They're currently offering a single occupancy special. Contact Liv at cambridgestationapts.com. And Lexington Point, located less than a mile from campus, has spacious 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartment homes with free cable and internet, covered parking, and much more. We're also brought to you by Meadowbrook Wealth Advisors of Raymond James. It's a team in Jackson providing planning and investment guidance to clients across the state and surrounding areas. Financial advisors Bill Geary, Logan Phillips, Chris Carrero, and Ryan Geary are partners with a commitment to personalized service. Contact them at 601-368-2215. See if they might be a good fit for your financial goals. Raymond James and Associates, Incorporated, member New York Stock Exchange, SIPC.
You're watching for records and whatnot. The Buffalo running back Jarrett Patterson, he now has 385 yards rushing and 8 touchdowns with 7 minutes left in the game. He needs 43 yards to break the NCAA single game rushing record today. So high drama there, Buffalo and Kent State in that one.
How about that? I wondered why they were showing those highlights a little while ago.
Oh, were they showing them?
Yeah.
Yeah, he apparently is on a bit of a run today, if you will. So, what do you think Nick Saban did today? What do you think he's been doing all day?
Probably not been a good day.
You don't think so?
Probably not.
Think Terry got out of the house today? Doing something
Well,
different, went
he's
shopping?
probably got to be isolated from her.
Oh, yeah. Hey, small miracles. Like,
honey, I can't. I don't know. I don't know what that can't be good. He's a control freak. For him to look on the television
how many questions do you think he's got for some poor ops guy today?
Oh, been a bad day for the ops guy.
That has to do that whole back and forth all day.
Yeah, the ops guy.
Hey, coach said this, coach said that, coach said no, go over here.
He hates life. He's hating his
life.
life.
Sarkisian woke up this morning going, oh, crap. Like,
oh, sure.
Getting just.
And he's having to play the role of head coach, walking with the cops and the whole shooting match.
Yeah. Getting analyzed on every little bitty thing he does all day long.
I'm setting up our score graphic for the day. So what a
kid for Buffalo now at 4:05 on the day. So
wow.
20 more. He's however long from it now. And they're not in the end zone, so there's still some room. If you're just playing Buffalo, you're just handing them the ball every play, right? I mean, we're record searching now.
I'm chasing the record at this point if I'm them. Absolutely.
Kent State run defense appears to be worse than some we've seen this season.
So what role are we expecting Otis Reese to play in this game?
I think he's going to play a lot of snaps.
Oh, I do too.
We don't know how good he is. Or not even how good he is, how ready he is to play.
Right.
I mean, he was playing scout team wide receiver at the beginning of the week. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm hold on. They're taking the kid out of the game? You're Buffalo. The kid's like 22 yards from the record. Why are you taking him out of the game?
This is your one shot at attention. He needs to play.
They took him out of the game. Okay, that tells me he's at 4:09 and the record's 4:28. That tells me that there's nobody with a headset on to go, hey, coach, I know you thought getting over 400 was cute and you took him out of the game, but he needs 20. He needs like 20 yards to break an all-time NCAA record. Put him in the game. Stupid. The Lions fired their GM and head coach today, Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia, by the way. A little bit of news there.
That's a little something to watch for, just in a way.
What, a 400-yard rushing game?
Well, the Lions. Does that open up does a Ryan Day take that job?
Mm-hmm.
Does a Lincoln Riley take that job? Do they, after dealing with all the COVID stuff for a year, go, you know what, I don't want to do this. We can't recruit the way I want to recruit. Does that job change hands?
Yeah. What's our post-game bourbon today? What are we doing?
Oh. So it's a Basil Hayden 10-year
It's
rye.
a rye, though,
It's a
right?
rye.
Yeah.
I thought, the show has a chance to get spicy. One way
okay,
or the other.
Okay.
This would be the time for a spicy.
Okay. What proof we had on that?
Just 80 proof. So, in case we're drinking a lot, we'll be okay.
It's light.
Yeah.
I may have that with dinner. The Buffalo backup breaks a run and scores a touchdown.
Oh. Well, you did that to yourself.
Yeah. Brian Fisher just tweeted, I've never been more furious at a MAC team for scoring 70 points in my life. Yeah, I agree. This is dumb.
The Iron Bowl, Luke, does have a trophy, but they present it at basketball.
Yeah, they don't even give it out for a couple months.
They do everything they can to keep this thing from getting crazy because it's already emotional.
And it's called like what the commission, not commissioners,
The
what is it?
chancellor,
It's the chancellor's trophy or something.
Yeah. I'm having trouble refreshing internet.
It did provide us though with one of the better troll moments a few years ago when Auburn won the game. Alabama had won the national title, and the Alabama student body president showed up, and the Auburn president had like the SEC or like the Iron Bowl lapel pin in, and the Alabama student body president had the college football playoff national championship lapel pin in. It was good for a chuckle. I did laugh at the little bit of back and forth between the student body presidents there. Let's see.
No, if there's ever been a game where Auburn's not going to get a call ever against Alabama, it's today. The last thing the league wants.
I was completely wrong. It's called the Foy VODK Sportsmanship Trophy.
When I tell you it was never a big deal,
I couldn't have given you that. I could have had 1,000 guesses.
I covered that game 10 times. I've never heard a player talk about, we got to get the Foy Trophy.
So it's more commonly known as the Foy ODK. That's amazing. This is the more common name. Sportsmanship Trophy is awarded annually to the winner of the Iron Bowl, blah, blah, blah. The namesakes are Dean James Foy, who served at both Auburn and Alabama, and the father of photojournalist Mary Lou Foy, and Omicron Delta Kappa National Leadership Honor Society, which has circles at both universities. In years of Auburn victories, the trophy is displayed at the Auburn Arena in the Jonathan B. Lovelace Hall of Honor. Following Alabama victories, the trophy resides in the Paul Bryant Museum. Established in 1948, and it's presented to the winning school by the losing school at the winner's home basketball game in the Iron Bowl of basketball.
That is true.
Resides in the winning university through the following year.
Yeah,
halftime between student body presidents.
I've seen the ceremony.
Yeah.
It's just not a big
tradition. Also dictates that the presenter sing the fight song of the winning school.
Yeah, and I've seen that.
Okay,
and it's more fun than anything else. They laugh, and it's just a different deal. Again, we talked about it. They've been to.
There's also a dinner. It's a lot of stuff.
But they've done the thing where they destroyed one another.
Yeah.
And they've realized this doesn't work. The game is better when they're both good. And now Alabama's become dominant. Like Alabama's about to just blow Auburn off the field.
You really think so, don't you?
I do. I think this is a blowout.
Najee Harris might be the most underrated running back in the Saban era. He's 45 yards from passing Mark Ingram in career rushing.
Has a shot to become their number one all-time ball rusher.
And we don't talk about him.
No.
He's nowhere near in any of that conversation when we mention those guys.
I question why we don't talk about him for the Heisman. We talk about Mac Jones. We talk about Devonta Smith. But we don't talk about
Kyle
Najee
Trask
Harris.
has had taken a stranglehold on it, I think, right?
I think today was not his best day.
Did he not play well today?
He played okay. I think it's – I don't know.
Is Elijah going to win the Blitnikoff?
Oh, he has a real shot.
Yeah.
He has a real shot. Has a real shot. Coastal Carolina leads Texas State 14-7. In case you're wondering, Pitt and Clemson just got started, no score there. Northwestern Michigan State got started, no score there. Oklahoma State beat Texas Tech 50-44. Welcome to the Big 12. Florida beats Kentucky 34-10. Indiana perhaps lost its quarterback, but they did beat Maryland 27-11. Those are your games. Yeah, see Alabama going for the kill early.
A really bad throw.
Yeah, it wasn't a good throw at all.
Kyle Pitts did have 3 touchdowns today, however. So there's that.
Why don't we talk about him? I mean.
Oh, that was defensive holding.
Big time.
Missed a call there. Auburn already getting breaks. Look at them.
Louisiana Lafayette leads Louisiana Monroe 14-7, 4:18 to go in the first. I know everyone was locked into that one.
Harbaugh gone at the end of the year?
I think he wants out. I think he's trying to get out. I think they'd love for him to leave, but, I mean, money's an issue.
Penn State wins 27-17 today.
Oh, Penn State beat Michigan. Wow.
Yeah. Well, Michigan went in overtime with Rutgers last week and only lost because it's Rutgers. I mean, only won because it's Rutgers. Now, a flag on Bama. I mean, Auburn getting all the calls today.
The officials – that official right there just got fired.
I mean, missed a defensive holding on one play and called an illegal formation on Leatherwood on the very next play.
Someone missed the memo.
I saw nothing. I mean, I didn't see shit. I mean, there was nothing there.
Unbelievable.
See, we're in his first game. Andy got the biggest win since the Bartow era at the UAB. I mean, rolling.
So I looked up the shoes he was wearing.
Yeah.
Did you see those?
They were something.
You know how much they cost?
No. How much?
$600.
Those did?
$600 shoes.
Well, they did have spikes on them.
They're fantastic. I mean, they looked good. Where are you throwing the football?
This is not a good possession by the Alabama Crimson Tide. He had his blue deltas on, the green with the gold thread.
The dark olive blue deltas. He looked good, Andy. Looks. You can tell Andy's been in the gym, been working out.
He was. So, yeah. The era has begun.
I anticipate an update, by the way, on Ole Miss basketball this week. Everything's shut down through the 5th.
Speaking of basketball, Ole Miss lost a win because Memphis sucks.
Well, I'm glad you said that. It's going to be one of my 10 thoughts, but I'll tell the audience here. I am told by someone who absolutely would know that game is aggressively being rescheduled.
Okay. So you believe Ole Miss will play?
I actually think Ole Miss and Memphis will play. I don't know when, I don't know how, I don't know where, but I mean, I assume it would be in Oxford, but I do think they will play. I think both schools want to play the game. And, yeah, Memphis is not good. Penny's – it's not going to work.
No, it's not. I mean, you're relying on the Cal method, and it's not the Cal method.
Well, he's not Cal.
No.
He's
not Kentucky.
He doesn't have Cal's connections. You're not Kentucky. You don't have Cal's background.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw the stat the other day, and this has become why they recruit and what they do, a lot like Alabama. It's the NFL, NBA thing. The number of not just Cal's guys that have gone in the first round or whatever, the number who have gotten max deals. It was like an insane number of recruits and players he's had that have gotten max deals to this point. I mean, we're talking double digits. Just phenomenal. If you played fantasy football in college and had the Buffalo running back, he would have gotten you 88.9 points by himself today.
Oh, that would have been good.
Yeah. Syracuse doing Syracuse things, just spike the ball on 4th down.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's good. So Saban probably throwing things at Steve Sarkisian right now after Alabama is forced to punt somewhere around midfield.
Saban saying, "See, you can't do this without me." People nervous out there in the thread?
Yeah, how we
y'all
feeling?
Good.
It doesn't feel like the Egg Bowl. Like it's not the same. It's how we open. Well, it's how we'll end. I mean, it's.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't feel like it. Just feels like another game day Saturday.
They'll get on the field and we go, okay, yeah, Ole Miss and State on the field.
I guess if you were in the stadium, maybe. Although I don't think it would even feel normal because it's only a quarter of the people there. Yeah, Saban. Jonathan says Saban just broke his TV. He just called somebody and said, "Come get me another television now." 4 seconds. And that looks so odd to look at an Alabama-Auburn game and the crowd's so spaced out.
There were 3 or 4. I know we brag on them every week, but there was 3 or 4 out loud laugh moments during that SEC shorts with the speed dating with college football playoff last week. But when the A&M guy was down there and he goes, I mean, we got a huge advantage out of our 25% capacity at Big That and Clemson walking in and shaking hands and her using the hand sanitizer immediately were the 2 best parts of the video.
It's brilliant. I'm trying to get that guy on the podcast, by the way.
He's hilarious.
I've been working at it.
He's great. Yeah, Auburn's gonna have a hard time throwing swing outs and beating Alabama to the corner.
It's not how you beat them. You have to beat them vertically. You have to go over the top, and I don't think Auburn wants to do that with Bo Nix.
Well, then you're gonna have a long day.
Gonna be a long day for sure. I'm almost finished with this thread. So
what are you doing?
I'm setting up the scoreboard thing for the MPW Digital.
Okay.
One of those things I forgot to do. The one, I'm sure there are more than one negative, but the one negative to eCam is that you can't edit other scenes while you're live.
Oh, right. Yeah. First down. Well, an upset today would throw everything off kilter.
Yeah, I
know. Actually, not really. Bama still gets in, not losing again.
But you'd have to start thinking about, yeah,
because they've got the win over A&M.
You wouldn't be able to schedule Auburn for the 19th, although you don't have to right now.
Yeah.
So I think you'd be okay.
Yeah, it really wouldn't change anything.
Well, that's why they're getting the calls. They figured it out. They said, hey, let's just play it. I don't see Auburn
winning the football
I just
game.
don't see how. Maybe they might cover a line, but I don't see how they win the game. Prop bet of plus 225, there won't be 3 unanswered scores. I don't know.
Do what now?
It's a prop bet of plus 225 that there won't be 3 unanswered scores, meaning everyone score. I don't know. The one thing that could happen is if you get one team gets a 21-point lead. I don't know. I don't like prop bets like that unless you're.
What's the first half total? Anybody know?
I don't know.
What's the over under there?
Lost Rice today. No, Rice didn't play. Apparently, Rice is like vigilant about the COVID stuff. Just
really?
Like over the top. Yeah. Oh, he says he lost twice today. I've only lost once. I lost on Vanderbilt.
How'd you lose on Vanderbilt? You had them covering?
Yeah.
Oh.
I made the mistake of watching Missouri, South Carolina, and letting that impact me.
Vandy couldn't cover 4 weeks in a row. I mean, come on. At some point.
Yeah.
You're going to get your head taken in.
Well, I almost went in and changed it yesterday and made it, but I was like, that's kind of not cheating, but we've never done that, so I didn't do it. Once I heard how dysfunctional their program was, I heard just how angry the players were about the deal today.
They didn't show.
No, they were not happy.
They were quite checked out.
And it had nothing to do with sexism or any of that stuff. They just didn't appreciate that part of it. First half totals 35.5. That's about right. Because these rivalry games sometimes start slow.
Well, if it starts slow at all, it's going under. I mean, that's 5 touchdowns. That's 6 touchdowns. That's 5 and a kick. I mean,
but Ole Miss is how many times this year has Ole Miss gone over 35.5 in a first half?
Yeah.
Florida,
Bama.
Alabama,
South Carolina.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Auburn about to punt. Oh, does the scroll wrong? I'll fix it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got Vanderbilt. I was letting Vanderbilt escape without a loss. Thank you for the catch. So 2:54. I'll see. They
Starting on time. Do we know?
I don't know. I'm about to check and see. And we need to get the second screen in here. I'm going to get that done before next football season. I wouldn't even have to put them both on DirecTV, would I? I could stream something on the other.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Might be something I do before that.
Yeah. We'll just pick one of the 2 cheap like online stream things and go with that.
That would be good to have a second TV. Someone says 3 minutes and 1 second till they start.
Well, it's only 2:54 though.
Yeah.
They're not starting early.
I wouldn't think. If you could have one stat from this game, if the football gods came down and said, pick a stat, any stat, what's the one stat you'd want to know to tell you everything?
Matt Corral interceptions. Does he throw it to them 2 or 3 times?
I'd ask for Elijah Moore receiving yards.
Really?
Because if he's over 200, they're winning.
Oh, okay.
Well, we do have multiple TVs, Shaggy. We just don't have multiple TVs in this one room. Need to get a second one in. There's Vaught Hemingway.
Looks 16,000.
Yeah, they've got them spaced out. This would have been the week Ole Miss could have gone, hey, screw it. This is our last home game. Fine us.
We're just going to go with it.
But I guess that would upset people. 4:54, 4:53 till kickoff.
So they are going right at time.
Yeah, right at time. I'm sure the SEC Network's like, let's play, because that other game's been over for almost an hour. Oh, yeah, Northwestern in a rough spot early against Michigan State. I saw that. Get back to that main page. So, again, our thanks to the Rogue, to Heritage Properties, to Meadowbrook Wealth Associates, and to Visit Oxford for their contributions to Scoreboard business. We're going to switch here to our watch party as we get ready for Mississippi State and Ole Miss.
Hang with us, same stream.
Yep, same stream. We're staying right here. I'm just changing some graphics. Ole Miss has made sure they really, what's the word I'm looking for, embraced the new state flag.
They really have. They've gone out of their way with that. There's a 3-minute break. I'm going to get some of that food to show these people.
All right. Yeah, I was looking at Indiana's uniforms, Jonathan. At first, I didn't like them, and the more I looked at them, the more they kind of grew on me. So I've turned a little volume on in here. This is where you guys help me just real quick before everybody gets into the game. Make sure you can't hear the volume coming through the stream so we get a copyright violation. A couple minutes before kickoff, before everybody turns their complete attention to that. If you hear it, just let me know, and that way I'll turn it down a little bit. I don't think the mics are that sensitive because I've got it pretty low. Okay, cool. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate that. Otis Reese sitting, or do you mean sighting?
Like he's starting or something?
Well, he said sighting. I think he means sighting. He says sitting. S-I-T-I-N-G. I think he meant.
Okay.
I think he meant sighting. Kick now. So here we go.
The Whites look good.
Curious to see whether Ole Miss plays a lot of soft zone, whether they do anything to try to get after him. Because the whole goal of this offense with Rodgers is to get the ball out of his hands.
They don't run the ball well. I mean, that is
at all
damn sure.
I think Reese was in on that tackle. He's 26.
Do what now?
I think Reese is number 26. He was in on that play, I think. Jalen Jordan's back. We talked about that in the pregame show. I think that's important. Oh, Tisdale hurt early. I didn't see what happened to him.
I didn't either. Frankly, he hasn't played a ton of plays.
Oh, he did not get it.
They got him just short.
He's short. They spotted it right. He's about a yard short, and the official got the spot correct.
They're going for it.
I admire the bravery, but boy, you hand him a short field right here. Think he's actually going to snap it? Or are we doing the punt thingy?
I think at this point he's doing the punt thingy. Yeah.
So you give a timeout away.
Unless he's still doing it. But surely not, right?
No, I mean, you're gonna hand a team a short field less than 2 minutes into a game.
When your problem is scoring an offense anyway, and then
it just makes no sense. You punt the football.
Well, win for Ole Miss right there. You got
for sure.
You depending on how the first half ends, you brought the 2-for-1 in play for you. You didn't give up the score to start the game.
Yeah, John, I'll give you a time in a minute so you can sync up.
%74% completion percentage. State opened up in nickel right there with 5 defensive backs. Really didn't have much of anybody on the line of scrimmage. You got a flag, though, on Ole Miss to start the game.
What do you think? There's a hold?
I don't know, but it was quick. It was a quick flag out there. Had to be that or formation, right?
Wasn't formation. Yeah, it was during the run. Was a hell of a run.
He does such a good job of keeping his feet. His balance is
his
phenomenal.
balance is amazing. 12:36, 12:35, 34, 33.
State started trying to cover. They're trying to cover Elijah Moore with a safety early in the game, and that's
not going to work.
That's going to be a long day if that's what you're doing.
No, that's going to be a failure. That you have to put a corner on him who can run, and even then you're in trouble because his route running is so good. Ooh, Ely got popped on that
Yeah, he
play.
did.
That was form tackle right there. 3rd and about 7, I'm guessing. Oh, 3rd and 4.
Pretty bogged down red zone position.
Yeah, they've still had some red zone issues. They haven't perfected that just yet.
Because they don't run well in the middle. I mean, when you lose the middle run game, are they going for it?
I'll tell you what.
I get the points.
I get
here.
the points here. But I'm not questioning Lane Kiffin's play calls on anymore because they work too often. Like there. Oh,
he dropped it. I think it's starting fine. I don't really think that's a problem. I mean, you had a guy open there that Corral missed, and you had a drop in the end zone. From a schematic standpoint, Ole Miss is doing a really good job so far. Yeah, it's Penn State 27-17 was that final over Michigan. So Bama's going up first, 7-0. Auburn choosing not to cover Devontae Smith. It's quite the bold move there. He wasn't the first or the second option, but Elijah Moore was not even covered on that 4th down play. But it wasn't the way they were looking. There's real good coverage for Ole Miss there, but that's a lot of time for Rogers. His offense is not even built to get that much time. Just nothing.
A source close to Vanderbilt has told me that Sarah Fuller cussed the players out at halftime. But that went over well.
In what context?
Their effort and whatnot.
Good defense there. Played balloon coverage. Gave it underneath, made the tackle.
Wow. This is what I wondered with Mississippi State. I wondered if this short little passing game with no real threat of a run would work against this defense. The way to beat Ole Miss is to run the football. If you have a running attack, you can punish Ole Miss.
Because when you run it, you also get them looking in 18 different directions. Like their eyes get it all over the place.
And this is they're not even going to go deep. They're going to get rid of it quickly, and all you got to do then is just be in the right place and tackle. And this team has tackled better lately. Alabama-Auburn at the end of one. It's 7-0 tied.
Yeah, Auburn did not guard DeMonte Smith on a post out.
That wasn't smart.
Halfway through the first quarter in Oxford, well on our way to that 10-7 game that thought might be coming.
Well, Lane joked about that the last time that he and Mike Leach played each other. It was a 10-7 game. This one's going to be more than that.
But if you got that 35.5 under, one quarter of the thing gone with no points. Clemson up on Pitt, 17-0 in the first quarter.
The dumplings were good. I had a couple of those. They were
Dumplings
excellent.
were good. The shrimp salad is very good with spinach. Have some hot and sour soup. Julie's kind of light because the week that was a week to go a little less heavy, especially 3 p.m. kick with whatever's going up as the day moves on. Yes, he has the red shirt showing below his jersey.
Apparently, Tarikas Tisdale's injury was serious.
Appeared to be a wrist or a broken forearm or something. There appeared to be something in that realm. Well, get your bingo cards ready, guys. Oh, so they even had gold on last year. I didn't remember the gold last year.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Leach did call it the Apple Cup on Monday, so. What was that?
I have no idea.
That come through the headphones? Was it your phone?
No, not my phone.
That was weird.
That was real weird. I have no idea what that was.
I've never heard that sound.
No,
before.
I haven't either. There's another bingo card check.
Oh, yeah.
Outfield.
Part-time, though.
Yeah, we've backed
He's
off.
gone from a starting outfielder to a part-time outfielder without even playing. It's the damnedest thing.
4-down territory right here. Boy, Matt's got all day right now.
Well, they're dropping 8. They're doing the Arkansas plan. Yeah, we have no idea what that sound was.
Yeah, no clue. I put my headphones back on to listen for it just in case it happens again.
Oh, I think we'd hear it.
That was crazy. Nothing seems to have gone haywire.
No, I think we're good.
Those are the throws that he
The arm
makes.
angles.
Yeah, those are the
Another
throws
flag.
that can't be taught.
Refs have gotten flag happy early in the game. Some drive killers here for the Rebels early.
That's a big one. Alabama now up 14-0.
I mean,
oh come on,
there was nothing there.
That's
You're calling that all day, then we're gonna have a lot of holes.
Yeah, no one's gonna get anything. Wow.
Well,
Is it too early in the game for me to do my weekly? They were going to run this guy off. It strikes me every single week. That throw's in stride. I know it looks like the coverage was bad, but if the throw's not perfect, the coverage is fine. Well, Elijah talked about it this week. You know, if they're going to put 2 and 3 on him, and they are definitely shading towards him, it means somebody else is open.
that was a hell of a throw. I mean,
dude.
Yeah, I would assume in the simultaneous stream that's going on with our Barstool compadres, I would assume that Ben Mintz is having a better first 5 minutes than Brandon Walker.
Yeah, I have contemplated pulling it up. That's why I ultimately laid the points and picks. I just, there was a part of me that was like, boy, it's a bunch of points. And then you get suckered into the whole rivalry.
Or the
rhetoric.
Georgia State thing last week. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but Georgia said we're going to blitz the quarterback, and it allowed some big plays. I don't know that Ole Miss is going to do that because that's kind of not what they do.
Oh, it's not what they do, even when it might be the game plan to do, because they don't
Right.
feel comfortable that
Right.
way. That's, I mean, it's the football equivalent of the team that goes, well, hey, if you run zone against this team, it's really good. And they go, well, we play man. I don't know.
Rich Rod's not coaching this year. Getting paid to not coach.
That's true.
But he's not coaching.
What was he making?
God, almost 2, wasn't he?
Was it almost 2? 1.8 was in my mind, but I don't know why.
I'm not going to go down the officiating conspiracy path here on Ole Miss and State. I'm just not.
What's going on?
He told me 1 says SEC officials got the orders from Templeton, etc.
Yeah, the Larry thing's kind of played out. I hadn't heard Larry's name in about a decade.
I don't think he's pulling those strings. One of the things that happens in games like this one is because the last few years the game has been so borderline out of control at all times that the officials go into it with, we're going to control this, we're going to control this. And then before you know it, you're tic-tacking.
They have to prove to you they're going to play a normal football game.
And I kind of get it.
Now, there's a much difference on that on, hey, any kind of chippiness versus, hey, we're going to call some holes in the middle of the line of scrimmage. They did not put the kid for Buffalo back in the game. He finishes the game 409 yards and 8 touchdowns, tying the NCAA records for most rushing touchdowns and falling 19 yards short of the NCAA record. Oh, that's a bad defensive scheme.
Yeah,
standing flat-footed and catching up with a guy already with a downhill running, that's a poor scheme.
I mean, they basically have had 2 touchdown drives. State hasn't stopped them. 138-16 from yards. I mean, that tells the story.
They just throw dump-offs.
That's what they do. And I tell you what, Reese makes a difference.
He does fly around a little differently, doesn't he?
He spots. You can see him on the television. He pops up.
The numbers are popping, but that's all 52 throws. I mean, that's
what's all they do. I mean, they don't run.
And they had a man there. They actually tried to go down the field a little bit, and
so you're 3rd and 8.
And they can't take that now. Every spot they're down a dude. They're already down wide receivers because of Malik Heath.
That's going to be a shoulder.
Did he get the shoulder?
Yeah. Shoulder, collarbone.
Okay.
He floated that. If you're a receiver. Ooh.
He was bracing for the hit.
And can you blame him?
Yeah. Because there's a safety there, and you're going, This.
Oh, and AJ could have just absolutely.
Yeah. Pretty good restraint there to go, hey,
you're
no
taught not
targeting,
to.
Just,
yeah,
hey,
don't tee off.
Yeah.
But if you're a receiver, you got to look at your quarterback and go, "Hey, man, that's an ugly shirt."
He looks like Belushi from Animal House. It's just like,
what is up? You hope for the kid's sake that he just got the wind knocked out of him, but the way that he favored that arm right away.
Clemson up 31-0 in the first quarter against Pitt now. We've opened a window in the Clarkport studio, and I will tell you, it makes a hell of a difference on the.
It's much nicer, isn't it?
Here, yeah. Because at this point with the lights, you'd be kind of struggling a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost pleasant in here now.
12 players they've got on the list they don't have since the win against LSU. Well, now some of those dudes don't matter, but
when you openly talk of a purge,
he purged. that flag.
I think they're going to get Otis Reese for targeting here.
Really?
I do.
Well, that would be a big one.
I think that's what this is.
I think Ole Miss is comfortable with allowing Rogers to try to. No
okay.
targeting.
Well, good.
I think Ole Miss is comfortable with trying to make Rogers throw into those windows like that, throw over the the segments, because it still floats it. It's not a really strong arm.
And it wouldn't have been Rogers, by the way. I mean, it would have been Haynes, and it was not targeting.
So, good job picking it up there. Move on with the day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's my bad. I said I missed it. I couldn't. I was watching it live. Sometimes I can't tell it. I saw the hit and then the red sleeve. Can't tell there.
There's not much there. I mean, you'd have to really be trying to call it, I think. He dips,
but the receiver dips his head too.
Yeah.
No, I can't call that.
That's
targeting.
A football play for the most part.
Yeah, that's just a throw and a catch, a tackle. Let's move on.
Well, if that's the case, you go with what's on the field. I mean, if we've got to convince ourselves of something, then you just move on with your day. That's the only thing. Like, this has nothing to do with Ole Miss or State or anything else. They've turned replay into a second chance instead of what it's supposed to be.
Right.
Oh, good.
Oh,
grief.
my God.
That's a tough ejection right there.
That's just brutal.
Yeah, it's nowhere near the intent of what either the targeting rule or the replay rule is supposed to be used.
The targeting rule was designed to prevent AJ from taking the big shot on zero across the field, which is and it worked because he didn't do what you're taught. You know, he wasn't overly aggressive. That's terrible.
They have 151 on the season.
I think State would like to go faster than this.
Yeah, they're kind of stalling a little, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're going slow.
Yeah.
Not just not fast, but actually slow at the moment. Is that just keeping the ball out of Ole Miss's hands? Do you get out of your own game plan?
Yeah, a little bit. Right now, they don't have an answer defensively. Numbers are thin.
That's a problem, though.
Sure.
You leave your plan to try to compensate for somebody else's. I mean, that's
2nd and 9 here. Probably abandon the running game. Ole Miss is doing the same, drop 8. That was a hell of a catch.
That was a good catch.
It was a hell of a play.
I think it was a route screw up because you had multiple receivers in the same spot. But
yeah, they're lucky.
That was just
because that's not the way you draw that route tree. Oh, he fumbled. That's a fumble. That's a fumble. Absolutely.
You think he had it?
I think he caught the football. I think it's Ole Miss's ball at the 15-yard line.
Let's see.
You don't think he caught it?
I think it's really close. The way they require that thing to be caught and a football move, it just takes so much to start it.
Let's see. That's a catch.
He was never able to get a play off. It wouldn't matter.
Well, they always review. They
that's
review
what
all
I'm saying.
turnovers.
I mean, there's no reason for Lane to rush out there. He was not going to get.
Well, they're going to. He knew they were going to review this one way or the other. I thought he caught it, but I'm 0 for 1 so far today.
And it's on the field. It's a reversal, which is supposed to matter. We'll see. (14-3) Alabama, by the way.
Okay. Catch. That's a fumble.
Yeah, that looks like a fumble.
Catch 1, 2. Oh, he's trying to get the ball over the goal line. It's a fumble.
Yeah. I don't see any way that's overturned. Play stands.
Yeah.
Yeah. And frankly, because you're going to review it anyway, good call by the officials to not do the whole blow dead thing and then you screw it up and you.
You got to make them pay here.
Yeah.
Who knocked it out?
Holland Knight.
Oh, wow.
That's kind of new. Ran that motion, but that was the first time they've stuttered, stepped, and backed out of it that I've seen this season. Little different wrinkle there.
Cam is a great play. I mean, damn.
That thing could have been blown up 8 times down at the 5, 6, 7 yard line.
The state had a blitz call that worked perfectly.
He didn't get in.
No, he's short. I mean, couldn't be much closer, but
like a line change for State there.
But they could do it because Parrish came off, yeah.
Yeah. Fourth down.
What do you do?
You go. Just shows their inability guard center guard, though. They just cannot get a push.
Can't get push.
Slow moving here for Ole Miss. Matt's not typically play clock dependent. He is right now. He's in.
A lot of eye candy on that play.
In plays they've ran from the 1 yard line.
Well,
before,
it takes away your aggression defensively because you're having to really focus on the who's where and where
is
you're.
Corral going this way? Is Moore going this way?
Yep.
What do you? They all came out of the hole following 8.
We'll see 14 almost stood up. Because your keys defensively change as the play moves. Pete Deweese in the thread. We'll have him join us in the second quarter. He's right. He says that's the same play that Ole Miss botched on the goal line at Arkansas.
At that point, it was Braylon, not 8, running the motion.
A couple of those games Ole Miss wouldn't mind having back.
Payton going off the field for the Bulldogs. Former Ole Miss commit, signee.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
From somewhere in Tennessee, right?
If you say so.
The previous class thing, you're kind of done on that, aren't you? Like once the class is over, it's like, all right, great. Sounds good.
Well, given the whole pandemic and all that stuff, I couldn't tell you. I don't have an update on Tisdale. We kind of at the mercy that you guys are. A broken arm is what we're hearing, but I have not confirmed that.
State's problem is it becomes a sprint a little bit. When you're 2 scores back, it's just every time you got to go.
End of one quarter in Oxford, 14-0 Ole Miss.
State on the move a little bit.
7 minutes to go in the Iron Bowl over in Tuscaloosa. It's 14-3 Alabama. ESPN not doing a very good job of updating non-top 25 games.
Just scores.
Yeah.
$21-3 Bama. 6:24 to go, second quarter.
Okay.
It was a touchdown pass from Mac Jones, but I can't see.
Who needs Nick Saban?
Yeah.
Steve Sarkisian about to be 1-0 in Iron Bowls.
Hey, might be enough for a gig here in a few years,
Well,
right?
I mean,
beat Auburn.
You know, if you're looking at him and you believe that he's
okay,
mm-hmm. He's frankly a better hire than all the other dudes.
There's no doubt about that.
Because he's a better coach.
Yeah. It wasn't football-related activity that got him out of jobs. By the way, pretty good basketball team is Liberty. They beat State. They are beating South Carolina 43-26 right now in halftime in Kansas City.
Oh.
Liberty is 8 of 16 from 3 at the half.
Oh, it's time to call Pete. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I'm off my own little world. We use Skype, Pete. That's right.
How's it going, guys?
Hello, Pete. How are you?
Doing well.
Appreciate you being with us.
I'm glad to be here.
Let's see. Get that down there. Build the little thing where people know who we're talking to. How'd your team do last night?
Got our first playoff win in school history.
Oh, wow.
So school's been open for 68 years and have had a lot of really good players and been on the cusp of it several times. And last night, our staff and our kids were able to get it done.
I bet that was a good feeling.
Yeah, it was a great feeling. One of our best players went down in the second quarter, and as they carted him to the ambulance, our kids wiped the tears away and never flinched and just went after it all night. And it was awesome to see our kids compete like that.
Kid okay?
Dislocated patella. Right now, no signs of nerve damage and doesn't appear to be a fracture. So hopefully the ligaments are structurally sound and he'll be okay.
Okay, well, good. All right, let's see. Mississippi State, 1st and 5 after a offsides. Ole Miss is going to make a stop here. It's going to be 2nd and 3 from the Ole Miss 23 from Mississippi State. What have you seen from the Rebel defense so far?
Durkin is trying to give different looks. It's been a lot of rush 3, and I know people are getting frustrated by lack of pass rush. And Mississippi State's going to get 5 out in the route. That's what they're going to do. And as you start to bring different guys and do different things, you open up the vulnerability of a catch and run. And so what Ole Miss is trying to do right now by rushing 3 is he's mixing up his zones. There are times where he's playing deeper at the linebacker level, forcing everything in front, trying to rally up. And then there's times where they're playing and looking to jump those shallow routes. And that's when they've had some success kind of finding them on that second level because the safeties are playing deep. I mean, they've played a little bit more too high coverage than what he normally plays, but he's still getting into his cover 3, which is what he wants to do, where he's most comfortable trying to live. Haven't seen a ton of man-to-man, and that's why right there. I mean, you get Tyler Knight matched up, and he's not in bad position, but he's matched up on a big receiver. And when that's all you do offensively is work those routes and it's pitch and catch so often.
Pitch and catch right there. Mississippi State gets on the scoreboard with a touchdown, so 14-6 pending the PAT real early in the second quarter. Bulldogs get back into it.
I was ahead of you guys the entire first quarter, and now somehow I'm behind. I have no idea how YouTube TV does that to me, but
no idea.
I'll send my complaint when I find a number.
Yeah, good luck getting that response.
So right there, that's just the touchdown, though. It's one of their primary. It's mesh. It's 92 mesh. It's one of his biggest plays. And what he does there is typically that receiver is going to reduce his split and run a corner route. And right there, he runs a post. So they go 92 Z post, and the corner looked like he's expecting help from the safety. And I don't know whether it was Tylen Knight who jumped the shallow crosser, or if there was somebody else supposed to be there, or if 20 was just mistaken and didn't have help. But clearly he thought he was going to get some help on the inside. He went to take away the outside release. The kid gets the post, and it's there for pretty easy throw and catch.
Yeah, very clearly Kedron Smith thought he had help because the way he the way he released him, he thought there was going to be
the technique he's playing right there. He is playing fade ball 100%. And so, look, sometimes kids guess wrong. I mean, that's the bottom line is,
right.
And it doesn't matter who you are as a secondary coach. You talk to your kids around the goal line of tendencies and read releases. And so, he may have just flat out guessed wrong, but you watch his back pedal right there. He's trying to play a little catch man, and he opened that inside hip. He looks fully like he's playing an outside release route.
I'm trying to turn Chase's headphones down for him.
Yeah, they were quite loud when I put those on. We'll see how it goes.
Sorry, guys, I was just yelling.
Good. No, you're all good. It's us. We can move that down.
No, it wasn't you. It was, we had headphones up.
Yeah.
We've had different people in here doing different things, so different people have different hearing levels and audio levels and stuff.
Yeah, I think Zach's deaf because that was
it was jacked up, wasn't it?
That was pretty loud. Let's see.
Offensively, Ole Miss has moved the football pretty much at will. I mean, 2 touchdown drives, a third that ended with a drop pass in the end zone. What are they doing offensively to give them the success they've had so far?
The deal with State really for the past few years on defense is they've had questions in the secondary, but they've been very talented in the box. And they're really not much different. They're good in the box. I mean, Errol Thompson is a Sunday player. And what they do defensively can give you a lot of problems. Now, when you tempo a defense that moves around and does as much and presents as many looks as State does, one of two things is going to happen. Either you're going to get them to kind of slow down and get into their base a little bit and create easier looks, or you're going to flat out be wrong sometimes because you don't give the O-line a chance to make adjustments. You don't give the quarterback an opportunity to slide protection the other way. And so we've seen Ole Miss have some negative plays. I mean, the one in the red zone on the last drive where the kid came scot-free and Corral ended up pulling it and somehow fought his way forward. Part of that is Ole Miss is trying to tempo, and it's not just the pressure. It's having to communicate the front, the pressure, the stem, and all that stuff when you're in that tempo mode. So, State has not necessarily struggled with that as far as their front goes a ton. Ole Miss has given them some different looks, and right now, it's clear they're really trying to attack the safeties at Mississippi State. And that's probably, I mean, even when you go back to what was it, Abrams that plays for Las Vegas now, when you could attack him in the passing game, you could find success. And that's kind of been the story for their safeties for a while now. It's just you have to be good enough up front to have time to make that happen. And so far today, both on the deep ball for the long touchdown, and then the first one to Elijah Moore on the little corner and go, really impressive protection on those plays. And then they're just attacking those safeties. They're trying to bait the corners in zone coverage and attack the safeties, and so far it's worked for them.
Ole Miss gets a -1 on first down with a little swing pass to Elijah Moore. 2nd and 11.
He hold it?
Yeah, he held it. He didn't drop anything.
Michigan State up 17-6 on Northwestern right now, developing their second quarter, 6:25 to go.
Wow.
Oh, he missed it.
Matt has done a great job looking off safeties and corners and using his eyes in this game. That may be the most impressive thing about his development under Kiffin and Levy is what he's done using his eyes.
He did it right there. He just missed the throw, but he absolutely looked the safety off, and Yeboah was wide open.
He did it 2 plays in a row.
Yeah.
You know, even on the play before, if you were to go back to it, he turns and pumps the swing route to get the flat defender to attack, and then he hits Elijah Moore behind it. And then right there, you do the same thing. You try to show that little quick screen you've thrown into the boundary, and you have the window, but it's a tough throw because you're trying to keep Yeboah away from the safety.
Right.
With the throw.
3rd and 5 here for the Rebels.
He could have run it.
Yeah,
Should have run it.
That was a bad decision there from Corral. Ole Miss going to have to punt.
Hard to criticize him because he hadn't made too many bad decisions in weeks. There was one right there where he could have just pulled it down and gotten the first down easily.
Yeah, he definitely could have on that one. I think, the defender's not in bad leverage on Drummond either. It's funny. I mean, that's literally what Ole Miss just ran as a version of what State scored on the last drive. It's the exact same scheme. And of course, State sees it a million times in practice when they're working against each other. But they called him a man-to-man, and there's a defender in trail position, and there's nobody there to account for the quarterback. So he definitely could have run for that.
Mac Brown punts, 12:27 to go. Mississippi State will take over 1st and 10 at about their own 17, I think. Alabama up 21-3 over Auburn, 1:30 to go in the second. As Chase just mentioned, Michigan State leads Northwestern 17-6. Everything else is kind of a final from earlier in the day. A lot of cancellations today with COVID and whatnot, so Coastal Carolina leads Texas State 35-7. That game starting the third quarter in wherever the hell San Marcos. Is that where Texas State is?
That's correct. Yeah.
There we go.
I feel like Texas State has played more games than anybody. I feel like they play 2 a week. Every time I check scores, they're on there.
They are 2-9. You're exactly right. This is their 12th game of the year.
No.
Look at Texas State. Texas State going, this COVID thing, it ain't nothing.
We're playing every week.
We're 2-10, but we beat COVID.
So they started September 5th and played a full schedule, and they ended on normal week.
I think we should call them 3-10. I mean,
give them an extra win.
Give them a win over COVID. Played COVID on a neutral field and won. I mean, hell, for getting the whole season in, they should go to a bowl game. Just let them.
Oh, potential news here. If this is correct, seen a screenshot for Saints Broncos tomorrow. Per sources, Broncos pulled all 3 quarterbacks, Locke, Rippon, and Bortles from practice today and sent them home out of contact tracing concerns with Jeff Driscoll. Unclear whether precaution or availability for tomorrow becomes uncertain.
Wow.
I feel like not having a quarterback would be an issue in the NFL.
I was getting ready to say, how the hell would you play?
Just Wildcat.
Well, based on Twitter, Chad Kelly's hanging out with Marshall Henderson. You get them on a plane right now, get them to Denver, and fun times will ensue.
Yeah, you might not win the game, but you'll win the party.
And let's make sure we mic that one up.
Yeah.
We need the 30 for 30 on that.
Like say the old Inside the NFL, would they do that during the game every week, Yeah. That's not a thing anymore, right? That's gone.
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah. Second time we've relayed played the last few minutes of last year's Egg Bowl.
Can you blame them?
No.
Come on. I mean, we wrote about it and talked about it. I don't blame them for using it in their broadcast. Obviously, a big possession for both teams right here. If you're Ole Miss, you want to stop. You don't want to let them back in it where the first quarter basically gets negated.
Inside the NFL is still a thing. It's on Showtime.
No. I guess I need to get Showtime.
Nice play by A.J. Finley.
Yeah.
And that's why you drop 8. You don't rush, do a lot of blitzing against these
Stick
guys
with
because
it,
that's what they want you to do.
So that's shallow right there is what they call the concept. You send one receiver down the line of scrimmage and you layer somebody behind him at 10 to 12 yards on a dig route. And it's all about reading the linebackers. So as the shallow happened, Ole Miss had a player take it, but the other 2 backers replaced him underneath. So you force him to his check down right now. And that's what you want. That is what you have to do. You have to keep things in front of you and limit run after catch. And offensively, they're fine throwing what's essentially a hitch or a slant every play as long as they feel like they can turn and get them into 7 and 8 yard gains. And when you're really limiting those, you start to limit the offense.
3rd and 4 after Rodgers scrambles to avoid some pass rush, makes a positive out of a potential negative play. 3rd and 4 for Mississippi State at the Ole Miss 22. 11-19, 11-18, 17-16 for those of you trying to sync up. 14.
I mean, it puts pressure on the decision making, but I mean, he's going to have lanes to get a few yards on every play almost if he wants to take that.
He is on most plays.
Pressure
particularly when they have things that are crossing the middle of the field, because it's going to help vacate linebackers.
Ole Miss brings pressure there, Pete. Otis Reese makes a big play in coverage. Rodgers kind of floated that ball. It looked to be off his back foot. I'll see on the replay here.
It was, and it was that is nice coverage. So I was curious of how they would use Otis Reese in the scheme that they play. And I'm going to go back to when Dave Womack was at Ole Miss, and they were having a lot of success with the Land Shark D. There's a lot of similarity. There's less exotic right now, in particular with the players that you have on the field at Ole Miss, but from a coverage standpoint, there's a ton of similarity. And so Cody Pruitt was what was essentially the down safety. He was the guy that came down and became the extra linebacker that you would bring down, and then they would keep Trey Elston and those guys high and is the middle of the field player. So I was curious, was Reese going to be the middle of the field guy that's back there playing center field to clean everything up and keep him in front of you? Or is he the guy that athletically comes down, he fits the box, and he plays over receivers? So what you've seen so far is he's the guy that they're bringing down. He's the big body that can come down, play underneath, but is athletic enough, as you see there, to kind of run with guys vertical.
Would that be every week, or is that indicative of what State's trying to do, and you bring him into where a lot of the dump-offs and stuff underneath is to bring him into the play a little more?
Don't have enough of a snapshot of his skill set, but from a body type standpoint, I would think that that's where he would be moving forward.
Okay.
So, what you wonder is you go back to some of the earlier games in the season where the secondary just didn't fit the run and things. And it wasn't always on the secondary. I mean, the front played a major issue, but that's what you wonder is there's your guy now that you're expecting to be able to clean up the trash. And for the first time, you've got him on the field, and you're just not seeing him do that in the run game. It's obviously the offense makes it more pass oriented, but even moving forward, when you get teams wanting to run the ball, he becomes that extra fitter now. He's that extra guy.
Pete, do you think Urban Meyer would take the ULM job? Probably, right? Probably would take it.
Listen, I mean, the last I checked, his daughter's not playing volleyball at Georgia Tech anymore.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the reasons that when he left Florida, and then, so I don't see why not. I mean, everybody'd love to live in Fun Row at some point in their life.
Luke Fickell would probably take it. I'm thinking Matt Campbell would take it. I mean,
listen, let's be honest. They can probably get Tom Herman on a good deal.
And
if Herman's running the offense, you can get Boom. He can run the defense. You can put a bang coaching staff together.
You could. Yeah, ULL leading ULM 49-14 at the half.
I felt good about the cover for the fighting Raging Cajuns.
I laid them.
Oh, you did lay them?
Oh, I did lay them.
See, absolutely. I thought I could get a game back there. I thought you'd go alma mater heavy.
No. I knew we were in trouble. Heading to 0-9.
Oh, they're winless?
They are winless.
Oh. They really needed that FCS game, didn't they? Didn't need to play just conference stuff there with the Warhawks.
Well, they should call Texas State.
It's true.
I mean, there's your bowl game, Neal. Hey, we beat COVID Bowl.
Yeah.
And by God, play it in Shreveport.
Play in Shreveport. Let's see, Texas State. I'm just curious.
I can assure you there is nothing that'll make you feel good about life like lunch in a Bossier City casino buffet on Christmas Day.
Oh, I cannot even imagine.
I have been there. So
see a lot of sweatsuits and stuff in that crowd, I bet. I mean, I bet it's one comfortable, laid-back crowd.
Sweatsuits and menthols.
Okay, yeah.
Also, oxygen tanks and walkers. So it is an interesting crowd.
Another flag on Ole Miss behind the chains again.
Yeah, that was a hold. I thought I saw that one live.
You know, he's just got to cut inside of that. I mean, that's Yeboah is not. He's not doing anything great,
No.
but Edie's got to make that cut. If he sticks his foot in the ground and gets vertical, you don't get the holding call. It's not going to be an explosive play. But if he makes the cut, it doesn't happen. The same thing. First play of the game, when they got the holding call on Yeboah, the ball's designed to go inside. And Moore catches it and gets it on the sidelines. If he goes inside the block, you don't get the holding call.
I thought
he gets a shoulder pass, but if you cut inside, it's less likely to get called.
I thought there for a minute Elijah was going to throw the football.
I did too. He appeared to pull up.
Don't be shocked if they're setting that up. I would also not be shocked at some point to see him pull up and throw it back to whoever handed it to him. In this case.
This has been quite the waste of possession for the
back to Moore.
Yeah, Avery Forbes says in the thread this series is gross. It's certainly an attempt to be cute, and the cute's not working.
Because Corral just bailed on that. There was nothing, threw it away. I'm not sure he had more than one guy on the route though.
Well, there were 3 guys covering the route, so if the intent was to trick, it didn't work.
Now he's going under center. What the?
You're trying to read defenses here, right, Pete? No, they're calling timeout.
Third and 18. There's not a lot on the call sheet. You're going to go to something that you feel is safe. So you try to move if you can get. If you get a false start there, get you into 3rd and 13, now it's a more manageable situation. So you try to get them to jump. You play all the tricks. Nobody jumps. So after the timeout, they'll come back. Anybody but Kiffin, and I would tell you that it's going to be a screen or a handoff, which kind of makes you frustrated. Why did they call the timeout and not just run it? But honestly, it wouldn't shock me to see them just try to go up top and get it all right here.
Get a penalty. If you happen to get a pick, it's 35 yards down the field, whatever.
Yep. And honestly, on 3rd and long, protection's been pretty good, and you've had 2 good completions.
He's going up top.
So,
and there it is.
And he got it. There's 6.
Good call, Pete.
Anybody else, that's not the call. I'm dead serious. I mean, look, that's the call when you're playing your FCF game, right, or FCS game. That's not the call in an SEC game on 3rd and 18. Everybody else is running screen.
I don't think Lane Kiffin gives a damn. And I'll tell you what, Pete, this kid's got a cannon for an arm.
He does, but guys, that's the same play they scored the touchdown on to him earlier. They literally went back to the same play and got the safety again.
Wow.
Sometimes people overthink this game. It's really easy to do, but when something works, it works for a reason. And if you feel confident that you can get the same look again, go back to it. And that's exactly what they did right there and got away with a little bit of hand play from Braylon on the safety right there. But you get the safety to pause just enough, and you've got the arm to make it happen, and you give your kids a chance to go make plays, man.
Good God.
That throw. I'm trying not to do this more than once a quarter, Pete, but the other staff was going to run this kid off. And
it's so. I still have. I don't know. I still have a lot of questions about what went on offensively last year, and the reality is I don't think Corral was ready last year. I think that there's probably a lot of opportunity where, he was probably too aggressive. He was always thinking big, not taking what was there.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the growth has come for him.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's the story that one of these days I'd like to sit down and talk. I really would, and no joke, not for like a vindication sort of thing, but to say, hey, what did you see in Corral last year? How did you attempt to bring him along? How did you attempt to build his confidence? How did you attempt to develop him? Because I know those people did. I mean, when people act like, oh, they just dismissed him, they didn't. I know better than that. I know better than that. He was the face of their program when they went to Birmingham for media days. Something went wrong, and then they couldn't fix it. And I do think it's funny, because Corral has all the tats, and he's from California, and he has the thing where he got into a fight with Gretzky's kid. And so there's all this stuff that's sort of, for lack of a better word, eye candy. It's really distracting from who he is, and who he is this – he's this smart kid who is very hard on himself, has a hard time moving to next when he makes a mistake, when there's a mistake that's his fault. You saw it against Arkansas. He couldn't quite get past it. I think the turning point of his season, and I really do believe this, and I'm about to hand it back over to you, is after he threw the interception against Auburn in the first quarter, Lane settled him down, let Plumlee play a series, but then he put him right back in, and ever since then, he's been really, really good.
Yeah, I think you're right as far as the turning point. I mean, look, he had stepped through the door, but coming out of that Arkansas game and throwing that interception early, the kid is unbelievably talented, and you could see that there was talent there last year. And I know some people not fans of my earlier comment, I guess, but you go look at that Memphis game from last year, and let's be honest, there was not a lot of talent around him that was ready to go play football. Up front, they were atrocious in that game. And he ultimately, he's athletic enough to be successful in a Rich Rodriguez offense. The reality is Rich Rodriguez did not want to run an offense that was going to let Matt Corral be successful, and that's what I believe. I think that Corral can run the ball and he can be effective in the run game, but his arm talent is part of what makes him special, and the rest is just an add-on. And you go back and you look early in the season last year, he was a kid that was trying to make big plays. He was trying to take shots, and he wasn't necessarily getting a lot of protection, and guys weren't always catching the football. And so I think that a big part of what you saw last year was what it ultimately comes down to, where Rich was more comfortable was with what Plumlee gave you. And be damned if Plumlee wasn't having success throwing the football.
Yeah.
They were willing to live with it.
Obviously, huge possession here, Pete, for Mississippi State, down 21-7. They do not want to give Ole Miss the football back down 2 scores and let this thing turn into a 3-score game. Ole Miss gets the ball first in the second half. This is a big spot for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, you guys commented earlier that State's going slower than you expected them to go, and I think I think it's kind of been a progression the last few games. Quite honestly, is early in the season they were going. And look, Leach has never been blazing fast. He really hadn't. I mean, they've always kind of taken their time a little bit. And because they allow the quarterback to check things at the line of scrimmage and to shake off and change route concepts and change protection. And so, but I think as the season's gone on, and that's a huge second down play for Ole Miss. I think as the season's gone on, he has slowed down, and part of that's helping his freshman quarterback because now he can guide him more from the sidelines. And I think the other thing is, they've run it a little bit more today. They ran it more last week too.
State gets the unforced error to steal a tennis term. So bad snap. He falls to the ground. So 4th down coming up. They're going to have to punt here. Boy, Ole Miss gets a shot right now to take I won't use the word kill shot, but something close to that.
Even if they don't get the bad snap right there, if you look at it, Durkin was going to be more aggressive. They were playing cover 1 right there. They bring Otis Reese down. He's on the number 3 receiver. Tylen Knight was on the 2nd receiver. So they're straight up playing man-to-man, and they're working a game and a stunt up front and trying to bring pressure right there. And you have not seen a ton of that out of Durkin until late in games when he's felt like he has to. And so it's interesting to me because he's done a little bit more of it early in this game. And I think some of it is they actually feel like, maybe not size-wise, but some of athletically, some of the matchups are more equitable in this game than they've been in other games.
Defensively, they've played really well so far. I mean, they gave up the one drive, and on that drive, State made some good plays and, had a couple of mismatches and made throws and catches. I mean, you're not pitching a shutout in this deal, not with this particular defense, but so far it's about all you could ask for.
The days of pitching shutouts are gone. It's an offensive game right now. I mean, that's just the reality. The way the game is being played, the way that it's being officiated, and the way the rules are set up right now, it's hard to be a great defensive football team. And then Nick Saban said it last week in a press conference. It doesn't matter who you have. There's going to be games where schematically it's a better fit for you and athletically it's a better fit, but shutting people down, it's hard to do. And so, what Ole Miss has done, considering what they've been throughout the course of the season and what they're able to do right now, I think you have to be pleased at this point in the game with the way they've played.
If you're Ole Miss right here, do you just have another drive, or is there a part of you that, hey, we've hit this deep ball twice, let's go get it again?
Identity is identity, period. If they'll come out on 1st down, who knows what they're going to do. And if they, whether it's on 1st or 2nd down, if they pop a decent play and they can get into their tempo and try to take a shot, Lane Kiffin gets you in 2nd and short, he's going to take a shot, period. And that's what he does, and Levy's on the vibe with that, and so they do a good job of it. And then at the same time, if they get around midfield, they're taking a shot, and that's not going to change. And so I think that I don't think you're going to see him go into stall mode. People didn't love the last drive until the touchdown play, but they did it for a reason, and whether it's setting something up or kind of whatever that case may be. I'd be curious to see if we see it again. I don't think you'll see it right here. I think part of that is, they're adding eye candy. They're adding things that people have to work on, and all of a sudden you have Elijah Moore who's lined up everywhere on the field, including quarterback now. You're just making people defend things. And then obviously they try to throw the trick play off of it with Corral, and it's triple covered. But I think they'll kind of get back more into their base stuff, and then you're going to see some more wrinkles come out in the second half.
Straight up top again. Ole Miss did not have a receiver in the screen.
I sure love that play, though.
Just a complete miscue there, right? Wrong route.
I'll let you know when YouTube catches up.
Okay. Is there an option off of that when you see it? Like, is it some kind of in or out thing, and they just didn't do the same thing?
It's definitely an option right there. So a lot of what Levy does offensively or they call them deep choice routes, in the quarterback or the receivers are given reads based on coverage. And so the question there is who's got the option. Somebody's got locked route. Somebody has an option route. So the question is who had the option route. And whoever it was right there clearly wasn't on the same page.
Corral Domingo for the first down, 6:19, 6:18 to go.
Yeah, Ole Miss got away a little bit of a hole there, but
and even on the play before that, on the second down, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't get an illegal formation call. So
600, 559. Ole Miss going to the ground a little bit on these two plays to Connor. Now in Mississippi State territory, it'll be 2nd and 6, I think, at the
5 or 6
at the Mississippi State 47. Well, they're going fast here.
Same play.
Got about 4. Should be about
3rd and 4.
3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. Yeah.
We were completely wrong the last time. They had a 2nd and 8. I thought he definitely got.
I did too. I think they're wrong because the down and distance is right here. Oh, great call.
Yeah. Got out there, sat down in it.
One of the things so when you run that 3-3 stack defense, 3-5 stack, however you want to label it, that Mississippi State runs is when you start bringing tight ends and extra guys into the box, is you just continue to add hats. So Ole Miss has really done a good job of spreading them out and staying in these 4 wide formations to get running lanes. And when State has gotten into a run-oriented box, like you saw on the 3rd down, it gives you now one-on-ones and it gives you those little holes and seams on the outside to throw the ball. So it's been interesting to me that, so much of what they've done in a lot of games is run game-wise has been with Yeboah attached to the box and is part of the scheme, but so much of what they've done today has been actually with him as a receiver and using that to get a lighter run box and a better opportunity to run the football.
3rd and short here.
Yeah, 3rd and about, depending on where they spot it, 2, I think, is what it's going to be. 3rd and 2, 423, 422. This is 2 down territory here for sure.
We'll find out because he got popped at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it's
so
going to be 4th and about, 2 yards. Although a field goal would make it, but they're not going to do it. I don't know why we even talk about it. Well, that's why.
They're going again. What's the flag?
I don't know. Illegal shift, I'm guessing. Someone wasn't set. I don't know.
They pointed towards State.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah, the teams are behaving. Just play the game. Fine. Now, we didn't see. I mean, who knows? But
yeah, it might have been egregious.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I don't know.
Got to throw it away. Yep. They're going so fast, Pete, it's hard to even have a conversation about it.
Well, I'm just sitting here. I'm like, clearly they're going faster than YouTube TV can handle. So this is not an advertisement for DirecTV, by the way.
Mingo dropped it.
Had Mingo open and he kind of misfired.
It, yeah. 3rd and 10 for the Rebels. They go in normal tempo now.
That's the one thing Ole Miss has had a little bit of trouble with is it. I feel like it's B gap. It's their. You go back to the throwaway by you go back to the throwaway, and they had a different player at left guard than who they had in earlier, and he just turns the tackle loose. Protection wise, they had it working the right way.
They got about 8 here on a play and it's going to be 4th, and I'm guessing 2 is my guess at the State 6, and they're going for it.
I'd kick it here. I
would have kicked a football there, I think. So State gets a stop, 3:15 to go. Give Kiffin credit now. There's no hesitation.
He was going for blood for sure.
Boy, I tell you what.
Not sure he didn't kind of have him there. I mean,
I think I actually think he made a hell of a throw.
That's the same. They've run that play so much. They ran it twice early against Florida. The only difference now is they put Yeboah in the eye instead of being offset, which against Florida, he was completely offset. They hit, I want to say it was Drummond one time for maybe the first touchdown, and then they hit Yeboah in the flat the second time they run it. It's a West Coast staple and has been a part of Kiffin's offense for a long time. And, State playing the type of defense they play, they have so many defenders underneath. It's hard right there. If you don't out leverage them in the flat or get the free release on the corner route, it's hard to find more underneath right there. And it was a good throw. That's just hard.
56-14 now, Lafayette over Monroe.
John, I see your question. Shouldn't he have just hit Yeboah in the flat for the first down? I'd have to see it from another angle. Here's what I'll say. The one thing that stood out to me was Yeboah slowed down. If Yeboah was full speed, he might have an opportunity out. And at that point, yes, for sure. But I felt like Yeboah kind of slowed down a little bit.
State gets a big first down here. 2:28 and counting to go. Mississippi State at its own 22 first down. 2:22, 2:21,
They have
20.
2 timeouts left.
Yeah, both teams have 2 timeouts left.
That was a nice throw to get that first down. He put it the only place he could have. It helps you got a big body out there to throw it to.
He's done a pretty good job today. Playing okay.
He's not a bad player. He's come along in the little bit that I've watched, and I probably watched more last week than I have prior to that, but he's done a nice job.
Sam Williams actually impacting a play there. Got a little pressure.
And Ole Miss did a nice job in the zone right there. They're again, they're playing their cover 3. Did a nice job.
Mississippi State into Ole Miss territory there with a kind of a crossing route on the scramble by the quarterback. So 1st and 10 at the Ole Miss 48, 1:53 and counting to go.
Yeah, State got away with a hold there on that left tackle. Got beat and grabbed him. Both sides getting away with a little more now than earlier in the game.
It's the second time that Ole Miss has gotten into a too high coverage and tried to play a version of cover 2 in a long down and distance. And in
free play,
just the discipline on those crossing plays has been hard.
Yeah, it's offsides on Ole Miss. They'll take the play.
Well, you take the penalty.
1st and 5 instead of 2nd and 3.
Yeah. First and 5 at the Ole Miss 43, 1:29 to go for those who are trying to catch up or pause to keep up. They haven't taken too many deep shots. Malik Heath and Jalen Jordan.
Going at it a little late.
Yeah, that's if that's an oven, it's getting hotter.
Yeah. That you're not going to see State throw a ton of deep balls unless you start playing man to man. That's really not what they're trying to do. But right there, you get man to man. Say, Ole Miss is playing like a cover 1, and so you get the corner man to man. So they're going to take a shot. Where LSU went wrong was they tried to play cover 1 and cover 0 the entire game, and so you gave them the opportunity to throw that deep ball.
They got a matchup.
But you're not
there. Go ahead, sir, Pete. Sorry.
I was just going to say you're not going to see that a ton in most situations unless you're getting a lot of man to man out of State or versus State.
3rd and 5. Almost certainly 4 down territory right here.
plenty of room to run.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So when you see him rubbing his eye like he's crying, he's signaling the formation. That's early, so that's going to put 3 receivers on the same side, and that the name of it tells you who's going to be, how they're distributed in the formation.
52 seconds and counting. Mississippi State with the 1st and 10 at the Ole Miss 34, has 2 timeouts left.
Plenty of time at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Tyler Knight slips.
Yeah, Ole Miss, Durkin started playing a good bit more man. A lot of what he's calling right here is he's playing like a 2-man. He's keeping 2 safeties high, and he's playing man-to-man underneath. He trusts his matchups right there, and if Knight doesn't slip, he's probably in solid position. It's a really nice job by the safety to get off the hash and make the tackle.
When you're a coach and it looks like State's left tackle is holding pretty consistently and you're not getting that call, do you lobby for it play after play? How do you get that message across?
Well, one thing you have to do is kind of get a feel for how they're listening to you, right? At some point, officials, you sit there and you call them out and you call them out, and at some point, the really good ones are just going to smile and say, "Coach, I'll tell them to look." And that's their way of saying, dude, he clearly doesn't see it. He's not going to call it. Or some dudes will kind of get pissed and say, basically, you're saying we're not doing our job. So you kind of have to figure out a little bit of the personality of the guy on your sideline. And then, the white hat when you get a chance to talk to him. I mean, we're in the game last night, and their defensive linemen are literally 2-point takedown our offensive linemen. They're grabbing knees and tackling our guys, and it's defensive holding. It's a penalty you don't see called, but it's a real thing, and it's in the books, and we couldn't get it called once. But there became a point where we all just looked at each other and said, stop complaining about it because it's not doing anything but hurting us at this point, And it's the same way. If they're not calling it, it means they don't think it's there. So you say it just enough to let them know you're pissed about it, and maybe make them think that, you're going to make sure it gets reviewed by the SEC office, but you don't go much further than that typically.
Will Rogers kind of got hit on his elbow there. I think it's just kind of funny bone related at this point, but something to keep an eye on because I don't think they have a backup.
How'd y'all do last night, Pete?
Big win.
Okay.
Big win.
Where are we at in the playoffs?
Headed to the second round.
Okay.
We get to go play a team with a linebacker committed to Georgia, a linebacker committed to Memphis, and a third one that's weighing his offers.
Oh. Okay.
So they've got a little bit of talent on the field.
If you're State 4th and 1 here, 19 seconds, are you getting 3 points, or are you trying to get a touchdown?
I think if you trust your kicking game, you take the points here.
Rogers has done a good job of buying himself time. I mean, he kind of comes off that back foot a little bit, but they're going for it.
Yeah, he moves well.
He's done a really nice job.
Here we go. 4th, and they're going to have to take a timeout because the play clock's going to expire on them.
I don't think it ever reset, though, on them. Did it? Okay, they did. Auburn has scored a field goal, 21-6 now, 10:36 to go third quarter.
I'm sure Auburn fans are loving Gus taking the 3.
What's Durkin looking for here on like a 4th and 1?
I think in early years of the Leach offense, you're 100% thinking screen. But as the air raid evolved and guys like Tony Franklin and Hal Mummy and Leach started to all go separate ways, a lot of guys, Franklin and Hatcher and those guys, they stayed with the screens. And Leach kind of got away from them. If you're giving them to him, he'll throw them out there, but he doesn't throw them at the same clip that he used to. I think mesh, which we talked about earlier, which they got the touchdown on earlier. Shallow, which is another one. But also just, he's going to go to a staple, right? Whether it's Y-Stick, which is a day one install for them, or mesh, which is a day one install. He's going to do something they're comfortable with. He's going to be expecting man-to-man. I think he's going to be expecting pressure. It's what Ole Miss has been showing in these situations.
Yep. That's what they did.
What they got, and State got it. They kind of had a little bit of a miss. He had a shot at getting a tackle there, and State slipped by him. Maybe it was Mitchell. I couldn't tell. It was Mark.
23.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Didn't get his feet under him, so he couldn't make the play.
That's a good call. You're getting man-to-man, so you fling crack to the running back right there.
Clock's a factor here because you can't stop it on a play in the middle, so you've got to go outside. You got to take end zone shots. And they're going to get it.
Got 6.
Yeah, boy, good play. Turning point in this one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a backbreaker drive. Yep.
Yeah. You're stopping score from a tied game instead of being up 17 right there. And, you kicked the field goal earlier, and at least now you're still up 10. Not really a big deal.
It's just another version of mesh.
Yep. It was kind of a very similar play, yeah.
You get the man-to-man, so you bring him, you start in 2x2, you motion across, you get him matched up, and now you bring him underneath and you take a route back his way and you force the corner to who passed it off to the linebacker who wasn't expecting it. So they're icing on the outside and they're passing off shallow routes, which is not uncommon. But what you're expecting is when he passes it off for the linebacker to take over,
hey Pete,
the linebacker goes with it.
Watch the replay here. Did Tyler Knight not know what they were running?
No, Tyler Knight's playing man-to-man. Okay. He's expecting man-to-man, so he's running with his guy.
Okay, gotcha.
So you look at it, so everybody on the board's playing man-to-man right there. But what happens when you're playing man-to-man, there's situations where you come out of it, right? So the corner is expected to make a call, and the call may be built in, but, in popular terminology, and a lot of this is kind of Sabanese, is you'll hear a corner, he'll say MEG, M-E-G. It stands for man everywhere he goes, right? Then you'll also hear him say mod, M-O-D, which means man over a certain depth. So right there, the corner's playing mod, and he's expecting to pass it off to a linebacker. But because as soon as the snap starts, you see him, he pops his feet, the guy goes underneath, he points and starts screaming, but the linebacker's chasing the running back. And so the kid comes scot-free underneath. Everybody else is playing their technique, but that miscommunication between those two guys, it just leaves you with an open defender.
6 seconds here. Ole Miss will have it at its own 25. I don't expect anything cute here. I think this is head to the house, up a score, and you get the ball first to open the second half. And probably had one of those deals where you wonder if Lane Kiffin, he says, hey, this is who I am, this is my identity, but you wonder if right there he thinks, gosh, I kind of wish I'd taken the points and gotten up 24-7.
If it hasn't crossed his mind, it will at some point, especially if there's a stop and a score to start the second half.
Halftime in Oxford, it's 21-14. Ole Miss leads Mississippi State. If you're Lane Kiffin, how good is Vegas? The first half over under was 35.5. If you're Lane Kiffin, DJ Durkin, what are you kind of thinking right here with 30 minutes to go?
I don't think the game plan changes a ton in the second half defensively. I think in third and short, You maybe play a little bit less man to man. I think that you may see a little bit more zone in those situations because they're just starting to really pick those crossers. Offensively, I don't know how much you're going to see different. I think they're going to continue to go 4 wide to try to run the ball. When you buzz down at tight end, it's going to be to go play action. It'll be curious to see. There are certain things that we've seen a lot from Ole Miss this season that we haven't seen yet. They get in their compressed sets where all those receivers are down close to the formation and not spread out wide, and we haven't really seen a lot of that. And so I'll be curious to see kind of some of those things if they bring those back into the fold, or you're going to see them continue to try to pick on those safeties. And so it'll be interesting to see defensively if State does a little bit more to get out of some of their too high stuff and play some. Maybe, I don't think they want to play man-to-man. They want to play zone, but maybe see them play a little bit more cover 3 and try to collision some of those outside routes a little bit.
Well, Pete, as always, man, this is one of the best things we do, and we really appreciate you giving us this much time week after week. I think Ole Miss is off until the 12th, but we'll touch base. Good luck to your team in the playoffs, and we look forward to, whether it's next week or in 2 weeks, talking to you again when the Rebels play Texas A&M.
Thanks, guys. I've enjoyed this each week, and even when I'm not on, when I have a chance to sit and watch and read the chats and see what everybody's doing, I've really enjoyed it. So thanks for all you guys do to provide for the Ole Miss community, and go Rebs, and I'll see you guys in a couple weeks.
Talk to you soon. Good luck to you guys.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, I mean, you can't. This thing here, I mean, picking and choosing is kind of hard. I mean, I would definitely have kick there, and I get the whatever, but if you're just doing it all or nothing, you kick it all 3 times, you get 9 points, assuming you make all of them, but you also scored a touchdown on one of them, so you're only -2.
It's just what I mean? And it's who he is.
Yes,
and it's part of the identity, and, maybe that changes as his team gets better and the stakes get higher.
But I'm just saying you can't come in after the fact and go, well, you should have kicked there.
Oh, no, of course not.
Willing part was definitely right then. Well,
right.
yeah, because that's results-based.
Right.
Analytics aren't results-based.
No, his process is process. Those decisions are made ahead of time.
Yeah. I think Bama is mauling Auburn at the moment.
You okay with me leaving you here for a second?
I'm all right.
All right.
Najee Harris was in the medical tent for a minute. Looks like he is out. If you're interested at all in that Alabama-Auburn game, showing highlights now on the TV when we're waiting. Let's see. So halftime stats, we'll go over those a little bit here. Matt Corral at the half, 14 of 22 for 253 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. They technically have Elijah Moore with a throw, so 1 for 1 for 2 yards at some point for Elijah Moore. Receiving, Elijah at the break, 6 for 94. He does not have a touchdown, but he has 6 catches on 8 targets. Braylon Sanders, 2 catches, 87 yards. That 81-yard touchdown, obviously comprising a lot of that. Kenny Yeboah has 3 targets, 2 catches, 15 yards for a long of 8. Jerry Neely, 2 catches, 9 yards. Those are the only 2 targets for him. Jonathan Mingo, 2 catches out of 3 targets for 2 yards, so not much there for Mingo in the first half. And then Ontario Drummond, the long catch, 1 catch, 48 yards for that touchdown out of 3 targets for him. Jerry Neely has 7 carries for 44 yards, a long of 16, and Snoop Connor has 4 carries for 25 yards with a touchdown there for Snoop on the give and toward the goal line there in the second quarter. Henry Parrish, 2 carries, 11 yards, and then Matt Corral, 6 carries, 6 yards, long of 5, averaging 1. Mac Brown has punted once, 39 yards. on that one. It did settle inside the 20. And then on defense, Lakia Henry and Otis Reese tied for the team lead with 4 apiece. Let's see. As I said, there's not technically a lot of points left out there. Technically, you left 2 points out there because if you kick field goals on all the fourth downs, that's 9 points. So you had three possessions where you got 9 points if you make all the field goals. Instead, Ole Miss got 7 points of those 9 points. So Ole Miss is -2 from that standpoint. Yeah, the first possession out of the half is what sets this whole thing. I mean, Ole Miss's offense can kind of fix this or not right here. Everything's a tennis match with Ole Miss because of the offense and defense. On the other side, Will Rogers, 24 of 32, 234 and 2. No interceptions for Rogers. Jaden Wally having a hell of a game right now. His second one in a row. 6 catches on 8 targets, 123 yards, a long of 44. Dylan Johnson, 4 catches, 12 yards, a long of 9 for him. And then Malik Heath has both touchdown catches for the Bulldogs. 3 catches total, 27 yards, along of 11 there for Heath. Rushing, again, they don't really try to do much of anything. They came into the game with only 150-something yards of rushing on the season. Will Rogers has 2 carries for 16 yards, and then Dylan Johnson, 2 carries for 7 yards. So State's 2 backs, 5 carries, 14 yards at halftime for the Bulldogs. Let's see. Sean Preston with quite the active first half for Mississippi State. 9 tackles at this point for him. Matt Corral has not been sacked in this football game. Yeah, I mean, this first possession of the half is going to set the rhythm or momentum, or what you call it. I mean, frankly, it's just kind of neutral at second. I do get that part of it. I mean, you can take the 3 points, go up 2 scores. I guess my point is you could have taken the 3 and gone up 2 scores. I mean, when you didn't, like it's all averaging out. I mean, where Kiffin needs to get better is simply feel. Like, you know what I mean? It can be priority or process, but like Neal said, I mean, your feel probably changes as you get more talent on your team on defense where you don't feel like you've got to go.
He was going for the kill.
Yeah.
And sometimes you don't get it.
Mizzou 4-3 in Drinkwitz's first year. There's 3 of the 4 new coaches. Fan base is pretty happy with what they're getting so far from their guys in year 1, and that will become much more true or change a little bit given today's game. (28-6) Alabama over Auburn currently. Somebody missed a field goal. I'm not really sure which one.
I was trying to cut a few photos real quick just to have them. Sometimes I wonder why we pay Associated Press $50 a month. I've said this before.
I see from Ben Mintz the lines for your second half only lines, Ole Miss minus 3.5 and over under 34.5 in the second half.
I like the over.
I like the over because that's five. That's 5 cashes. The 3.5 would also cover the game if you were trying to do both.
Yeah.
Najee Harris, touchdown, 35-6, pending as long as the extra point is made. Alabama over Auburn. Liberty knocks off South Carolina, so Liberty moves to 2-0 in the SEC, 78-62 over Frank Martin's Gamecocks. So good win for the Flames there. South Carolina's first game, and apparently they definitely played like it, according to David Cloninger.
Oh, really?
Yeah, played very, very, very poorly.
So 35-6 Alabama.
I believe that is correct. Aaron Suttles just said Najee house call, so I would assume that means touchdown, tied. I haven't seen anybody else say that, but I'll take Aaron's word for it.
Yep, there it is.
Okay. Alabama now covering.
Northwestern with the ball, down 17-13, 7 minutes to go in the third. Someone wants me to tell my Northwestern Wildcats to get to it. Sterling says that. Got bets to win. What was the line in that game?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think the Iron Bowl is officially over, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's night.
The season went exactly the worst possible way that it could go for Auburn fans. Literally, if you told an Auburn fan, give me the scenario that you would paint the worst.
But not even a record, but like basically thinking they got given 2 of those wins too. Where it's like,
okay, so we're going to go 6-4.
You're going to lose to Georgia, lose to LSU, lose to Alabama.
You're going to get blown out by Alabama.
And you're basically, officials are going to give you wins over Ole Miss and Arkansas.
Yeah. You're going to get gifts in 2 wins. And Gus is going to keep
because in their minds they're going, hey, 4-6 those 2 losses and
yeah, that's why I told you. I mean, there were more Auburn fans upset that day than there were Ole Miss fans, and that was the day that nobody was happy.
Northwestern was it opened at 10.5 and closed at 13.5.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Auburn smoked LSU. Sorry.
They pounded LSU.
Yeah, had that a little backwards.
Lost to South Carolina.
Oh yeah.
Well, they've had a weird year. Clemson goes with the all purple.
Ew. I don't like it.
I don't mind the purple top, but I don't like the matching pant.
White pants?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a white pant there.
Okay.
With the stripe.
Not orange.
No. Purple on the white.
Okay.
And then you could even wear the orange helmet. That'd be fine. And what is Michigan State wearing? All dark green with neon green lettering and numbers.
Is it neon green? Oh, it is.
What is that?
Well, they're winning.
They're winning, but boy, you don't deserve to win when you wear that. Tisdale's mother posted on Facebook, according to Sean Jones here, that 2 broken bones in his arm.
Okay. Yeah, it looked
bad.
Yeah.
JG's truth as I know it. Rough.
Yeah, how's the stream going?
Stream's okay, I think.
No, I meant for Jay.
Oh. Scared me.
No.
35-6 late in the third. I can tell you how it's going. Not
well,
good.
The very first comment when I put it on is Gus getting an extension, ? They're using a lot of all caps over there.
Yeah, a lot of unhappy.
I'm going to continue watching, testing my pain threshold. They are really not happy with Bo Nix.
Well, I mean, he's their guy. Shaggy, he broke it on the first play of the game. I don't know exactly how it happened. First play from scrimmage.
What did Lane say at the half, by the way? Anybody
I don't
hear
know.
it?
So he was frustrated.
Really?
Red zone. Had a couple drives down there that didn't produce.
Oh, I mean, different game. You'd still be up 17 right now had you finished everything. But, I mean, that's perfect world.
Braylon kind of got away with a little push.
Yeah.
Wasn't bad.
Yeah, Pete
but-
kind of laughed about it. It's a little hand fighting there. I mean, that was catchable. Hard throw, I mean.
Yeah,
but-
it was tough. Good coverage, too. The yards. Yeah, I mean,
Well, I was watching highlights of, I guess it was the Texas Tech Cotton Bowl. And, I mean, that Ole Miss team scored some points, but, like, how rudimentary those offenses look compared to now, we're just like, oh, like, just this I formation, little, I mean, just completely different. That sweatshirt.
It's the best 1 yard gain you'll see in a long time.
Yeah, that was -2 for 95% of it. What's he drinking? Like Red Bull or Monster or something? That's a patient, confident play call there because you get it becomes 3rd and 9 fast if that doesn't work and kind of open you up.
Oh, give and go, and it's open. He bit on that pump.
It took a minute for the ball to get there.
He floated it a little bit,
yeah. Boa struggled a little bit.
I was going to say, this has not been his best game.
Four down again?
He's 23, 40-yarder from right here. I don't know that he trusts him to make a 40-yard kick, so yeah, probably.
Find out.
It's going to be 4th and 3.
Feels like a huge play.
Where's the ball right here?
It's about 3.
At the 20, so it'll be a 37-yarder.
Yeah, they're going.
They're going. They don't even hesitate.
This feels... At some point, you've got to... 4. Yeah, that. I mean, you're begging for tie games now.
Well,
I mean,
I don't like the 3rd down calls as much as anything. Boy, and Matt's lucky that wasn't a fumble. See, I almost came out.
DeJuan Mathis has left the Georgia football team.
Well, the transfer portal's going to happen. Third and about a good one. Yep.
It's been 1,889 days since Steve Sarkisian has won as a head coach.
I like his chances to end that streak today.
Beat Arizona State, September 27th, 2015.
Wow.
They've got a back in the backfield at least. You spread them. I don't know if you can hand it out. Yeah.
They finally got the hold.
They get a hold?
Called it finally.
No,
motion. They're going to eventually call the left tackle for a hold because he's holding on damn near every play.
That wasn't the worst running play call. You got everybody really spread out right there. I mean, you're just trying to get one. Oh, that was a good play. Indiana wins 27-11 over Maryland. Rough day for Talia Tagovailoa. He had 3 picks in the first half. I don't know how it went for the game.
Ole Miss wants to see if he got it.
Yeah, that's fine. It's
What do you
fourth
do?
and like an inch.
4th and an inch at the 31.
What do you do?
I think I decline the penalty.
You make them make a 4th down?
I make Mike Leach think about it because you get a negative play here and it's a short field.
See, if I'm Mike Leach, I'm going for it no matter what. Because Ole Miss's problem is not getting inside the 20, getting to the 20. The problem is scoring once they get in the 20. So who gives a crap if you get to them on the 40 or the 30? It's not a 1, though. It's an inch. I mean, he almost couldn't get his hands close enough.
They're reviewing the spot.
Well, if you're Lane, hey, let's make sure of everything before we make this decision. If you're going to review it, go ahead and review it. Okay, so 3rd and 5. That was a lot for nothing, but there we go. Well, there's the news. All the quarterbacks on the Denver Broncos are ineligible, but Denver is not forfeiting. They're playing the Saints tomorrow without a quarterback.
Did someone get my bookie on the phone?
He had like 4 open receivers. He could have just chose one.
All the time in the world, too. Just went through his progression.
I mean, the Saints are playing Taysom Hill because you could argue there's not one on either side. There's lots of spots where Ole Miss's defense could have improved, but if they just had not even like, oh my God, dominant, but an above-average defensive lineman to get some pressure through, just to do something to kind of.
And they need a couple safeties that are more ball hawkish.
Flat's open.
Right now, Rodgers has a lot of rhythm. He's very comfortable.
No pressure. Throw the easy pass.
He's looking through his progressions. He's taking what they're giving him.
Yeah.
Alabama 42-6 now. There's a draw. It's not going to work. That was a good play by Kedron. Be third and about 8, I think, right here. It's a big spot. Got to bring a little pressure here. I got to put a little.
They've tried on third down. That's been the third down deal.
I got to bring a little pressure and see if I can't get that left tackle to make a mistake and make it egregious enough to get the call. He's doing a lot of grabbing.
That's the second gift of that Ole Miss has had tonight.
That's a gift there. That Alabama line, someone asked what the line was. It was like 24. I never hesitated. I laid it and felt great about it. I felt great about that line, and I felt great laying the 15 with Texas A&M tonight. This was the line I didn't feel great about. I just worried about 10.5. I mean, it's still early, but Northwestern ahead now over Michigan State, 20-17, 13:54 to go in the fourth.
Probably not time to cover, but
well, you talk about a team that knows its identity. That's Northwestern. They know their identity. Alabama up 42-6, 13:27 to go in the fourth. Coastal Carolina is a winner over Texas State, 49-14. Just told you about Northwestern. Everything else is either a final or has been postponed. A couple of SEC games involving top 25 teams, LSU and Texas A&M in a little bit, Georgia at South Carolina as well. Yeah, Leif says that Saints-Broncos game is no longer available to bet. I wouldn't think so. Probably some people had some insight on that before it got out and put some money on that. You know some money changed hands this afternoon with someone getting a clue on what was happening with Denver.
I mean,
I don't think Yeboah stays. It's so risky. He's been in college this long, but
what do you do there? Do you just run the Wildcat all day?
If you're the Broncos?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. You hope that
Royce Freeman did have a touchdown pass in college.
you probably hope that you just get out. You're playing the game.
You're playing because the NFL needs you to play the game.
You're playing because, the
Yeah.
NFL's like, hey, let's get to the finish line, and you're like, we're not winning, so what difference does it make? Let's not be the ones that screw it
The
up.
pissed off people right now are the LA Rams and the Green Bay Packers.
Sure.
Going.
Sure.
Thanks. Give them one tomorrow on the road, guys. Awesome.
Well, and I'm sure you're the Saints. You're not trying to embarrass anybody. Win the game and get out of there.
Oh, God.
Mac Jones puts a stranglehold on the Heisman. Perhaps 5 TD passes in the nationally televised Iron Bowl. I know every game's nationally televised, but you know what I mean. The network televised.
They're out of rhythm right now because they can't do anything on first down. It's that South Carolina spot where they're going to have to counter because they are completely out of rhythm. I mean, them holding a lead right now is fairly amazing.
Well, what's worked is the deep shots. If you can get them to bite on something underneath and get on top. Oh, what a tackle.
3rd and 3 again. I mean, it's just this.
Yeah, 3rd and 3. It's where they've been. Alabama about to score again. Got a punt. Got a punt. 4th and 2. What are they doing?
You can't go here. Come on.
Well, they're doing it.
Never mind.
Holy cow. Woo!
He just said, by God, today we're Pulaski Academy called and was really kind of envious of what you're trying to pull off here.
That's that damn arm angle of his that just. I hate to compare him to Mahomes, but there are some Mahomes there. Put a pin in that play, by the way. It was midway through the.
Yeah. About 7:15. Hold. All coming back. If you're Ole Miss, you want to throw something right now because you can't get one to save your life. And every time they seem to break something inside, they're getting called.
Got Brown. Let's see what it was.
I mean, he's holding, but if we're calling that,
I mean, come on. I don't even know that that's holding. Yeah, you can't hold the ball 10 seconds.
Now, the drive's over. It's just a matter of how much you can get back.
Well, Thompson's a player.
He's good, yeah. They move him around a lot. They do a good job with him. They can't protect right now.
Got a punt here. You cannot do this here.
Well, no, it's like 15. I mean, Kind of a bad job by the punt team not get down there.
Someone's
they stayed up with a fair catch.
Once he fair catches, run by him.
Yeah.
USA Today has some photos up.
What's that?
I think it's a hold.
Maybe.
I think it's a hold. 56 is my guess.
Wasn't a hole.
I got the right guy. It's 56, but yeah.
Former Ole Miss place kicker Hoppy Langley has passed away, it looks like, according to the message board. He had 2 field goals, 2 extra points, and Ole Miss has won over Notre Dame and Jackson in 77.
So how old was he? Does it say?
I mean,
70?
50, 70, yeah, 70-something. He does a really good. That was a bad throw, but he does a really good job at least keeping his eyes downfield. As
That was a
moves left
really
and right.
bad. He got lucky there.
That could be back the other way in a hurry.
That's picked. Third and 18. 3:48 to go in the third. Boy, he is so loose with that ball.
Was it out?
That's out. Yeah, it's a fumble. I got to tell you, man, Rodgers is loose with that ball back there on those plays. That is going to come back to haunt him if this continues. No, he wasn't down. The ball was definitely out. The question is, was it a catch? Watch out. He's just, look at that. Just
been dangling it.
Yeah.
Well, definitely a
catch.
I have no idea on the ball, but Leach challenging it.
What are they reviewing?
Anyway. Yeah.
I mean, that ball's clearly out, wasn't it?
As long as he wasn't down. I mean, he took off running with it. It was
Yeah.
a catch. I don't know. I haven't seen an angle at all. Oh, upset alert. Michigan State has tied it at 20 with 10-11 to go against the Wildcats.
Oh, Zach thinks he was down. He'll have to punt then because it'll be fourth down.
They've not given us a very good angle at all for the review.
Are those like mesh masks that all the coaches and referees are wearing? I wonder if those are more breathable.
I don't know. They all have the same kind, though, so you would think if they were bad that none of them would be, hey, we'll find our own.
Because I got to tell you, those cloth masks, you wear those things for a couple hours, and you can taste the mask for the rest of the day.
I've never done much active in them at all where I have to move around much.
Plexiglass between us? No, Chase is gambling on my immunity day after day after day.
Rodgers has been fine. I mean,
he's fine.
There are positives and there are negatives.
Yeah. He does some inexperienced things. Oh, wow. I missed that one.
Yeah, good call. Right. 42-13, Bama, Auburn. Missouri did not punt today, and it's 41-0 win over Vanderbilt. The last time a team did not punt and shut out their opponent in an SEC game was LSU against Mississippi State in 2004. I don't know what they're doing right now.
It's like we have these plays that are on the sheet, and we're going to run them.
I get the whole setup, but there's nothing really setting up here. Now I don't understand the reliance on the ground game right now.
3rd and 2.
They're getting behind schedule constantly.
Yep. And going fast, where if you don't get first downs, you are. That was a big play. To the 36.
I will say the protection has started breaking down in some of it.
Yeah.
They're not having anywhere near the time. That's pretty well done by the offensive line, I thought. Kind of get banged up a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit maybe.
Elijah, you'd like for him to cut that up just a touch there
Just
and
a little,
try to
yep.
get that first down.
3rd and 2.
Titled an autobiography right now. They got a good push there. That was by far the best job of the offensive line. They got a really nice 2 to 3 yard push off that line of scrimmage.
You can see why they like Parrish.
Staying in.
I think Ely got banged up a little.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll buy this one.
Yeah, he recovered quickly.
Yeah, I think he might be all right. Well. Hey, slow down. Take your helmet off.
Hey, limp or something, bud.
Hey, yeah, okay. Bend over.
Hey,
I don't want to
take a knee.
All right.
Take your helmet off, yeah. All right, listen, no one can read my lips because of this mask, but let's take it.
Twist your neck just
yeah,
right.
there you
All
go.
right.
There you go.
All right, we're gonna stand up in a second. We're gonna slowly get off. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna play with your shoulders here for a minute, just kind of make it look like something. All right, even though I looked at your shoulders, I want you to limp a little. Here we go. All right.
It says in our stream that Tylen Knight is in the locker room. No idea.
Yeah, I apologize. He might have gotten banged up a little.
Really?
He got hit pretty good.
Oh, they're putting him in the tent. That's pretty good.
That's good. All right, big shot here.
Yeah, we don't need the score alerts on Clemson and Pitt at this point. We got it.
What a run. What a
It
run.
was a really good cut there.
What a run, man. I mean, you can see why they really like this kid. They're going to try to get one more snap off this quarter. To the one.
He got to the one. All right, fourth quarter, 1 yard line. No points in the third quarter. If you've got the under overall or the second half under, you're golden right now with 15 to go. Yeah, if you had a scoreless third on your bingo card, you win. Give you the whole shooting match.
You had the second half under. You're feeling pretty
you're-
good. Feeling good.
Well, here we go. Second and a yard.
Yeah, I never saw where they spotted it. I would think it's on the one or inside the one.
Just in there on. Yes. I mean,
oof.
That inside put, I mean, it's just they cannot get anything inside.
They got beat guard, center guard right there, just big time. Simple as that.
Yeah, they're kind of getting whipped up front right now, and it's throwing everything off. I'm out Ole Miss. I mean, who knows if they're getting it or not, but frankly, this might even help Ole Miss. It gives a little more room.
Oh, they hate the inside the 2-yard line. Just not their deal.
Yeah, if Lou Logan doesn't kick now, he's hurt. I mean,
Whew. That snap was on the ground.
yeah.
Off to feed the dogs.
Is it time? They
Alabama and Auburn a final. Alabama wins 42-13. Alabama clinches a spot in the SEC championship game.
The fair catch on kickoffs has just
a
changed
weird
the dynamic, hasn't
a
it?
weird thing. Well, the open window has changed the game in here, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's getting to the point of we might have to,
Might have to
close it
it.
at some
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's gone from hot in here
It's
to almost cold for
I
the
need to
very
sleep
first time.
soon,
Yeah.
yeah. Frankly, without the lights, we would be cold right now.
UL Monroe only lost by 50. It's not bad.
Feels like a cover.
It's the first ball that got tipped in a while. Who's 17? I know I should know the roster by now.
I mean,
is that Clowney?
He's been playing some today. Yeah, Clowney was in early in the game for sure.
All right, Jen, 12, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 40, 39, 38, 34, 32, 31, 30.
Didn't get it.
Fourth and a full one.
You got a punt, don't you?
I do. I mean, especially with my defense has played well. If I'm Leach, my defense has played
getting
well.
Pressure,
Yeah, I'm not giving them a short field where one play and I'm done. I still got all my timeouts. I've got 12 and a half minutes. Yeah, I'm punting. They're not. Boy, you don't get this, and it's ball game. You have handed it away. Wow.
That takes some right there. Not only are you going for it, but on a run when your team
On
just
inside
does not,
run when that's not what you do. Yeah.
one blow up and that's it. Frankly, if I'm staying on running the ball like this, I'm a little worried about ball security because their guys just don't do it. They don't get into these piles much.
Yeah.
Who's ready for 148 to go? Ole Miss up 3. Stay at the ball.
You said it, I didn't.
Yeah.
Let the record show. Oh, he caught that. Oh, wow. That's a hell of a catch, man.
He's been great the last 2 weeks.
Oh, wow. That's a clean hit, too.
Yeah.
wonder what
Yes,
this call
hold.
is. I'm guessing a hold down the field, but the question is a hold on who? Yeah.
On Ole Miss.
You can take the play and the hold?
I didn't know that.
Oh,
Read that the whole way.
He sure did. Good play by Sonogo.
Got to think they'll go back into some of that pick play stuff across.
Yeah.
What they got Heath loose on in the first half.
Oh, Sonogo was in position and then he bumped him. He didn't have to. All he had to do was run with him.
No way you can run that down.
Mm-mm. That's a good call, though. It's easy. Yo, that's an easy call. You can't complain about that one. Come on. It's easy.
Touchdown.
Touchdown. Who's 40? Benton?
Benton?
That's what it looked like. Michigan State takes a 23-20 lead, 3:35 to go. In the event that State wins, Chase Parham will be handling the post-game show.
Jalen Denton, freshman, Memphis, Tennessee.
Is he a walk-on?
5'9", 170 defensive back.
So, yes.
Never heard of him.
Let me close the window here.
Yeah, we can do
Get a little
that.
chilly.
Yeah, offensively for Ole Miss right now, it's an offensive line problem. I mean, look, the play
Simple
calling's
as
been
that.
spotty, but I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to get some counters and get some state defensive backs running in an opposite direction and then running back against it. Because, I mean, it's not straight power. It's a lot of trying to run where they started. And I think they don't trust pass protection, so they're having to manipulate that a little bit. Because right now the middle of the offensive line is just getting killed.
That's still crazy. Every time I see that, I'm like, you got to be.
God, can you imagine Twitter in today's world? I mean, like
the memes.
Yeah. They actually return it.
Curious if we see Ely back out there or if he's banged up. Looks like he's out there.
Jerry Jeudy just tweeted, NFL really going to do us like this. You're never going to sneeze at a 31-yard gain, but Corral tries to make that really easy, and it takes yards after catch away. Like he
Floats
doesn't
it a
just
little.
throw it.
Just get it. Yeah.
Trying to stay in bounds. Just go at 7:22. See, I think it's all trying to get out of the middle of the field. It's lots of counters and trying to run against grain, though. I mean,
they've got to get better. They've got to get better guard, center guard. I mean, people act like this offense is some finished product, and it's not.
Good protection there. It's on Corral now.
Got to throw it. Woo!
Yeah, Mac Jones 302 and 5.
Oh, I think he got it.
The play call, though.
I don't know what they believe in right now.
It's a first down. He was tackled for a first down by his own guys. I thought he got it. I didn't even think it was close. He was on the yellow line.
First down.
Yeah, he was tackled for the first down.
Oh, I think Ole Miss is about to catch a break.
Well, that's a hell of a break.
It's going to be one of those 5-yarders, but boy, take that one. Oh. Well, you either thought there was or there wasn't. Oh, that's a face mask.
Yeah. That moved the head. That's a face mask. Good God, it'll change of a play there.
Elijah's open in the middle of the field. He was.
It's been a rough night, Luke, but you can't convince me in any realm does the SEC want State to be better than Lane Kiffin.
The SEC would much rather Lane Kiffin win this game and go to a bowl. I mean, that's you know. I think that was Parrish that picked up blitz, and if it was a pretty good pickup. Great play by Matt. It's interference. Really good play by Corral. No, in the NFL, it would be at the 2. In college, it's 15.
Elijah Moore in only 10, or how many ever games they played, 8, has set the single season school record for most receptions.
Oh, he's going to get it. It's a big-time drive for Ole Miss. That is a major answer.
Big-time hands to the face on State, too. It's kind of in there.
What was our line on this? 10.5?
I don't know where we got it. It was at 9.5 for most of the week. But I don't know where you.
10.5. 10.5 all day today. There's 1,000 people right now going, shut the. They don't care about the damn line.
Yeah, whatever. that was kind of a duct tape drive a little bit there. I mean, still getting kind of blown up from a coverage, from a pressure standpoint, and kind of made it work.
Jay's tweet. Let's discuss Auburn's loss in Tuscaloosa. Live, love, talk it out. I don't remember what we had on our picks.
For what?
The line on this game.
Yeah, it was it opened at like.
I want to say I have it at 10.5.
It got to 9.5 quick, but I don't know where you caught it.
Let's see. I went 2-0 yesterday. I got Florida, so 3-0. I missed Vanderbilt, which was stupid, 3-1. I got Louisiana Lafayette 4-1. I got Alabama 5-1. We got this at 10.5.
Okay.
So you're cheering for.
So we got game to go.
You're cheering for Ole Miss not to score. I'm cheering for Ole Miss to score.
Can the Broncos sign a quarterback a day before? Is the week over? Like, can you do anything?
I don't see why you couldn't. But I mean, I can't. Can you imagine? Hey, here's the playbook.
Well, I didn't know when you can make roster moves though. Like if you don't already have somebody on your thing,
yeah, I don't
you can't
know.
pull because that includes a practice squad quarterback. So you don't have a. It would have to be literally off the street, and it's the day before.
How stupid is that to have everybody in one room all the time like that?
You
just can't do that.
NFL forcing the game because there were no masks being worn.
Oh, so they're punishing them for not wearing masks.
I was told that by somebody who would know.
Yeah.
With Western should get the ball back with 30 seconds to go or a little less. Their offense is not built for that.
No. Their national title, excuse me, sorry. Their national are over.
Big Ten East or West or whatever they're in. Okay, that's.
Royce Newman got right behind him and just made that happen.
All right, 4:48 to go. We'll give you one more check on the snap right now. No. I mean, you got plenty of time. That's not really a.
Oh, wow. That ball went right through Lakia Henry's paws.
Pretty lucky there.
Well, he's been flirting with disaster here for a little while. LSU and Texas A&M underway in College Station, in case you care. That's a hold at the top of the screen. How that doesn't get called is beyond me.
They are calling nothing on tackles.
It's just unbelievable how that does not get called. By the way, Cedric Johnson is going to be a really good player here. And I'll give some credit to Tyler Siskey. This was a Tyler Siskey. That is a hold.
Good God. He's looking at it.
Tyler Siskey insisted on taking that kid, and Lane Kiffin, to their credit, they went in and looked at him and said, "Oh yeah, that's a get." He's going to play. How do you miss that one? You're looking right at that one. I get how you miss a lot of them. Don't get me wrong. I know it's a hard job. I do. There's a lot of activity and it's fast people. You're going to miss calls. But how do you miss that one? I get how you miss some of the ones inside and the scrum and stuff. I mean, it just.
I doubt anybody in our stream's turning it, but Texas A&M and LSU is on ESPN News, and then we'll switch over to ESPN.
Northwestern has 5 seconds to go 91 yards. It's a devastating loss for me personally. Final in East Lansing, 29-20. Michigan State beats Northwestern, so a pick 6 on the last play.
29-22.
Oh.
Final, all right? 29-20. Sorry, 29-20, yeah.
Gillis says 33 is giving me E.J. Epperson vibes. He's a lot faster than E.J. Yeah. E.J. was brought to be a tight end.
Yeah.
And kind of always lumbered around like
got
a tight
moved
end.
Around a little bit.
Yeah.
There you go. Running back Royce Freeman and wide receiver Kendall Hinton will take quarterback snaps for the Broncos on Sunday.
Freeman and who?
Wide receiver Kendall Hinton.
Oh. I like the Saints tomorrow.
The last time a non-quarterback started for an NFL team was in 1965 when Tom Matt, a running back, started for the Colts.
No, I remember that. Was a great game.
Yeah, sure. Like I said, Royce Freeman has a touchdown pass to Jeremiah Masoli in his college career. Kendall Hinton, who I'm not overly aware
Don't you just line up and run it and
I mean, yeah.
let the Saints beat you and hope the Saints have mercy?
I just don't know how you can win the game. Third and 8. Oh, Hinton is actually was a quarterback in college. Good play. It's a really good play.
Yeah.
Leonard with a huge day.
Rodgers kind of floating balls right now. Oh, wow. That's a big time throw right there. Credit where credit's due. Gulf Coast Reb, thanks for the super chat. Really appreciate that.
State with 2 timeouts left for anybody who's curious. Be under 3 when the snap's made here. Letting a lot of clock tick. Wally's by far their best receiver, and they've let him get wide open
He's
several
had a
times
hell of a
today.
game. I don't know how many catches he's got, but a bunch.
.223, you can kick it deep. I'd be scared to, but you can.
Yeah. Got to go ahead and do. If you're going to do it, you got to go ahead and score, though.
Not what State wanted there. You got to call a timeout, don't you?
I mean, its time is, yeah, I probably would have.
They did.
If you're Ole Miss, you give up a 1-yard catch inbounds. So it cracks me up at the mask thing. The masks are down, then they're up, then they're down, then they're up. It's like, come on, man. What are we doing? Gulf Coast Reb, thanks again, man. Appreciate that.
State 3 of 3 on fourth down so far tonight.
Well, they're kicking here. Have to.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You need to either way. So.
Yeah, you got to have 2 scores.
Got it. You're on side now, right?
Yeah, because you have no timeouts.
You have one.
Oh, yeah, but still.
The guy playing quarterback for the Broncos tomorrow was on the practice squad until tonight. He was a practice squad wide receiver, and now tomorrow he's likely the starting quarterback.
I'm sure he'll sleep well.
I mean, when you got to lose, I mean,
that's true.
Hey. They made it really hard to get onside kicks.
Yeah. Because you can't load up that side.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's actually pretty smart. I've never seen that. The two kicker thing?
Yeah. That is good.
You ever seen that?
I feel like I have, but I don't remember. Yeah. What?
I was just thinking to myself, I've got to write a column. What the hell do you write? It's a win.
Look, man, there was nothing overly impressive about this game. It's that, I mean, they put together that drive when they had to get, frankly, just kind of, it was fortitude and some creativity when they're getting blown up at the line of scrimmage. I mean, they really were struggling that second. So there'll be 30-something seconds left when they get it back.
Yeah, because you can't put it in the air right now.
No. Well, you don't want to do that because if you happen to throw an incomplete pass. Yeah, Ole Miss does have 546 total yards. I mean, Corral's 24 for 36 for 385 today. Get in a hurry. About just under 30 seconds when they actually get it back.
I don't take a delay of game. Call timeout with 1 second left on the clock.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. You're in a spot where the kicker can get there either way.
I mean, I just don't want to give him yards because I'm putting the thing out of the end zone.
Oh, you're just going to put him on the 20 and, hey, have at it.
Mm-hmm. Or punting it out of bounds. I don't want to run any risk of a return or anything like that.
Yeah, so about 25 once everything settles, because it'll take a second.
JM says fake it.
Well, now that would be.
Oof.
I mean, you still got a good shot. They still have to go 50 yards in 25 seconds.
Well, they're coming after this one, big boy.
The nobody back's big. If you just don't kick
clock
in the end zone, you can. Yeah, that was bad luck because you could have let that thing run all 5, 6, 7 more seconds before it stopped moving. Well, for State, you're trying to get 25 yards and then throw balls into the end zone.
You're trying to get in position to go for one of those plays. Yeah. I got to tell you, Ginger, if your prediction comes true, Chase is running this bad boy the rest of the night. I'm out.
Oh. Oh, God help us all.
All right, Avery, I'll help you. It's 1st and 10 at the 20. Mississippi State has 23 seconds left. No timeouts. They need a touchdown.
And they're snapping like now.
The snap is
somebody call timeout. Ole Miss call timeout. Or they're resetting something. I don't know.
What happened?
State had a delay of game.
Oh, State had a delay of game, so they're backed up to the 15 now. Still 23 seconds, 1st and 15. Ginger says, she has a bad attitude.
Yeah.
He's got the snap. Throw to 81's an 8-yard completion. The ball's on the ground. I don't know if they're going to call a fumble or what.
Well, if they
one way or the other,
frankly, it's terrible luck for Ole Miss. It doesn't matter, whatever. But the clock would have been running had you not had the potential. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
actually, that's a problem.
You say touchdown?
First down.
Oh, damn it. I was thinking cover.
Let's see. Are they going to say it's out? Yeah, there's not a football play. Honestly, I think this is, as much as it can be, could be a break for State.
That's an incomplete pass, which will stop the clock. I don't think he caught it.
Yeah.
It's really close. I actually think it's a no catch. I think that's the right call. I mean, I've watched it a few. I don't think he caught the ball. Do you think he caught it?
There was because like I said, you got to get that football move on the rule, and I just don't see a what.
Yeah, see, the ball's already down. It's between his legs when he turns. "19 seconds left, 2nd and 15. Mississippi State at the 15, no timeouts. Rogers throws it up. And it is caught by Mississippi State at the Ole Miss 44. 12 seconds to go. He's going to come to the clock and clock it. 44-yard line. Wow.
Well, 10 seconds to go.
Going to get 2 shots at the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
God, how do you not pick that off?
Or just knock it down. Yeah, he just caught it.
11's had a hell of a game.
I don't like that because it
you're
takes a shot away.
You're taking one of your shots away, and now you get 1 shot. He might not be able to throw it that far.
Phew. 31-24. Ole Miss final over Mississippi State. Rebels move to 4-4 on the season. State falls to 2-6 in the SEC. Have the Barstool stream up. At some point, Ben Mintz is going to get to throw eggs at Brandon Walker.
Does he throw the eggs tonight?
I don't know when they're throwing the eggs.
That's right. You get to throw. He'll get to throw 7 eggs at him.
Yeah.
And then he gets to keep 1 egg to throw at him whenever he chooses somewhere down
really?
the road. Yeah.
That's a win. Okay.
All right. So,
yeah.
Everybody catch your breath. I'm gonna put the bear up for a minute because it'd be kind of fitting today. Congratulations to the Rebels. They win the Egg Bowl 31-24. We'll be right back in just a few minutes with hand raised guys. Let us just kind of catch our breath and grab a drink and whatnot. Hang tight. We'll be right back.
Yep.
If I can even find, there he is. Welcome into Hand Raise, guys. I'm Neal McCready. That's Chase Parham. You've been with us pretty much for a while all day today. The stream's been going for almost 10 hours now. Yeah. So if you don't know who we are by now, well, you just don't know. Getting everything set up. We'll get Jeffrey Wright on the phone in just a minute. Chase and Jeffrey will probably chat about the game. I'm going to try to get a column banged out, put that up on the site. We'll when Lane Kiffin talks later, we'll get
play
that to you.
Stream.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. Seeing in the stream, some people obviously got a little nervous there toward the end, excited with the win, but some frustration too in the Ole Miss fan base. And I think that's probably one of those moments where you look in the mirror and look where you come a little bit, that you win a game 31-24. You're playing an SEC-only schedule. You're now 4-4 with 2 left. You've got a very winnable game against LSU left, and you get a free shot against the Texas A&M team. It's pretty good. How far a year? What difference a year makes? I mean, from where you were, forget Elijah Moore and all that stuff, but just that game in general last year to right now is daylight and dark. I mean, we're talking about a game where, yeah, Ole Miss could have blown State out, but frankly, Ole Miss was getting beat at the line of scrimmage a good bit in the second half, and they found a way to make it work. State had all the momentum, and it's where Ole Miss was good in the first of the year, and it's where they continue to grow, is when they get rhythm going against them, that offense finds a way to settle, fight back, and get a big drive. They've done that all year long. They even did it against Alabama and Florida to stay in the games. They did it against South Carolina when they got down 2 possessions, and they came back, and they ended up blowing out the Gamecocks. And they did it tonight because they were getting blown up in the middle of the offensive line, and they found a way to go down. They scored the touchdown. They put it away, even with the Hail Mary there at the end. But, 31-24, Matt Corral goes 24 of 36 for 385 today. You can't sneeze at that by any stretch of the imagination. The defense tackled well. I mean, you got a defense that can only give up 24 points. I mean, that's a win for Ole Miss every single time.
All day. If you had told me at the beginning of the day you give up 24 points, I'd have said take it.
Yeah, done. That's up to the offense at that point. State played okay. State played well. I thought State played kind of as they are in a lot of ways.
Give State some credit here. I mean, they took away a lot of the run game. They got Ole Miss out of focus, not out of focus, but out of sync offensively, middle of the game especially. They had a shot. They were on the ropes. I mean, if this were a boxing match, 3rd, 4th round, State was in trouble.
Oh, I mean.
And they found a way to make it to the finish, and credit to them. I mean, 2 weeks in a row where they're playing kind of shorthanded, and they've made a decent accounting of themselves. But look, Ole Miss is 4-4.
4-4.
If this were a normal season, this is a 7-5, 8-4 kind of a year.
Yeah, and you're all going, oh my
God. And Lane Kiffin's SEC Coach of the Year and all that stuff. And
you're going to go to a bowl game.
You got a week off. Then you're going to play these 2 teams, I presume, in the following order: at Texas A&M, at LSU in December, and then I think you're going to a bowl game. And you got to take that. You got to feel good about that. You got to feel good about the direction of your program. But, tonight, I know everybody says you want to bury them, you want to blow them out. I get it. But, the other team's trying too. And Thompson, number 40, is a stud.
He's good.
And he was a problem tonight. And 11, the receiver, was a stud. And Rogers, to his credit, didn't make the critical mistake that I think would have let Ole Miss blow the game open.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, I mean, they had the critical mistake, wiped away a couple times. They didn't get a turnover. The ball going through the hands there at the end. Yeah, a lot of stuff there where Rogers could have. Yeah. I mean, that easily could have been a 17-point Ole Miss win, and we're all just kind of going, okay, great, whatever.
So you want to go ahead and say it was, and so we can take the win and picks?
No, I'm good. I'm thanks. I'm all good with it.
All right, so what we're going to do, I'm going to get Jeffrey Wright on. I'll be on, but I'm going to let Chase handle the interview. I'm going to try to bang out a column a little bit and get that up on the site, and then we'll bring video to you. You guys have been through this for a while. It's been an unconventional year. It's an unconventional day, so we'll get Jeffrey. It's been a FaceTime audio, haven't I?
I think that is correct.
I'm almost positive. Let's see if I can find. There it is.
Here's a stat that's not good for Jim Harbaugh. With his win today, Mel Tucker in his first year has more wins versus top 10 teams than Jim Harbaugh has in 6 years.
Oh, wow.
Good evening.
Good evening, Jeffrey. Jeffrey Wright of 92.9 ESPN in Memphis. How are you, sir?
I'm well, guys. How about yourselves?
We are good. I think we are relieved that finished the way that it finished. A 31-31 heading to overtime probably wasn't going to be good for everybody's blood pressure here on the side.
They were going to go for two. Been 32-31, 31.
They would have gone for two.
Probably.
Don't you think? Yeah.
How do we assess what we just watched?
That's why we called you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think all in all,
because I think you can look at it this way. You can look at it. They did not play well, and they won. And I don't remember the last time you could realistically say that in an SEC game. With that being said, they made that game extremely difficult. I believe that was their worst third down performance other than the Arkansas game. And it was just, I don't know, it was just really sloppy. So is it really sloppy because of the layoff, or was it because I didn't really feel like Mississippi State made them play the way that they did, but I'm not going to kill a team.
Hey, Jeffrey, I'm going to interrupt you and ask a question real quick. Sure. You know rules better than I do. Gulf Coast Reb, thanks for the super chat. He says, spike from the shotgun is intentional grounding and a 10-second runoff, right? I don't know that.
No, that is only the case if he is under immediate duress. So in the end, all ground. For instance, we'll see it sometimes, at the end of a game when a team's got like 4 seconds left, but they don't want to punt it away. You'll see a guy run super deep and then just throw it as far as you can. Grounding only takes effect if you are in immediate duress and you're trying to avoid a sack.
Good enough. I think it's a couple things here. I mean, you talk about the game and how State didn't necessarily make them play the way they did. I think that's true in a lot of ways, but I thought State's defensive line in the second half, the way they were getting pressure in the middle of the field, forced Ole Miss into things they didn't want to do. Corral did not have as much time in the pocket as he did in the first half. They did a lot of run plays that looked terrible and looked like you were just getting off schedule, but I thought they were running back against the grain. They were trying to beat some of that State rush to points that, to different spots and kind of break contain to the second level a little bit. And I thought that drive in the fourth quarter was just sort of put together because State was able to completely switch rhythm from their defense to Ole Miss's offense. It looked a lot like South Carolina Ole Miss before Ole Miss kind of refound that gear there in the second half.
Yeah, I just really thought in general, I thought Ole Miss was trying to get a little too cute offensively. And I guess when you get cute and it doesn't work, that's when you can say, hey, you tried to get too cute offensively. But, I felt like there were a lot of times that they were running for the sake of running, and they were giving you a lot of Elijah Moore could have basically gotten that, that little quick out, or, if you wanted to run it as an out, you could have run it as that. You could have, changed it to an angle route. Like, they could have gotten a lot of that, and I think that could have forced Mississippi State to play a little more honestly. But essentially what Mississippi State was doing was saying, hey, when they get into tempo, they're going to start to run it, and they just started basically loading up front, and there was nowhere for Ole Miss to run, and I didn't feel like Ole Miss did a good job of adjusting to that. With that being said, I mean, if Ole Miss takes their field goals, we're talking about a 3-score game, and I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I think what was difficult to process was the fact that you felt like one team was significantly better and was displaying it, but the scoreboard didn't show it. I think that was what I struggled with.
Yeah, there was never a moment in the game where I didn't think Ole Miss was the better team. There were moments in the game where I thought, I'm making a boxing analogy here. Ole Miss had Mississippi State on the ropes, and to Mississippi State's credit, it found a way to sort of minimize the damage and get to the round. You know what I mean? Get back to the corner and catch its breath a little bit. Ole Miss just couldn't knock them out as much as it.
Yeah,
as
if you
much
want
as
to go
they
with a
wanted
boxing analogy, what I felt like was Ole Miss was basically winning every single round. However, when State saw the opportunity to strike, I thought they were way more efficient with their strikes.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, Chase made this comment, and I think he's right. It was a big moment for Ole Miss, and I think from a game standpoint, obviously, but from a season standpoint, and maybe even from a program standpoint, when Mississippi State closed it to 24-21 with 7:51 to go, everybody around it was probably thinking, "Oh God, here they go." And Ole Miss answered 9 plays, 77 yards, 2:58 off the clock, touchdown. I thought that was huge. I mean, beyond the obvious for the game, but for the tone of the rest of this season, for the tone of the off season, that drive is the kind of thing that sort of establishes a program.
Yeah, I'd agree because you knew if you didn't go get 7, you were, for the first time, you were considering, could Ole Miss lose?
Mm-hmm.
And even when Mississippi State got the ball back, like, I don't know, like once they went up 10, I just thought the numbers were greatly against Mississippi State. Like I thought the odds of them winning were virtually nothing. And it was the opportunity in which a game is momentum's turning against you. The game is spiraling away from you, and you had to go do something.
I think we might have lost him there. His
that sounded like an aircraft carrier going
yeah,
off.
it did. It sounded like we.
Sorry.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, you're better there. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, I just felt like, when you look back at what had occurred for most of the game, or since the second and the third quarter and into the fourth quarter, Ole Miss was able to get yards, but they weren't finishing drives. They weren't able to execute for an entire drive, and I felt like that was a drive in which they really only had the one negative play, and the negative play was the face mask, they didn't end up calling that. But nonetheless, I thought it was important because that was kind of how the rest of the, now you've got 2 opportunities and free shots with LSU and with A&M, but that was going to leave a really bad taste in your mouth if you couldn't find a way to end this game with more points. I thought that was going to be, like you said, you don't want to overdo it and say like, oh, well, that would derail all program momentum, but it was going to leave this season with an awkward feeling in your mouth. You know what I mean?
Oh, it would have changed tone for sure. There's no doubt about that. I mean, in multiple ways. I mean, it does a lot of different things. Yeah, I mean, that was the second half you had to pull out of the fire to have any semblance of the off season that you think you can have right here, just from a fan base momentum, from a season ticket sales, from everything. I mean,
sure.
You lose that, and suddenly,
can you imagine the next 2 weeks if Ole Miss loses this game tonight that way?
Well,
where you still got to go to A&M, and A&M's good.
Next week's an off week, so you'd have to deal with that essentially for 2 weeks before you get the opportunity to erase it. And most likely that opportunity in 2 weeks is going to be against A&M, which I think is a significantly better team. I just really think the thing that's interesting to assess throughout this entire season is, with the exception of a few schools, we've kind of made the jokes about how, we said we were going to have context with this season. We said we were going to be mature about it. And for the most part, I think everyone kind of understands like this season could be an outlier. But one thing that I do think is fascinating to watch is momentum. And I'm covering a program here in Memphis that had a lot of momentum. And for what they were, for the level that they are at, they had a very good recruiting class. The recruiting class is starting to fall apart. They're losing all the momentum that they have. And Ole Miss, despite, not really having a ton of significantly shocking wins, it was very obvious that Ole Miss had built a ton of momentum. And I do feel like this is one of those games that could have really, really stunted the momentum. It doesn't mean like you couldn't get it back if you weren't able to win the next 2, but I do think it's one of those awkward situations that we ever see. Like, there's been some good seasons at Ole Miss, and then when they lose to an inferior Mississippi State team, it just always leaves an awkward assessment of what you do with the season.
What you think of Matt tonight? I mean, I thought that he could have pulled it down, probably run a little bit more, but I mean, he moved eyes. He made, for the most part, pretty good decisions, no picks, and I think he was 67% passing for 385 on the evening.
I think the best pass of his career was that touchdown pass on third and 18?
The deep heave,
yeah. I mean, I get it was a heave, but I mean, that was a 60-something yard throw into the bucket. I mean, that was what we used to call, it was a 60-something yard handoff. And so that was incredible. Yeah, there were a few times where I felt like he should have probably tucked and run. With that being said, I like the fact that he's looking to extend plays and he keeps his eyes downfield. I loved that I never felt like at any point tonight he panicked. And I think that's always been kind of when things start to spiral on him, it's when he starts to panic and then the mistakes compile. And I felt like tonight, he wasn't perfect, but I do feel like for the most part, I never felt like he lost control.
No, he showed so much maturity, like you said, depending on the play, as far as people getting pressure, as far as the game situation when things kind of got a little squirrely there in the second half. I mean, everything there, Matt just kind of kept coming. And I mean, we talked about it in its totality of what it did for the game or the season or whatever, but that was a pretty big boy drive when you got pressure all day. You convert the quick 4th and 2 or whatever it is to keep that drive going. I mean, once State had cut that thing, Matt showed a lot of composure to just kind of stabilize it and steady it, and some patience too, because it had been really easy to just throw that sun gun down the field and try to hit a 9-run home run and get everything back there at once.
Oh yes, especially when you consider, this offense. Oftentimes they kind of like what happens for them to stop someone's momentum is a big chunk play, and I never felt like he was trying to just hit the massive home run. I mean, I don't bring this up like as a MUS guy. I bring it up because I had it in my mind. It was a game that I was calling 2 weeks ago in the state semifinals where MUS is down 2 scores for most of the game, and then all of a sudden they cut it to 1 score. And I really do think if NBA would have gotten a score, there's no way MUS can come back and win. But you started to see them get tight and panic, and they started to go for the big play, the big chunk play, and it turned into an interception, and it changed the entire outcome of the game. And I think that's the whole point. It's like Matt never made a mistake that I felt like could have changed the outcome of the game. And I thought that was as big of a check in the maturity box, if you will. I think that really spoke volumes to me.
Elijah Moore today, he had another huge day. He set the school record now for receptions in a season, and he's done that in only, 8 games, I guess, at this point. So
it is really weird to see, like, when you look at, like, for instance, they flashed Matt's stats today before the game, and I was like, he's only thrown for, like, whatever it was, like 2,200 yards or something. I was like, how is that? I was like, oh, yeah, they've
only played 7 games.
7 games. So I was like, oh, yeah, it's kind of – this is going to be one of those weird years to assess. Like we made the joke on the radio show about how you're going to look at box office numbers for movies, and like you'll see the number one movie in 2018 was like $2.5 billion. The number one movie in 2019 was like $2.5 billion. The number one movie in 2020 is $35 million. You're like, wait, what? Like, it is going to be weird to kind of see how context is applied to this season, because Matt has had about as good of a year playing quarterback that I've ever watched at Ole Miss, and you're going to see like the numbers, and they're not going to, if you look at the total numbers, they're not going to sit there and get overwhelm you. But if you looked at the totality of like per game and whatnot, you're like, God, this kid has been incredible.
Yeah, Moore gets 12 catches tonight for 139 yards off 15 targets. He gets 15 targets tonight. 5 is the next closest to him. Braylon Sanders gets 5. Skinny Uboa gets 5 as well. I think it's still paced. No touchdowns, but as of right now, I would think going into week, whatever the hell this is, Elijah's got to be number 1 or number 2 for the Blitnikoff.
I mean,
if they've won enough games. I mean, that's the only thing with some of these times is sometimes they just give it to somebody else. But I mean, he's got a better year than Devontae Smith right now, though.
Yeah. It's weird. It's one of those situations where I do not want to besmirch the good name of Elijah Moore, but it's like when I watch when I watch Devontae versus Elijah, it's like if I had a vote, I think I would give it to Devontae. But if Elijah Moore's standing there with a Biletnikoff Award, I'm not sitting there going, "Are you kidding me?" That's like
no,
absolutely would deserve it. And we're talking about a position that also is becoming more and more vital to the success in modern offense. When we look at what football has become today offensively, so much of it is, do you have a receiver that can take over a game and can completely change the outcome? And Elijah Moore has been that all year.
Yeah, because it's when you come at him and Smith, I mean, there's obviously more weapons that are proven around Mac Jones and Devontae Smith. They lost Jalen Waddle, but still, even with that going on, Elijah gets more targets and he's the primary read, but he's getting bracketed and messed with on every play. It's just nonstop the way that Alabama has to, at least. Smith does get more help from a schematic standpoint.
Yeah, and they don't, while maybe they have similar body types, they don't play the exact same position.
No, not at all.
So it's not really fair to compare apples to oranges. But with that being said, I do not know how you can. I don't know what Elijah Moore's dreams were for this season, but I would imagine that he has surpassed even what he thought was possible this year, even in camp when he probably realized, hey, they're building this offense around me and I'm going to get fed. I cannot imagine he would have thought that this season would go like it has, in which when he gets, like you said, today I looked up at one point, I think he had like 8 catches for 104, 108, something like that, and you're just like, God, that is the quietest 108 yards I've ever seen. It's just like he is just a consistent, like he's at no point do you ever doubt whether or not he's going to show up today, and that is such a luxury, and that is such a testament to how well he's played this year.
We wondered what Otis Reese would do for the Ole Miss defense, and the answer is a lot. He ends up with 8 tackles, 4 solos. He had the big pass breakup early to get Ole Miss's defense off the field, and even though not necessarily the same position or anything, but just playing in there for John Haynes once Haynes went out of the game on that targeting call. So I mean, a lot of things good there for Ole Miss with Reese. He helped out. He came into the box tackling. He helped into coverage. I mean, he
gave him a playmaker on defense.
He did change their defense in a lot of ways.
It's almost like you understand why Ole Miss was upset when he wasn't cleared. Like it makes sense because they'd been seeing the kid on the field and they're like, good God, if we could just get this guy on the field, he's a stud.
He's their best player in that part of the field. Maybe the defense in general.
Now, is that being a smart kid?
All right, yeah.
Is that the skinniest kid in fat camp? How we doing? How are we assessing that?
I think he's legitimately good. I mean, because we're also talking about a dude that I told Neal early in the game. We're also talking about a dude that he was playing wide receiver on the scout team like 7 days ago.
Well, not only that, it's also I gotta imagine Neal's always been big on this about they're not football robots, and I gotta imagine this has been an incredibly frustrating few months. And then sometimes you see when a guy gets an opportunity, maybe he tries to do too much. I never felt like that. I felt like that guy just saw it as an opportunity to go out and play football, and he did not disappoint.
LSU can do nothing on offense against Texas A&M whatsoever.
Is Finley hurt? Someone help me out.
He started the game, I think, but they pulled him for Johnson, so I don't know whether he's hurt or not. But I wasn't locked into it. I think Finley started.
Do I have to kill Lane for not taking the field goals? I had -9.5.
Well, but he was only -2 on the points though.
Because are you telling me okay? Let's look at it this way. I do not. I agree with a lot of what he does analytically, but I also believe like you do have to use discretion. Like, did y'all on a few of those fourth and whatevers? Did y'all like? I felt like they had no chance of getting them.
I didn't like how they automatically relied on the 4th down. If that makes sense.
The only one I didn't like was the end of the first half.
The one that really chapped me was the one that when they were going to go up they could kick it to go up 17. I think there's a big difference between being up 3 scores and being up 2 scores.
Yeah, there's a feel there that is different. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I think that one was the big one. The other ones I kind of got the way the game was going, the time, everything about it. I had no issues with the first two.
And that's the other thing. Let's not pretend. Luke seems to be an amazing young man, and he seems like he's going to be successful in whatever he chooses to do. But let's not act like Luke Logan's automatic.
Yeah, we're not at practice, so we don't know whether he's missing kicks, whether they feel like they can trust him or whatnot. So the end of the, and I just got through finishing this column, and I as I wrote it, I'm convincing myself. I think all that mattered tonight was that Ole Miss won. It didn't matter how it won. It just had to win. To get to where he wants to get this program, it had to win tonight. To win. That's as simple as that. In an ideal world, yeah, you finish it and you go up 3 scores and you bury them and it's a 35-point win tonight. But I don't know that Ole Miss's program is to that place just yet where they can finish somebody like that.
This is you know him better than I do because you talk to him more regularly. I went back and rewound Kiffin's comments at the half because I wanted to know. He's usually, as y'all pointed out, he's always brutally honest. It's not as if he's. I don't ever feel like when he gets a microphone in front of him that he's trying to run a PR campaign. He's brutally honest, and I got the sense that he even was questioning a couple of the decisions that he made.
He was frustrated. He was frustrated by the points lost there. There's no doubt.
Oh, I have a feeling that he'll say in the postgame that he wishes he had a couple of those back.
Which, by the way, it's nice because I'm used to whenever I cover someone and things didn't go right, that person saying, we had a really good plan, had a really, 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 really good plan. You got beat 38-7, and you didn't move the football at all. How good of a plan was it? So, I'm like you, Neal. I do think in terms of, if you're looking at big picture, I think it says something now that Ole Miss under Lane Kiffin is at a point in which they can, in my opinion, play probably as poorly as they did with the exception of the Arkansas game, and they were still able to win a rivalry game. They were still able to win an SEC football game. I think that's a big deal. I'm just curious, in terms of how he views it, because I'm fascinated by him. I think he's one of the most interesting people in college football.
I think he thinks this is going to be – I do too, by the way. I think he thinks this is going to be his worst Ole Miss team. And this is a lot of guys that he didn't necessarily inherit. This isn't necessarily exactly what he wants to do. And I think they're going 5-5 and heading to a bowl game. And I think if you had told him at the beginning of the year, he might have said, you know what, I'll take that.
By the way –
it's 5-5 where they probably will look back and go, we should be 7-3.
I'm with you on that, but let's get to the important topic at hand because I have a father that likes to parlay bowl trips into golf trips, and while I do not care about the bowl game, I do care about the golf trip. How realistic is a Tampa or Orlando experience?
I think Tampa is actually on the table.
Yeah,
pretty good. I don't think Orlando probably is, but I think you could definitely parlay maybe a Tampa out of this.
My wife is yelling at me because she thought that I was trying to parlay the bowl trip into a Disney trip.
No, you got Stream Song on your mind.
Well, I mean, first off, if they go to Tampa, why not do both?
Well, look, here's the deal. You got a fan base that hadn't been to a bowl game since the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah,
you've got a coach that makes great TV. You've got an exciting product because Ole Miss once again plays high-scoring, exciting games because their offense is so good and their defense is not so good, and so it's good TV. ESPN likes them, et cetera, et cetera. I was laughing. We were talking in the thread, people, because fans do what fans do. I do it with the Cubs. Every call's against them and all that stuff. No, the SEC would love for Ole Miss to get good.
By the way, y'all should have seen the Wright family living room today. That was a sight.
People getting a little worked up.
Let me just say, I know it is a game that she cares about when the champagne starts at about 2:45, because normally she doesn't. Well, the champagne was busted out about, I would say, at the minimum 3 hours before when it normally is.
Hey, last couple of things, just big picture stuff around the league. If this season ends for LSU the way I think it's going to end, blowout loss tonight, I think a blowout loss to Bama, of course, I think a blowout loss to Florida, and if I'm honest, I think they're losing to Ole Miss. I really do. And if you told me that the game wasn't particularly close,
Wait, hold on. In a game between Lane Kiffin and Ed Orgeron, you're taking Kiffin?
Yeah, I'm taking and with Matt Corral and Elijah Moore, I'm taking Ole Miss's offense against that defense. If that happens, just how hot is Ed Orgeron's seat next fall?
How does that IARP situation go?
Well, I mean, they could start looking for reasons to can him for cause.
I think actually, I mean, Neal has pointed this out time and time again. Things that you think as a journalist or as a reporter should be important, you'll be amazed at how little the general public pays attention to it. I have been stunned at the response from the general public when it appears obvious to me that the NCAA has said, oh, yeah, you want us to separate that football and that basketball thing? That's great. That's great.
Hadn't done it.
We're going to keep doing what we were planning on doing.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. They haven't – LSU's like, hey, we'll volunteer to do this. And they're like, no, we'll –
That's very heroic of you.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. And
I mean,
the other
don't
one –
you think it's the same thing with Auburn?
That was my next question is with Auburn today. I mean, I know 42-13 basically where the line was, et cetera. But Auburn still got to play – who they play? Mississippi State and –
Missouri, right?
No, that's State.
Oh, Auburn.
Yeah, who does Auburn play?
They haven't played A&M, right?
That's right.
Okay,
Auburn's got to play Texas A&M
Saturday.
Saturday.
If I'm wrong. The reassessment now is Ole Miss is off next week, and then they play A&M, then LSU,
we
correct?
think so.
That's what I think, yeah.
Auburn hasn't played Mississippi State
or A&M. They play A&M next, and then they play Mississippi State on the 12th.
Okay, so
Auburn's going to go 6-4, which is the worst case scenario for an Auburn fan.
Doesn't it go back to the comment that you and Jay made, I don't know, maybe a month or two ago? Whatever result Auburn fans want, see if you can find a way to bet against that, because that's
where the money is.
It's like with the as you pointed out, like the Arkansas game, the way the Ole Miss game went. I think if you had Auburn fan wishes, they would actually they're fine having the bad season if the ends justify the means. The fact that the Arkansas game ended the way that it did and the Ole Miss game ended the way that it did, it prevented the disaster scenario, because Chuck Galena, who Neal you may know from his days at Auburn, he's now here at Memphis, and he was watching the Ole Miss Auburn game, and he made the comment to Mark, and Mark's like, why are you watching this? He goes, every coach at Auburn that has ever gotten fired, it's usually been a result of they lost to Ole Miss. And the fact that they didn't lose to Ole Miss, it allowed Gus to survive. But I still think in the end, there's going to be a lot of gritting of the teeth. And how are they going to be able to justify $21 million, correct?
Yeah, it's 20, something like that. I'll leave you with this, Jeffrey. This is funny. This is Lane Kiffin, as soon as the game ended 22 minutes ago. Now and forever, quote, I'm sorry, not quote, now and forever, hashtag we run the SIP. Yeah, hey.
I love him.
Yeah,
I think he'll flip a page eventually, but for tonight, I think he's pretty hardcore on this one. He's retweeting all sorts of crap.
I actually think, we always did the whole, what's the over-under on him being here? If you told me he takes a look at Mark Stoops, because Kiffin does strike me as a guy that kind of enjoys work-life balance, if you will.
Yep.
I'll say that as nicely as I can.
Yep.
I loved the conversation you and Andy had, I don't know, week 1 or 2. It's not out of the realm of possibility that he sits there and goes, if I go 8-4 here on average, and then I make runs and I do exactly what Mark Stoops does at Kentucky, I'm going to be very well paid. I'm going to have probably a better personal existence. I don't rule it out that at this point in Lane Kiffin's life, he's going to sit there and go, hey, if they pay me, $6-7 million, and maybe if the big job comes calling, that doesn't mean that you don't entertain it. But
sure,
look at what the general public thought when Mike Norvell had his choice between Florida State and Ole Miss, and Neal was screaming from the rooftops, not as an Ole Miss homer, but as someone who understands how this profession works.
Ole Miss is a better job.
The Florida State job is not what people think. And at Ole Miss, you can probably put a run together. You're certainly going to be better paid. You're going to be able to pay your people better. You're going to be able to get your the things done that you want to get done much more easily at Ole Miss than Florida State. And you know what? I bet Mike Norvell right now is wishing he would have paid more attention to some of the negative feedback about the Florida State job.
I agree completely. I think Ole Miss is a sneaky good job. I mean, you got to be the right guy, and you got to have the right. But I wrote this. I'll give myself this, and I won't give myself a lot of credit for a lot of things, but I always kind of thought Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss fit together.
It's a perfect match.
I always just kind of thought, for whatever reason, there was something about him. There's something about Ole Miss, and I mean this nicely. I don't mean it in a derogatory way. Is that a touchdown?
No, it's the perfect thing. It's the reason why that scene right when he got the job and the guy yells, "Hey, get a burner phone."
Yeah.
It's the reason why it was so perfect. It wasn't the fact that they weren't asking him, demanding that he win the West and demanding that he win national championships. They knew exactly what he provided. He provided them the opportunity to be fun, the opportunity to show up on Saturday and feel like, you know what, we may not win them all, but we got a chance today. Yeah. And they haven't felt that.
Ole Miss wants to be fun, exciting, and relevant.
Yeah. I mean, for God's sakes, I got my wife here having a freaking aneurysm because she's, over a win. Over a win.
Well, I mean, just
there's something to be said for showing up at the park on Saturday and going, "Hey, we're going to give them hell today."
Sure.
Exactly.
And not tailgating and drinking your Bloody Mary and going, "Oh, we're about to get our
For
ass
all the
kicked."
jokes about every fan base is insane, Freeze brought out the worst in the fan base, in my opinion. In general, though, I've been around this fan base. It is part of my family on both sides. This fan base, that's really what they want. They want to show up and they want to feel like it's not just insane to think that, hey man, if the right things turn out today, we can win.
Yeah, and Ole Miss fans, I think, kind of want to win fun.
Yeah,
they want it to be fun. They want it to be kind of different, a little dramatic, and I mean, I'm not. Everybody has their own.
You had a bad offensive day today, and they scored 31? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. It's,
How
they've
many times did offensive mastermind Hugh Freeze get shut out?
Well, it's like I told people. I was on a show in Knoxville and we were talking about Freeze, ironically, we were talking about Kiffin at first, and I said, for 3 straight years and maybe more than that, Ole Miss was kind of boring. Not kind of boring; they were real boring.
Oh boy!
And Ole Miss has now played 8 games. Only one has been boring. Vanderbilt. That was Vanderbilt's fault.
It wasn't their fault, yeah.
The other 7 have been can't take your eyes off of it. So in many ways, yeah, I mean
Florida game
from Florida through tonight. I mean, the Auburn loss, the Arkansas loss, even in the Arkansas loss when they kept throwing it to the wrong color.
They had 6 turnovers at that point, and they had
a shot. Had the ball with 3 minutes left. Yeah, yeah, of course. So I don't know. They've become, in a league where there's a lot of boring football, if we're honest, they've become one of the better stories. And I actually believe, and I wrote this, I think it's about to start paying off. Hey, man, thanks for the time tonight. You guys go enjoy your evening, and happy Thanksgiving. Thanks for being with us.
Let her know.
That was Jeffrey Wright. Got my column written.
Saw that. That was pretty quick.
Well, I've done this for a while, Chase. I've written my share of columns, and sometimes you just got.
There is a rule too that just write something.
Just bang.
Just write something.
Just type words.
Yeah. Just. It's a version of deadline writing when you're like, hey, something's got to get in there tomorrow, so just do something.
Well, one of the best things I ever heard from someone who was advising me was everything doesn't have to win the Pulitzer.
Amen.
Sometimes you just got to meet the deadline.
Yeah.
We got space to fill.
Yeah, 14 inches. Got to go.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, there's a benefit from working on deadline all those years where you knew that they needed 14 and a half inches and they needed it by 10:00.
Not 10:01.
Yeah, 10:00. And if you filed that puppy at 9:58,
cool.
You'd sit back, you get a phone call about 10:15 going, good to go. All right, see ya.
I mean, I've told the story.
That meant it was beer o'clock.
It's one of my favorite things. Like when Scott Casiola was covering Ole Miss, he now works for the New York Times. He's probably the best writer I know personally. And I don't even know why he was covering Ole Miss or why he was doing sports or how he ended up in Memphis, because he was way better than hanging out with us schmucks every day.
Yeah.
And he wasn't used to deadline writing at all. Because, I mean, Scott would write these game stories that did all look like they could win the Pulitzer. And they'd have these 800-word leads and flowing. And he's talked to 1,000 people that's at the stadium and all this stuff. And he would put his just hands in his head, though. And the last, 10 minutes before he had to get that thing finished to get it to, 8 houses in Arkansas, because the Commercial Appeal had this really early deadline for Arkansas people that was, stupid. And every sound in the press box would bother him. And he would just look up and scream at everybody around because of everything. I mean, they'd be closing the windows in the open-air press box. You'd hear click, lose mind yelling.
Yeah, see, I never even would hear stuff like that. I would get so locked in, I would never even hear the sounds. Oh yeah.
Oh God, it was great. Ole Miss 31, State 24.
Let's discuss our bourbon of the night real quick because we have it. I've already had some.
Oh, you've already opened it.
I liked this. This was see, I like Basil Hayden a lot. I've never had the rye.
Because you're not typically a rye person, are you? At least
not
just in the glass, though.
No, not typically. I like it in an old fashioned.
So we got a Basil Hayden. We got a 10-year rye. I think Neal said we're really low proof on this one.
I think it's 80.
80?
You're
right. 80
it was
proof.
A few beers ago, but that's what I thought 80, it said.
Pretty light.
Sometimes, at the risk of completely surrendering a man card, the 114 to 120 proofs, sometimes I like those, and sometimes I don't.
Well,
it depends on my mood a little bit.
But it doesn't necessarily mean heat. I mean, I've had, and now it's a couple of the top bourbons that you can find, but I mean, I've had 135s to 140s that have tasted like 90s and been smooth and not blown you up. There's an age range that is more important than the proof a lot of times because you get complexity. There's gasoline in your mouth, and then there's complexity, and there's everything in the middle. And heat kind of will go from proof level with the same thing. I mean, a lot of times, if I'm getting the 115 or the 120, I do want a little bite and a little pop. But a lot of times, you're shooting for a pretty good bourbon that has complexity. The worse the bourbon, the lower the proof needs to be, or you're just putting lighter fluid in your mouth for sure.
See, I think.
I wouldn't have a lot of use for this, and I haven't even tasted it yet, so maybe I'll change my mind in a second. But my reason being, I use rye with a lot of cocktails, and I don't think that 80 proof is going to hold up with other stuff, in my opinion, is my guess.
Yeah, I actually like this by itself with just an ice cube because I taste exactly the things that they're telling me I'll taste. A little caramel, a little vanilla. There's no burn. I actually just kind of enjoy it.
Yeah, there's nothing on that nose at all that's rye. It has a nose like a bourbon. It's sweet.
Yeah, it's got a little sweetness to it, which sometimes is what I kind of like a little bit. A little caramel, like I said, a little vanilla.
Basil Hayden, the normal Basil Hayden is a blend that has a lot of rye in it. I'm not crazy sure I could tell you the difference between the regular Basil Hayden and this one.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
It's not a ton of difference. I mean, it's got a touch more rye finish because it's rye.
Yeah,
there's a little more spice at the end.
Yeah.
But
I had a feeling we'd need a little spice tonight because I had a sense that tonight had a chance. Well, I knew tonight had a chance to be an Ole Miss blowout. I knew tonight had a chance to be exactly what it was.
If you're interested in rye, it's a great starter rye. Is what it is.
For sure.
It's a fantastic starter rye if that's your thing.
Because if you've never really gotten into rye,
don't go jump up and grab the heavy stuff and go, hey, I'm about to jump in here. And
number one, you won't appreciate it. And
don't grab the Knob Creek 115 rye.
Right. And number two, it'll kind of burn your mouth up and scare you a little bit. No, this is good. I like it.
It's not bad. No, it's okay. It's fine. I have no issue with this at all. It's just a drinker. It's not a cocktail maker. Don't buy this thinking you're going to put it on the bar and make your old fashions and your Manhattans with it. It will get completely killed in a Manhattan.
But hey, a Thursday night, I just want to pour something into a glass and go sit outside and enjoy the cool air.
Oh, and it's 80 proof.
Perfect.
So if you have an
so you can have a little. Yeah,
it's not going to be whoa.
No, I'm a fan. Yeah, it's. Are
you talking about bourbon grind? Was that a question for me about bourbon complexities or whatever? Was that what that
this
was
is
about?
a 10-year.
What's happened is I think there's a sweet spot, and it's typically in some 10s, but 12 to 15s, I think, if you're really looking for good complexity. I typically shy away from anything under about 8 if I don't know what it is. But if you get over 15 too much, frankly, you can get a little carried away. It can have too much there and kind of loses after a point. I mean, that's why. I mean, as much as everybody talks about it and whatever, I think even like some Pappy 23s can become, hey, this is almost a little more gimmicky because there's too much there. That's why a lot of people like the 15 or the 20 more. If you experience those.
Not to jump around, Sipreb says we should be 6-2, referring to Ole Miss. You know what? You probably should be, and you certainly could be.
But you beat Kentucky on a missed extra point.
But you weren't ready to be.
Yeah.
And that's hard to explain to people. You weren't ready to be 6-2 right now. Because you could have easily, like Chase said, number one, just from a realistic standpoint, you could have easily lost to Kentucky. I mean, just change a play.
Well, yeah, because the 6-2 is also the 6-2 is also you got to look at whatever the worst case scenario is. I mean, a ball was in the air tonight. I mean, things could go hell in a handbasket on you in a hurry in a lot of ways.
You've played 4 sort of toss-up games, and son of a bitch, you've won 2 of them. That's sort of how this works. You could easily be 6-2. Here's the reality: you could be 2-6. So take 4-4. This is not the season that stuff matters. Here's the deal, and Chase said this a minute ago. I was kind of typing. I was kind of half listening. Think where you were a year ago tonight. Pretend this was a year ago exactly, whatever. You know what I mean? Egg Bowl week. How much calmer this is. How much more you're like, oh, we have some momentum. Programs moving forward.
You showed, look, the fan base. We talked about this at the beginning. The fan base is kind of pissed off a little bit because it was fairly close, but a win's a win. You kind of move on.
Yeah.
You're showing exactly what Lane's trying to do here. And because, I mean, in a lot of years, Ole Miss 1-point win, 100-point win, giddy as hell right now.
Yeah.
Just be freaking out because you beat Mississippi State. It's like, well, we didn't play very well.
Yeah.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah.
What we've said, and now look, I mean, Ole Miss is not crazy talented all over the field. But for Ole Miss to go where they want to go, the answer is you beat State not with gimmicks and whatever. You beat them because you have better players. And you show up and you just win the game and you move on to the next one. And you're excited that night. And you can grab – look, if you do it without making it this 365-day year, you can grab the egg and you can do all this stuff.
You can take some pictures and stuff. Just don't go nuts with it. Don't make it the end-all, be-all. Don't act like it's a Super Bowl. That's all.
Somebody asked for a old-fashioned recipe. I mean, nothing crazy. I'm pretty simple and classic. I like a little higher proof because I do. You got to have something to cut through the sugar.
Right.
I like
a brown sugar simple syrup.
Neal's huge on the brown sugar simple syrup,
or even a molasses.
I prefer actually muddling the sugar with water.
Okay.
But either way, and if you're doing that, I mean just a little bit because it's hard to muddle otherwise. But a little simple syrup, 2-3 dashes of bitters, whatever you want to do. Put it in the glass.
What I do is I do 2 or 3 dashes of Angostura, and then about 1 dash of orange.
See, I think the orange has a chemical taste. I don't like it as much for whatever reason. But yeah, a lot of people like that.
And then stir that, and then add the bourbon, and then stir that, and then put the cube in.
Yeah, that's right.
And then express an orange over it, and just get a little bit of the peel in, and you'll get a little bit of the oils in it.
Yeah, if anyone muddles the fruit, throw it away.
And if someone breaks out soda, for the love of God, run the other direction.
And if they do both, then ask them why they made you an alcoholic sun-kissed.
Yeah, don't drink that.
Because I've gotten some that have been all the way up to the rim, and I'm like, okay, what?
Well, here's the deal. If you're going to do that, just order a Blue Moon.
Oh, that's true.
Just have a beer with an orange in it.
So yeah, that's it. That's it. Don't do anything crazy.
My brother Ryan wants to know what they did with the trophy tonight. I think they just took it and celebrated with it.
They celebrated with it. I mean, I think it was normal. I mean, nothing crazy.
I don't know. I didn't.
I
see
saw
it.
Matt Corral smoking a cigar.
That's fine. They don't play for 2 weeks.
Well, yeah.
I mean, let's see. He's asking about a Negroni. I actually had a Negroni the other day. See if I can find that recipe because it was a good one. I saved it on my phone.
A Negroni recipe?
Yeah, just a basic Negroni.
I think I have a Negroni actually video with that I've never done anything with from the bartender from St. Leo. I'll get that out and post it if I do. I think I do.
Yeah, I had an Aperol Negroni.
I'm not a huge Aperol fan.
See, I like it. Now, I like Campari better.
Okay.
But I like Aperol. One of my problems is I sort of like everything. I'm looking for the recipe. It's one of those deals where it was just an ounce of Aperol, an ounce of vermouth. Now, is this called for sweet vermouth? And Chase and I might disagree here. I don't like sweet vermouth as much as I like dry vermouth, and so this is a personal thing.
Okay.
And I'm a big believer in like what you like. Don't let people tell you, oh, you should like this. If you don't like it, it's okay. I don't particularly care for sweet vermouth.
It's probably why I use a little less in a Manhattan is because if you go all the way to the ounce with the sweet vermouth, you're getting a lot of sweetness and a little.
Yeah.
You're getting that, oh, God, bad martini bite a little bit if that's the case.
It's why when I make a Boulevardier, I don't use as much vermouth as it calls for.
Yeah. Vermouth's pretty damn strong.
And then this is an ounce of gin. And I like it. You know, you shake it and strain it. It's good.
The Wonderbird's gin is good, by the way, locally. Anybody has.
Now, you'll laugh at me. Someone asked for this earlier today. You're gonna make fun of me. And that's okay. I don't mind being made fun of. So on Thanksgiving morning, I did my turkey burn ride with Robin Arzon, and then I wanted a bourbon cocktail. I didn't want just bourbon because I was thinking to myself, I don't want to get trashed just yet.
Sure.
And when I tell you these ingredients, you're gonna be like, well, Neal, there was more alcohol. So the ingredients are bourbon, Aperol, Prosecco, simple syrup, and an orange wedge.
Oh, one more time.
Bourbon,
okay,
Aperol. You could replace Campari if you wanted to,
yeah,
probably.
Sure, whatever.
Prosecco, and I'm a fan, so take
Yeah,
my
that's
man
fine
card.
with that,
I don't
that's fine.
care. Simple syrup and an orange wedge. So you fill the glass with ice. What I did was I added the bourbon, the Aperol, the simple syrup, put the ice in after that, after I'd mixed it, and then put an orange wedge on top of it, and then added the Prosecco on the top. A couple of those, I was a little.
It sounds refreshing.
It was very good.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you that.
It was very good because I made one for me. And
It's a very grown-up mimosa is what it is with some extra stuff. Like
I made one for me and I made one for Laura, and Laura doesn't like bourbon, and she was like, "You can drink mine." I was like, "Okay."
That's a big boy mimosa is what that
It was
is.
a big boy mimosa, and I got to tell you, like I'm already thinking about it on Christmas Eve.
Really?
Oh yeah, it was really good. I would have never thought bourbon and Prosecco would work together, but they did.
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, bourbon, for people that do like to mix it with something, I mean, it works with ginger ale with some carbonation. I mean, I'm not completely surprised at that. But.
W. Wilson says, when did this become a Sex and the City show?
We're not making Cosmos.
I mean, yeah.
That's
I made Laura a Cosmo the other day, but it was too much lime in it.
I don't even know how. How do you do it? What's the recipe?
I don't even know. It's vodka.
I don't know. I don't know what Cosmo is.
It's vodka, lime, and I think it was Aperol. I can't remember. It was all right. I don't
it's
know.
It's like a vodka daiquiri with something else in it.
A little
sort
bit,
of.
yeah. It was fine. She said there was too much lime in it, and I tasted it. I thought there was too. All right, so everyone wants to take calls. We'll take some calls. We'll take a break, and we'll show you guys our. We're wearing Blue Deltas, thanks to our friends at Blue Delta Jeans today. Lane Kiffin was wearing his Blue Deltas with his A.J. Brown Titans jersey today, so we'll take some calls. Let's see, and then we'll take a little bit of break from calls. Then we'll come back and do some more calls. So there's the number, and let me open Skype. So 662-259-0991 is the number, and away we go. Hey, caller, who do we have?
Hey, guys, it's Vibin Rab.
Hey, Vibin, what's up?
Nothing much. Been a rough day for me, guys.
Why?
Well, all right. Winning the Egg Bowl was cool, but let me just tell y'all, I had my Thanksgiving with the family today because everyone was really busy on Thursday with other family members, so we kind of had our thing this morning.
Yeah.
This morning, I look at the Kentucky-Florida line. It was at 24.5.
Yep.
I took Florida, and they won by 24, and the last play of the game, they tried to run it in, and I got stopped at the 1 yard line.
Well, see, if you're really heroic like us, you had it at 23.5.
Yeah, we won that. We were feeling good.
I know. I should. Yeah, that was the bad omen. First of all, and I was like, all right, I'm going to rebound. I'm going to take this Egg Bowl over because it's for sure going to hit. And then, I mean, even if Kiffin took the points, it wouldn't have even been close because I think I had it at like 70.5.
I told people why there was a very viable reason to not take the over. There was and it played out today.
The Egg Bowl has gone under in 7 of the last 8 years.
You tried to tell them.
I've been telling
really?
you.
Yeah.
You should read rebelgrove.com.
You really should. You should read the actual content.
I wrote a story on it.
Was
7 of
that
8.
the story where you said the double-digit lead,
Yep.
too?
If you read the bottom of it.
double-digit.
Yep.
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 Yeah.
Also, teams with double digits have not covered very much.
And State does that offense where
it's air raid, but they're not in a hurry.
they're not in a hurry, and also they don't do the one thing that Ole Miss is really susceptible against, and that's run the football. And Ole Miss Ole Miss bent a lot tonight, but they didn't break a ton, which is
The defense actually played really good, I thought.
I wouldn't say that, but they didn't fall apart because the teams that have punished Ole Miss have been able to run between the tackles. If you can run between the tackles, man, you can eat this defense for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But they didn't. That's not what State does, and so Ole Miss kind of bent, and they broke a couple of times, but they never just shattered. And sure enough, from an over-under standpoint, there you are. And then Ole Miss is just shaky enough in the red zone, as we saw tonight, that the equation for under was there, and sure enough.
I do got to ask y'all this because, look, y'all have covered the league for years. It's not obvious bias like corrupt officiating, but, oh, my God, State had 3 or 4 holds that were so obvious.
They had more than that.
And more than that?
Yeah, they just didn't call it. And it's not – look, if you had told me – that's all it is. That's all it is. Because if the league were going to fix this game tonight, they would have made sure Ole Miss won. Ole Miss is sexy right now. State's not. And it can believe me, you cannot believe me, whatever. Do what you want to do. I don't care.
6-4 Ole Miss by some act of God really would be in like those top 3 or 4 bowls in the league.
For sure.
Just send them somewhere.
Put them on TV somewhere?
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean, honestly, guys, going forward into next year, I feel like Ole Miss, because they're so sexy right now, it's probably going to be a top 25 team.
Yeah,
Probably.
Yeah, because Corral and Elijah will be all over all the magazines and all the preseason
CBS
stuff.
is going to want them.
Yeah, they're going to get picked for a couple of CBS games next year. But one thing I did want to say, too, and I think this kind of bit Kiffin in the ass tonight, and look, I think Lane is an offensive genius. I don't think anyone can question that. I think they had a lot of in-state recruits at the game tonight, and I think he wanted this to be kind of a statement game where he just blows a team out. And honestly, I think it bit him in the ass because if he would have just kicked the field goals, I think they would have really had a chance to put the game out of reach early in the third quarter. But,
Yeah,
I don't
maybe.
know.
I don't know.
I didn't watch the post-game interview, but apparently he was kind of he even hinted like maybe I should have, kicked field goal here and
Yeah.
there. But I don't know. I thought that was interesting. There is such thing as being too aggressive. I was telling my brother, I watched the game with him. It was the year before Ole Miss beat Alabama when Freeze went for it on 4th down like 4 or 5 times when they could have kicked field goals. It felt like that kind of different game, but
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, who do we have?
Hey, good night. How we doing?
Hey, who's this?
Yeah, this is Josh, Brentwood, Tennessee rep.
Hey, Josh, what's up, man?
Oh, nothing. We're up here in Tennessee. We're pretty stoked. I got my wife here. She's trying to make it from 4 to 5% for you, and it's the first time she's ever listened to the show. She thought it was a bourbon show.
Well, sometimes it
been
is.
accused of that from time to time. Yeah,
We're never going to be accused of being the hardcore sports show, man. That's just not. That's not us. You know what I mean? I mean, we're not going to be that. Not going to be that show. I'm never going to be that show. That's not a good show. Those shows don't make it. Those shows fail. They do every single time because football season's 14, 15 weeks. The year is 52 weeks. You got to be careful.
Yeah, our 4% is more of a branding thing now because I feel confident we're at a higher percentage, but we're just we're just running with it. So.
Yeah, Gus Malzahn says no doubt.
No doubt.
No, I mean it's definitely more than 4%.
How's Jay doing tonight, by the way?
This is our first time to ever listen to it because we have a son, so we don't get to watch all the day festivities. So, but no, I did want to say I noticed those hats today. I don't know if you have been on Twitter. Obviously, Lane wore one off the bus today, but he really passed them around after the game. I think that's a little bit more his kind of message to the recruits that were at the game today. And I would probably guess some of those kids are asking for those hats after the game and will be wearing them this week. So just kind of want to see if y'all have seen those yet and kind of what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah. Everything he does is a message. He doesn't waste a single opportunity to make a message. Whether the kids will have those hats or not, I don't know. Lane can't give them to them, so they've got to get them to them in a different way. But sure, that's all part of their deal. I mean, he knows that for him to get where he wants to get, he's got to dominate Mississippi. He's got to recruit outside. He's got to do the whole come to the SIP thing, and that's sort of who they are. And everything they do is recruiting oriented. Everything he does, getting off the bus with the pictures and all the stuff.
AJ Brown jerseys.
Yeah, everything is recruiting oriented.
Well, everybody's talking about AJ up here in Nashville. I can go ahead and tell you that. So it's pretty exciting. Everybody, his jerseys are flying off the shelves wherever you can get them.
Sure,
So,
he's a stud. I mean, my son doesn't even watch football, and he wants an AJ Brown jersey.
yeah. Well, hey, y'all have a good night. Thanks
Thank
for everything
you.
y'all do.
Appreciate you.
98. I have not had the pin hook right on. I've tried some pin hooks lately, but frankly, they've kind of put it to me again.
Hey, who do we have?
This is Clayton from Seattle.
What's up, Clayton?
Hey, Neal. How you doing, man?
Oh, we're good.
Good. Well, listen, I know I say this every time. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. We've had you on all day long, so thank you so much for all the coverage.
Well, thanks for being with us. We really appreciate it.
Of course. Hey, listen, I want to hear you guys' take on, do you think we're going to get 2 more games in this year? Or I know they're moving us around with LSU and Alabama next weekend, and it just feels really weird to the average fan to, have Mississippi State not being the last game of the year. Do you feel like we're going to get 2 more games in this year to watch as fans or not? And I'll hang up and listen. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the league absolutely wants to get 71 games in, and they're going to do everything in their human power to do it. And if you made me guess, I would guess that Ole Miss is going to play football games against Texas A&M and LSU in December.
Well, and also now State, Arkansas, there's precedent set on, hey, that 53 is kind of meaningless, guys.
Yeah.
Like, unless you got a really damn good reason, you're playing football.
Yeah. Hey, who do we have?
You there?
Yeah, we're here. Who's this?
Oh, hey, cool. Look,
This is David Van Lockley calling in again. How y'all doing tonight?
David, we're good. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Like I said last time I called, they called me Mr. Big Country. I want to be a regular. I'm calling again. Look here. Do y'all think that old them holding out Reese, do y'all think that's kind of a game changer with us or anything? Because he seemed to be like a ball hog tonight. He was around a good bit, and I really like seeing him on the field.
Yeah, he's a difference maker for sure.
He's the most athletic player on the defense.
The guy had a nose for the ball. I mean, he made some good tackles. I thought it was pretty dang nice. You know, another thing, just being a guy from Brandon here, what do y'all think about Mingo showing up again tonight? I know Rogers, you know, they were on the same team together, and I would have loved to have had them both, but I know we couldn't take them both. Mingo's a stud, but Rogers looked pretty good for State. I'll give him that. I thought he had a good game, and I think he could fit in Leach's offenses pretty well. So, I mean, I'd hate to try to say who got the better end of the deal, but I also think Mingo's going to be a stud as well. What do y'all think?
I think Jonathan definitely has a chance to be a stud.
Got to get more consistent.
Got to become a more consistent player. He had 3 catches, 33 yards tonight. Rogers was good. Rogers was 45 of 61. They're asking him to do way too much. 440 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, a QBR of 79.1. Matt Corral's QBR was 80.2. So yeah, I mean Rogers was fine. He was a good player tonight. He wouldn't be in front of Corral at Ole Miss. I mean, Matt can make.
No, I don't think so either. But he did good. He looked good. I liked him.
Sure,
to give him his props.
Sure,
I thought he played a damn good game.
It's also a really good offense for him. I mean, that's the thing.
He's a smart kid.
It's a good offense.
And he did the same thing with Minshew up at Washington State. These guys work with him. He just needs somebody that can.
He needs a
read
point
it
guard
and throw the ball.
He needs a point guard. That's it. You're just distributing. You're getting the ball out. You're recognizing. And frankly, Rogers did he floated a couple balls that should have been picked off. He was lucky his night didn't turn pretty poor. But
he got lucky at the end for sure.
But beyond that, I really did like how he kept his eyes down the field and kind of evaded pressure and just made pretty good decisions. Even his screw-ups were more bad throws than bad decisions.
I got you. Well, let me ask you one more thing. So if Ole Miss is able to split A&M and LSU, I'm going to call this a good year. I mean, they are 5-5. Come on, guys.
You think?
That's good to me.
Hell yeah, it's good.
I'm happy right now where we're at.
If I'd offered 5-5 before the season, anybody would have taken it.
I think so.
Yeah.
So,
all
okay.
right.
And big props tonight for Luke Logan. He hit a kick when we needed it.
He did.
And the boy, I'm proud of him. Thank you for coming out and doing everything you got. So, hey, let's keep rolling.
Yeah, Luke Logan enjoyed this Egg Bowl a lot more than he did the last one. There's no doubt about that.
That was a good one for Luke. Yeah,
sure, of course. Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
A&M up 10-0, 1:22 to go in the first half.
Georgia up 28-10.
South Carolina?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, who do we have?
It's Slice 88 out in Salt Lake City.
Hey, Slice, what's up in Utah?
Not much, man. Just watching that game. Wanted to ask about recruiting.
All right, ask about it.
Okay. So how does this game affect recruiting? That's the bottom line. I mean, we got guys going to flip from Mississippi State, and where are we at? What do you think? I'll hang up and listen.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, kids don't make decisions based on one game, but it's better to win than it is to lose.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, look, I think they're going to get Luke Altmaier. I think they're in on a couple. I think they're in on another couple of kids. We'll see. I to look at it from a specific recruit standpoint is probably a mistake. It's more of a general tone of a program.
It's tone. Here's why it helped recruiting was like we talked about with Jeffrey. it kept everything on the tracks, pardon the pun, for your off season, for the rest of the year, for the mood of the program, the sexiness of the program, the energy around the program, not only to be good and where you need it to be, but in comparison to Mississippi State, for those in-state kids, State has no identity right now. They don't have any sexiness. They don't have any energy. They frankly seem like a pretty
blah
program at the moment.
Hey, who do we have?
This is Casey from Natchez.
Hey, Casey, what's up, man?
All just poured a glass after that heart-throbbing ending there. But got a little Lagavulin here, some Lagavulin 16.
Were you nervous when the ball was in the air a little bit? I was
a little bit nervous.
Okay.
I'm not going to lie.
Us too.
I'm not sure they caught that ball before that either.
I saw everybody saying that, but
it
I
hit
was
the ground. I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? But the scotch tastes a little better tonight. Couple points I want to make. I think that's pretty cool. Everybody talks about how good of a offensive mind Lane is, and certainly I agree. But I'm gonna tell you, and y'all mentioned it before. I don't know if Neal, if you mentioned, or if it was a caller, but he may be the best marketing coach, or I mean, he may get it more than anybody I've ever seen. I mean, everything he does is completely geared at getting players, and I think it's pretty impressive. If I had to say there's anything he did, I mean, it's incredible.
Oh, he's a marketing genius.
And in a time period where you can't meet up with the kids and you're just trying to do anything to catch their attention at all to help you too.
Yeah.
That's why it's so valuable right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's awesome. And then, State's defense, I mean, they were impressive. I mean, the defensive line looked good. I thought they controlled it a lot. But to me, the biggest story this season, and I'm sure y'all will write on if you haven't already, but Matt Corral. Man, I mean, just think of this time last year. It's just incredible. He's from the bench, about to leave. Everything's been weird, and now he's just. I mean, today he looks so poised. I mean, they did some things differently. They mixed some things up. That State's defense is tough, and they gave him. They put some pressure on him. I know he held onto the ball long sometimes, but he never seemed like he really lost control of anything.
No, he's composed. He's pretty fearless. Does a lot of good things. I mean, he's had a hell of a great year. He's one of the big stories of this team, no doubt. Maybe the biggest story of this team.
Sure. Yeah, I think so too. Look, I appreciate it.
Right,
I'm going to finish this glass and
enjoy.
Have a good evening.
Okay. Thank you. Bye. Hey, who do we have?
It's Mark.
Hey, Mark. What's up?
Not much. How are y'all doing tonight?
We're just making our way in the world today.
You driving home from the game?
Yeah, we're driving home from the game. Can you hear me all right on my phone?
Oh yeah, we're all good.
You're good.
What was the crowd like?
They kicked another one over the net today, didn't they?
Did they?
They did.
What was the crowd
They did.
like?
I've got your cathead buddy in the driver's seat to the left of me right now. He's manning the cockpit pretty well.
All right. What's up, Major?
He can't hear you right now.
Oh,
we had to turn our device down so that you wouldn't have any feedback.
That's true.
Appreciate that.
On the air, we've got two Ole Miss legends that played for the Rebels in the back seat and a couple of future Rebels in the third row in the way back.
Oh, wow.
I think the sentiment is probably pretty similar to what you've heard from the other guys, that it was a win. It felt kind of excruciating along the way. But obviously a win's better than a loss. Hot take of the day, right?
As the great Nuke LaLoosh said several times, winning, it's like better than losing.
Ugly wins are damn better than pretty losses. That's for sure.
Your cathead guy to my left won't just leave the radio turn.
Yeah.
And that he'd be able to hear, so you can hear the feedback, I'm sure, right now.
Yeah, we can hear it. It doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that. He could push pause and listen to it when we get done here.
He could push pause. That would probably be beneficial for all involved.
If the advertising dollars that Cathead was spending were working better, he would have maybe have a little more sense to him than to be able to just keep the radio turned down. I'm doing terrible tonight. It's one of my worst nights.
We're trying,
I've called
Mark.
in regularly.
We're
The pressure's
trying.
on. I got 5 people in the car, and I'm choking.
I know. We're doing the best we can with the advertising. There's no lack of effort.
Here, I'm gonna let you talk to Cathead real quick.
All right.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
Hey, Major, what's up?
What's happening? I pressured Mark into calling, and I wanted to listen to all of it. So, anyway, hope y'all are doing well, man. Hope y'all had a happy Thanksgiving, and I hope you're wearing your mask and staying safe, boys.
We're safe.
We're safe. We're not wearing masks, but
No plexiglass at the moment.
I'm
between us.
immune. I can't give it. I can't get it. So I can go maskless in my own home.
Well, y'all stay safe, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, y'all have a safe trip.
All right, bye.
So funny when the phones kind of stop for a second.
Because you're so used to them
You're so
being-
used to like just them rolling. LSU and Texas A&M, 24 seconds left in the half. Georgia up 28-10, about a minute left in that half as well. LSU's going a lot faster than Georgia, South Carolina. Hey, who's this?
Hey, yo, it's D from Memphis.
Who is it?
D from Memphis.
Hey, D, what's up?
Hey, random question, man. I know y'all haven't been to many games this year, but do y'all know if Richard Short still does the challenge replays?
I don't know. We haven't been in the stadium, so I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like that's like the worst. I feel like that's the worst advertisement to have. Anytime anything gets challenged that basically doesn't go Ole Miss's way, like he pops up on the screen and looks super douchey, and everybody just hates him. So I can't see how it works for him. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. You're definitely onto something.
Yeah, so I'm just saying. But anywho, also last thing, before I got the phone, I went to Jamaica recently for my honeymoon with my wife, and we had 2 butlers at our setup.
I'm glad you went with your wife. That'd have been a really awkward trip otherwise.
Because if you'd gone on your honeymoon with somebody besides your wife, that would be kind of weird.
It would be kind of weird. It would be kind of weird, but it's COVID, so we got weird rules going on now. So I can't.
Well,
really
that's
say what's
true.
weird and what's not.
That's true.
But with that being said, we went to Jamaica, and our butlers' names were Neal and Chase.
No way.
Hey, true story.
Man.
They even spelled Neal the troll way like they do on the message board.
Oh, wow.
Well, close enough.
How about that?
Yeah, so, but anyway, that's all I got. Glad for the work y'all do. Take it easy. Grizz is up. Grizz is up.
All right, be good. Thanks, D. That'd be kind of weird for us to be butlers.
That's weird.
Yeah. What are the odds? We're told Richard Schwartz still does the ads.
I mean, I guess there's bang for the buck in there
I
somewhere.
knew we'd get that answer. Hey, who's this?
Hey, I'm Morgan. I'm one of the 4% that listen to you. I love you guys, though, and your show.
Well, thanks, Morgan. We're glad somebody does.
I just had a couple questions. One's about the game tonight, and then the other ones are just kind of silly, I guess. But
Okay.
first, have you guys heard anything that Leach has said about the postgame?
I heard he got mad at a reporter about asking about timeouts. Other than that, I haven't heard anything about what he said.
Gotcha. All right.
Was there something specific you had in mind? Like, was anything that you saw or heard or something?
No, I was
Okay.
just wondering. I don't know. I'm glad we pulled the win off, but I felt like I had to drink some bourbon during the game to kind of get through it, though. I felt like I was on the edge of my seat
I understand.
towards the end. So, next question: what is your guys' go-to bourbon under $50?
Under 50.
Four Roses single barrel.
Eagle Rare.
Eagle Rare for sure.
Buffalo Trace.
I had the
Yeah, Buffalo Trace, definitely.
Nice. I was going to ask about the Four Roses single barrel, where you guys would rank that one. So I guess that's pretty high for.
I like it. I like it a lot. It's roughly $39 every time, and it's you can get better bourbons, but you can sure as hell get worse.
And I like the single barrel for whatever reason a whole lot better than the small batch.
Yeah,
The,
I do too.
The,
I
the
agree.
square bottle, not the circle bottle or oval bottle or whatever it is.
Yes, the square bottle. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Hypothetically, and this is probably not one of the best things to talk about, but if there was a civil war, and I just think about these crazy things, I was asking my boyfriend about it earlier.
Okay.
So if there ever was a civil war with all the stuff that's going on, and we split into another North and South, or I don't know if the Midwest comes South or whatever,
Okay.
what do you think the capitals would be?
So that's a great question. So you're talking red state, blue state.
Yes, basically, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we're splitting
No,
that
just
way. We're not splitting Are we splitting geographically or
Well,
like?
if you
Democrat,
think about it,
Republican?
it would be the red. The,
Geographically.
No, she says.
So the countries are like split. So what are the
Oh.
capitals?
So along the Mason-Dixon line or like north-south. We're just getting our requirements so we can answer
yeah, I mean
appropriately.
we're not making this
Same line, along the same line. Yeah.
Okay.
as the past split.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, you don't want your capital too close to being invaded. It's like, if anything, they need to kind of move out from one another a little bit, right?
I think the capital of the South or the red would be somewhere in Texas at this point.
Ah, okay.
I mean, like it's like Austin.
Do you want to be close to the
Okay.
water? Like, do you need to be on close to sea at all, or does it matter? I'm just
I
curious.
don't think that matters. I was thinking more of Birmingham. I didn't go as far west as Texas, but I mean, I do feel like
Oh.
that'd be a little bit more protection, you know?
Birmingham would certainly be pretty red state. That makes sense. The blue would be at this point, right? It'd be New York.
Yeah, I think it's New York at this point, right?
All right.
I mean, what do you think?
Okay. Well, I can see that one. I was also wondering, like, if they would do Pittsburgh, you know, kind of like a little more.
I would say Philadelphia before Pittsburgh.
Philly before Pittsburgh, because if you did Pittsburgh, you'd have a lot of insurgency right around you, because Pittsburgh's pretty red as opposed to blue.
Ah, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. All right. Thanks, guys. Y'all
Thank
have a
you.
good one.
All right, Morgan. Thanks.
Bye.
We don't need to have a civil war, though. Not good.
I mean, you see where, you see where Gilmore was very happy that Oregon dropped the Civil War because, I mean, that really is important there.
I
It's
did.
changed a lot of things.
I did. Words really matter. Joke. Hey, Gulf Coast Rep, thanks again. He says, Chase, have you had this year's MM limited release? If not, he'll send you a bottle. What is MM?
I have not, so feel free.
What is MM? Maker's Mark?
I'm assuming, yeah.
Okay.
No, the only thing I've had Maker's Mark this year is the 101 from the distillery. Sorry, I want someone to call in.
Okay. We need to talk to Blake in a minute, too,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Is that who you were talking to or somebody
I was
else?
not.
Okay.
No. We
Okay.
didn't do that, though.
We each have some different Blue Delta jeans on today. I've got on the boot cut.
I have like a half boot cut on. It's wider than my typical that I would wear with the loafers, but it's not the full boot cut.
We're told, Jen Deuce says, we really need to listen to the last 30 seconds of Leach's presser and
So what
talk
happened?
about it. I don't know. He says, holy cow. I have no idea.
Where do we find it?
Hey, who's this?
This is Will.
Hey, Will, what's up?
Nothing much. I mean, we're not supposed to care about this game, like, you know what I'm saying? But it feels good to finally beat them, you know? Like, I'm just used to this game going terribly and some way finding a way to Ole Miss it, and they didn't do it tonight, and so it feels good. And then my next question is, what bowl do you think we'll go to? Like a Florida Bowl or the Texas Bowl?
I just don't know. I mean, Liberty, Music City.
Okay.
Man,
There's nothing too good.
No, I don't know. I mean,
Outback is really in play. Gator
Outback's
is
in play. Yeah, I mean, look, Ole Miss is going to be really in demand.
Yeah.
But I don't. It's almost sounds like a cop out. I know, but it's almost impossible to say.
Okay, but not like the Independence or Birmingham Bowl or something.
No, if Ole Miss is eligible, they're getting better than that.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if it were. I'd be shocked if it were anything less. Anything below Liberty would stun me.
Okay, thank you.
I'm downloading Kiffin right now.
Okay, sure.
I don't know what Leach said. I'm curious.
I mean,
now.
yeah, now I'm looking for stuff.
Yeah.
While we're talking.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I think Ole Miss is going to a bowl. I don't know what bowl that will be, but going to a bowl.
I don't know what Leach said.
Hey, who's this?
Yeah, now I'm looking.
Hey, what's up? Is this Jason?
Hey, yeah, it's Neal. Jason, don't tell Neal. Don't tell.
Whoa, we're all hang up.
Hang on.
Yeah. I don't know.
There's no way I could have known.
Yeah,
that.
I know. Whatever.
Sorry, there's no way for me to have known that.
Yeah. Well, me neither. Anyway, okay. Looking. Let's see. Leach. Looks like they haven't put all their stuff up yet. Best I can tell.
Someone says it's on the board.
Okay. I'm looking.
I'm looking for. I'm looking for the downloads here. Let's see.
Everybody just hang for a minute.
Oh, why did it go there? I don't want it.
Having problems?
No, it went to the wrong place. So I'm going to have to override downloads. It's really funny about that. I'm not crazy about FileZilla, if I'm honest.
No, it can be a little weird.
Yeah. So I'm re-downloading in the right places. I'm not a big fan of the way FileZilla does it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not crazy about it. It works, but you have to watch every single time. Someone says we're owed an explanation here.
Yeah, not.
It's not. It would take too long.
Yeah.
Hell, I'm excited to get an explanation.
Okay, fair. Neal's in the dark just as much at this point, isn't he?
Hey, you guys think you're in the dark. I'm just answering calls. Let's see. Yeah, no. Gerald Gordon says we got time. You don't have that much time. Let's see. What am I doing? I'm looking for phones. There we go. So phone lines are open 662-259-0991. Got working on Lane Kiffin stuff right now, as a matter of fact. So there it is. There's Lane. All right, I'm going to create a scene for Kiffin. And we'll get you Lane Kiffin's post game here in just a second. So everybody bear with me for a second. I know it's just me on there right now, but I'm working on it. So I got to go to here, and then I got to go here, and I got to bring Kiffin here.
You know, really neat win. First time part of this rivalry. You know, you could feel the energy from our fans. I can even imagine what it'd be like if it was full. Our players with that great sideline energy. We didn't play great. You know, really thought we should have, opened the game up there at the end of the first half and scored in the red zone to whatever that was, make it 28-7, I believe, at the time or something. But instead didn't score, and they went down and scored their, 90-yard drive. So, great to come across with a win. Just wish we would have played cleaner and better. And, So, but happy for our fans, happy for our players. Thank God that he gave us a chance to play. A lot of people aren't getting to play, and so remind our players of that today. After church this morning with them. Not everybody's getting the opportunity that you are. So good to get the trophy back where it belongs, and let's keep it here for a long time.
Nick, start us off. Lane, just how crucial was that fumble on the 1 yard line in the first quarter and the turnaround to that's a 14-point swing there in a game that could have been tied early?
Yeah, it really was. Obviously, big momentum swing. I almost scored on it. So, that was huge. And, a lot of really close plays that were reviewed today. And, that's what happens in rivalry games. Usually records don't matter, and they're very competitive. I was concerned, we'd struggle in this game. So that's why we brought Knox here. And, I think every time you come, we win, right?
No.
No? What game did we lose?
Florida and Alabama.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, maybe if you get a haircut.
Good to Joe. Joe, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
All right, maybe not, Joe.
Try Parrish right now. Parrish, go ahead.
Hey, Lane, you said earlier in the week that you felt like Otis would play a lot. What did you think of his game today?
Well, I'll have to watch the film for that. As you guys know, kind of on that side, I'm kind of making adjustments. So sometimes I don't see all the plays, and but sounds like he did some good things. But I'll have more for that, more on that Monday.
Go back to Nick.
You talked about the red zone a little bit. Just was there a common theme you were seeing, or was it just a couple of plays that went wrong?
Well, I mean, the first one, the ball's right in your hands, you drop it. So, that's nothing they did. Huge momentum. They go 3 and out. We're going to go right down the field, and score there. And, we drop it. So, big, I think three possessions in the red zone where we only got 3 points out of all 3, would have made the game a lot different.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I mean, you've had an unusual progression, I guess, of open dates to have to deal with this late in the season. How do you keep them sharp? How do you keep them sharp, knowing that they're not going to have a game next weekend and you still got 2 big ones left to play?
Yeah, it's almost like we play, we don't play, we play, we don't play. So, we talked about it today, just finding that out. So, not sure exactly what we'll do, but probably similar to last week. Can't really treat it as a bye week and, give them the whole weekend off because they need to keep playing and keep this momentum.
Go to Nate.
Coach, Elijah broke A.J. Brown's single-season receptions record today. How impressive is that? And not only breaking the record, but doing it in so few games, doing it in an SEC-only slate, all that.
Yeah, it's really amazing to, 8 games, to do that in 8 games. All SEC opponents. When we first got her, I sat him down after watching his film and said, hey, you're going to break the, SEC record. Not just a school record, but the SEC record. Well, I thought we were going to play, 12 plus a bowl game. So it really is amazing, and he's just a great player. He was cramping at the end, stayed in there, and, it was awesome, especially, after what happened last year.
Go back to Parrish.
Lane, how important was Dean Leonard's pass breakup there in the final minutes to force State into the field goal at that time in the game?
Yeah, it was huge. I mean, think about the end of the game had it been the other way. So, you always feel different when it's 7 versus 3. And so, if it had been a 3-point game there at the end, that would have been really scary. So, huge play. But we gotta get better at 4-minute, on offense, just like the Auburn game, which cost us. We needed 1 first down to win the game today.
Back to Nick. Just how do you think your players responded with that post-game celebration? What was the locker room like? I mean, winning the rivalry game for the first time in 3 years, how big was that for some of these veterans that hadn't won yet?
I mean, I don't know. How many years had it been? They hadn't won yet. You said?
17.
Oh, okay. So I didn't even know that. I think it meant more to them than me, you know, and so I was excited we won, obviously. But, you know, they've been there, a lot of them growing up here, so, you know, it kind of means more to them. But I was excited, obviously, after the win, but then to see them in the locker room, you know, it was like winning the, you know, Super Bowl, which is neat to see them so excited. So they put a lot of work in to get to this point.
That was Lane Kiffin. He didn't know. Here's the thing: is I actually believe him.
That he had no idea the last time Ole Miss had won the game.
Yeah, I actually believe that. He's never going to give some of these cats what they want.
But it's not. But I think he's just telling the truth.
No, he's definitely telling the truth. For sure.
Yeah, you guys are so curious now. I'm definitely not telling you the story. I mean,
well, it's totally your fault. You could have.
Well, I didn't know that was going to happen.
Well, how the hell was I supposed to? I mean, I recognize the number. I mean, I don't understand how anybody expected me to behave any differently than I did. I mean, it was a normal reaction. Oh, God. I should ask Lane about this, Jason. Oh, God.
Anyway.
Yep. We're 11 minutes and 31 seconds into this stream today. It's pretty impressive. Hey, who's this? Hey, who do we have?
Dylan, Oxford Andrew. Just first of all, so if you guys, if we make the Las Vegas Bowl as is predicted, y'all aren't going to go, are you?
I don't think they'll allow anybody in there, media or otherwise.
Yeah. Second question here. So, Thanksgiving, brisket or turkey?
If we're being honest,
to go to?
If we're being honest, brisket.
But then in that case, you never have turkey. Because you said you only have it on Thanksgiving, so it has its rightful place that one time a year. It's
my dad did
you can
really
have
good
brisket
turkey.
any Sunday.
That's true.
Like, just do a brisket.
But if I told you,
turkey's asking for one day.
We always do chicken and dressing, right? That kind of the traditional Southern classic there.
Sure.
And I smoked turkeys for years, and I always brought a ton of turkey home. And about 4 years ago, I started doing briskets, and I don't bring that much brisket home now.
No,
I get that.
I get it. Brisket's so good. I did a brisket like a week ago with I used pecan as the smoking wood. It was fantastic.
Now, see, I'm a cherry guy for brisket, but I mean pecan is fantastic.
I can see where cherry would be really good.
Yeah. Well, happy holidays, guys. Enjoy it.
All right, Andrew. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Every so often, the little graphic here gets screwed up.
It's hard to fix inside.
Well, and I've got it. It's no big deal. It's just one of those things. I don't understand why it does that. Hey, who do we have?
Slice 88 out in Salt Lake.
Hey, Slicey. What's up?
Hey, man. One, is Tom Herman done at Texas? Number two, does this Texas A&M LSU game play on? Does it make a difference as far as Ole Miss's games remaining against those two?
No.
And
the second question.
Okay.
The second question's no. I
Okay.
think A&M's going to be the 12th because A&M's going to play Tennessee on the 19th. Ole Miss is going to play LSU on the 19th. I think those decisions. I think you can look for an announcement pretty quick on those.
But not schedule-wise. I mean, are they going to quit? Who's going to quit here?
Nobody.
Who
They're
wants
going
to win out for recruiting? Who's going to quit?
Well, A&M sure as hell not going to quit because they're playing for something. LSU might quit.
Yeah.
I mean, they have nothing at this point.
I mean, LSU's getting spanked by A&M right now. Alabama's going to beat that ass, period.
And then Florida.
And then Florida, Kyle Trask might be playing for the Heisman that night.
If nothing else, they're going to get a lot of points. I mean, we'll see what the rest looks like.
And then, yeah, and so, I mean, LSU might be kind of done by then. Ole Miss won't be done. Even if Ole Miss takes one on the chin against A&M, and I'm not saying they will, I'm not saying they won't, I don't know. But even if they do, they're gonna play against LSU.
How fun is that with both of these games with this offense?
It's all been fun. The whole damn season's been fun.
Balls out. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the whole season's been fun.
Yeah. Good. And of course, Pac-12 out here in Salt Lake. I mean, the question is not one, but which two teams in the Pac-12 are going to make it to the playoff? I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah. They're not going to make it, Slice. It's they're done.
I'm sad.
Yeah, I know. I can hear it in your voice. Hang in there. Don't give up. Hey, thanks, Slice, for the call. We need to get Blake on here soon?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Let me
Go ahead and do that.
Yeah, let me arrange a photographer. About to start it's raining in College Station. About to start the third quarter there. 13-0 A&M over LSU. No.
The stream's making me laugh, guys. That's good.
And let's see
that was not a Lane Kiffin that was just like going crazy and whatever.
No, come on. Lane Kiffin's big game is Alabama. Let's be real. The game Lane Kiffin wants is Alabama. Lane Kiffin wants Alabama bad. Be frank. Hey, who's this?
Hey, boys. How y'all doing?
Bubba, how are you?
You sound like you've had 2 or 3
yeah,
more.
You sound like you've...
Well, I'm sitting here in White Pine. Daddy's in the other room. We watched the game together and been kind of taking care of him a little bit. So
how is Daddy?
Yeah, good. He's doing good. He's ready for Hugh Freeze to come to Tennessee, and I keep telling him, be careful what you wish for. He can't recruit.
Well, that's true.
He don't listen. So, but it's been a good season, and I consider it done no matter what happens. I'd like to beat LSU, but anyway, just drank me about half a case of beer at night, and just sitting here listening to you boys, and want to say hello, and glad everything's going well. And got one quick question. Who do you think's going to rotate out for SEC coaches, and who you think might come? And I'll give you boys a call back on Thursday when I'm a little bit more coherent.
All right.
Talk to y'all later.
All right. Thanks,
Enjoy
good Bubba. Well, South Carolina's making a move. I think you'll see them.
You think Napier's still the favorite there?
I might bet on Beamer right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think Mason's out. I think they'll try to get Will Healy, and he might say no.
Mason's out. They'll talk to Will Healy. Hang on, caller. Just hang on real quick. They'll talk to Healy.
I got you.
Yeah, there's another couple of guys that I think Vanderbilt might look at, but Vanderbilt's really weird right now. Today's indicative of that. It's too early to say about Tennessee. Let's see what happens the rest of the way. I personally don't think they're going to fire Pruitt, but that could change. I don't think Auburn's firing Malzahn. So I don't think there's a ton of turnover because there's just no money. Who do we have, caller?
Hey, man, this is David in Georgia. This is the second time I've called you guys.
Well, thanks for calling.
Yeah, appreciate you guys taking the call. Hey, I might be in the minority here a little bit, but watching the game, honest to God, it felt like Lane was kind of toying with him a little bit. And he knew he had the game in his back pocket. And maybe that's why he was starting to get a little cute in the third quarter. I was wondering what you guys thought about that.
I don't know if he had it in his back pocket. I did think they got a little cute, but I don't think that was intentional.
That one series was weird. I thought the one series was the one where
they tried to do some things. Sometimes I think all coaches, Lane Kiffin included, they have plans and they overthink them and kind of go from
there. I know what you're talking about with overthinking them, but I mean, you line Elijah Moore up in the shotgun. What was it? 2 times in a row? 3 times in a row?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're like, "Ah, hell with it. My guy's faster than your guy. We're just gonna throw it down the field." And then he hits a touchdown. I was like, "This right here is the greatest." I love this guy. He's like 12 years in the Marine Corps, guys. I apologize, but he's like, "Fuck it, throw it."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there was some truth to that. Was, hey, it is what it is. Just go. I mean, look. The worst thing that happens is a complete pass, because if it's picked off at that point, it's a 60-yard arm punt.
It's a punt.
Yeah, if it's picked off, kind of same difference. Maybe you get a penalty. I mean, a lot of stuff can happen on that.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I don't know why a lot of coaches don't try to do that when they're, just like, to hell with it. Just throw it down there. But, what's the worst that can happen? But it just, I don't know, maybe I'm just weird on the whole thing, but it felt like Lane had the game and he could do whatever he wanted to, and he was just, let's see if this works. Okay, let's see if this works. If this doesn't work, then screw it, we'll just throw it down the field for a touchdown, and we're going to win the game, so I'm just playing with these fools right now.
Yeah, I think that's probably overstating it, but I get what you're saying. Hey, thanks for the call. We appreciate it, David.
Yeah. Hey, you guys, have a good night. Talk to you later. Bye.
All right, let's get Blake on. Chase needs to model some jeans.
We have different ones on tonight.
We do have different ones on tonight. Let's see. My daughter Campbell is heading back to Fayetteville tomorrow, but she's here tonight. She's going to come in a minute, and so I'm going to get Blake on.
I promise to tell Neal, or not tell Neal to hang up on him.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Let's see. Getting Blake on here. There's a lot going on this computer at this point, but we're figuring it out.
Well, the camera hasn't gone out yet, so that's a win.
Oh, you just jinxed that.
No, I said nobody ever gets onside kicks. The game was over, the whole deal.
Hello, Campbell.
Neal, Chase, good evening.
Good evening, Blake. How are you?
Man, I'm doing pretty good. How about you guys?
We're good. Blake Kokenauer, Blue Delta Jeans, kind enough to be with us. How was your Thanksgiving?
It was mighty fine. I got a little bit of turkey in, and that's I guess all you can ask for, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose.
How'd the ribs turn out?
Yeah, so Chase and I had a little conversation the other night. My family, we're very traditional, but we also don't like Thanksgiving. So our solution is to do a turkey early in the day, have sandwiches at lunch, and then we did, as Chase mentioned, did ribs for dinner, and they turned out really well. So
that's a great idea.
Got best of both worlds.
That is a great idea because I mean, I enjoy the turkey Thanksgiving dinner, but I kind of prefer it for lunch, and then I'm done with it.
You don't want to eat 2 meals in a row and do the dinner, too.
I don't like the turkey leftover, and I know that that's sacrilege for a lot of people, but so be it. I mean, we all have our own likes and dislikes, right?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of turkey sandwiches, but sitting down, waiting all day on it's not my particular favorite. But different strokes for different folks, I suppose.
Absolutely. Let's see. You still with us, Blake?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Oh, okay. I heard a hang up, and it's because the Skype call kind of goes a little crazy. So we've both got different jeans on today. You want to kind of walk us through this?
Yeah, absolutely. So I know, Neal, you mentioned a couple weeks back that you'd bought yourself a new pair of boots. So
I did.
We did a pair of our brown Genos for you this week. We changed your fit just a little bit, shifted over to a boot cut. And then we'll see Chase here in a minute, but I figured we had at least a few people that were going to tune in from the Golden Triangle tonight. So did a pair of our natural bull for Chase and put some maroon stitching on there. We have the maroon Geno as well as a matching maroon stitch now, so wanted to highlight that just a little bit for anybody that may be interested in that.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I kind of had the thought as soon as I got him. I said, okay, I really need Ole Miss to win a football game today. That was the main thing, was please win a football game as this is happening. Yeah. Well, we haven't. I'm not at your computer yet. I'm not yet.
We're on a little bit of a delay.
I think we have a technical difficulty.
No, we're working it out. It'll be all good.
So what is on mine, Blake? What is the fabric? What is the difference?
Yeah, so we did we have the natural bull for you, which is it is a denim fabric. It's a little bit lighter weight in relative comparison to some of our denims. But what's cool about that fabric is it is an undyed fabric. So that's the natural color of cotton. It's kind of a light cream color, and we do sell a lot of those for both men to wear with a sports jacket to give you a little bit more of a neutral look. We do obviously sell a lot of them to ladies as well. So one of our more popular fabrics, one that I'm very partial to, but you got to be willing to wear it to pull it off.
And it's the Labor Day thing's not going to kick anybody. You can wear it whenever you want to. It works out.
Yeah, absolutely. That is one thing. We don't have just a true white denim, and one reason is because, like you mentioned, it does kind of limit you if you like to follow that Easter to Labor Day rule, whereas the cream denim gives a little bit more versatility. So it's a fun one to have in the line, and I always like putting it on folks when we can.
I figured it out. Just hang tight 1 second. I got to fix it real quick. I realized I had something plugged into the wrong spot. Just everybody hang a little tight. Here we go.
A&M and LSU just can't score points. I mean, it's a disaster right now from
I had to turn that one off a little bit ago. It was hard to watch.
Yeah, okay. We got
Are you still in Tennessee? Are you in Ohio? Where are you at, Blake?
No, back up in Ohio. It's officially freezing this time of year, so have not ventured outside much today, but certainly look forward to getting back down to Mississippi here in a couple weeks.
Like what temperature are we talking about?
It's high 30s today. It'll get down a little bit colder than that tonight. We had some flurries last week, which was an unpleasant sight.
Yeah, we're getting Neal now. People getting a good view of the studio as we're kind of flashing some TVs and different things. I mean, it's a work in progress. There we go. There's the gold, the brown. They're kind of goldish, Blake. They're not. I mean, little egg bowl flare there, if you'd like to say it that way.
Yeah, that was the idea. It was the closest fabric we have to a gold, so wanted to make sure we got it out in honor of the game this week.
Looks good. I think you're probably good, Neal. I think I think everything's good.
I actually love these. These are great.
Neal said they got a little stretch. He loves them. I don't know if I might hear you because you're just talking in the middle of like the ether, but.
Well, no, they look good, Neal. How are those boots breaking in for you, Neal?
All right, so Chase in now with the what would you call these? These are cream with kind of a natural.
Yeah, the natural bull.
Yeah, you say maroon, but they almost look sort of a. You can't. It's kind of almost a navy blue slash. It's a different. I can see the maroon when you tell me it's maroon, but when I first looked at them, I kind of thought it was a navy blue.
Well, I will say we had a bit of a hot debate in the beginning. There was some of us who wanted to call it maroon, some of us who wanted to call it cherry wine. So that may be what you're picking up on a little bit there, Neal. But
yeah, I can see.
Yeah, either way, it gives a nice little bit of contrast. Gives that maroon look to it, and it does blend in really well on our maroon fabric that we have in that Gino. So. Traditionally we with the maroon Gino will do a silver or a white stitch, but now this gives us an option to give just a true tonal look to tone it down, just make it a little bit easier to wear all purpose.
You couldn't hear me when Campbell was in here filming me, but I love this fabric. This fabric's awesome. Actually, this is like 2 weeks in a row that the fabric, I can't decide which one's my favorite. I told you this when I had the camouflage that I wore those at Thanksgiving.
Saw that.
And I just wore a white button down with them. And they were great. I mean, I got so many people like, oh, man, I love those pants. And they're super comfortable. And these, I actually think, I don't know whether one's more comfortable or whatever, but I love these. These are super.
Well, good. Yeah, that's good to hear. I mean, the Gino, we added that to our line this summer, and we've always had a nice kind of a light cotton material. Y'all have had the Holland and Sherry in the past, and we have the Gino now. I've been a hardcore denim guy for several years now, but I've made a full switch to the Gino the last couple months here. It's been a great thing to wear. They're just so comfortable, and you can really do a lot with them. So it's nice to have in the line. We've certainly enjoyed having them.
I know that right now is a good time. People are doing their Christmas shopping, and even if they can't get in and they want to give it as a gift, Blue Delta as a gift. You've got the gift card with Wright Thompson's book as kind of a Pappyland. Tell the people a little bit about that, if you would, Blake.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you bringing that up. So we do offer gift cards for our jeans. So if you're not able to make it into the Oxford store, or if you're looking to get a gift for somebody for the holidays coming up, yeah, you can go to our website, bluedeltajeans.com. There's a tab running across the top where you click and do gift cards. And we are running a special right now on the Wright Thompson book. So if you buy a gift card for the full price of a jean, you get that signed copy of Pappyland comes with the gift card as well. So we do have a little bit of a limited supply of those. We've gone through about half of them now. We've gotten good response on them, which has been great to see. But, yeah, definitely something to take advantage of, because not only are you giving somebody, obviously a great gift, but get a little bit more to go on top of it as well. Give them a little reading.
Yeah, absolutely. As always, man, we really appreciate you. We appreciate the partnership and all that you do for us, and thanks for being with us. We'll have a couple of weekends, it appears. You and I talked about this a few weeks ago, and it was like, what the hell's going on? It appears that we're going to have a couple of weekends in December, so another couple of, Christmas shopping opportunities for us to talk about just how great Blue Delta Jeans is.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Hope y'all have a good evening, and we'll see y'all soon.
All right, Blake, thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
That was Blake Kokenauer, Blue Delta Jeans. Let's see the scores. Texas A&M 13-0 over A&M. Texas A&M over LSU 13-0 in the third. Georgia leads South Carolina 35-10. That game also in the third quarter. Got time to take a few more calls if you want.
I assume that yes, you could probably get some to fit Vertical Threat. We'd have to get a lot of fabric. But
Vertical Threat for our horse.
Yeah, we probably could do that. The Oxford Exxon podcast racing stables that we have operating right now. We won a big race last week.
Yeah.
We won two next week.
Hey, who's this?
Hey, Neal, this is John, man. What's going on?
Hey, John, what's happening?
Oh, not a whole lot. Headed back to Big Yazoo City.
Oh, yeah.
Last time I called, I ranted about COVID for a while, but I figured I'd at least talk a little football tonight.
Okay.
Pretty fun game, but I'm a little disappointed we didn't hang a few more points on them. Previous caller just a few minutes ago, I didn't catch all of his calls because I was trying to call in, but I think he said Kiffin may have seemed like he got a little bored early and started running some wildcat with Elijah Moore. I love Kiffin. He's a genius, and I don't ever question anything he does. But every now and then, it's like he'll waste a possession at kind of a key time, and it worked out because it was a possession that Corral hit Braylon Sanders on that 87-yard dime he dropped, which was probably the best throw I've ever seen besides that pass Chad Kelly threw against Georgia a few years ago, if y'all remember which one I'm talking about, that 65-yard rope he threw. But yeah, it's always good to beat State, but I'm just disappointed we didn't beat them a little worse, and I think we could have. And I think Kiffin, he really didn't coach with much urgency. It seemed like he was toying with them a little bit earlier, trying to do some things instead of just running the offense.
Here's me playing the role of therapist.